Chapter 1 Origin Continent. Blue Star Alliance, Longcheng, Jiangbei Community. Lin Mo, given that you awakened your life profession, architect during yesterday's awakening ceremony. According to Section 3 of Chapter 26 of the Union Act, you now have two options. First, go to the wilderness to become a lord and expand the territory of the Blue Star Alliance. Second, stay in Dragon City, marry and have children, and give birth to 10 children for the Alliance within 10 years. Lin Mo stood outside the door. Looking at the 10 alien girls behind the instructor, a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Getting a wife? Or forcing it? Where did I come from? Is this still in China? Just half an hour ago, he was still working overtime in the office. As a corporate slave, he has been working overtime for a week straight due to poor performance. Finally, I couldn't hold on any longer, and everything went black. I woke up here. Just as he was completely bewildered. Countless strange yet familiar memories flooded his mind. I've transmigrated? And I've even transmigrated into myself in a parallel world. Through memories in my mind. This is a world where everyone is a lord. When everyone reaches adulthood, they can awaken their profession and choose whether or not to go to the wilderness to become a lord. However, in the last 100 years, many lords of the Blue Star Alliance have died in battle. This led to a sharp decline in population. In order to continue the bloodline of Earth, the Earth Alliance enacted a law. Earthlings who do not become lords must have 10 children before they can retire. For the sake of eugenics and healthy childbirth. The Blue Star Alliance even encourages Blue Star humans to interbreed with alien military units to produce stronger offspring. In the corridor, Lin Mo looked at the alien girl behind the instructor. Some of them were orc lolas with cat ears, some were voluptuous angelic mature women, and there were even elves and succubi. Now, if he wants, they can all become his wives. So, have you made your choice? Should we go to the wilderness to reclaim wasteland, or stay in Dragon City to get married and have children? The instructor asked. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Although marrying them would be very good. But if he had a choice, he would definitely choose to become a lord. After all, the most prestigious figures on the Origin Continent are the Supreme Lords. Only by becoming a lord can one truly control their own destiny and rise above others. It's just a pity. At yesterday's awakening ceremony, he only awakened his profession, architect. To venture into the wilderness as a profession is practically suicide. It's important to know that the survival rate of those new lords who awakened their combat professions is less than 1%. How to choose? Does he really intend to stay in Longcheng, get married, and have children? Just as Lin Mo was about to give up, a mechanical voice suddenly came to his mind. Host detected has arrived in Origin Continent. Racial reproduction system now open. Startup successful. The host can acquire evolution points through racial reproduction. Evolution points can be used to evolve and upgrade buildings in your territory. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. System? With his extensive experience from reading countless books in his previous life, he quickly figured out how to use the system. The goal is to acquire evolution points through breeding, and then use those points to strengthen the buildings in your territory. To fulfill these two conditions, one must find a female partner and become a lord. After all, reproduction is not something that can be accomplished by one person alone. This kind of thing can only be done by a man and a woman working together. Thinking of this, he looked at the instructor. Instructor, I want both. I want to become a lord, and I want to get married. Both, and? The instructor was slightly taken aback. But this does not constitute a violation of regulations. Each new lord can contract 10 initial troop types. Dragon City also holds a martial arts competition every year to select the strongest descendants of soldiers to follow the new lord in expanding the territory. The 10 alien girls behind him were all soldiers who had been eliminated in the martial arts competition. Now they can only be reduced to breeding machines. Yes, but that requires their consent, the instructor said. According to Dragon City laws, troops must agree to follow a lord. There can be no coercion. This is also why Lin Mo did not choose other female soldiers. After all, given his profession, it would be difficult to find other military branches to follow him. Tomorrow is the day to head to the wilderness, and he doesn't want to waste time choosing. Thinking about this, he looked at the 10 girls from different races and said solemnly, "Who among you is willing to form a contract with me? Here I make a promise that, as long as you are willing, no matter what happens in the future, you will be my wives and enjoy everything I have." Upon hearing this, the girl from another race had a complicated expression. To pursue a career path and explore new frontiers? Isn't that just courting death? They exchanged a glance, but neither of them stepped forward. So it still doesn't work. Lin Mo sighed as he watched this scene unfold. "It seems we'll have to find another way." Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out from behind. "I'm willing to make a contract with you." The speaker was a young girl carrying an ancient longbow and dressed in white with a red skirt. She had dark eyes and long, glossy black hair tied up with a white ribbon. His expression was firm yet tinged with melancholy. Platicodon grandiflorus. The girl's melancholy temperament reminded Lin Mo of an anime character from his past life. Chapter 2 Initial Resources. The girl's cool eyes looked at Lin Mo, and she said with a resolute expression, "My name is Juyi, and I'm willing to form a contract with you. But once your territory becomes powerful, could you perhaps move my family there?" Lin Mo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Judging from the girl's attire, she is a human soldier, a priestess. In Dragon City, witches are just ordinary soldiers. They all lived on the border of Dragon City, constantly facing the threat of war. Juyi didn't get a response from Lin Mo, so she assumed he was unwilling and gritted her teeth, saying, "If you agree to my conditions, I'm willing to be your concubine." This was the only thing she did for her family. She originally wanted to marry a human from Earth and raise her child to become a lord. Now we know that Lin Mo is heading to the wilderness. She didn't want to let this opportunity slip by. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo spoke directly. "I promise you, from this day forward you will be my wife." Seeing this, the instructor laughed and said, "All right, since you both agree, I happen to have a soul contract scroll, so I can arrange your contract now." As he spoke, he took out a white scroll. Buzz. After both parties agreed, the scroll transformed into a contract array and appeared beneath Lin Mo and his companion's feet. Soon, a prompting voice appeared in his mind. "Contract successful." Lin Mo immediately sensed the soul connection between himself and Juyi. With a slight thought, he opened the information on Juyi. Miko. Level, LV 8 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Synergy, when the number of archer units is greater than 10, attack is increased by 15% when the number of archer units is greater than 50, attack is increased by 25% when the number of archer units is greater than 100, attack is increased by 35%. Talent, Spiritual Power Amplification B. Skills, Demon Slaying Arrow LV6, Sealing Arrow LV6, Defensive Barrier LV5, Concealing Barrier LV5, Purification Spell LV5. Lin Mo, tomorrow is the day we head to the wilderness, the instructor continued. Someone from the city lord's mansion will come shortly to give you initial resources. Finally, I wish you great success in your military campaigns. After seeing the instructor off, only Lin Mo and Juyi remained in the corridor. An ambiguous atmosphere had unknowingly permeated the air. Lin Mo looked at the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him. To say I wasn't tempted would be a lie. In his previous life, he never dreamed that he would marry such a beautiful wife. Juyi's pretty face flushed slightly, but she still forced back her shyness and said, "Aren't you going to let me in?" Lin Mo then remembered that the two were still standing outside the door and quickly said, "Come in." Juyi walked into the living room. She took the slippers Lin Mo offered her. The interior decoration is very simple, but very clean, and there are several carefully maintained green plants on the balcony. "My conditions here are so-so, I'm afraid I'll have to make do with this," Lin Mo said, somewhat embarrassed. "That's good. At least it's safe and secure," Juyi said with a smile. She put down the ancient longbow from her back. "It's getting late, I'll go cook. What would you like to eat?" "I'm fine with anything, there's beef I bought this morning in the fridge." Lin Mo was still a little unaccustomed to it, but Juyi had already skillfully entered the kitchen. An hour later. Looking at the 3 dishes and soup on the table, which looked and smelled delicious, Lin Mo picked up a piece of tomato beef brisket and took a bite. It was soft, tender, and sweet. Delicious. I never expected Juyi to be such a good cook. Although it was a homestyle dish, the cooking time and temperature were just right. Hearing Lin Mo's praise, Juyi's pale lips curved into a beautiful smile. Unlike Lin Mo's wolfing down his food, she ate slowly and carefully, occasionally putting a dish into Lin Mo's bowl. After finishing the meal, Lin Mo took the initiative to clear the dishes and prepare to wash them. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Mo opened the door and took a look. Outside the door stood an angel in a white uniform, with a pair of pure white wings folded behind him. You're Lin Mo? A glint of light flashed in the angel's eyes. Lin Mo suddenly felt like he had been seen through. He knew this was a reconnaissance skill used by advanced troops to confirm his identity. I am Mu Kong, a messenger from the City Lord's mansion. These are the initial resources that the City Lord has given you. I hope that after you become a lord, you will not disappoint the City Lord's expectations, work hard to manage the territory, and expand the territory of the Blue Star Alliance. Buzz. With a wave of Mu Kong's right hand. Suddenly, 2 white crystals and a white scroll floated in the air. Lin Mo had seen these things at the Lord's Academy. The white crystal is a common grade, resource crystal, which can be crushed to obtain resources. The white scroll is a common grade, troop building summoning scroll. Once opened, it allows you to summon a troop building within your territory. As long as enough resources are consumed, troops can be recruited continuously. In addition, there is this faction token. Under the control of the angel Mu Kong, a token shimmering with golden light slowly flew towards Lin Mo. After using the faction token, you are now a member of the Blue Star Alliance. In the wilderness, you can chat and trade with lords of the same faction. Once your territory reaches level 7, you can also use your faction token to teleport to the main city of the Blue Star Alliance. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Lin Mo accepted the faction token with both hands and bowed respectfully towards the direction of the City Lord's mansion. After delivering the items, Angel Mu Kong transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared into the horizon. Lin Mo watched Mu Kong disappear in the direction he went. At that moment, Juyi walked over. Have the people from the City Lord's mansion already left? Oh, right, there's something I forgot to give you. Chapter 3 Wilderness. Juyi took out a green scroll that emitted a faint glow. This is a memento left by my father. He told me that only a lord could use this. Let me see. Lin Mo took the scroll. The moment his fingers touched the scroll, a message appeared in his mind. Troop summoning scroll fine. It's a high-quality troop summoning scroll. Once the troop summoning scroll is opened, an elite troop can be summoned. This is definitely a huge help in the early stages of territory development. Juyi, thank you. Lin Mo held Juyi's small hand. Upon seeing this, Juyi blushed. No need to thank me, I'm your wife, this is what I should do. Seeing Juyi's shy and bashful appearance, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Well, it's getting late, why don't we get some rest, he said shamelessly. Juyi's pretty face turned bright red. I'm going to take a shower first. Her voice trembled slightly. Without waiting for Lin Mo's reply, she ran towards the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Through the glass door of the bathroom, you could even see the hazy figure of Juyi. Lin Mo suddenly felt a bit thirsty. Just as he returned to the living room to get some water, Juyi's voice suddenly came from the bathroom. Lin Mo. I didn't bring any change of clothes, could you get me some clothes? Lin Mo didn't think much of it. I went back to my room and grabbed a random white shirt, handing it to him. 2 minutes later, Juyi timidly came out. Puff. Lin Mo, who was drinking water, spat it out. Because he saw that Juyi was only wearing a white shirt, and her long, shapely, snow-white legs were exposed to the air. Lin Mo then realized that he seemed to have forgotten to bring his pants. In other words, noticing Lin Mo's intense gaze, Juyi tugged at the hem of her shirt and whispered, I'm done washing up, you should go wash up too. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Mo grabbed his clothes and ran towards the bathroom. He closed the bathroom door, unable to suppress the smile that was tugging at his lips. Humming a little tune, I washed myself clean. After washing up, Lin Mo found that Juyi was already lying on her side on the bed, and even the blanket couldn't cover her almost perfect figure. Juyi, I'm up here. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and quietly approached the bedside. The sound of the orange peel was as soft and sweet as a mosquito's buzz. He lifted the covers and lay down. The next moment I felt a soft touch on my arm. Juyi's body trembled slightly. The temperature inside the blanket gradually rose, and Lin Mo also felt a bit hot. Orange peel. There was no need to say anything more at this point. Lin Mo simply reached out and grabbed onto it. Ju-yi let out a soft murmur. In the dim moonlight, the waves surged, turning crimson, and murmured softly. A dozen minutes later, Lin Mo held Ju-yi in his arms, but his expression was somewhat awkward. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed a reasonably good experience. Evolution points +3. No. It's not that I'm not good enough, it's that Ju-yi is too strong. He sat up abruptly, somewhat unwilling. Honey, what's wrong? Despite feeling slightly unwell, Ju-yi stood up and said. The next moment, the blanket covering her slowly slipped off, revealing a patch of snow-white and cherry-red skin. Lin Mo watched this scene, his Adam's apple bobbing. It's all right, let's continue. He lifted the blanket, took Ju-yi's hands in his, and pressed them against hers again. Didn't you just say you were taking a break? Wah! This time, Lin Mo was prepared to use all his knowledge to completely subdue Ju-yi. Otherwise, wouldn't all those teachers from the island nation in my previous life have taught in vain? Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed a reasonably good experience. Evolution points +3. Early morning. Lin Mo felt somewhat listless. Last night's exertion seemed a bit excessive. Judy lay in his arms, sleeping soundly like a kitten. He took out his phone. At this moment, the class group chat is showing 99+ messages. This is his class group at Lord's Academy. Pang Datong, I'm so stupid, really. I shouldn't have chosen 3 succubi as wives. I feel like my kidneys no longer belong to me. Jinde, Pang Datu, you're really something, daring to choose 3 succubi as wives. I chose 3 catgirls as my wives so they could have children. I estimate I can complete the Alliance's mission in 5 years. By the way, we're about to enter the wilderness. Are you prospective lords nervous? Sure Chang, what's there to be nervous about? Yesterday, my dad gave me 10 elite troop summoning scrolls, and I was just about to go to the wilderness to make a big splash. Jiang Yan, by the way, have you heard? This year, our Blue Star Alliance has more than 50 million new lords, and the number of those top races will only be more. I estimate that trillions of lords have been sent to the wildlands this year. Lin Mo scrolled through the class group chat for a while. Most lords were apprehensive, knowing that venturing into the wilderness would often mean facing life-threatening dangers. Not only do they have to face the threat of wild monsters, but also the invasion of alien lords. For ordinary people, surviving in the wilderness is an extremely difficult thing. Otherwise, the mortality rate for new lords wouldn't be so high. Only a small number of second-generation lords, with the support of their families, would be eager to try. Lin Mo had already decided that once he arrived in the wilderness, he would lie low and try to save his life. Buzz. Just then, a deafening buzzing sound rang out, and the whole world seemed to suddenly darken. Everyone looked up at the sky. Lin Mo seemed to see a vast, desolate continent through the clouds, with countless mountains and rivers, magnificent palaces, and ancient cities. Welcome to the Origin Continent. Those chosen by the will of heaven will be sent to the desolate lands as lords to expand their territories, achieve extraordinary feats, and ultimately become immortal. Please select yes/no to accept the lordship and journey to the wildlands. Lin Mo did not accept immediately. Instead, they put on their clothes and quickly packed everything, including food. Judy, I'll go first. You should be able to teleport over soon. After the Lord is sent to the wilderness, the contracted troops will be sent over one after another. The higher the rank of the unit, the longer the teleportation time. Okay, you must be careful. I'll come find you, Judy reminded him. Lin Mo held her hand. Then I immediately selected agree. You have agreed to travel to the wildlands. Initial territory teleportation in progress. Chapter 4 Lord's Hut. Lin Mo's vision went black for the first time. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark forest. All around were ancient trees that blocked out the sky. The distant roars of wild monsters echoed eerily, filling the air with a dangerous and mysterious atmosphere. Lin Mo suppressed the pounding in his heart and looked around at his surroundings. In front of him was a dilapidated stone house. Through the drafty walls, one can see an ancient-style altar in the center of the stone house. This should be my lord's cabin. Lin Mo walked quickly toward the stone house. In this unfamiliar place, only the Lord's hut could bring him a sense of security. As soon as I stepped into the Lord's hut, the voice of the will of heaven rang out again. Welcome to the wilderness. The flame has been lit for you. Wherever the flame shines, that is your territory. When the flame is extinguished, you will completely lose your status as a lord. Your initial profession has been detected as architect. Initial resources have been allocated to you. Bang! Suddenly, a white flame, about the thickness of a finger, rose from the altar of the stone house. At the same time, a semi-transparent attribute panel appeared in front of his field of vision. Name, Lin Mo. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Occupation, Architect. Faction, None. Territory, Unnamed Level 1 Village. Talent, Master Builder A1, can build structures 1 level higher. 2. Reduces the material consumption for building construction by 50%. 3. When moving a building, 10% of the building materials are required. Initial resources, Basic Building Construction Manual. Evolution points, 9. There are even initial supplies. Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised. With the Basic Building Construction book, basic buildings such as wooden houses, arrow towers, and wooden fences can be built at will. However, the most urgent task right now is to arm the territory. He opened his backpack and found that in addition to the supplies distributed by the city lord's mansion, there were also plenty of fruits and snacks, enough to last him for several days. Let's get through these few days first, then finding food shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Mo took out a green summoning scroll from his backpack. This is the troop summoning scroll that Ju Yi gave him. Buzz. As the scroll slowly unfurled, a beam of green light shot toward the open space in front of it, transforming into a 2-meter-high beam of light and shadow. After the light and shadow disappeared, a raptor with black feathers suddenly appeared on the open ground. Zhua Shandiao. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 1 star. Talent, Shared Vision. Synergy, when there are more than 10 flying units, the speed is increased by 10%. When there are more than 50 flying units, the speed is increased by 20%. Skills, Windblade LV4, Flash Strike LV3, Scouting LV4, Tear LV3. Shared Vision. Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he looked at Zhua Shandiao's attributes. Wasn't he a natural-born scout? Even though we don't speak the same language, what could be more convenient than sharing our vision? When Zhua Shandiao saw Lin Mo, he instinctively felt a sense of kinship. Chirp. It lowered its head and nuzzled Lin Mo's arm with its beak in an affectionate manner. Through the connection of souls, Lin Mo sensed the affection of the mountain eagle and couldn't help but smile as he stroked its feathers. Once recruited, the troops are absolutely loyal to their lord. They will never betray unless they are mentally controlled by the enemy. Since you're the first soldier I recruit, let me give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Divine Eagle. Chirp. Zhua Shandiao nodded happily. He wanted the Divine Eagle to stay by his side. Lin Mo continued to open summoning scrolls for common quality troop buildings. This time the commotion was even greater than before, with the light directly enveloping nearly a quarter of the territory. After the light fades, suddenly, a 3-meter-high stone building appeared in the northeast corner of the territory. The building is constructed of massive stones and has a slightly rough surface. Stone Man Tribe. Rank, Common 1 star. Recruitment Unit, Stone Golem. Number of recruits, 5. Refresh time, 24 hours. Recruitment requirements, each stone golem recruited requires 5 soul crystals. Consuming double soul crystals allows you to recruit an additional 5 stone golems per day. Looking at the information about the troop buildings, Lin Mo nodded slightly. The golem is a unit with high attack and high defense, but its weakness is its slow speed. It wasn't particularly amazing, but it met his expectations. The military buildings have been completed. Next came the part he valued most. Lin Mo looked at the last column of the attribute panel. Evolution points, 9. I wonder what kind of improvement effect evolution points have on territory buildings. Chapter 5 Chat Forum. Do you want to spend 5 evolution points to evolve the Stone Golem tribe? Yes. As Lin Mo confirmed, a pure white light completely enveloped the Stone Golem tribe. Immediately afterwards, the Stone People tribe rapidly expanded, transforming into a stone building 4 meters high and covering an area of 10 meters by 10 meters. Golem Stone People tribe. Rank, Common 3 star. Recruitment Unit, Golem Cubs. Recruitment quantity, 5. Refresh time, 24 hours. Recruitment requirements, each golem recruited requires 50 soul crystals. Consuming double soul crystals allows you to recruit an additional 5 golems per day. Soul crystal? Lin Mo was slightly taken aback when he saw the information on it. Generally speaking, soul crystals only drop when you kill monsters. Of course, crushing the resource crystal will also yield some soul crystals and materials. Without hesitation, Lin Mo took out the 2 white resource crystals. Click. A crisp sound rang out. You have obtained 200 soul crystals, 100 units of wood, 40 units of stone, and 20 units of refined iron. These materials are all stored in the Lord's space. The Lord's space can store up to 200 units of materials. To store more, you need to build territory warehouses. With this amount of soul crystals, I can only recruit a maximum of 4 golems right now. There was no other way, we were just too poor. Forget it, let's recruit 2 golems first. With the help of the elite eagle unit, the combat power of the 2 ordinary units is negligible. The remaining soul crystals can be used to build basic arrow towers. Lin Mo looked at the basic arrow tower construction blueprints in the basic building construction book. To build a basic arrow tower, you need 40 units of wood, 20 units of stone, and 50 soul crystals. He possessed the talent of a master architect, and he built structures using half the materials. I still have 4 evolution points left, and I must use them all. As soon as he had a thought, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Consume 100 soul crystals to recruit 2 golem cubs? Yes. The soul crystals within the Lord's space were sensed to have turned into energy and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the gate of the Golden Stone People tribe opened, and 2 2-meter-tall stone figures slowly walked out from inside. The golem cub is composed entirely of gray stones, resembling a small mountain. Only his 2 eyes shone with a purple light, like jewels. Every stone on their bodies was sharp and angular, like muscles brimming with explosive power. Golem cub. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Common 3-star. Talent, Earth Element Affinity. Synergy, when there are more than 10 Earth Elemental units, the defense is increased by 10%. Skills, Heavy Strike LV3, Elemental Body LV2. The 2 golems had just emerged from the tribe when they knelt on one knee before Lin Mo and spoke in deep, muffled voices. Onar. Through the connection of souls, Lin Mo felt the other person's closeness. Okay, from now on you'll be called Shur-De and Shur-Air. Although they were both soldiers of the same type, it was obvious that Shur-Air was a size larger than Shur-De, and his personality was also more honest and simple. Lin Mo ordered Shur-De and Shur-Air to inspect the territory. If you spot any monsters nearby, warn yourself immediately. With all preparations complete, Lin Mo then took out the basic building construction book. Construct a basic arrow tower using 40 units of wood, 20 units of stone, and 50 soul crystals. Your talent has been detected as Master Builder. Building materials will be reduced by half. He built the arrow towers on the edge of his territory. In the future, after the territory expands, it can also be relocated by consuming 10% of the materials. Soon, a tall building measuring 2 meters by 2 meters appeared within the territory. You can see it. The base of the basic arrow tower is constructed of stone. At the top is a crossbow that can fire automatically. Basic arrow tower. Rank, Common 1-star. Attack range, 100 meters. Attack speed, 1 crossbow bolt can be fired per second. Usage requirements, consumes 10 soul crystals, 10 units of wood, and 5 units of refined iron to fire 1,000 crossbow bolts. With a slight thought, he prepared to use evolution points to upgrade the basic arrow tower. Would you like to consume 1 evolution point to evolve the basic arrow tower? Upgrading the arrow tower only requires 1 evolution point. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. Keep in mind that upgrading was done by the Stone Golem tribe, and it cost him 5 evolution points. But thinking about it, it makes sense, since troop buildings are much larger than arrow towers just by their appearance. It's normal to consume more energy. As Lin Mo confirmed, an evolutionary light completely enveloped the basic arrow tower. The arrow tower rapidly expanded, quickly reaching a height of 5 meters. It occupies an area of 3 meters by 3 meters. After the light faded, the top of the arrow tower had transformed into a massive crossbow bed, exuding a chilling aura. Repeating crossbow tower. Rank, Common 3-star. Attack range, 150 meters. Attack speed, can fire 2 giant crossbow bolts per second. Usage requirements, consumes 20 soul crystals, 20 units of wood, and 10 units of refined iron to fire 1,000 crossbow bolts. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Lin Mo couldn't help but nod slightly. The time that follows. He also built a repeating crossbow tower. All preparations are complete. Lin Mo then had time to take out his faction token. After using the faction token, you can chat and trade with the Lords of the Blue Star Alliance. This is currently his only channel for obtaining information from the outside world. Use faction token no. Yes. The next second, the faction token transformed into a golden light and merged into Lin Mo's body. As his thoughts began to stir, a virtual panel appeared in front of me. The panel has 4 sections: chat forum, trading market, livestream, and friends list. Open the chat forum. The information on the forum was changing rapidly. You can only see the specific content after pausing. What the hell does this stupid heavenly Dao mean by teleporting me to the desert? There's nothing here. Am I supposed to eat sand? Is there any kind soul willing to trade me some water? Damn, I just teleported here and ran into 2 wolves. If my dad hadn't prepared 2 skeleton warrior summoning scrolls for me, I probably would have been done for. Lin Mo looked at the information on the forum. It was discovered that some lords had been attacked by wild monsters. He looked up and glanced outside the territory. The only surroundings were a mysterious forest and the occasional roars of monsters. But no monsters have attacked his territory yet. At this moment, he saw a post from a senior lord. Important notes for new lords. 1. After naming your territory, refugees will come to visit, but you will also attract attacks from surrounding monsters. 2. Soul crystals can be used to recruit troops, construct buildings, and also for training to increase levels. 3. After placing soul crystals into the fire seed, a territory protective shield can be generated, and a portion of the energy can be returned to the lord, increasing the lord's level. Looking at the information above, Lin Mo nodded slightly. No wonder those monsters didn't attack the territory. It turns out it's because the territory wasn't named. However, the forest also played a role in the obstruction. Since wild monsters cannot see their territory, they naturally will not attack. According to posts on the forum, naming a territory will attract refugees to join it. For a territory to be upgraded to a level 2 village, it must have 30 residents. Therefore, naming the territory is only a matter of time. Thinking about this, Lin Mo immediately arranged for the Divine Eagle to scout out the situation around the territory. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle, so that you won't be completely clueless and know nothing when you're surrounded by monsters in the future. The Divine Eagle possesses the ability to share vision, making it a natural scout. This task is perfect for it. Chirp! With a long cry, the Divine Eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. At the same time, another perspective appeared in Lin Mo's mind. The view overlooks the land, offering a panoramic view of the terrain for several kilometers around. At this time, the territory was located on the edge of the forest. To the due north lies a vast primeval forest. To the southwest, there are rolling mountain ranges. Ha! What's that? Just then, he noticed something was wrong. Not far from the territory, there seemed to be some creature moving around. Only when the Divine Eagle was directed closer did they realize that it was a group of humanoid monsters that looked like zombies. The Walking Dead. Level, LV2 Tier 0. Rank, Common 1 star. Synergy, when there are more than 10 undead units, attack is increased by 10%. Skills, Bite LV1, Undying Body LV1. Chapter 6 Vientiane City, Battle Power Ranking. The Walking Corpse is the most common monster in the Origin continent. Its strength is equivalent to that of a regular 1-star unit. According to information on the forum, wherever zombies appear, there will definitely be mass graves nearby. Lin Mo commanded the Divine Eagle to investigate the direction from which the zombies had come. Half an hour later, the eagle flew to the mass grave 100 kilometers away. It was a huge depression shrouded in deathly aura, the soil a sinister purplish-black, and countless broken skeletons exposed. In the center of the depression was a terrifying horde of corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. Roar! Looking at the densely packed zombies below, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The number of zombies here is conservatively estimated to be no less than several 100,000. Among the horde of zombies were several enormous zombie kings. In order not to alert the enemy, Lin Mo only glanced at it from afar before sending the Divine Eagle back. The next 2 hours, Lin Mo then had the Divine Eagle fly around the territory once more. During this exploration, he discovered 3 large gathering places of wild monsters. The largest of these was the mass burial ground. Besides that, there is a mine 50 kilometers away from the territory and a canyon 35 kilometers away from the territory. Tens of thousands of rat demons and monkey demons gathered there. Fortunately, they are located relatively far from the territory. They cannot threaten the territory for the time being. In addition, he discovered the territories of 4 alien lords. Within a mere few dozen kilometers, there are 4 alien territories. Lin Mo couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. But upon closer reflection, it makes sense. The number of the myriad race lords sent to the desolate lands this time is approximately 1 trillion. It's not surprising that several alien lords teleported to his vicinity. However, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. These alien lords are all potential enemies of his, and he must be wary of them. It has been confirmed that there are no monster gathering areas around the territory. Lin Mo immediately decided to name the territory. What name should I choose? He stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment. How about we call it Wanxiang, which means all-encompassing and encompassing everything. When the territory grows and expands in the future, we will call it Wanxiang City. Do you want to name the territory Vientiane? Yes. You have named your territory. The regional leaderboard will soon be available. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. According to information seen on the chat forum, the regional rankings are divided into the power ranking and the wealth ranking. The battle power ranking is determined by the battle power of your territory. The more monsters you kill, the higher your ranking. As for the wealth ranking, it is determined by the buildings in the territory and the territory's level. Power ranking, Area 486. First place, AO Bing, battle record killed 65 elite monsters. Destroyed 2 alien territories. Race, Dragon. Second place, Yang Xiener, battle record killed 53 elite monsters. Destroyed a foreign territory. Race, Three-Eyed God race. Third place, Zhengbu, battle record killed 48 elite monsters. Destroyed a foreign territory. Race, Demon. Fourth place, Cayenne. Hiss. Gon Lin Yang, is this still a new lord? Although I know that the top spots on the list are occupied by new lords of some of the most powerful races. But the results above are terrifying. Having only been teleported to the desolate land for half a day, they had already killed dozens of elite soldiers. It can only be described as terrifying. Only the top 1,000 lords in each region can be listed. His name was not on either list. Lin Mo glanced at the list a few times before closing it. He. Just then, Lin Mo heard a strange roar. Stepping out of the lord's hut, I took a look. A group of zombies with festering skin and twisted limbs had already gathered outside the territory. Their movements were stiff, their pale eyes fixed on the direction of their territory. Even from a distance of 100 meters, Lin Mo could still smell the faint stench of corpses in the air. They wobbled and strolled toward their territory. Kill them! At Lin Mo's command, Shurda and Shur-Er immediately rushed towards the location of the horde of corpses. Thump! 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 Shurda and Shur-Er took heavy steps. Like a small giant, it raised its stone arm and smashed it down on the walking corpse. Bang! A zombie had half its head smashed by Shurda. However, it was not completely dead yet and struggled to get up. The zombies around them also gathered. The number of zombies exceeded 30, triggering the synergy attack increased by 10%. In addition, with the bite skill, each strike leaves a deep scratch on Shurda and the other two. Buzz! Just then, a rich, earthy yellow light suddenly shone from the fists of Shurda and Shur-Er. Heavy strike LV3. Go to hell! Shurda roared and punched the zombie's head. Bang! The head of a zombie was smashed into its chest cavity with tremendous force, and it fell silent. Boom! Boom! Shur-Er's attacks appeared completely chaotic, amounting to nothing more than standing and fighting. If you're not convinced, then fight. He allowed the zombies to tear at his body without flinching or resisting. He simply kept using the heavy strike skill to blast away the surrounding zombies one by one. After the walker is killed, beside their remains, tiny soul crystals, each the size of a fingernail, will condense. Lin Mo noticed that their wounds were increasing. They quickly consumed 40 soul crystals, 40 units of wood, and 20 units of refined iron. Activate the 2 repeating crossbow towers. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, the repeating crossbow tower fired wildly at a rate of 2 arrows per second. Perhaps it's because the zombies are too slow. Every crossbow bolt struck the zombie's head with pinpoint accuracy. The immense impact of the crossbow bolts shattered their heads instantly, like watermelons. As long as the walkers enter the firing range of the repeating crossbow tower, they will be accurately hit. Very good. Looking at the rows of fallen zombies, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with excitement. These are practically walking soul crystals. After the walker is killed, soul crystals the size of a fingernail will condense next to their remains. Chapter 7 Rotting Corpses. Lin Mo instructed Sure De and Sure Air to collect all the dropped soul crystals. A walking corpse can drop about 1 or 2 soul crystals. In just 2 minutes, Lin Mo collected more than 100 soul crystals. From the forest, an endless stream of zombies continued to arrive. Roar! Just then, 5 enormous zombies covered in rotting flesh suddenly appeared from the horde of corpses. They are much faster than ordinary zombies. It's equivalent to the speed at which an average person runs at full speed. Rotting corpse. Level, LV3 Tier 0. Rank, Common 2-star. Synergy, when there are more than 10 undead units, attack is increased by 10%. When there are more than 50 undead units, attack is increased by 20%. Skills, Bite LV2, Undying Body LV2, Plague LV1. Whoosh whoosh. As the rotting corpse drew closer, the crossbow tower immediately turned its arrows and fired at the rotting corpse. Seeing the crossbow bolts flying towards it, the rotting corpse instinctively turned its head away. The crossbow bolt grazed the face of the rotting corpse and pierced through a walking corpse behind it. This was the first time Lin Mo had ever seen the crossbow tower's attack miss. But the repeating crossbow tower missed its first shot and did not continue firing at the corpse's head. Instead, they aimed the arrow at its chest. The chest area was clearly much larger than the head. Whoosh! After one arrow, the 2-meter-long crossbow bolt pierced through the corpse's chest, pinning it to the ground and rendering it unable to move. Next arrow. The crossbow bolt pierced the corpse's skull, leaving a fist-sized hole. Thump! The rotting corpse collapsed with a thud. What surprised Lin Mo was the attack mechanism of the repeating crossbow tower. If the first attack misses, switch targets to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. This is so intelligent. If it weren't for the repeating crossbow towers he built, he would have even suspected that someone was controlling them from inside. The remaining corpses were quickly shot down by the crossbow towers at a rate of 2 arrows per second. Sure De and Sure Air collect the materials dropped by the rotting corpses. On average, one corruption can drop 3-4 soul crystals. A few minutes later, Lin Mo discovered that the crossbow tower was running out of arrows. He no longer had the materials to make arrows. The area outside the territory is overrun with zombies. It's impossible to go out and cut down trees. Moreover, making crossbow bolts requires refined iron. I guess I'll have to go check out the trading market. After collecting them for some time, he now has more than 2,000 soul crystals in his possession. Open the trading market. A series of transaction information immediately appeared above. 10 units of wood price, 20 soul crystals excluding transaction and teleportation fees. 10 units of stone price, 40 soul crystals excluding transaction and teleportation fees. 10 units of water priced at 80 soul crystals. 10 units of wild boar meat priced at 80 soul crystals. 10 units of refined iron priced at 80 soul crystals. The materials mentioned above are generally quite expensive. This is the most crucial development stage for new lords, so there's no need to worry about selling their goods. In addition, the buyer will need to pay a 10% transfer fee after the transaction. The farther the territory is, the higher the teleportation cost. He saw that the delivery fee for some materials was even higher than the price of the materials themselves. Without hesitation, Lin Mo spent over 1,000 soul crystals to trade for 200 units of wood and 100 units of refined iron. These materials are enough to make 10,000 crossbow bolts. In this way, there will be no need to worry about running out of crossbow bolts for a short period of time. Just then, a notification sound appeared in his mind. You have killed 1,000 common grade wild monsters, territory reputation +1. Territory reputation points. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Naming a territory will gradually increase its reputation value. The higher the reputation value, the more refugees will come to visit. Sure enough, a dozen white lights appeared at the edge of the territory the next second. After the light faded, 15 ragged refugees appeared in the territory. Chapter 8 Ghosts. Is this Vientiane village? The refugees looked around nervously. They were startled when they saw the hideous-looking zombies outside their territory. However, they calmed down after seeing the crossbow towers shoot them down one by one. At this moment, Lin Mo walked over with the divine eagle. Chirp! Under the sharp gaze of the eagle, all the refugees fell silent, too afraid to raise their heads. An elderly man with gray hair mustered his courage and stepped out. Perhaps due to long-term malnutrition, his face appeared somewhat pale. Greetings, Lord. My name is Wu Ji. I fled from the east and heard of your esteemed territory along the way. I hope you, my lord, will take me in. The 14 refugees behind him also knelt down. Not to take in refugees, Wu Ji, become a resident. Refugee, Wu Ji. Level, LV2 Tier 0. Occupation, carpenter. Skills, sculpting and shaping LV1, woodworking LV2. Introduction, he used to be a carpenter in a small town, but became a refugee after the town was destroyed by wild monsters. Loyalty, 61. Lin Mo scanned their information. They discovered that among these people, besides carpenters, there were also barefoot doctors, blacksmiths, and even a steward. It can be said that they are all talented individuals. Moreover, their loyalty to their territory was at least satisfactory. Loyalty determines their sense of belonging to a territory. If the loyalty level reaches 90 or above, this means absolute loyalty to the territory and never betrayal. Lin Mo stepped forward and helped Wu Ji up. Arise, all of you. From this day forward you are my subjects. You should rest in the territory first, food will be brought over later. Upon hearing that there was food, all the refugees showed excited expressions and knelt down to express their gratitude once again. Thank you very much, my lord. Thank you very much, my lord. As their loyalty continued to rise, Lin Mo's smile grew even brighter. There are currently no inhabited houses on the territory. But this didn't stump him. Basic architectural books include blueprints for residential buildings. Building a house requires 10 units of timber and 5 units of stone. He traded 200 units of timber and 100 units of stone in the trading market. They spent another 176 soul crystals to buy 10 units of water and 10 units of wild boar meat. This food should be enough for them to eat for several days. Lin Mo found an open space and built 4 wooden houses. Each cabin has a space of 10 meters by 10 meters, and if you squeeze in, each cabin can accommodate 10 people. Wu Ji, Wei Zhou, you two make some furniture and an iron pot. We'll cook wild boar meat later. Wei Zhou's profession is blacksmith, and he can forge iron pots. Lin Mo took out the wild boar meat and assigned them some simple tasks based on their professions. Yes, my lord. When the people saw the plump wild boar meat, their tone became even more respectful. After finishing his affairs with his subjects, Lin Mo returned to the lord's hut. Looking at the drafty stone house, he couldn't help but shake his head. He was a lord, yet he lived in a place worse than even his subjects. I wonder if the lord's hut can evolve. He only has 2 evolution points left, which is not enough to evolve the lord's hut. According to information on the forum, putting soul crystals into the fire seed can generate a territory protective shield and also return energy, increasing the lord's level. This is much faster than simply crushing soul crystals to cultivate. I just don't know how much energy it can return. Lin Mo took out a soul crystal the size of a fingernail and placed it on the altar. Tug. The next moment, the soul crystal was instantly devoured by the fire seed. At the same time, Lin Mo felt a wisp of energy enter his body, which then disappeared. That's it? He was dumbfounded. The improvement from a single soul crystal is negligible. Lin Mo continued to release the supplies. As the soul crystal rapidly melted. By the time he reached the 100th pill, the energy within his body had coalesced into a stream of heat, slowly merging into his muscles and bones. Lin Moning could clearly feel that his body was rapidly strengthening. Open the properties panel. The level above has indeed reached LV2. Lin Mo continued to release soul crystals. I had to use 1,000 soul crystals before I felt like I was breaking through. It takes 1,000 soul crystals to level up to level 3. Does leveling up to level 4 require 10,000 soul crystals? Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Buzz. Just then, the flame suddenly trembled violently, and a milky white energy spread outwards. Chirp. The eagle beside them also seemed restless. What's going on? Through their soul connection, he sensed that the eagle was issuing a warning. Lin Mo walked out of the stone house. At this time, a large number of wild monsters had gathered outside the territory. Under the continuous fire of the 2 repeating crossbow towers. Some wild monsters have broken through to within meters of the territory. In addition to the zombies, a pack of giant grey wolves has arrived outside the territory. They were as big as calves, and they charged toward their territory. However, what Lin Mo feared most were the spirits floating in mid-air. Ghost. Level, LV3 Tier 0. Rank, Common 2-star. Talent, Void Body. A spirit formed from resentment, immune to ordinary physical attacks. Synergy, when there are more than 10 undead units, attack is increased by 10%. When there are more than 50 undead units, attack is increased by 20%. Skill, Hull LV2 emits a piercing shriek, dealing mental damage to enemies within range and has a chance to trigger the fear effect. Curse Touch LV1 attacks have a chance to inflict the weakened status on the target. Physical immunity. Lin Mo inwardly cried out in alarm. The current attack methods within the territory are all physical attacks, which are completely ineffective against these ghosts. Chapter 9 Territory Protective Shield. Just as the ghosts approached the edge of the territory, a semi-transparent protective shield suddenly appeared in the air. Buzz. The moment the ghost touched the protective shield, it was immediately thrown away. The parts of them that came into contact with the protective shield were also scorched and emitted plumes of white smoke. This should be the territory shield. Roar. Dozens of giant grey wolves, their eyes red, charged to the edge of the territory. Because there were too many monsters, the crossbow tower's firing rate couldn't keep up. This caused some wild monsters to rush to the edge of the territory. Boom. The giant grey wolf crashed into the protective shield. The protective shield began to vibrate violently, and the light dimmed slightly. No, we can't let them attack the shield. At this point, only the protective shield of the territory can stop the ghosts. The protective shield must be maintained. Lin Mo built 2 more basic arrow towers and used his last 2 evolution points to upgrade them. Shurda, Shurair, and Xin Diao, you go out of the territory to kill wild monsters. We can't let them continue attacking the protective shield. Also, be wary of the ghosts' attacks. Retreat back to your territory if you can't withstand them. Under Lin Mo's orders, Shurda and the Divine Eagle immediately took action. By this time, they were already a size larger than when they were recruited. Lin Mo had previously given them some soul crystals to cultivate with, and now their levels have been raised to LV2. Shurda and Shurair charged toward a giant grey wolf. They employed a tactic of trading blows, quickly killing the 2 giant grey wolves. Chirp. The condor was not to be outdone. It flew over its territory, and with a flap of its wings, it instantly unleashed a cyan wind blade. Brush. A wind blade, half a meter long, sliced through the air and instantly cut the 2 rotting corpses in 2. Excellent. As expected of an elite unit. This was the first time Lin Mo had ever seen the Divine Condor make a move. With the help of the Divine Eagle and 2 repeating crossbow towers, the battle situation began to stabilize again. Lin Mo continued to the Golem Stone People tribe. They consumed 650 soul crystals and recruited 8 golems. Owner. Golem cubs filed out of the tribe. He knelt on one knee before Lin Mo to show his submission. Very good, from now on you will be called Shursan, Shursi. Lin Mo called out the names from left to right. You guys go and meet up with Shurda and Shurair. Yes, master. Thump. 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 They rushed out of the territory. Once they reunited with Shurda and Shurair, the troop-type synergy was immediately triggered, increasing their defense by 10%. All the Goron Stone men were covered with a layer of earthy yellow light. The attacks from the zombies and giant grey wolves were first blocked by the earth and yellow light before they landed on them. The monster's attack lasted for a total of 1 hour. Until an hour later. As their numbers gradually decreased, for repeating crossbow towers could easily handle them. After an hour of fierce fighting. Of the 10 Golem Stone men, only 5 of us remain. If it weren't for their elemental body, healing skill, even more people would have died this time. Their deaths were mostly caused by attacks from ghosts. After a brief moment of distraction, he was torn to pieces by the monster. Fortunately, both Shurda and Shurair are alright. In this battle, Lin Mo obtained a total of 20,000 source crystals. In addition, there are 5 ordinary grade resource crystals and 2 arrow tower blueprints. The arrow tower blueprints were useless to him, so he immediately listed them on the trading market. Lin Mo looked at the corpses of hundreds of giant grey wolves outside the territory. These corpses can all be used as food. Even if the people can't finish eating it all, they can put it on the trading market to trade. You all drag those gray wolf carcasses back to your territory. Lin Mo said to Shurde and the others. Yes, master. Just then, Lin Mo saw two girls carrying stone bowls walking over. They had fair skin, captivating eyes, and delicate features, clearly indicating they were twins. My lord, the wild boar meat is ready, please enjoy. One of the older girls said. She lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo watched them with great interest. He never expected that there would be two such beautiful women among the refugees. Before, their faces were all dirty, and you couldn't see what they looked like at all. After a quick wash, its true form was revealed. Lin Mo looked at their messages. Leader, Xiaoya. Level, LV3 Tier 0. Occupation, Butler. Skills, Management LV3, Finance LV3, Needlework LV1. Introduction, she was once the eldest daughter of the Chow family, but later, due to the decline of her family, she was separated from her relatives during the pursuit by the rival family. Loyalty, 75. Citizen, Xiao Linger. Level, LV2 Tier 0. Occupation, Medical Clinic Apprentice. Skills, Pharmacology Proficiency LV3, Acupuncture LV2, Medical Skills LV1. Introduction, she was once the second young lady of the Chow family. Later, due to the decline of her family, she was separated from her relatives during the pursuit by the rival family. Loyalty, 81. So they're all young ladies from wealthy families, no wonder their skin is so good. However, what Lin Mo was more interested in was their profession. One of them was a housekeeper, and the other was a medical apprentice. Both were literate. It's a good opportunity to manage the trivial matters of the territory. Chapter 10 Dark Tide. Lin Mo took the stone bowl, which contained a large piece of steaming hot boiled pork ribs. However, since it didn't have many seasonings, I imagine it probably doesn't taste very good. Gurgle gurgle. Just then, a stomach growled. Xiaoya's face turned bright red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Mo. Xiao Linger, who was standing to the side, quietly raised her head. A pair of bright eyes stared at the ribs in Lin Mo's hand, secretly swallowing her saliva. Lin Mo watched this scene and said with a smile. You should all go back and eat too. After you finish eating, remember to call the other villagers over so they can process this wolf meat. Looking at the 200 giant wolf corpses on the ground, Xiao Linger said excitedly, My lord, I've got it. After the two left, Lin Mo also carried the stone bowl back to the lord's hut. I pulled out a packet of otherworldly pickled cabbage and beef noodles from my backpack. It was placed in a stone bowl and mixed with the meat broth. The next moment, a rich aroma wafted out, making one's mouth water. Lin Mo took a bite. It tastes good. Perhaps it was the addition of wild boar meat that elevated the flavor to a whole new level. Finish the instant noodles. Lin Mo opened the chat forum. The area outside his territory is now filled with wraiths that are immune to physical attacks, and he wants to see if there is any way to deal with them. He entered the keywords, ghost, and physical immunity, into the forum. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of related posts appeared on the forum. However, most of the above are requests for help. Scroll down from top to bottom. Lin Mo finally found a useful post. This is a tutorial post from a veteran lord. Tutorial Guide Episode 165, How to Deal with Ghost-type Units. 1. Taoist magic requires either a subject with the Taoist profession or a Taoist profession scroll. 2. Lightning requires lightning-type defensive towers or the recruitment of lightning-type troops. 3. Special weapon materials, requiring a century-old peachwood sword, black dog teeth. 10. Spiritual power, requires recruiting special units such as priestesses, wizards, and sorcerers. Lin Mo looked at the information above. I never knew there were so many ways to deal with ghost-type units. When he saw the 10th item, his eyes lit up. Isn't the woman in orange a shrine maiden? He searched everywhere for a way to deal with the ghosts, but he never expected that Juyi could do it. Next, we just need to wait for Juyi to teleport over. He continued browsing the chat forum. Let's see if we can find any other useful information. This particular refresh took almost 2 hours. What's this? He suddenly came across a post with bold red text. New lords, please note. 7 days from now, the entire wilderness will enter a month-long dark tide. During the dark tide, the entire wildlands will be shrouded in darkness. All wild monsters will be corrupted by the darkness, attacking any place with light. Soul-type and dark-type wild monsters will be greatly enhanced. A huge number of new lords started commenting under this post. Holy crap, is this news real or fake? Will any official sources come out to deny it? To the person upstairs, this font is only available from the official source. Damn, wasn't the dark tide supposed to happen every 3 years? What a coincidence that we've run into it. I seriously suspect it's the work of those supreme beings from the dark races. At least give us some time to develop. 7 days isn't enough. The dark tide isn't without its advantages. The drop rate of rare items from killing monsters will be significantly increased. Therefore, this dark tide will be a celebration for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. Please cherish these last 7 days. Dark tide. Lin Mo's expression turned somewhat grim upon seeing the message. Having just been transported here, we are about to face a world-class natural disaster. Chapter 11: The Arrow of Destruction. He pondered what to do next. First and foremost, you must stock up on enough food and water. After the dark tide appears, all monsters will be corrupted by darkness, and those who consume their flesh will also be corrupted by darkness. At that time, food will become extremely scarce. It is quite possible that more people will starve to death than die in battle. Open the trading market. Sure enough, the prices of all the goods were going up, especially food and water. 10 units of wood price, 40 soul crystals excluding transaction and teleportation fees. 10 units of stone price, 80 soul crystals excluding transaction and teleportation fees. 10 units of water sold for 400 soul crystals. 10 units of wild boar meat priced at 800 soul crystals. 10 units of refined iron priced at 300 soul crystals. The prices of all kinds of materials have doubled, and food and water have increased tenfold. At that moment, a respectful voice came from outside the door. My lord, the grey wolf meat has been prepared. Lin Mo walked out of the lord's hut. Upon entering, they found Xiaoya standing outside the door, slightly out of breath, her rather large chest heaving. She had obviously jogged over. Let's go take a look. The two arrived at the slaughterhouse. They discovered that all the inhabitants and golems were carrying wolf meat, with wolf skins and bones left aside. More than 200 giant grey wolves produced a total of 1,000 units of wolf meat. On average, a grey wolf produces 5 units of wolf meat, and 1 unit of wolf meat weighs approximately 100 kilograms. He originally intended to sell some of the wolf meat. However, we now know that the dark tide is coming. He plans to observe first and not rush into making a move. Keep some wolf meat, and dry the rest to preserve it, Lin Mo instructed. Yes, my lord. Xiaoya replied quickly. He took out the basic building construction book. They came to an open space and built 2 cellars and a warehouse. Once the wolf meat has been dried, it can be stored in the cellar. He acquired more and more materials, and his territory was already running out of space. Building a warehouse can store an additional 2,000 units of material. Buzz. Meanwhile, hundreds of ghosts outside the territory were still occasionally crashing into the protective shield. It is attempting to deplete the shield's energy. Although each impact resulted in burns from the protective shield. However, after recovering for a period of time, they can continue to crash. After 2 hours of continuous impact, the shield's light had become very dim. Lin Mo was startled by what he saw. I hope the protective shield won't be destroyed. The only thing that can stop the ghosts in the territory now is the protective shield. Once the protective shield breaks, everyone will be attacked by the ghosts. Lin Mo hurried back to the lord's hut. After accumulating over this period, he now has more than 20,000 soul crystals in his possession. 10,000 soul crystals were thrown onto the altar. As the soul crystal melted, the light of the territory's protective shield grew stronger once more. At the same time, Lin Mo also felt a scorching energy spread throughout his body, and the feeling of breakthrough he had experienced before reappeared. Wait until all the energy in the body is absorbed. Opening the attribute panel, the level had indeed changed to LV4. After reaching LV4, his strength with a single arm swing now reaches 500 gene. In his previous life, this was practically a superhuman existence. However, on the origin continent, his strength is still at the lowest level, and he can probably only deal with a few zombies. That's... Lin Mo seemed to sense something and looked outside the stone house. I don't know when. A dazzling beam of light appeared outside the stone house. Not only in his territory, but in several other places around, similar pillars of light appeared, and there were even more pillars of light in those places. This must be the light transmitted by elite troops. after the light fades. A tall and slender young woman appeared inside. She carried a longbow with an ancient and mysterious design on her back, and wore a clean and neat white top and a crimson hakama skirt. Her long, glossy black hair was tied back with a simple headband, giving her a refreshing and capable look. Orange peel. Lin Mo walked over. Judy also saw Lin Mo. She looked him up and down and, finding that he was not injured, smiled. "Honey, I'm here to help you." Lin Mo stepped forward and took Juyi's small hand, feeling the familiar scent emanating from her. At this moment, some of the villagers noticed this place. However, they dared not approach and disturb them. "Honey, there are other people here." Judy noticed the surrounding citizens and, blushing, reminded them. Lin Mo released Juyi and said to the surrounding people, "Come and get to know her. Her name is Juyi, and she is my wife." Upon seeing this, all the citizens immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lady Lord." "All right, all of you get up and go about your business." After all the people had left, Lin Mo said, "Judy, you've come at just the right time. A group of ghosts has gathered outside the territory. See if you can handle them." "A ghost? I'll give it a try." They followed Lin Mo to the edge of the territory. Looking at the densely packed ghosts around her, Juyi took down the ancient longbow from behind her. Lin Mo was a little curious because he noticed that Juyi hadn't prepared any arrows. How do you attack with a longbow that has no arrows? As the longbow was drawn back, specks of fluorescence appeared around the orange-clad figure. Soon, the fluorescent light gathered together and coalesced into a glowing arrow. At the same time, Juyi's aura suddenly changed. She transformed from the gentle and beautiful young girl into a sacred priestess exuding an aura of inviolability. Swoosh! A whooshing sound rang out. Arrow of Destruction LV6. The arrow, swift as lightning, pierced through the territory's protective shield like a streak of aurora, heading straight for the most densely packed area of ghosts. The arrow was surrounded by spiritual energy. Buzz! The moment the arrow made contact with the ghost, the arrow, formed from spiritual energy, exploded, creating a spiritual energy storm. Dozens of ghosts were enveloped by the storm of spiritual energy and dissolved at a visible speed. So strong! Lin Mo was overjoyed at the sight. Unexpectedly, spiritual power was so effective against ghosts a single arrow killed dozens of ghosts. Chapter 12 Orc Woodcutter. Swoosh swoosh. Juyi fired arrow after arrow toward the ghost's location. Spiritual energy storms appeared on the battlefield from time to time. A few minutes later, all the hundreds of ghosts were shot dead. All that remained were the scattered soul crystals on the ground. Lin Mo collected all the soul crystals dropped by the ghosts. A total of over 1,000 soul crystals and 2 resource crystals were dropped. Very good. Now that the territory is free from the threat of ghosts, it's time to gather some wood from outside. In the current market, 10 units of wood sell for 40 soul crystals. Lin Mo looked towards the forest outside the territory. Now, these trees are soul crystals in his eyes. However, before that, we still need to recruit some lumberjacks. It's clearly not feasible to send the people to cut down trees. They are just ordinary people encountering wild monsters means certain death. Not to mention, upgrading a territory requires 30 citizens, and each citizen is extremely valuable now. Thinking about this, Lin Mo directly opened the trading market. Enter keywords such as lumberjack, hardworking, troop summoning scroll, non-combat troops. Soon, a series of messages appeared below. Lin Mo quickly flipped through the pages. Soon I saw what I wanted. Orc lumberjack summoning scroll price, 220 soul crystals. Goblin lumberjack summoning scroll price, 240 soul crystals. Without hesitation, Lin Mo spent nearly 10,000 soul crystals to purchase 20 Orc lumberjack summoning scrolls and 20 Goblin lumberjack summoning scrolls. After paying the teleportation fee, 40 troop summoning scrolls were quickly teleported over. Lin Mo opened the scrolls one by one. Before long, 20 burly orc lumberjacks and green-skinned goblin loggers appeared in the territory. The orc woodcutters all carried a huge axe at their waists. The goblin lumberjack also carried a saw on his back. They knelt before Lin Mo and cried out. "Master! Get up!" Lin Mo said. "First, cut down all the trees within 100 meters of your territory. Orcs are physically strong and are responsible for cutting down trees and carrying materials. The goblins are quite clever and are responsible for pruning branches and bark. Under Lin Mo's orders, all the orcs and goblins began to work enthusiastically. The territory is protected by repeating crossbow towers, so as long as they stay within the range of the crossbow towers, they will not be in any danger. At this rate, they'll be able to cut down all the trees around their territory very soon. At that time, there will be no protection from the crossbow towers. Cutting down trees wasn't so easy for them. Before that, we need to clear a safe area to build the logging yard. Lin Mo opened a map. The area marked with locations of various sizes of monsters. This is a map he drew from the perspective of the Condor heroes. Nowadays, the closest gathering place for wild monsters to the territory is the wolf pack in the south, and a small cemetery 2 kilometers to the north. Hundreds of ghosts and dozens of vengeful spirits gathered there. Destroying just one of them would greatly reduce the danger for orc lumberjacks going out to cut wood. Thinking about this, Lin Mo assembled all the troops in his territory, preparing to attack the small cemetery. This place was originally marked as one of the places he didn't want to mess with. However, Judy's spiritual power now has a restraining effect on ghosts, so he decided to try attacking this place. Under Lin Mo's arrangement, Shurde and his group went ahead to scout the way. Xin Diao and Jui stood on either side of him in the middle lane, responsible for protecting his safety. Russell. As the group ventured deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly dark, and the faint roars of monsters could be heard. Shurde and his group were clearing weeds in front. They occasionally encountered 1 or 2 ordinary zombies, which were easily dealt with by Shurde and his group. Lin Mo observed the surrounding environment. Ahead, they discovered a fruit tree laden with wild berries resembling tomatoes. I just don't know if it's safe to eat. Lin Mo planned to pick a few to take back and study. However, the moment he touched the fruit, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Soul fruit, common. After taking it, it can slightly enhance mental strength and alleviate mental pollution. A fruit that can enhance mental strength. This is really good stuff. Although it can only slightly enhance mental strength, the sheer quantity makes up for it. There are countless fruit trees like these in the forest. He saw no fewer than a dozen along the way. Moreover, the soul fruit also has the effect of alleviating mental pollution. If managed well, it could be a great business opportunity. Just as Lin Mo was studying the soul fruit, suddenly, a dozen or so rotting corpses with festering skin appeared ahead. Roar! Upon seeing Shurde and his companions, they immediately lunged at Shurde, tearing at him. Upon seeing this, Shurde and the others immediately went to meet them. Heavy strike LV3. Bang! With a muffled thud, a rotting corpse was instantly smashed, its head bleeding profusely. These rotting corpses were all at level 1 or 2, and were no match for Shurde at all. After this period of training, their levels have basically all reached LV3. Among them, Sheeta and Shire even reached LV4. Under the wild punches of Shurde and Shirayer, the rotting corpse was quickly smashed into a pulp. Brush! Just then, a dark figure darted out and rushed towards one of the golem stone men. Chapter 13 Blue-Faced Iron Corpse. Careful! Lin Mo was about to issue a warning. The next second, the golem stone man attacked by the shadowy figure was immediately pierced through the chest by a bluish-gray hand. Only then did Lin Mo get a clear look at the dark figure. It was a mummified corpse with a ghastly green skin. Iron Corpse Normal 3-star. Level, LV5 Tier 0. This was the first time Lin Mo had ever seen a level 5 monster. Just as it was about to tear the golem to pieces, a whooshing sound rang out. Brush! Immediately afterwards, the Iron Corpse's movements came to an abrupt halt. Its head was pierced by an arrow at some unknown time. Lin Mo looked to the side. Suddenly, Ju Yi drew his ancient longbow. That white light just now was the arrow she shot. After the Iron Corpse fell, 5 soul crystals and a white summoning scroll condensed around it. Not bad, I got a troop summoning scroll. Lin Mo glanced at the troop summoning scroll and discovered it was a corpse summoning scroll. He recalled the rotting skin of the corpse and the lingering stench of decay in the air. I immediately lost interest. It was listed directly on the trading market. The group continued onward. As we get closer to the location of the small target, Lin Mo had already spotted several ghosts. After thinking it over, he decided to leave Shurde and the others there, ready to provide backup at any time. After all, ghosts are immune to physical attacks, so there's no point in keeping them around. That's all. Lin Mo led Ju Yi toward the small cemetery. Soon, they saw an open space ahead. I'll use the barrier first. With a casual wave of her hand, Ju-yi created a transparent barrier that enveloped the two of them. The next moment, the two figures vanished into the forest. Hidden barrier LV5. The two approached the open space. In the center of the open space, there are dozens of tombstones and dozens of ghosts floating above the cemetery, creating an eerie atmosphere. In the center of the cemetery, there were two deathly pale spirits. Their bodies are more solid than those of ghosts. The Vengeful Spirit. Level, LV5 Tier 0. Rank, Common 3-star. Talent, Void Body. A spirit formed from intense resentment, immune to ordinary physical attacks. Synergy, when there are more than 10 undead units, their movement speed is increased by 10%. When there are more than 10 undead units, their movement speed is increased by 20%. Skills, Howl LV3, Curse Touch LV3, Soul Drain LV2. In the center of the cemetery, there is a box covered in dust. That should be a resource chest. Lin Mo guessed. Judy, can you handle those two vengeful spirits? If Judy says no, he will leave without hesitation. No problem. I speak with confidence, Judy said. Okay, let's get started. Upon hearing this, Judy immediately drew the ancient longbow in her hand to its full extent. Countless points of light converged to form an arrow. Swoosh. Arrows, like the aurora borealis, shot towards the cemetery. Laugh. Wherever the arrow of light passed, all the ghosts vanished instantly. However, the light arrows are aimed at vengeful spirits. One of the vengeful spirits sensed the spiritual arrow, but it was too late to dodge it. Finally, he was struck in the head by an arrow and instantly turned to ashes. Brush. At this moment, all the ghosts and vengeful spirits filed out of the cemetery. They rushed towards Lin Mo and the other person. Ah! Several vengeful spirits let out mournful cries. An invisible sound wave spread toward Lin Mo's location. Howling LV3 emits a piercing shriek, dealing mental damage to enemies within range and has a chance to trigger the fear effect. Buzz. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mo felt a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. Chapter 14 Ghost Soldiers. Husband. Upon seeing this, Judy immediately used a defensive barrier to envelop the two of them. All sounds were blocked outside the barrier. Are you all right? Lin Mo rubbed his still slightly sore temples. I never imagined psychological attacks could be so terrifying. Fortunately, Judy reacted quickly, otherwise, he might have suffered a mental shock and become an idiot. Judy saw that Lin Mo was not seriously injured. He immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. This time she was truly enraged. One after another, they shot towards the vengeful spirit. In just a few seconds, several vengeful spirits were killed. Buzz. Just then, black mist suddenly filled the cemetery. A tall figure clad in black armor emerged from within. He wielded a giant scythe, and his eyes burned with eerie blue flames. Ghost Soldier. Level, LV8 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 1-star. Talent, Void Body. Immune to physical attacks. Synergy, when the number of undead units is greater than 10, strength is increased by 15%. Greater than 50, strength is increased by 25%. Greater than 100, strength is increased by 35%. Skills, Mind Scream LV4, Nether Slash LV3, Charge LV3. How dare you disturb my eternal slumber? Die. The ghost soldier raised his scythe and spoke in a chilling tone. Brush. In a flash, it charged towards Lin Mo and the other person. Roar. Mind Scream LV4. A silent mental wave instantly spread out and struck the defensive barrier. Buzz. The defensive barrier instantly dimmed. Judy's face darkened as she watched the scene. You're asking for it. Swoosh. She quickly fired an arrow towards the ghost soldier's position. Upon seeing this, the ghost soldier immediately swung his scythe, and countless black evil energies gathered at the blade. Netherworld / LV3. The moment the malevolent energy and the spiritual arrow came into contact, the arrow shattered instantly, transforming into a storm of spiritual energy that completely enveloped the ghost soldier. Ah! The ghost soldier let out a shrill cry. A series of malevolent energies enveloped its entire body, blocking the erosion of the spiritual energy storm. After the spiritual energy storm dissipated, most of the black armor on the ghost soldier's body was melted away, and his skin was burned and rotten by the spiritual energy. Damn it! The ghost soldier glared at Juyi with venomous hatred, then turned and fled without looking back. It realized that it was no match for Orange. Trying to run away. Juyi sensed its intention and shot an arrow upwards at the ghost soldier. Thud. The next moment, the arrow light exploded like fireworks, transforming into a light shield with a diameter of 10 meters. Sealed arrow LV6. The ghost soldier crashed headfirst into the light barrier and was instantly sent flying backward. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Immediately afterwards, Juyi fired 3 arrows at the ghost soldier. The 3 demon-slaying arrows were stacked together. It pierced through the ghost soldier's chest in an instant, leaving a hole the size of a fist. The corpses of the demon soldiers fell. It transformed into 20 soul crystals and 1 green resource crystal. Once the ghost soldier dies, the surrounding vengeful spirits and ghosts were also shot down one by Juyi. In this operation, he obtained over 5,000 soul crystals, 1 green resource crystal, and several other common materials. Return all soul crystals to the Lord's space. Lin Mo walked toward the treasure chest in the center of the cemetery. The box is made of metal and is covered with strange patterns. As Lin Mo touched the screen, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Bronze treasure chest. Opening this item may yield high-quality resource treasures. A treasure of exceptional quality. Lin Mo was somewhat expectant, as he had never seen a treasure of excellent quality before. Upon opening the treasure chest, a blinding light appeared. The next moment, 2 scrolls and a book silently floated in mid-air. Ghost Tombstone Summoning Scroll Common 2-star. Ghost Cry Tower Construction Blueprint Excellent 3-star. Soul Spike Skill Book Excellent 1-star, can be learned when Spirit Power reaches LV5. Chapter 15 Surprise, what surprise? By the time everyone returned to their territory, it was already evening. This operation was very successful. Not only were soul fruits discovered in the forest, they also acquired so many rare items. My lord, you're back. After Lin Mo returned, Xiaoya immediately led her people to greet them. Prior to this, Lin Mo had already arranged for Xiaoya to handle all territory affairs. As expected of a professional butler, Xiaoya managed the territory perfectly even when he was not around. My lord, I have repaired the lord's hut as you instructed. In addition, all the timber around the territory has been collected by the orcs and goblins, yielding a total of 2,435 units of timber. Lin Mo nodded slightly upon hearing this. You did a great job. At this point, all the timber had been processed and placed in the warehouse. He listed some of the timber on the trading market. With so much timber, he estimated it could fetch nearly 10,000 soul crystals. It's more than the soul crystals he collected on this trip. It's getting late. Let's get ready to make dinner. Don't be stingy with food, make sure everyone is full. Lin Mo instructed. Night. After everyone finished dinner, Lin Mo arranged for the goblins and orcs to take turns keeping watch. To Lin Mo's surprise, Juyi insisted on coming along as well. Lin Mo was naturally unwilling. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship yesterday and were deeply in love, so he naturally didn't want to be alone in an empty room. Husband, there are many other territories of foreign lords around us. They sent more elite troops than we did, and they were all level 9, stronger than me. If they launch a night attack, goblins and orcs alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Lin Mo frowned slightly upon hearing this. Really? When Juyi teleported over today, several teleportation beams also appeared in other territories. But what about evolution points? He couldn't possibly tell Orange about evolution points. Seeing Lin Mo's somewhat conflicted expression, Juyi gritted her teeth and said, Honey, go back to the Lord's cottage first. There's a surprise I've prepared for you there. A surprise? What surprise? When he arrived at the Lord's hut, he finally understood what the surprise Juyi had mentioned was. At this moment, 2 beautiful women, one tall and one short, were standing inside the Lord's cottage. They were all dressed in rather light clothing, standing prettily to the side. There was also a bathtub next to it. No, you're using this to test your cadres. Ahem, Xiaoya, Linger, what are you doing here? Lin Mo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he asked the question, knowing the answer already. Xiaoya's pretty face turned bright red, but she still managed to suppress her shyness and answer. My lord, we are here to help you bathe and change your clothes. Xiao Linger, standing to the side, also blushed, her big, watery eyes looking at Lin Mo. Soon. Lin Mo lay down in the bathtub with the help of Xiaoya and the other woman. The territory has limited water resources, and it was originally not intended for bathing. But He, as a lord, was of course an exception. When has Lin Mo ever enjoyed such treatment? This is so corrupt. However, I'm reluctant to let him refuse. Never mind, I've been fighting all afternoon, can't I just relax a bit? He closed his eyes, enjoying the service from Xiaoya and the other woman. Feeling the delicate touches that occasionally emanated from my body, I suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout my body. Xiaoya. He finally couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed Xiaoya's small hand and pulled her into the wooden tub. My lord. Xiaoya blushed and did not struggle. Instead, she opened her big, watery peach blossom eyes and looked at Lin Mo with anticipation. 10,000 words omitted here. An hour later, the system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Host has completed a double awesome experience. Evolution points 2 plus 40. Ding! Host has completed a double awesome experience. Evolution points 2 plus 40. Chapter 16 Floating Tower. Early morning. Lin Mo opened his eyes. Looking at Xiaoya and Xiao Ling sleeping soundly beside him, he could see obvious tear stains at the corners of their eyes. Looks like we went too far last night. We should tone it down next time. After leveling up to LV4, his physical abilities have been greatly improved. Even though I was busy all night, I'm still full of energy. Lin Mo did not disturb their rest. He put on his clothes and went out of the Lord's cottage. At this time, the orcs and goblins, under the arrangement of Ju-Yi, went out to cut down trees. Shurde led a group of golden stone men to patrol the area and protect their safety. Just then, Ju-Yi walked over with a solemn expression. What's wrong? Lin Mo asked with some curiosity. When I was on night watch yesterday, I did indeed spot several groups of elite troops coming to scout the territory, Ju-Yi said with a serious expression. They dodged the crossbow tower's attack and even killed 2 goblins. However, after I spotted them, they didn't linger. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart sank. Several waves of elite troops have come to scout the territory. Therefore, the territory may be targeted by several alien lords. Based on the Eagle's investigation yesterday, there are now 4 alien territories surrounding this territory. With the territory's current combat strength, it can only hold off 2 or 3 elite troops like Judy at most. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's heart tightened. No, upgrade the defense towers first. He currently has a total of 130 evolution points. This is thanks to the double critical hit effect I got yesterday with Xiaoya and Xiaolinger. As soon as he had a thought, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Your territory has been detected as a level 1 village, where you can construct buildings of normal quality at most. Ding! Your talent is Master Architect, allowing you to construct buildings 1 level higher than your current level, with the highest quality building you can construct being of excellent quality. Would you like to spend 10 evolution points to upgrade the repeating crossbow tower? A series of notifications sounded. Lin Mo then remembered that only ordinary quality buildings could be constructed in level 1 villages. Fortunately, he has the talent of a master architect. It was a close call, but no real danger. Lin Mo spent 40 evolution points to upgrade all 4 repeating crossbow towers. Buzz. The next moment, the 4 repeating crossbow towers were enveloped in an evolutionary light. Soon, all the crossbow bolts reached a height of 12 meters. The area it occupies has also increased several times over. At this point, the top of the arrow tower no longer resembled a crossbow. Instead, it was transformed into a huge wooden box with 6 cannon muzzles. Each cannon muzzle was the size of a fist, and the dark openings gleamed with a dangerous aura. Chain crossbow tower. Rank, excellent 3-star. Attack range, 450 meters. Attack speed, 3 crossbow bolts can be fired per second. Attack effect, armor penetration. Crossbow bolts have a slight armor penetration effect. Usage requirements, consumes 200 soul crystals, 200 units of wood, and 100 units of refined iron to fire 1000 crossbow bolts. Lin Mo looked at the information about the chain crossbow tower. Compared to before, both the range and rate of fire have been greatly improved. After filling the 4 arrow towers with arrows. Just then, a dozen or so zombies happened to pass by. They triggered the defense mechanism of the chain crossbow towers. Whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out, and a crossbow bolt as thick as an arm was shot out. Boom! With a loud bang, the crossbow bolt pierced through all the trees it passed through, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The next moment, a zombie was shot into a bloody mist by a crossbow bolt. The other zombies were also blasted to pieces by the impact of the crossbow bolts. The power of a single arrow is terrifying. Lin Mo was relieved after upgrading all 4 arrow towers. With the protection of 4 excellent arrow towers, the enemy would have to bring 10 times the number of troops, that is, 40 elite soldiers, to hope to break through the territory. However, compared to wild monsters, alien lords are definitely more difficult to deal with. After all, they won't just blindly walk into the tower's attack range like wild monsters. It would be best to have elite troops available to provide support. Just as Lin Mo was preparing to upgrade the Golem tribe, suddenly, I realized that there wasn't enough space in my territory. A level 1 territory is limited to a radius of 100 meters. With so many buildings constructed, the territory is almost completely filled. It seems we can only continue upgrading after the population refreshes. Just then, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly stopped on the small hut. I wonder if the Lord's hut can be upgraded. Would you like to consume 10 evolution points to evolve the Lord's hut? It actually works. Lin Mo was somewhat expectant. The Lord's hut is the most unique building in the territory. It's unclear what it will become after the upgrade. With his confirmation, the entire Lord's hut was enveloped in the light of evolution. The next moment, Xiao Linger, who was cleaning in the Lord's hut, was also teleported out. She looked around blankly. When she saw the Lord's cottage in front of her, it had been transformed into a pure white, monolithic cylindrical tower. This is... Her eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, a black sphere was still suspended at the top of the tower. The area around the black sphere became dark, as if all the light around it had been absorbed by the sphere. Tier 1 Floating Tower Lord's Hut. Rank, Common 3-star. Ability, 1, Levitation, can control the gravity within a 150-meter radius of the levitation tower, causing the territory to float. 2, Energy Recharge, it can absorb surrounding energy to maintain levitation. 3, Energy Protection, consuming soul crystals can create energy protection. Floating Range, the range within 200 meters of the floating tower. Movement Speed, can move 10 kilometers per hour. Consuming soul crystals can increase movement speed. A floating tower. Lin Mo stared wide-eyed at the sight. If what happened before was merely evolution, so now it's completely mutated. After evolving the Lord's hut into a floating tower, the territory gains the ability to float. The only problem is that the movement speed is too slow, only 10 kilometers per hour. It's incredibly slow. Now the territory has been targeted by a foreign lord. This speed simply couldn't escape the pursuit of the alien lord. However, the territory now has 4 excellent defensive towers, so it should be able to protect itself without any problems. He currently has 90 evolution points left. After this period of accumulation, his territory reputation has now reached 2. More than 20 new refugees can be added every day. Next, you just need to wait for the refugees to respawn to upgrade your territory. Chapter 17 Upgrading Territory. After the Lord's hut is upgraded, the interior space has been divided into 2 floors, with each floor having an area of 200 square meters. Lin Mo arranged for Xiaoya and Xiao Linger to stay together. Before long, Xiaoya had prepared breakfast. A few people were eating together, but the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The main reason was that with Jui present, Xiaoya and Xiao Linger were both a little reserved. Today's breakfast is wild boar meat stir-fried with soul fruit. Since learning that soul fruit could enhance mental strength, Lin Mo decided to make it his staple food. To his surprise, the soul fruit tasted somewhat like chili peppers. Stir-frying it with wild boar meat makes it taste quite good. In addition to enhancing mental strength, soul fruit can also alleviate the effects of darkness's erosion. As the dark tide approaches, soul fruits are very expensive on the trading market. 10 soul fruits can be sold for 1 soul crystal. And this price will only continue to rise. Looking at the dense soul fruit trees outside his territory, Lin Mo knew that as long as he managed them properly, there would be a steady stream of income. After breakfast, the orcs and goblins were then assigned by Ju Yi to go out and collect wood and soul fruit. Xiaoya then arranged for the other citizens to put the collected wood and soul fruit into the warehouse. The territory warehouse is connected to the Lord's space. Lin Mo listed tens of thousands of soul fruits for sale on the trading market. In just a few hours, he earned 20,000 soul crystals. That's a pretty good income. After accumulating over this period, he now possesses more than 50,000 soul crystals. Just then, Lin Mo seemed to sense something. Looking out of the house. Dozens of white lights appeared at the edge of the territory, and one by one, emaciated refugees emerged from them. They cautiously looked around. It's here. Lin Mo was overjoyed upon seeing this. Greetings, Lord. When all the refugees saw Lin Mo coming, they all knelt down and begged to be taken in. Lin Mo naturally wouldn't refuse. He quickly instructed Xiaoya to prepare food for them and to soothe their emotions. In this process, he reviewed the information of these people and found two promising talents among them. One was a middle-aged man who had served in the military, named Sun Shou. Refugee, Sun Shou. Level, LV3 Tier 0. Occupation, Soldier. Skill, Troop Deployment LV5. Introduction, he was once a sergeant, managing 100 men in the army. Defeated by the enemy in a major battle, he became a war slave, but later escaped during transport. Loyalty, 61. The other one was a voluptuous woman. Her name is Rin Hongyan, and she is about 20 years old. She has delicate features, and her phoenix eyes are quite striking. Her appearance and temperament are somewhat similar to the female CEO from her previous life. Refugee, Rin Hongyan. Level, LV2 Tier 0. Occupation, Business Owner. Skills, Finance LV5, Management LV8. Introduction, once the owner of a large trading company, managing hundreds of caravans, she lost in a power struggle within the company. Unwilling to accept defeat, she chose to rebuild her caravans, intending to make a comeback. However, during a transport mission, she encountered bandits. Ultimately, she escaped under the protection of her guards. Loyalty, 61. Both of them are talented individuals. It's a shame to keep them in the territory doing menial tasks. They could be given special attention and training. However, the most urgent task now is to upgrade the territory. As his thoughts began to stir. Ding! Detected that the territory now has 30 inhabitants. Do you wish to consume 1,000 soul crystals to upgrade the territory to a level 2 village? Yes. As Lin Mo confirmed, the sphere at the top of the floating tower emitted a blinding white light. The light spread rapidly. It instantly covered an area of 300 meters around it. Chapter 18 Ghost Cry Tower. After the territory is upgraded to a level 2 village, its area reaches a radius of 300 meters. Lin Mo took out the basic building construction book. 2 more basic arrow towers were built. It consumes 22 evolution points to upgrade the arrow tower to a repeating crossbow arrow tower. There are now 6 excellent arrow towers in the territory. It can be said that its defense value is maxed out. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mo took out the Ghost Graveyard Summoning Scroll and Ghost Cry Tower Construction Blueprint that he had obtained when attacking the small graveyard yesterday. Construct the Ghost Cry Tower by consuming 8,000 soul crystals and 4,000 units of stone. With Lin Mo's confirmation. A strange stone tower, 15 meters high, and a small patch of dilapidated tombstones rose up in the territory. At the top is a stone statue of a demon, its face turned upwards in a weeping posture, and it is very lifelike. The 2 buildings were shrouded in a gray mist, giving them an eerie atmosphere. Ghost Cry Tower. Rank, Excellent 3-star. Attack range, 450 meters. Attack speed, emits a soul-piercing scream every 1 second. Attack effect, after emitting a soul shriek, it will deal soul damage to enemies within the attack range and inflict the tremor status double damage against soul-type units. Usage requirements, consumes 500 soul crystals, can unleash 100 soul screams. Evaluation, this is a purely mental attack defense tower that can ignore any physical defense. All buildings have been completed. Lin Mo used his last evolution points to upgrade Ghost Tombstone and Golem Tribe. The 2 buildings were enveloped in an evolutionary glow. Golem Stone People Tribe. Rank, Excellent 3-star. Recruitable units, Adult Golem. Recruitment quantity, 5 refresh time, 24 hours. Recruitment requirements, recruiting 1 golem requires 500 soul crystals. Consuming double soul crystals allows you to recruit an additional 5 golems per day. Graveyard of Vengeful Spirits. Rank, Common 3-star. Recruitable units, Wraith Common 3-star. Recruitment quantity, 5 refresh time, 24 hours. Recruitment requirements, each recruitment of a vengeful spirit requires 50 soul crystals. Consuming double soul crystals allows you to recruit an additional 5 vengeful spirits per day. Without hesitation, Lin Mo consumed more than 8,000 soul crystals to recruit 10 golems and 10 vengeful spirits. Furthermore, several thousand soul crystals were consumed to reforge Shurde and the others. 10 minutes later. As the tribal gates slowly opened, 15 adult Goran stonemen emerged one after another. Knock, knock, knock. They reached a height of 3 meters, each one like a small giant. Golan Stone Man Adult. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Talent, Advanced Earth Elemental Affinity. Synergy, when the number of Earth Elemental units is greater than 10, defense is increased by 15%. When it is greater than 50, defense is increased by 25%. Skills, Elemental Body LV6, Heavy Strike LV6, Throw LV5, Trample LV5. Master. They knelt on one knee toward Lin Mo's position as a sign of loyalty. Behind them were 10 vengeful spirits with hideous faces. They suppressed their malevolent aura and respectfully bowed towards Lin Mo's position. With all preparations complete, all that remained was to await the arrival of the alien lord. Before this, Lin Mo had arranged for the Divine Eagle to patrol the air. Be constantly aware of any unusual activity around you. Time quickly passed and it was afternoon. Chirp. Just then, the eagle suddenly issued a warning. It's here. Lin Mo looked up at the sky and saw the Divine Eagle circling overhead. The next moment, another perspective appeared in his mind. The perspective is from top to bottom. The view encompasses several kilometers around the territory. At this moment, in the northeast direction of the territory, a group of wolf riders was rushing towards the territory. There are 25 of them in total. They were all dressed in black armor, and each had a black battle sword at their waist. It appeared cold and austere. Chapter 19 Dwarf Lord. Wolf Riders. Rank, Elite 3-star. Talent, Wolf Clan Blood Pack. The Warg and the cavalry are of one mind, movement speed is increased by 20%, and the first attack initiated will always be a critical hit. Synergy, when there are more than 10 cavalry units, movement speed is increased by 15%. When there are more than 50 cavalry units, movement speed is increased by 25%. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite LV6, Whirlwind/LV5, Hunting Mark LV6, Gale Strike LV6. The leader was an extremely burly werewolf youth. He looks like a human, but his pupils are golden vertical pupils. That person must be the werewolf lord. Lin Mo guessed. At that moment, Fenrir seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the Divine Eagle circled above the procession. Interesting, they've already spotted us. His eyes narrowed slightly as he grabbed a longbow from the dire wolf and swiftly fired an arrow toward the eagle's location. Swoosh. The next moment, the arrow struck the eagle's wing. Chirp. The eagle let out a mournful cry and plummeted downwards. At that height, even elite soldiers would be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Master's archery skills are divine. Master, you are mighty. The wolf riders behind Fenrir cheered. However, during its descent, the eagle regained its footing and flew back to its territory. Snort. Upon seeing this, Fenrir's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Within the territory, Lin Mo frowned slightly as he watched the scene. One arrow wounded the Divine Eagle. Just one arrow. Lin Mo judged that the werewolf lord's strength was definitely no weaker than Ju Yi's, and might even be stronger. Ju Yi, you lead Sheeta and the others to be ready for battle at any time. All units quickly assembled. The entire territory immediately entered a state of war. 10 minutes later, Fenrir arrived here with his wolf riders. His expression turned grim as he looked at the 6 linked crossbow towers within his territory. Even in his territory, there were only 2 such excellent defensive towers. Wolf annihilation, what's going on? Why is this different from the intelligence you gathered? A dark figure appeared silently beside him. Master, there were indeed no defensive towers here last night, the shadowy figure said respectfully. Fenrir's expression darkened slightly. As his unit, Wolf Exterminator couldn't possibly lie to him. It is remarkable that so many exquisite buildings could be constructed in such a short period of time. This territory is anything but simple. He had a premonition that if this territory wasn't destroyed today, there would be serious problems in the future. He didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he led the wolf riders on a circumnavigation of the territory. He's looking for a weakness in the territory. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems this werewolf lord is very cautious and not easy to deal with. Then what do we do? Judy asked. No rush, let's wait and see. Lin Mo said calmly. Fenrir circled the territory twice. In his eyes, this territory was like a tortoise shell. No matter which position you attack from, you will face attacks from at least 2 linked crossbow towers. Just as he was hesitating, a loud voice rang out. Werewolf brat, you brought so many people here, are you just going to stand by and watch from the outside? Fenrir looked back. A burly man, who was only 1.5 meters tall, walked over. Dwarves. Fenrir recognized the other's race. Behind the dwarf lord followed 30 imposing dwarf warriors. Ironbreaker warrior, dwarf. Rank, elite 3-star. Talent, rock solid. Synergy, when there are more than 10 dwarf units, defense is increased by 15%. When there are more than 50 dwarf units, defense is increased by 25%. Skills, Shield Wall LV6, Rune Strike LV5, Taunt Roar LV5, Unyielding Will LV6. You are a dwarf lord. Fenrir looked at the dwarf strongman. That's right, my name is Bahrain. If I'm not mistaken, you've come here to attack this territory. Since we share the same goal, why don't we join forces and divide it up? Chapter 20, The War Begins. Lin Mo saw that there were more and more people outside his territory. They seemed to be preparing to form an alliance against me. Facing 2 lords at the same time, even he felt overwhelmed. At that moment, Fenrir the werewolf looked at Lin Mo. He laughed and said, Human, I advise you to come out and surrender, otherwise, once we conquer your territory, I guarantee you will regret being born into this world. Lin Mo looked at him as if he were an idiot. But in his mind, he was thinking about his next steps. Seeing that Lin Mo was ignoring him, Fenrir narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone, prepare to charge. At his command, all the wolf riders raised their spears, ready to charge at any moment. The dwarf Balin also arranged for Ironbreaker warriors to stand in formation with shields raised. Kill. The next moment, all the wolf riders charged towards the territory. They quickly triggered the defensive mechanism of the chain crossbow tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, crossbow bolts as thick as an arm were shot at them at lightning speed. Raise your shield. All the Ironbreaker warriors raised their shields high and advanced relentlessly towards their territory. Bang! The crossbow bolt struck the shield. The Ironbreaker warrior felt a tremendous force coming from him. Fortunately, there were other people behind him supporting him, otherwise he would definitely have been overturned by that enormous force. Even so, the crossbow bolts still left deep marks on the shield. Brush! Another arrow came flying, hitting the same spot where it had struck before. The marks on the shield were getting deeper and deeper. Until the 4th arrow. The arrow, forged from refined iron, pierced through the shield in an instant. Ah! The Ironbreaker warrior felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the crossbow bolt had pierced his chest. In just a few seconds, the chain crossbow tower killed an elite soldier. This is still under the protection of the shield. On the other side, the wolf riders suffered even greater losses. Without the protection of shields, they would basically be shot dead after blocking a few crossbow bolts. Swish! 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 The 2 linked crossbow towers fired wildly at a rate of 3 arrows per second. Over time, the wolf riders in the front ranks fell one after another. In just half a minute, a quarter of their elite troops were lost. At this moment, they finally approached the territory's protective shield. Kill! A dozen or so wolf riders, gripping their lances, charged toward the protective shield. Once they break through the territory's protective shield, they can advance unimpeded. Thud! Thud! With the relentless attacks of the wolf riders and iron-crushing warriors, the radiance of the territory's protective shield remained strong. Just as I thought. Lin Mo nodded slightly as he watched the scene. After the Lord's hut is upgraded, the sphere at the top of the floating tower can absorb the surrounding energy. This energy can keep the territory levitating and also power the protective shield. The territory is no longer floating. The energy absorbed by the floating tower is used to power the protective shield. 1 minute later, the protective shield still showed no signs of breaking. At this time, under the relentless attack of the arrow towers, only a dozen or so wolf riders remained. We can't continue the attack. Fenrir looked at his wolf riders, who had suffered heavy losses, and felt his heart bleed. The remaining wolf riders were all level 9 units that had followed him the earliest. It cannot be damaged here. Everyone retreat. he said through gritted teeth. Seeing this, the dwarf Balin could only order the Ironbreaker warriors to retreat. The Ironbreakers, protected by their shields, only lost a third of their numbers. Fenrir, I have a way to blast through the shield. However, after conquering the human territory, I want 70% of the spoils. At this moment, the dwarf Lord Balin suddenly spoke. Fenrir was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Then he realized, no problem, I'll do it your way. If we can take over this damned territory, we'll be 70% there. Now withdraw your troops. He can't even get 30%. Barain didn't waste any words, he took out a green scroll. Buzz. With a flash of light, a giant cannon platform, 6 meters high, suddenly appeared on the open ground in front. Chapter 21 Siege Cannons. Siege Cannon. Rank, Excellent 3-star. Attack range, 450 meters. Attack speed, reloads and fires every 2 seconds. Attack effect, Heavy Artillery Bombardment, fires a giant cannonball, dealing devastating physical damage to units within a 5-meter radius of the impact point. Destroys Fortified, deals an additional 300% damage to stationary targets such as buildings, walls, and fortresses. Usage requirements, consuming 500 soul crystals, 400 units of stone, and 400 units of refined iron can fire 100 cannonballs. Construction deployment costs, 5,000 soul crystals, 1,000 units of stone, and 1,500 units of refined iron. What kind of building is this? Upon seeing this, Lin Mo's expression changed. Judging from the size of the siege cannon, it is clear that this is a sophisticated building. Boom! A loud roar followed. A giant shell slammed into the protective shield. Buzz! The light from the protective shield vibrated wildly, dimming slightly in an instant. By Bahrain's deliberate arrangement, the siege cannons were positioned just outside the range of the chain crossbow towers. Lin Mo watched this scene unfold. It was decided to perform micromanagement on the repeating crossbow tower. Although the range of the arrow tower is only 450 meters, it does not mean that it can only shoot 450 meters. Instead, it automatically targets enemies within a 450-meter range. However, Lin Mo can slightly manipulate the repeating crossbow tower. Although its power is greatly reduced, it can at least strike siege cannons. Swish! 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 Under Lin Mo's control, the chain crossbow towers fired at the siege cannons at a rate of 3 arrows per second. Boom! When a crossbow bolt hits a siege cannon, it leaves a half-meter-long crack on it. And so, the 3 sides watched as the arrow towers and cannon towers bombarded each other. Click! With the siege cannons firing, the territory's protective shield was on the verge of collapse. Judy, once the territory's protective shield breaks, you and all your troops will stop them. But don't rush too far ahead, retreat back to your territory if you encounter danger. I have my own ways of dealing with them. Lin Mo instructed. Yes. Jui didn't ask any questions and immediately accepted Lin Mo's order. Click. Soon, the territory's protective shield shattered instantly under the attack of the siege cannons. However, the siege cannon was also shattered by the arrow tower's attack. Charge! Kill everyone in the territory. Fenrir commanded. Kill! 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 All the wolf riders and iron-crushing warriors charged again. Stop them! At Juyi's command, 15 golem stone men charged out with heavy steps. Knock, knock, knock! They wielded tree trunks and hurled them at the charging wolf riders. Boom! The 2 sides collided. The moment the tree trunk and the spear made contact, they turned into countless fragments. Kill! The lead wolf rider roared and thrust his spear fiercely into Shurda's chest. Put! The spear was deeply embedded in the chest of the golem stone man, leaving a hole the size of a fist. However, this injury was only minor for Shurda. He then threw a punch at the wolf rider's head. Elemental rays converged on his fist. Heavy strike LV6. A powerful and heavy blow. The wolf riders immediately abandoned their spears and drew their swords to parry. The 2 sides clashed. Faced with the superior level of the wolf riders and the Ironbreaker warriors, Shurda and his companions quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Their bodies were covered in dozens of gruesome wounds, as if they might collapse at any moment. Chapter 22 The Power of the Ghost Cry Tower. At the same time, the orange-clad soldiers and the 2 arrow towers continued to fire. Swish! Swish! However, most of the crossbow bolts were blocked by the Ironbreaker warriors' shields. They used their talent, Rock Solid. It can grant immunity to low-level armor penetration effects and significantly reduce physical damage. With constant rotations of troops, they continued to advance towards their territory. Final. The Ironbreaker warriors, at the cost of 4 casualties, have reached a position 50 meters away from the territory. Within the territory, Lin Mo remained expressionless. Only after the 3 golems were torn apart by the Wolf Riders did their expressions change slightly. Fenrir and Balin exchanged a glance. At the same time, a sense of foreboding arose in my heart. When all the Wolf Riders and Ironclad warriors have penetrated deep into the edge of the territory. A glint of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Now's the time. As his thoughts began to stir. Immediately use the talent, Master Builder, to migrate all chain crossbow towers and Ghost Cry towers over. The next moment, all the defensive towers in the territory disappeared. They appeared in front of the Wolf Riders and the Iron-crushing warriors. This is impossible. Fenrir's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this. The Dwarf Lord Balin was also dumbfounded. Buzz. The moment the ghost tower appears, the defense mechanism is immediately triggered. A silent wave spread outwards. A soul-piercing scream. Ah! The lead Wolf Rider was struck as if by lightning and fell off his dire wolf. Swish! 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 At the same time, the 6 linked crossbow towers began firing wildly. Countless crossbow bolts swept towards the Wolf Riders and the Ironbreaker warriors. In an instant, several Wolf Riders were riddled with bullets. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Fenrir roared, his face ashen. Want to back out? Too late. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, all the golems launched a counterattack, slowing down the Wolf Riders and Dwarf warriors. A few seconds later, only a few elite troops remained on the battlefield, putting up a last-ditch resistance. Roar! Fenrir roared, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 3-meter-tall black giant wolf. He charged straight into the turret's attack range. Buzz! A soul strike that crashes head-on into the Ghost Cry tower. Fenrir felt as if steel needles were piercing his head, and the pain was unbearable. But he paused for only a second before forcibly enduring the pain and continuing his charge. Swish! 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 Several crossbow bolts came flying in succession. Bloodstains were left on his body. Fenrir dared not linger in battle, and with Wolf on his back, he quickly rushed out of the turret's range. He glanced back at the battlefield strewn with corpses. His eyes were filled with pain. In this battle, almost all of his elite troops were wiped out. He looked at Lin Mo and said through gritted teeth, "Humans, I will return." After saying that, he dashed into the depths of the forest without looking back. They disappeared into the dark woods in the blink of an eye. The Dwarven Lord Balin also watched as the Ironbreaker warriors were shot down one after another. However, he was not as strong as Fenrir and dared not risk rescuing him. At this moment, he was accompanied by only 2 ordinary soldiers. "Master, this is not a place to stay for long," they warned. Bahrain was suddenly jolted awake. Yes. Now it's a matter of attacking and defending against the aliens. Staying here means facing Lin Mo's counterattack at any time. Run. Thinking of this, he hurriedly prepared to flee. However, Lin Mo's cold voice came from behind. Isn't it too late to run away now? When Balin turned around, he saw 10 pale-skinned, demon-like vengeful spirits rushing towards him. Ah! All the vengeful spirits simultaneously let out a shrill, mournful cry. Bahrain was struck by the soul attack and instantly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 23: Dwarven Territory. Both dwarf warriors were also subjected to mental attacks. They clutched their heads in obvious pain. But they remained steadfast in their duty, protecting Bahrain. Leave the Dwarf Lord alive, kill the rest. Lin Mo's icy voice rang out. The next moment, all the vengeful spirits surrounded the 2 dwarf warriors. Curse Touch LV3. The vengeful spirits have no ability to attack directly, they can only use the Curse Touch to continuously weaken the mental strength of the dwarf soldiers. Finally, through psychological attacks, the victim is driven to collapse and commit suicide. This kind of death is more painful than being killed outright. When Lin Mo arrived, the dwarf army is on the verge of collapse. At Lin Mo's signal, Jui raised the ancient longbow, giving them a release. By this time, Bahrain had recovered from the effects of fear. He saw Lin Mo walking towards him. He immediately knelt down on the ground. "My lord, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked your territory. Please spare my life, and I will follow you and become your slave." Seeing Balan's pleading expression, Lin Mo sneered, "You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. But, you can live if you want. Take me to your territory now, and I might consider letting you go." There must be dwarves and soldiers left behind in Balan's territory, to avoid unnecessary deaths and injuries. At that time, he can persuade the people and soldiers to surrender. Bahrain's face stiffened. This. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. "What, you don't want to?" Bahrain immediately prostrated himself and kowtowed. No, I'll take you there right now." Lin Mo counted the number of people and led Zhu Yi and Shi De, a dozen or so people, to Balan's territory. As you can see, there are 2 high-quality turrets and a workshop within the territory. Dozens of dwarven soldiers are forging weapons inside. To Lin Mo's surprise, nearby in the territory is a small iron mine where dozens of dwarven miners are extracting iron ore. No wonder they had so many shields and weapons when they attacked the territory. But now, all of these things belong to him. Bahrain, you can now relinquish your status as lord. Lin Mo gazed at Bahrain with a deep, unwavering look. After the lord relinquishes the territory, the territory then became ownerless, and anyone could occupy it. Looking at the menacing, vengeful spirit beside him, Balan finally faced reality. "Yes, sir." With a slight thought in his mind, the territory's protective shield vanished instantly. The turrets that were attacking the surrounding monsters also instantly went silent. What's going on? Upon seeing this, all the dwarves in the territory stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other, bewildered and confused. "My lord. Who are you? Release the lord at once." At that moment, they saw Bahrain being escorted over by a group of people. All the dwarfs were filled with righteous indignation and shouted excitedly, "Anyone who dares to approach will be killed." Lin Mo said expressionlessly, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Shi De threw a punch at the leading dwarf warrior. Boom! Shi De used all his strength in that punch, smashing the dwarf warrior into a bloody pulp. Upon seeing this, the other dwarves immediately fell silent. They have already grasped the situation. We lost. Their lord was defeated. None of the elite troops that Bahrain took with them have returned. Even Bahrain himself was captured by the other side. Seeing that all the dwarves were stunned, Lin Mo ignored them. "Bahrain, take us to the Lord's Lodge. Once he captures the fire seat in a territory, he can control the territory's defensive towers. When the time comes, if anyone has any malicious intentions, the defense tower's protection mechanism will be triggered. Step into the Lord's cottage." Lin Mo then saw the altar in the center of the hall. As he approached, a notification sound appeared in his mind. "Have you occupied a level 2 territory?" Bang! With his confirmation, the flame of the territory was reignited. At this moment, Lin Mo also felt a sense of control over the dwarf territory. The only thing that bothered him was that there were quite a few dwarves in his territory with negative loyalty scores. "Bahrain, gather all the dwarves together," Lin Mo said. "Yes, sir," Bahrain said with a respectful expression. After relinquishing his territory, he became increasingly humble. Now he has no use to Lin Mo, and his life or death is entirely in Lin Mo's hands. Chapter 2400 Refinement Workshop. Soon, Balan had gathered all the dwarves and some goblin miners. Goblin miners are mining units recruited by Bahrain. Lin Mo stood on a high platform, looking down at the more than 100 dwarves. At this moment, all the dwarves looked terrified and uneasy. They already knew about the change of ownership of the territory. "Everyone. Just recently, your former lord, Balan, attacked my territory. However, they have already been defeated by me, and even Bahrain himself has been captured. As the defeated party, I now give you 2 choices. The first is to work for me unconditionally for 20 years as a prisoner of war. 20 years from now, I can give you your freedom." Lin Mo kept them because there were many blacksmiths among the dwarves. By subduing them, you can obtain a continuous supply of weapons. Hearing Lin Mo's words, some people breathed a sigh of relief. At least they won't be executed immediately. Some people were indignant and glared at Lin Mo. Lin Mo watched the scene, his voice turning cold. The second option is to become a slave, destined to spend your entire life mining iron ore. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Bahrain immediately knelt down and shouted, "Master! I, Bahrain, am willing to become your prisoner of war and work for you for 20 years, no, 100 years. Seeing this, some dwarves also knelt down. I'm willing to become a prisoner of war. Although Lin Mo said he was giving two choices, in reality there was only one. After all, unless you're stupid, no one would choose to become a slave. Even if someone is dissatisfied, they won't show it at this time. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Mo could see their loyalty levels. You, and you, step forward. He selected all the dwarves with a loyalty score of 60 or higher. Of the 45 dwarven subjects, only 20 met the required loyalty level. Take these men to the iron mine manager. From this moment on, they are all slaves. Lin Mo assigned a dwarf soldier and said, "Yes." The dwarf troops immediately accepted the order. They were all recruited by Bahrain and were absolutely loyal to him. Since Bahrain has chosen to pledge allegiance to Lin Ma, they naturally dare not disobey Lin Ma's orders. No! I don't want to be a slave. The kneeling dwarves cried out in terror. Lin Mo glanced around at the dwarf territory. At this time, there are 3 high-quality buildings in the territory. 2 turrets, and a weapons workshop. Open the information for the turret and workshop. Explosive turret. Rank, excellent 3-star. Attack range, 450 meters. Attack speed, fires 1 high explosive shell per second. Attack effect, explosive bombardment, the shell explodes upon impact, dealing full damage to the primary target and 50% splash damage to units within a 5-meter radius. Incendiary shell, the shell is filled with flammable material. Upon explosion, there is a 30% chance to inflict a burning status on enemies for 3 seconds, dealing fixed fire damage per second. Usage requirements, consume 600 soul crystals and 500 units of refined iron to fire 100 cannonballs. 100 refinements workshop. Rank, excellent 3-star. Usage requirements, can accommodate up to 4 blacksmiths and 20 blacksmith apprentices working simultaneously. Functions, weapon crafting, weapon enhancement, and material purification. Craftable weapons, common white, fine iron sword, fine iron spear, iron inlaid shield. Excellent green, goose feather blade, iron leaf armor. Looking at the information about the exploding turret. Compared to the repeating crossbow turret, the turret's attack is an area of effect attack and also inflicts a burning effect. However, what interested Lin Mo the most was the 100 Refinement Workshop. The 100 Refinement Workshop can forge weapons of the highest quality. We can have the dwarven blacksmiths forge some fine iron warhammers then. At that time, the strength of Shurde and his group will undoubtedly be elevated to a higher level. Let's continue looking at the territory warehouse. After conquering the dwarven territory, the territory warehouse was also connected to the Lord's space. He can take materials out of the warehouse at any time. At this time, the territory's warehouse contained a total of 1,000 units of refined iron and 200 units of refined steel. Refined steel. 100 refined steel is a high-quality material. Its hardness is several times that of refined iron. The price in the trading market is 2,000 soul crystals for 10 units of 100 link steel. In total, the total price of all the metal materials is approximately 50,000 soul crystals. This is equivalent to his net worth doubling. For the rest of the time, Lin Mo left all the dwarf troops behind to supervise the dwarf slaves mining. They also arranged for the dwarven people to forge excellent weapons at the 100 Refinements Workshop. Everything is done. Lin Mo then led Ju Yi and the others back to their territory. As for the dwarf Lord Balin, he was determined to take him with him. After all, Balin had a very high level of prestige in the dwarven territory. If we leave him behind, he'll surely escape with all the dwarves. Actually, the safest way is to kill him to prevent future troubles. However, considering his good behavior, Lin Mo decided to spare his life. Then he can be allowed to cut down trees with the orc lumberjacks to extract his remaining value. Chapter 25 Soul Spike Skillbook. 10 minutes later. Lin Mo led everyone back to their territory. Judy and Shurde and the others cleared out other wild monsters along the way. Unlike the forest, the monsters here are mostly mountain bandits, monkey demons, and giant grey wolves. Lin Mo held the map. Be careful, everyone. There's a large monster gathering area nearby. Based on the previous investigation by the Condor, there is a canyon nearby where tens of thousands of mountain bandits and monkey demons live. According to information on the forum, in a monster-infested area of this size, there is a high probability that a boss-level monster will appear. Generally speaking, once a level reaches 10, it is officially referred to as a professional level. Reach level 20, which is the leader level. Each boss-level monster is like a boss. To deal with boss-level monsters, unless you have troops of the same level, you have to use hundreds of times more lives to defeat them. With his current strength, even if they moved their territory over, they still wouldn't be a match for boss-level monsters. As the group moved forward, soon, dozens of mountain bandit monkey demons appeared ahead. They were all ugly, with pointed mouths and monkey-like faces. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Unlike the zombies, the mountain bandit monkey demons are highly intelligent. Some elite monkey demons possess intelligence nearly equal to that of humans. In order not to reveal the location of his territory, Lin Mo had no choice but to order them all killed. Yes. Upon hearing this, Shurdet and the others immediately ran towards the direction of the monkey demon. Boom! Trampling LV5. At the feet of the Golden Stone Man, a stone the size of a millstone, the monkey demon at the very front was crushed into a pulp. These monkey demons are all ordinary quality wild monsters. They were no match for Shurdet and his group. Run! Go back to the chief and avenge us. The monkey demon ran while spewing threats. Brush! Just then, Juyi made her move. A beam of light shot towards the monkey demon's location. The next moment, the arrows transformed into a storm of spiritual energy, enveloping all the monkey demons. Under the storm of spiritual energy, all the monkey demons were torn to pieces. Collect all the soul crystals dropped by the bandits. With his current wealth, these soul crystals are barely enough to make a difference. Upon returning to her territory, Xiaoya had already cremated all the corpses of the wolf riders and dwarves. My lord, you're back. Upon seeing Lin Mo return, Xiaoya immediately went to greet him. Ran Hongyan was following behind her. Like Lin Mo, Xiaoya also recognized Ren Hongyan's abilities. My lord. Ran Hongyan gave a slight bow. She prayed silently within her territory when it was attacked today. After all, she had finally found a safe haven, and naturally she didn't want her territory to be breached. Fortunately, Lin Mo managed to turn the tide and achieve final victory. Looking at Lin Mo, who was 2 years younger than her, Ran Hongyan felt a sense of security that she hadn't felt in a long time. Thinking of this, her pretty face couldn't help but turn bright red. Looking at the gathered people, Lin Mo spoke loudly. Everyone, we have won a great victory in our territory today. This victory belongs to me, and it also belongs to you. Everyone gets an extra treat tonight, a big piece of wild boar meat each. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, all the citizens raised their hands and cheered. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! After dinner, Lin Mo built several more wooden houses. Special talents like Ren Hongyan and veteran Sun Shou can live in a room by themselves. After handling the affairs of the territory, Lin Mo then returned to the Lord's hut. After the Lord's hut evolves into a floating tower, it is fully furnished, and the overall decoration is mainly white, making it very luxurious. The first floor is a huge hall. Upstairs, there are several bedrooms and an attached study and bathroom. Upon entering the Lord's cottage, Lin Mo saw the altar in the center of the hall. He currently has over 100,000 soul crystals. It's time to upgrade his level. After breaching the small cemetery yesterday, I obtained a Soul Spike skill book. However, one must reach LV2 in mental strength to learn it. Lin Mo was somewhat expectant. Once he learns the skill book, he has mastered an attack skill. He took out 10,000 soul crystals and placed them one by one on the altar. Over time, after throwing in 15,000 soul crystals, Lin Mo felt the energy in his body reach a critical point. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the energy returned by the fire seed this time seemed to be more. He had used up 10,000 soul crystals to upgrade to LV4. Now, after investing 15,000 soul crystals, I feel like I'm about to break through. Could it be because the Lord's hut was upgraded into a floating tower? Lin Mo guessed. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The floating tower can absorb energy from its surroundings. When the energy of the spark reaches saturation, it will naturally return more energy. Thinking of this, Lin Mo quickly continued to release soul crystals. He only stopped after continuously releasing 120,000 soul crystals. Buzz. A buzzing sound rang out. Lin Mo felt as if the world around him had become clearer. Open the properties panel. The level above has indeed changed to LV8. With my current mental strength, I should be able to learn the Soul Spikes skill book. Lin Mo took out the Soul Spikes skill book. The book cover features an illusory ghost. The moment Lin Mo touched the skill book, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Your mental strength has reached LV8. Do you wish to learn the Soul Spikes skill book? Yes. As the skill book slowly opened, a vast amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. Chapter 26: The Application of Mental Power. Once all the knowledge has been transferred, Lin Mo then realized that this was a very complete system for utilizing mental power. No wonder you can only learn skill books if your mental strength reaches LV5. If one's mental strength is insufficient, one is very likely to be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information and become an idiot. I rubbed my temples, which were a little swollen and sore. However, his eyes revealed joy. He not only mastered the skill of soul spikes, but also learned the basic application of mental power. As his thoughts began to stir. Buzz. The next moment, all the tables, chairs, benches, and even sofas were suspended in mid-air. He can now exert tremendous force, even at the cost of 1,000 pounds, using his mental power. Just then, Lin Mo used his mental power to see Ju Yi and the other two walking back, chatting and laughing. Ju Yi opened the door. They quickly noticed the changes in Lin Mo. You're back just in time. I'll show you something good. Lin Mo looked at the group and said with some eagerness. As he spoke, he led the group up to the second floor. Soon, they arrived at the master bedroom's bathroom. In the center of the bathroom is a huge bathtub. The bathhouse measures 3 meters by 3 meters and can accommodate more than a dozen people at the same time. Honey, why did you bring us here? Ju Yi asked, a little embarrassed. Xiaoya and Xiaolinger both had slightly flushed faces. What are you thinking about? I see you've all been busy all day and must be tired. I just want you to relax a bit. Come on, let me give you a massage. Soon, in a daze, Ju Yi and the other two were carried into the bath by Lin Mo. 10,000 words omitted here. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up from the large bed in the master bedroom. Xiaolinger and Xiaoya were lying next to him. Ju Yi sat up groggily. Noticing Lin Mo's intense gaze, she quickly covered her private parts with the blanket. Her face flushed red at the thought of last night's madness. Husband, it's already dawn. She looked at Lin Mo with a pleading expression. Lin Mo said with a smile. Get up, we still have things to do today. Since Xiaoya had not yet gotten up, Ren Hongyan took over the management of the territory's affairs. She directed the group to begin felling and moving the timber. My lord. Seeing Lin Mo approach, she spoke respectfully. However, she secretly glanced at Lin Mo's strong body, and her pretty face turned red. After leveling up, Lin Mo's height has reached 1.85 meters. His arms showed well-defined muscle lines, and he exuded a masculine aura. It has a fatal attraction for women. In addition, last night, Ren Hongyan was unable to fall asleep because she was in an unfamiliar environment. She went for a walk and passed by the Lord's cottage. Suddenly, an indescribable sound came from inside. Driven by curiosity, she boldly walked over and only then did she understand what was going on. Although Ren Hongyan was inexperienced, she understood what such a voice meant. She listened for an hour, her face flushed. After standing in the cold wind for an hour, she finally couldn't take it anymore and quickly went back inside. Even at night, she dreamed of Lin Mo's appearance. Lin Mo looked at Ren Hongyan with a suspicious expression. I don't understand why she's keeping her head down and why her body is trembling slightly. Is it because he's afraid of himself? Am I really that scary? However, he didn't delve any further, simply shaking his head and saying, You go ahead and get busy. Ren Hongyan felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly replied with a blush, Yes, Lord. Chapter 27: The Blue-Haired Ghost Soldier. Last night, he earned a total of 362 evolution points. The main reason is the triple boost effect after sleeping together under the same quilt. Lin Mo arrived at the troop building area, preparing to upgrade Wraith Tombstone. As soon as he had a thought, a notification sound rang out. Would you like to spend 50 evolution points to upgrade the Wraith Tombstone? Yes. With Lin Mo's confirmation, the vengeful spirit's tombstone rapidly expanded. They turned into eerie and terrifying haunted houses. Haunted house. Rank, excellent 3-star. Recruitable troops, blue-haired ghost soldiers. Recruitment quantity, 5. Refresh time, 24 hours. Recruitment requirements, each recruitment of a blue-haired ghost soldier requires 500 soul crystals. Consuming double the soul crystals allows you to recruit an additional 5 blue-haired ghost soldiers per day. At this point, both types of troop buildings have been refreshed. Lin Mo consumed more than 10,000 soul crystals to recruit 10 blue-haired ghost soldiers and 10 golem stonemen. As the gate of the haunted house slowly opened, 10 figures clad in black armor emerged from the crowd, each wielding a black spear. A chilling aura surrounded them, making them appear eerily sinister. Green-haired ghost soldier. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Talent, Netherworld body immune to physical attacks, can switch between physical and spiritual forms. Synergy, when the number of undead units is greater than 10, defense is increased by 10% greater than 50, defense is increased by 20% greater than 100, defense is increased by 30%. Skills, Intimidating Roar LV6, Pierce LV5, Charge LV5, Gun Barrage LV6. Compared to vengeful spirits, the blue-haired ghost soldiers can switch between physical and spiritual forms. Not only can it be immune to physical attacks, it also gains the ability to attack with physical force. Its overall strength has increased by more than 10 times. It's estimated that even the golems are no match for them now. Not bad. Lin Mo was very satisfied. In the following time, Lin Mo spent 5,000 soul crystals to reforge the 10 vengeful spirits. Before long, 20 blue-haired ghost soldiers and 22 golem stonemen stood in front of the territory. In addition, there's the orange-clad figure and the divine eagle. These are all the elite troops currently in the territory. After breakfast, Lin Mo then arranged for veteran Sun Shou to provide training to all branches of the military. After yesterday's battle, all the golems were fighting individually, without any coordination. Sun Shou's task was to teach them how to coordinate combat on the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mo looked at the floating tower. After upgrading the territory area has exceeded the floating range of the first-tier floating tower. His goal today is to destroy the werewolf territory. After upgrading the floating tower, you can move your territory to the site. This is equivalent to playing on home turf. With that in mind, Lin Mo went to the front of the floating tower. Do you want to consume 100 evolution points to upgrade the Tier 1 floating tower? With Lin Mo's confirmation, the floating tower quickly expanded to a height of 30 meters. It became the tallest tower in the territory. This is... Looking at the seamless white floating tower, Lin Mo opened its message. Tier 2 Floating Tower Lord's Hut. Rank, Excellent 3-star. Abilities, Levitation, Recharging, Energy Protection. Floating range, the range within 500 meters of the floating tower. Movement speed, can move 20 kilometers per hour. Consuming soul crystals or source crystals can increase movement speed. Lin Mo had an idea and wanted to test the floating tower's capabilities. Buzz. As his thoughts began to stir. The next moment, Lin Mo felt his body lighten, and the gravity around him changed instantly. Click. 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 A series of cracking sounds rang out. Huge cracks formed in the land surrounding the territory. Buzz. The next moment, the entire territory rose from the ground. It is suspended in mid-air. Lin Mo maneuvered his territory into the air. It only stopped when it was level with the surrounding trees. That way, we can attack the werewolf territory this afternoon. He dared not fly his territory too high. After all, there are some boss-level monsters in the dark forest. If we provoke them, we'll be in trouble. After testing the floating tower's capabilities, Lin Mo released the territory. Chapter 28 The Tower of Gale and Rain. After upgrading the floating tower, he still has 212 evolution points. With a slight thought, he prepared to upgrade a chain crossbow tower. Would you like to spend 100 evolution points to evolve the chain crossbow tower? Yes. With Lin Mo's confirmation, a chain crossbow tower was completely enveloped in the light of evolution. The arrow tower was quickly stretched out, becoming a giant arrow tower 30 meters high. This will be the first rare defensive tower in the territory. Lin Mo watched this scene with some anticipation. After the light fades, It revealed a bluish-gray arrow tower, its body engraved with dense and exquisite runes. The spire is a giant elemental crystal. Buzz. 4 longbows floated on the tower, slowly rotating. The Tower of Gale and Rain. Rank, Rare 3-star. Attack range, 1 kilometer. Attack speed, can fire 4 giant crossbow bolts per second. Attack effect, Gale mode, grants all arrow towers within the territory a wind attribute, increasing arrow speed by 100% and power by 50%. Usage requirements, consumes 2,000 soul crystals, 2,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of refined iron to fire 1,000 crossbow bolts. Consumes low-grade source crystals, and can use Gale mode. Low-grade source crystal. Lin Mo looked at the information above. Generally speaking, low-grade source crystals can only be obtained by killing professional-level monsters. Compared to soul crystals, source crystals are a higher-level strategic resource. In the trading market, the price of 1 source crystal is 10,000 soul crystals. Moreover, there are no buyers even though the price is right. As soon as an active crystal is traded, it is immediately bought up. At the same time, the werewolf territory is only 15 kilometers away from Vientiane City. Ever since being defeated by Lin Mo, Fenrir has been holding back a lot of anger. He would either beat or verbally abuse the people around him. Number 34. Number 34. The people around him were all silent and trembling, not daring to even breathe loudly. After all, even the steward of the territory was executed for angering Fenrir. Master, we have collected 20,000 soul fruits this morning and placed them in the territory's warehouse, a goblin soldier said. Understood. Fenrir said calmly. After yesterday's battle, only a few dozen ordinary soldiers remained in the territory. However, like Lin Mo, Fenrir also learned of the value of the soul fruit. After yesterday's defeat, he ordered all his subjects and soldiers to collect soul fruits on a large scale. They earned tens of thousands of soul crystals in total. He used these soul crystals to recruit another 20 elite soldiers. Just then, a blonde woman with wheat-colored skin walked over. She was also holding a set of black armor in her hand. My lord, the black wolf armor set you asked me to create is complete. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, Fenrir's eyes lit up. Good, with these sets, my newly recruited elite troops can also unleash the power of a level 9 unit. He said with a smile. However, just as he was about to take Beth's hand and get intimate with her. But she slipped past him silently. My lord, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Beth said expressionlessly. No one noticed the disgust she was trying so hard to hide in her eyes. Go ahead, I'll give you a few more assistants. You need to forge more black wolf sets as soon as possible. Fenrir said somewhat disappointedly. After Beth left, his face instantly turned gloomy. You bitch. He suddenly felt a pang of regret for executing Beth's father yesterday. Beth's father was the steward of the estate. Yesterday, he angered Fenrir over a trivial matter and was executed by Fenrir. In Fenrir's eyes, he is the god of this land. What does it matter to execute one of his subjects? Unexpectedly, starting yesterday, Beth's loyalty value began to plummet, even turning negative. But because she is the only alchemist in the territory capable of crafting the Black Wolf set, we can't touch her yet. It's all that damned human lord's fault. Fenrir gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 29 Training. On the other side, Lin Mo summoned all the soldiers and civilians. They are preparing to attack the werewolf territory. After a morning of collecting, the orcs and goblins collected a total of 3,000 units of wood. With the addition of tens of thousands of soul fruits, the total income amounted to 50,000 soul crystals. However, in order to attack the werewolf territory, all of this work had to be stopped. Hopefully, it's not a losing proposition. Before taking action, Lin Mo had the Divine Eagle scout out the route to see if there were any high-level monsters. After all, once the territory is in deep space, it will become a target of everyone's attacks. It wouldn't be good if we encountered professional-level or boss-level monsters. Chirp! The Divine Eagle flapped its wings and flew into the sky. After 2 days of training, his level has reached LV7. However, the territory's strongest fighter right now is still Jui. With the help of a large number of soul crystals, she also cultivated to LV9, just one step away from the professional level. I feel like there are more monsters in the forest, and they've gotten stronger too. Through the eagle's perspective, Lin Mo saw quite a few elite-level zombies. based on his understanding over this period of time. He is currently in the dark forest. Legend has it that deep in the forest, there is a dark kingdom inhabited by a large number of undead creatures. However, this is just a rumor. But as the dark tide approached, the dark forest did indeed become increasingly gloomy and terrifying. Undead creatures have also become increasingly active. Ha! What's that? Just then, Lin Mo discovered a small elven tribe. Hundreds of wood elves live there. I never expected that a group of elves would live here. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Compared to the lifeless, dark forest, the elven village appeared vibrant, with abundant fruit trees and vegetables growing there. Wood elves can accelerate the ripening of plants. If I can subdue them, I won't have to worry about food anymore. Lin Mo thought to himself. After the eagle's exploration, Lin Mo did not find any high-level monsters. He immediately gave the order. Ready to go. With a slight thought, his territory rose into the air once more. Buzz. The sphere atop the floating tower emitted rings of gravitational light. Soon, the territory began to fly slowly at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Chirp. Along the way, a large number of flying monsters launched attacks on the territory. However, before they could get close to the territory, they were quickly cut down by several wind blades. After the divine eagle's level is increased, killing ordinary wild monsters is as easy as eating and drinking. Below, wild monsters also climbed up the treetops to attack their territory. As more and more monsters gathered, Lin Mo immediately lifted the restrictions on the chain crossbow towers. Swish! 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 Dozens of crossbow bolts, each as thick as an arm, shot out. In just a few rounds of attacks, all the wild monsters outside the territory were killed. Half an hour later, Lin Mo was able to see the general outline of the elven tribe. Roar! At this moment, the elven tribe was being besieged by a horde of corpses. Among the horde of zombies, there were also a few elite-level zombies. They were covered in dark purple bruises and emitted a foul stench. Purple striped zombie, elite 2-star. Level, LV9 tier 0. Swoosh. 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 All the wood elves raised their short bows, each arrow striking the zombie's head with deadly precision. However, the 6 purple striped zombies, braving the rain of arrows, quickly approached. Soon, the horde of corpses rushed to the elven tribe and began slaughtering all the elves. Run! We can't stop them. The elves were scattered by the horde of corpses and retreated in all directions. Roar! Suddenly, bursts of corpse energy erupted and swept towards the elves' location. Ah! Any spirit that comes into contact with the corpse energy will be infected by the corpse poison, and its entire skin will turn purplish black. Are we all going to die here today? A short-haired elf looked around at the dead members of her people, her face filled with grief. Just then, she noticed that the surroundings had suddenly darkened. Looking up, they saw a floating city flying towards them. What is that? Swish! 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 Countless crossbow bolts shot out from the floating city, sweeping towards the horde of corpses. Put! The next moment, the 2 purple striped zombies were pierced by countless crossbow bolts and instantly killed. In less than 10 seconds, all the purple striped zombies were killed. This. The short-haired elf stared at the scene in disbelief. The zombie that had been slaughtering its people was easily shot down. Chapter 30 Wood Elf. Buzz. Lin Mo's territory hovered in front of the elven tribe. All the wood elves stared at the enormous floating city before them, exchanging bewildered glances. Just then, a gentle and mature-looking elf stepped out. She had long, emerald-green hair and wore a short skirt woven from vines. Perhaps due to the battle just now, the vines on her body were somewhat broken, revealing a large area of fair skin. Honorable Lord. My name is Evan, and I am the chieftain of the elf tribe. Thank you so much for saving us. As she bent over, the previously somewhat broken vines instantly tightened, and the 2 large white rabbits almost popped out. Ahem, hello, Chief Yuan. Lin Mo coughed lightly. I regret that I didn't arrive sooner, causing you to lose so many of your people. Looking at the corpses of her tribesmen around her, a trace of sadness appeared in Evan's eyes. However, Lin Mo's ability to say such things greatly increased her goodwill towards him. Apart from, he would always glance at his chest, whether intentionally or unintentionally. By the way, I'm a little curious, why did you choose to settle in the dark forest? Lin Mo asked. Compared to the lifeless, dark forest, the elven tribe seemed somewhat out of place. This directly led to the horde of zombies attacking the area because they loathed the presence of life there. We originally lived in the Sauron forest, where we numbered in the tens of thousands, explained Chief Elf Yuan. However, not long ago, a group of night elves attacked our tribe. With nowhere else to go, we had no choice but to risk making our home in the dark forest, but unexpectedly. Lin Mo felt some sympathy for their plight. However, things like this are common on the Origin continent. On the continent of Origin, death and slaughter are rampant. Otherwise, even a lord with billions of followers couldn't possibly recruit so many refugees every day. At this moment, Yuan suddenly knelt down on the ground. My lord, on behalf of all my people, I implore you to take us in. We are willing to sign a soul contract with you. Upon seeing this, the other elves all knelt down. Through their brief encounter, they had already learned about Lin Mo's strength. If they could get his protection, they wouldn't have to live in constant fear every day. At the same time, a series of notification sounds appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Yes, no, Elf Ivan, sign a soul contract. Yes, no, Elf Anna, sign a soul contract. Yes, no, Elf Leah, sign a soul contract. Seeing that Lin Mo did not answer, the elven chieftain immediately said, My lord, we can help you accelerate the growth of your plants and even fight for you. Leah, Anna, come here. They are all elven archers who can protect your territory. Only then did the notification sound in Lin Mo's mind stop. Lin Mo opened Anna and Leah's messages. Anna, Elf Archer. Race, Elf. Level, LV5 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Talent, Eagle Eye possesses extraordinary vision, increases hit rate by 15%, and can see through basic stealth units. Synergy, when there are more than 10 elf units, the hit rate is increased by 15%. When there are more than 50 elf units, the hit rate is increased by 25%. Skills, Precision Shot LV6, Armor Piercing Arrow LV5, Healing LV5, Wild Growth LV6. Leah, Elf Archer. Level, LV5 Tier 0. Chapter 31 Contract. Looking at Anna and Leah's messages, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Their talent is quite good, not much weaker than Shurde and the others. Unfortunately, their level was too low. With proper training, they can become a decent fighting force. Lin Mo used his mental power to lift them up, and said solemnly, I agree to the contract with you. Under the expectant gaze of Elf Chieftain Evan, Lin Mo made contracts with each of them. From now on, they will all be Lin Mo's soldiers. I am absolutely loyal to him. Lin Mo collected all the materials dropped by the horde of corpses. To his surprise, one of them was a high-quality, Necromancer-class scroll. A career scroll like this costs between 5,000 and 10,000 soul crystals on the trading market. You can sell this scroll and exchange it for a class scroll like a mage or priest. Xiaoya and Xiao Linger are both in low-level professions. It's time to improve their strength. Half an hour later, Shurde and his group emptied the elf tribe, transplanting all the fruit trees and vegetables to their territory. Lin Mo then controlled the territory to take off again. This time, their destination is the werewolf territory. Werewolf territory. Fenrir is inspecting the troops. 10 wolf riders and more than 50 ordinary rank goblins stood in front of the territory. Behind Fenrir followed 10 elite soldiers. They were all equipped with black wolf suits, which completely covered their faces. The suit was decorated with shimmering, dark blue patterns. 3 metal claw blades, each half a meter long, extend from the arm guard. Wolf extinction, when will the next batch of black wolf suits be finished? Fenrir asked. Master, it will take another 2 hours for Beth to finish 10 sets of black wolf outfits, a hooded werewolf replied. Very good. Arrange for 5 more people to go to the alchemy workshop to help Beth create more black wolf suits as soon as possible. In addition, Fenrir paused, his tone becoming somewhat somber. Have someone keep a close watch on Beth's every move. If anything unusual is found, report it to me immediately. Buzz. Just then, Fenrir saw a floating city flying towards his territory. At the edge of the territory, 5 linked crossbow towers, their dark muzzles pointed at them, seemed poised to attack at any moment. Enemy attack. Oh no! Someone's attacking us. Some of the residents said with expressions of fear. However, they quickly calmed down after seeing Fenrir's cold gaze. Humph. Fool. Fenrir glanced at them briefly and then ignored them. As he watched the territory rapidly approaching from the air, he recognized it as the human territory he had attacked yesterday. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo appeared in this way. "Attention all units, prepare for battle. I am willing to die for my master." All the wolf riders and werewolf infantry raised their weapons and shouted in unison. From the air, Lin Mo looked at the werewolf territory ahead. There are 2 high-quality turrets and 2 flame towers within the territory. In addition, there are 20 elite soldiers. These must be the new soldiers he recruited. If he hadn't brought Mixi this time. This werewolf territory is indeed very difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, he brought with him the territory of Vientiane City and upgraded a rare defensive tower. Now, in his eyes, the werewolf territory is nothing but dirt and rubble. Chapter 32 Black Wolf Set. Lin Mo controlled the territory and stopped 800 meters away. This distance is just within the range of the Gale and Rain Tower. Today I'll show you what it means that truth only exists within the range of cannons. Lin Mo released the restrictions on the Gale Tower. Buzz. The crystal at the top of the Gale Tower began to spin violently, and waves of wind elemental energy spread outwards. The 4 longbows floating around the arrow tower also began to draw their bows and knock their arrows. Arrows formed from wind elements rapidly converged on the longbow. Thud. 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 The sound of several bowstrings vibrating rang out, and 4 giant crossbow bolts transformed into hurricanes, flying towards the protective shield. Giant trees along the way were swept away into fragments by the fierce winds. Leaves and wood chips danced wildly around the crossbow bolts, carving 4 huge furrows into the forest floor. Boom! 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 With a loud bang, the crossbow bolt struck the protective shield of the werewolf territory. Click clack click. The protective shield emitted a teeth-grinding cracking sound, and its light quickly dimmed. After just 1 round of attacks, the shield was already on the verge of collapse. This is impossible. Within his territory, Fenrir stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His current position is directly in the direction of the crossbow bolt's attack. You'll die. If I get hit, I'll definitely die. Having personally experienced the power of the crossbow bolts, Fenrir knew that without the protective shield, he would surely die. In the air, Lin Mo witnessed the power of the Gale and Rain Tower for the first time, and he was also very excited. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rare quality defensive tower. Normally, only town-level territories can build rare quality defensive towers. With his talent as a master builder, he can construct defensive towers that are level up. Dealing with the werewolf territory now is like a dimensional reduction attack. Bang! Bang! Under Lin Mo's control, the Gale and Rain Tower continued its attack. Boom! Boom! In the second wave of attacks, the protective shield was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. In the third attack, the protective shield shattered. Everyone, abandon your territory. Follow me. Fenrir stared at Lin Mo with bloodshot eyes, his face full of resentment. Having witnessed the power of the Gale Tower, he knew he couldn't win this battle. Fighting head-on is tantamount to courting death. He immediately decided to lead his troops to escape. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Even if he loses his lordship, as long as these troops still follow him, he will have a chance to make a comeback in the future. My lord, you can't abandon us. Some werewolf villagers, witnessing this scene, pleaded in anguish. They were too weak to keep up with the group if they tried to escape. Get out! Fenrir kicked the pleading werewolf leader away. This time, he will only take his elite troops with him when he escapes. What use are these people if the territory is gone? Boom! 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 The Gale Tower continued its attack. This time, its target is 4 defensive towers. Due to insufficient range, all 4 defensive towers were destroyed by the Gale Towers without firing a single shot. Looking at the line in front of him, Fenrir suddenly realized that Beth was gone. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment Wolf Exterminate rushed over to report. Master, Beth, equipped with the black wolf suit, has escaped. Useless. You can't even keep a woman in your sight. Fenrir roared. Hurry up and chase after them. Master, Beth is running towards the human lord. Wolf Exterminator said with a troubled expression. Boom! Boom! By this time, all 4 defensive towers had been destroyed. It's too late, we have to go. At Fenrir's command, all the troops lined up in long rows and ran north. preparing to venture deep into the dark forest. Some of the people tried to keep up, but were quickly left behind by Fenrir. Having lost the protection of their territory, the wandering zombies gradually gathered around them. They were quickly surrounded by the horde of zombies. "My lord, save me!" Even in their dying moments, they kept their eyes fixed on the direction Fenrir had gone. Chapter 33 The Alchemist, Beth. "Judy, you take Guede and Guaer to hunt down those werewolf infantry. Be careful not to venture too deep into the forest," Lin Mo specifically warned. The group of over 200 people formed a long line and ran towards the north of the forest. Some werewolf villagers tried to catch up, but were quickly left behind. Having lost the protection of their territory, the wandering zombies gradually gathered around them. They were surrounded by zombies and rotting corpses. Even in his dying moments, he stared intently in the direction Fenrir had left, wailing, "Lord, save me!" Lin Mo, who was controlling the floating tower, frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. The speed of the second-tier floating tower was clearly no match for the speed of the wolf riders. "Judy, you take Guida and the others to hunt down Fenrir. Be careful not to venture too deep into the forest," Lin Mo cautioned. Like the Golem Stone men, he named the blue-haired ghost soldiers according to their recruitment time. The first one recruited was Guede. Guede led 20 blue-haired ghost soldiers in pursuit of Fenrir's location. They are immune to physical attacks. Even if it can't defeat Fenrir, it still has the ability to protect itself. Lin Mo controlled the myriad city to fly towards the werewolf territory. At that moment, he saw a woman wearing black armor standing in the open space ahead. She held the armor and helmet in her hands, revealing her full head of golden hair. Lin Mo had met this woman before. After the territory's protective shield disappeared, she ran away from the werewolf territory. At the time, there were 2 elite soldiers chasing after her, but she left them far behind. "Who are you?" Lin Mo asked, standing behind the protective shield. The blonde woman knelt on one knee and said, "My esteemed lord, my name is Beth, and I am an alchemist. Thank you so much for defeating Fenrir and allowing me to escape his clutches." Lin Mo was somewhat puzzled. "Aren't you a subject of Fenrir? Why are you running away?" "Because he killed my father, just because after his defeat, my father said a few things he didn't like, and he was executed," Beth said sadly. Lin Mo felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. In a way, her father's death was also related to him. Listening to Beth's description, she harbors deep hatred for Fenrir because of her father's death, which indicates that her loyalty to Fenrir is very low, even negative. In this situation, Fenrir still spared her life. Does she have some extraordinary talent? Then he realized that Beth's profession was alchemy, which meant she was not physically strong. But after donning the black armor, their speed was even faster than that of elite troops. This piqued his interest. "Get up. What are your plans next?" Lin Mo asked. Beth quickly replied, "If your excellency doesn't mind, I'd like to become your subject." As soon as Beth finished speaking, a notification sound appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Do you accept the alchemist, Beth, as a subject?" Lin Mo opened her message. Werewolf. Level, LV5 Tier 0. Occupation, alchemist. Talent, equivalent exchange. All conversion skills require corresponding materials or energy as a cost. If the cost is insufficient, the skill effect will be weakened or invalidated. Skills, matter conversion LV5, energy conversion LV5, matter decomposition LV4, formation array drawing LV5. Craftable alchemical weapons, high explosive rune common, rapid fire musket common, black wolf set excellent. Loyalty, 81. A level talent. This was the first time Lin Mo had seen an A-level talent other than his own. I've struck gold. No wonder Fenrir was reluctant to kill me. The equipment she was wearing was clearly the Black Wolf set. After equipping the Black Wolf set, even ordinary troops can perform like elite troops. Most importantly, her loyalty level reached 81 points, meeting the requirements to become a subject. Only those of other races who reach a loyalty value of 80 points can become his subjects. Very good, from today onwards you are my subject. Lin Mo used his mental power to help Beth up. Chapter 34 Shadowfawn Werewolf. Lin Mo was in high spirits after bringing Bei back to his territory. Although Fenrir wasn't killed in this operation, getting Beth was definitely worth it. My lord, could you please spare the other members of your tribe? Beth said with a complicated expression. Lin Mo's smile remained unchanged upon hearing this. No problem, but only if they don't resist. He manipulated the city of myriad things to move above the werewolf territory. Because of the attack from the Gale Tower, the territory has now been reduced to ruins. Debris from collapsed defense towers was everywhere. Only the Lord's hut and a workshop building remained intact. Lin Mo led Shurde toward the location of the Lord's hut. The werewolves around watched this scene, but dared not speak out in anger. They sat there in silence, awaiting Lin Mo's final verdict. Let's go! Lin Mo ignored the werewolves and walked straight towards the Lord's hut. Upon entering the Lord's cottage, one sees the altar in the center of the hall and a blazing fire. Because Fenrir is not dead yet, taking control of the fire seed requires slow and gradual refinement. He used his mental power to completely envelop the white flame. The flames that had been flickering wildly quickly calmed down. In this process, Lin Mo could feel his mental energy being continuously depleted, accompanied by a burning sensation. Fortunately, he had previously learned the skill Soul Spikes, which gave him a systematic understanding of the use of mental power. It can condense spiritual energy into a soul spike to attack the spiritual imprint on the fire seed, greatly reducing the refining time. Because regular werewolf infantry slowed down the team's speed, Goe-de quickly caught up. These people dare to chase after us? They're practically asking for death. At that moment, Fenrir suddenly felt a pang of fear, as if something important was leaving him. He immediately realized that Lin Mo was refining the territory's fire seed. Bastard, he gritted his teeth. The thought of losing his lordship was like a knife to his heart. At this moment, 20 blue-haired ghost soldiers were rapidly approaching. They were all dressed in black armor, wielding black spears, and exuding a menacing aura. They are clearly not easy opponents. You cover our rear, the rest of you follow me, Fenrir said to the 10 elite soldiers behind him. Yes, master. They were all recruited last night, and most of them were at level 3 or 4. However, once equipped with the Black Wolf set, their strength and speed are no less than those of level 9 elite troops. Whoosh! The next moment, the 10 werewolves transformed into phantoms and sped off towards the direction of Goe-de. Form ranks, Goe-de ordered. All the blue-haired demon soldiers stood in 2 rows, raising their spears in preparation for the attack. Gun formation LV6. This is a group buff skill. Streaks of malevolent energy appeared on their bodies and condensed into a malevolent energy armor on the surface of their black armor. Charge! At Goe-da's command, all the blue-haired ghost soldiers raised their spears and charged towards the werewolves. Charge LV5. The spears rained down like a storm, with very little space between each one. Seeing that he couldn't dodge the spear attack, the werewolf had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward. Boom! The 2 sides collided. Ghosty took the lead, thrusting his spear at the werewolf. Clang! With a metallic clang, the spear tip pierced the chest of the black wolf suit. Buzz! The energy from the black wolf suit converged at his chest, forming a dark blue energy shield. Ghost's spear pierced through the energy shield, but the force had been weakened by 50%, leaving only a scratch on the black wolf suit. Kill! The werewolf spun around to avoid the spear's follow-up attacks and closed in. Brush! 3 half-meter-long claw blades instantly sprang out from the arms of the black wolf suit, grabbing towards Goe-da's head. Goe-da stared at the claw blades gleaming with a cold light, making no defensive move. He swept his gun across the werewolf's abdomen. At that moment, the metal claw blades struck the demon's head. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air rang out, and the werewolf's attack missed its target. The blue-haired ghost soldier was not only unharmed, but also sent him flying backward with a single spear thrust. Impossible! I clearly hit it. The werewolf's eyes were filled with disbelief. Despite the excruciating pain in his lower back, he noticed the battle raging around him. Each time other werewolves hit the blue-haired ghost soldier, the part of the body hit would become distorted and illusory. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit the green-haired ghost soldiers. This is the green-haired ghost soldier's talent, Netherworld Body, which grants immunity to all physical attacks. Thus, the werewolf's attack couldn't hurt the Ghost King. Even Goe-de and his companions were unable to break through the Black Wolf set's defenses. Neither side could gain the upper hand, and the battlefield seemed to have reached a stalemate. At that moment, Juyi made her move. Swoosh! 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 She fired several arrows at the werewolf. Chapter 35 Alchemy Workshop. Under Juyi's control, the arrows transformed into a storm of spiritual energy, enveloping the werewolf within. Buzz. Struck by the spiritual energy storm, the energy patterns on the black wolf suit immediately activated, resisting the spiritual energy's erosion. After the spiritual energy storm dissipated, the energy patterns on the black wolf suit had become somewhat dim. Swoosh swoosh. Ju Yi continued firing, and spiritual energy storms appeared on the battlefield from time to time. Over time, the black wolf set's energy was completely depleted, and the green-haired ghost soldier gradually gained the upper hand. They are immune to physical attacks and can also use spears to damage werewolves. With Ju Yi adding finishing blows from time to time, all 10 werewolves were wiped out. However, due to the werewolves' obstruction, Orange could no longer see any trace of Fenrir's forces. She looked at the werewolf carcass on the ground and ordered, "Strip all the werewolves of their equipment, let's return to our territory." Werewolf territory. After half an hour of refining, Lin Mo finally completely erased Fenrir's mental imprint. Immediately afterwards, a notification sound rang out. "Do you want to claim the territory's spark?" "Yes." Bang! With Lin Mo's confirmation, the previously vanished embers reappeared. He glanced at the territory's warehouse and discovered that Fenrir had taken almost all the materials inside. Now, all that remains of the territory is the Lord's hut and a high-quality alchemy workshop. Alchemy workshop. Rank, excellent 3-star. Functions, pharmaceutical refining, material transformation, alchemy equipment, pharmaceutical research. Potion recipe, common white, basic healing potion, basic mana potion, hemostatic powder, weak poison. Excellent green, intermediate healing potion, swiftness potion. Like the refining workshop, the alchemy workshop is also a production building. It can be used to research and produce alchemical potions. Excellent. You actually managed to make a high-quality, intermediate healing potion. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Afterwards, even if someone is injured, they can be treated with healing potions. However, Lin Mo did not discover that the alchemy workshop had the function of crafting alchemical weapons. It seems that Beth's talent and ability were the only reason she was able to develop the Black Wolf set. Thinking about this, Lin Mo became even more convinced that he had struck gold. Stepping out of the Lord's hut, Beth is using basic healing potions to treat some of the villagers. With her help, the territory gradually regained some vitality. However, some werewolves still showed resentment when they saw Lin Mo. If it weren't for him, the territory wouldn't have become like this. Although Fenrir abandoned them, it was out of necessity. Seeing this, Lin Mo sneered. He didn't care at all what the werewolves thought. The victor is king, the loser is villain. If Fenrir had breached his territory yesterday, his fate would have been no better than this. However, in order to win Beth's favor, he wouldn't mind letting these people live. He returned to his territory, Vientiane City, and gave instructions to Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, prepare some dinner for these people. After the meal, if they wish to stay, like in Bahrain, arrange for them to go out and do logging work. Don't make things difficult for those who don't want to stay. Give them some food and let them leave." After dealing with the werewolf issue, Lin Mo looked toward the Lord's hut in the werewolf territory. He still has 112 evolution points, just enough to upgrade the Lord's hut. Would you like to spend 10 evolution points to upgrade the Lord's hut? Yes. With Lin Mo's confirmation, the Lord's hut was completely enveloped in the light of evolution. The Lord's cottage rapidly expanded, transforming into a 20-meter-tall spire. After the light fades away, the Lord's cottage has been transformed into a golden spire. Its shape resembles a slender version of a pyramid, with a huge diamond-shaped crystal suspended at the top. Tier 1 Inferno Tower. Rank, Common 3-star. Attack range, 750 meters. Ability. 1. Light energy storage, absorbs all light energy within a certain range and stores it inside the Hell Tower. 2. Light energy release, strong light energy can be released through the crystal at the top of the tower. 3. Hell Ray, continuously releases an aurora beam that deals continuous damage to a single target. 4. Energy protection. Evaluation, this is a purely offensive defensive tower. The damage from the aurora will gradually increase over time. Chapter 36 Inferno Tower. The range is a staggering 750 meters, even farther than that of a well-equipped defensive tower. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he looked at the information about Hell Tower. Following this pattern, upgrading the Inferno Tower to a superior tier would likely give it a longer range than the Gale Tower. After this battle, he had already tasted the benefits of having long reach. Furthermore, the Inferno Tower's Aurora attack will gradually increase over time. Lin Mo looked at the several zombies outside the territory. With a slight thought, he activated the restrictions of the Inferno Tower. Buzz! The next moment, a beam of Aurora shot out from the crystal at the top of the Hell Tower. It hit a zombie instantly. In less than a second, the Aurora pierced the zombie's head, leaving a fist-sized hole in its skull. Instant kill. After the initial attack, Aurora's attack shifted direction and continued firing at another zombie. In just 1 second, all the zombies were killed by the Inferno Tower. Moreover, given Lin Mo's current eyesight, even if you replace the zombies with elite-grade wild monsters, they can only last for a second at most. All the surrounding people watched the scene unfold. They were dumbfounded. Although they knew of Lin Mo's ability to upgrade buildings, they were always amazed every time they saw it. I have witnessed the power of a Tier 1 Inferno Tower. Lin Mo used his last evolution points to upgrade the Inferno Tower. As the evolutionary light enveloped the Inferno Tower, the Hell Tower rose rapidly, reaching a height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Tier 2 Inferno Tower. Rank, Excellent 3 stars. Attack range, 1,500 meters. Ability. Sure enough, after the Inferno Tower was upgraded, its range reached 1,500 meters, which is even farther than the Gale Tower's range. As his thoughts began to stir. We are preparing to move the Inferno Tower to the territory of Vientiane City. Do you want to relinquish the territory and relocate the Inferno Tower to the designated location? Moving the Inferno Tower means giving up the werewolf territory. Lin Mo looked at the werewolf territory in front of him. There's nothing to hesitate about. The werewolf territory is now in ruins, so there's no point in him coming. However, before that, he still spent thousands of soul crystals and materials to move the alchemy workshop to the territory of Myriad City. The Inferno Tower vanished as it transformed into countless points of light. The protective shield over the werewolf territory shattered in response. This is. The werewolves around them watched this scene with astonishment. From now on, their identities have reverted to those of refugees. When the Inferno Tower reappeared, it was already located next to the floating tower. After the Inferno Tower is relocated, it loses its function as the Lord's hut. However, the interior decorations remained unchanged. Unlike the floating tower, the Hell Tower is decorated more luxuriously, with an overall color scheme of gold, making it look like a palace. Solemn and dignified. At this moment, Lin Mo saw Ju Yi and the others return to the territory with various equipment. How about it? He counted the number of people and found no one missing. Ju Yi put down the black wolf suit in her hand and said, "They got away, but we killed 10 elite soldiers and confiscated their equipment. Honey, take a look and see if these supplies are any good. Beth, come here for a second." Lin Mo looked at Beth, who was not far away. Beth looked at Ju Yi with curiosity, thinking that she must be the Lord's wife that the other citizens were talking about. She jogged over. "Do you think these black wolf suits can be repaired?" Beth stepped forward to inspect the damage to the black wolf suit. "It can be repaired, but I need some manpower and materials." "No problem, just tell Xiaoya what you need and she will arrange it for you." Looking at Beth, who seemed a little reserved, Lin Mo smiled gently. "Yes, my lord." Beth felt a warmth in her heart. She preferred the environment and atmosphere here to the unpredictable Fenrir. Time quickly passed and evening arrived. After dinner, most of the werewolves chose to stay. After all, the outside world is full of zombies. Leaving the territory is suicide. Of course, some werewolves knew that Fenrir was not dead. Then, carrying the supplies prepared by Xiaoya, he headed deeper into the dark forest. Lin Mo watched coldly from the sidelines. He wouldn't make things difficult for the werewolves who left. In fact, he even prepared several days' worth of food for them. But he wasn't so kind to those werewolves who stayed but whose loyalty level didn't reach 60. He had Ju Yi kick them out, without even preparing any supplies. Spending a night in the dark forest, with zombies everywhere, the survival rate of these werewolves is definitely less than 1%. Beth watched this scene without saying anything. She pleaded for the werewolf mainly for the sake of those who were on her side. As for the werewolves that Lin Mo drove away, they were Fenrir's die-hard supporters. They had even applauded when they learned that Fenrir had executed her father. Seeing Lin Missouri drive them away, Beth felt a sense of satisfaction. Before seeking refuge with Fenrir, She and her father had been wandering for half a year, and had long been accustomed to the coldness of human relationships and the fickleness of the world. He's certainly not a pushover. Chapter 37 Peeping. Return to the Lord's hut. Lin Mo lay in the bathtub, pondering his next move. After recruiting 200 wood elves, the biggest food problem has been solved. However, the water source problem still needs to be solved. After the dark tide erupts, both food and water will be contaminated by the darkness and become undrinkable. At that time, the price of water resources in the market will definitely increase significantly. It's time to build a stable water source in the territory. According to information on the chat forum, the simplest way is undoubtedly to recruit water attribute troops or tame water elemental monsters. Lin Mo suddenly remembered that there was a large river near the dwarf territory. Along large rivers like this, there are often water attribute monsters. Perfect timing, we can go investigate tomorrow. At this moment, the three people in orange robes also entered the bath. Linger, I saw you following Beth around all day. What were you two talking about? Lin Mo asked, holding Xiao Linger in his arms. It's nothing, I just asked her about alchemical potions. Oh? Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he took out a wizard job change scroll from the Lord's space. I happen to have a job change scroll here. If you're interested in alchemy potions, you can change your job to become a wizard. He obtained a necromancer class scroll when he killed the purple striped zombie. He hung the scroll in the trading market. Soon, someone was willing to trade wizard job change scroll for it. Compared to necromancers, wizards have fewer limitations and can study a wider range of subjects, including arcane energy and alchemy. However, in a fight between equals, a wizard would be no match for a necromancer. This is also why the other party was willing to make the exchange. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Linger said with a smile. The next morning, Lin Ma inspected the harvest from the dwarven territory. Ha! What's going on? He discovered that the amount of refined iron in the warehouse had not increased much. Could something have happened in the dwarven territory? Lin Mo wondered. The dwarven territory can produce thousands of units of refined iron every day, equivalent to an income of 70 to 80,000 soul crystals. We can't just let this go. Lin Mo immediately prepared to go and investigate. Soon, Lin Mo counted the number of people. For this mission, he planned to take Jui, the divine eagle, 20 golem stone men, and 20 green-haired ghost soldiers with him. The rest of the people stayed in the dark forest to collect wood and soul fruit. Currently, collecting soul fruits in the territory yields an income of tens of thousands of soul crystals daily. Before that, Lin Mo also asked Beth for 2 pieces of the Black Wolf set. The head, chest, and limbs of the Black Wolf suit are all made of metal. The remaining parts are made of leather. After equipping the Black Wolf set, Lin Mo felt a surge of power. The experience was excellent. As expected of a high-quality set, he felt his speed and strength had nearly doubled. With all preparations complete, the group headed out of the forest. Thump! 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 Shurdik and Shurair led 2 teams of Golan stonemen to explore the way ahead. As the earliest recruited troops in the territory, they all reached level 7. Its strength can easily crush ordinary monsters. Chirp! In the air, the divine eagle surveyed its surroundings. Once a small gathering place for wild monsters is discovered, Lin Mo will lead his team there. Just keep walking and stopping. Along the way, Lin Mo destroyed a total of 3 small territories. A bronze treasure chest was also found in the goblin's lair. This book is a skill book for the mental attribute. The treasure chest contains 2 excellent quality, turret construction blueprints, and a skill book. The book cover features a strangely shaped mark. Soul Imprint Skill Book Excellent 3-star, can be learned at level 7. According to the skill book, Soul Mark has 2 uses. One method is tracking. Once a soul imprint is planted, it can be located quickly even if the distance is hundreds of miles. The second type is slavery. Once a mark is planted deep within the target's soul, their thoughts can be manipulated, making them obedient and compliant. However, to implant a soul imprint, the other party must be extremely weak. Despite its limitations, it is undeniably an extremely useful skill. After storing everything in their lord's space, the group continued on their way. Chapter 38 Upgrade. What's that? Through the eagle's vision, Lin Mo saw thousands of zombies gathered ahead. Among them were 2 enormous black-haired zombies. At this moment, a black-haired zombie noticed the divine eagle in the air. Roar! A jet-black aura of malevolent energy erupted from its mouth, sweeping towards the divine eagle. Chirp! The eagle was startled and quickly flapped its wings to fly away. Because of the sufficient altitude, they evaded the attack of the evil energy. However, it dared not linger, nor did it fly towards the direction of the group. Instead, it changed to another location to continue its exploration. Through the perspective of the divine condor, Lin Mo also felt the terrifying power of the black-haired zombie. Is this the strength of a professional-level monster? This was the first time he had encountered a professional-level monster. In terms of both aura and strength, he is far superior to Ju Yi, who is at level 9. Let's go this way. Lin Mo immediately chose to take a detour. In the following time, Lin Mo discovered 2 more waves of professional-level corpse generals and skeleton warriors. I didn't see so many professional-level monsters yesterday, how come there are so many today? Lin Mo wondered. Could it be because of the dark tide? This is the only possibility. Looking at the dark, desolate forest behind him, he felt it was very dangerous inside. If it weren't for collecting soul fruits, he would never want to live in this forest. He had a premonition that this place would become extremely terrifying after the dark tide erupted. I'll stay for 2 more days at most, and move out before the dark tide erupts. Lin Mo secretly decided. After leaving the dark forest, the monsters you encounter become normal. Lin Mo directed the eagle to approach the location of the dwarf territory. From the perspective of the eagle, he discovered that 2 groups of people were attacking the dwarf territory. They are dozens of vampires who have transformed into giant bats. And well-equipped paladins. Outside the territory stood a silver-haired, red-eyed vampire girl and an angel with long golden hair. Vampire plus angel. It has to be said that this is a very strange combination. However, Lin Mo discovered that only vampire troops were attacking the territory. The paladin troops led by the angel lord stood by and watched coldly, showing no intention of making a move. Interesting. It seems their relationship isn't very strong. Lin Mo thought to himself as he looked at the crumbling dwarf territory. I currently have 562 evolution points. As long as I get close to the territory, I can upgrade the turret. At that point, the dwarven territory will no longer be a passive defense. The question now is, how do we get closer to the territory? The troops he brought this time were the elite of the elite, with the lowest level being LV6. However, he had no confidence whatsoever in dealing with 2 lords at the same time. That's right. They don't know the dwarf territory belongs to me. I can easily disguise myself as a passing lord and take the opportunity to approach the territory. Lin Mo thought about it more and more, and it seemed more and more likely. Soon, he led all his troops toward the dwarven territory. As they approached, both the angel lord and the vampire girl noticed them. Halt! Who are you? The angel lord led dozens of paladins to surround them. The vampire girl also ordered her troops to cease their attack. And who are you? Why are you in Bahrain's territory? Lin Mo asked in return. Do you know the lord here? The angel lord looked on guard. Of course, I have a grudge against Balan, the lord of this territory. I came here to attack his territory. How come you are his acquaintances? As he spoke, 20 golem stone men and 20 blue-haired ghost soldiers stepped forward. The 2 sides are locked in a standoff. Just then, the vampire girl beside her said with a smile, "We're here to attack this territory too. Since you have a grudge against the lord of this territory, why don't we join forces? However, as a condition, your troops must be in the front line. After the mission is accomplished, we can give you 20% of the profits." However, Lin Mo directly refused. No way, a mere 20% profit? You want my troops to be cannon fodder? So, to be fair, let's each send 20 people. That way, no one will be at a disadvantage. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the vampire lord's eyes lit up. She was already very dissatisfied with the angel lord's inaction. Lin Mo's suggestion was exactly what she wanted to hear. Okay, I promise you. Cahill, what do you think? She asked the angel lord. Cahill's face darkened upon hearing this. If he could, he would kill Lin Mo right now. However, he looked at Lin Mo's black wolf suit, and also saw that the vampire Sarah was on his side. This made him somewhat wary. However, on the surface, he still coldly said, "Do it the way you say it." Chapter 39 Soul Imprint Skillbook. 10 minutes later. The three men each dispatched 20 elite troops to attack the dwarven territory. Lin Mo dispatched 2 squads of blue-haired ghost soldiers. In fact, he can now sense the turrets within his territory. And the turret can be upgraded at any time. But he's not in a hurry right now. He planned to wait until the Angel Cahill and the vampire Sarah were deep into his territory before launching a surprise attack. That way he'll have a chance to catch them all at once. Superior. At Cahill's command, the 20 paladins charged together. Thud. Thud. The previously silent cannon fire resumed. The cannonball landed on the paladin, but was immediately blocked by a beam of holy light. Boom! The shell exploded instantly the next second. Numerous fragments of the explosion and flammable liquid spread outwards with the shockwave. 2 paladins were immediately injured by the cannonballs. Charge for our master. All military units are fearless in the face of death. They quickly reached the area beneath the protective shield. Under the frenzied attacks of the paladins and vampires, tiny cracks appeared on the protective shield. Bang! The shells continued to be fired. More and more soldiers are being wounded on the battlefield. Only the 2 squads of blue-haired ghost soldiers under Lin Mo's command remained unharmed. At this point, the protective shield was covered with cracks and became shaky, seemingly on the verge of breaking at any moment. Within the territory, all the dwarves were trembling with fear. Prepare to charge. Slaughter all the dwarves in the territory. Cahill gave the order, and all the paladins prepared to charge. Sarah also ordered the vampire troops to launch a final attack. Seeing this, Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly. Now! As soon as the territory's protective shield shattered, Lin Mo immediately upgraded the turret. Would you like to consume 100 evolution points to evolve the burst turret? Yes. With Lin Mo's confirmation, one of the explosive turrets was completely enveloped in the light of evolution. The turret rapidly expanded the next second. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to a height of 20 meters. After the light faded, the top of the turret had transformed into a giant war eagle sculpture. The sculpture is milky white all over, lifelike, and seems to be about to spread its wings and take flight. Name: Sky Eagle Cannon. Rank: Rare 3-star. Attack range: 1000 meters. Attack speed: can fire 1 energy projectile per second. Attack effect: Sky Eagle Shot Blast. Shells fall from the sky, causing massive area physical damage within a 10-meter radius of the target's center. Skyhawk mode allows energy projectiles to switch to lock-on mode, dealing triple damage to a single target and inflicting a 5-second burning effect upon impact. Usage requirements: consume 6,000 soul crystals and 5,000 units of refined iron to fire 100 cannonballs. Consumes low-grade source crystals. Sky Eagle mode is available. What's going on? Cahill stared in disbelief at the scene. The changes to the turret were beyond his comprehension. Buzz buzz. With a teeth-grinding buzzing sound, a massive energy projectile condensed in the mouth of the giant statue and shot into the sky. The energy projectile transformed into a beam of light half a meter in diameter and blasted towards the paladin at the forefront. Boom! Great sound. Cahill felt as if a profound silence had fallen around him. However, he could clearly see that the paladin was struck by the beam of light and instantly turned to ashes. The paladin struck by the beam of light was also burned by the scorching heat. After the beam of light dissipated, all that remained was a crater several meters in diameter. Chapter 40 Inviting the enemy into the trap. Boom! The Skyhawk cannon bombarded the enemy continuously, firing 1 shot per second. Quick, that's a rare defensive tower. Cahill recalled all the paladins. In just 5 seconds, he lost more than a dozen elite soldiers. Sarah also recalled his troops. Because vampire units can transform into bats and fly in the air, their casualty rate is not as high as that of paladins. However, the Skyhawk cannon's attacks are effective against dark creatures. Anyone hit by the beam of light will die instantly. Trying to run? Lin Mo controlled the Skyhawk cannon and fired it towards Cahill's position. Cahill felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a deadly threat. Without hesitation, he immediately used his innate skill, Angel Phantom. A huge phantom of an angel appeared behind Cahill. The angelic phantom followed Cahill's movements, placing its hands on its chest. In an instant, a golden light burst forth and collided violently with the energy projectile falling from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy projectile veered off course. Call! Cahill watched this scene with a pale face. Clearly, his attack had taken a heavy toll on him. Walk! He dared not linger any longer. To be able to withstand the attack of the Skyhawk cannon, he's probably not far off from being a professional level fighter. We can't let him escape. Lin Mo controlled the Sky Eagle cannon to continue the attack. Sarah uses her talent to transform into hundreds of bats. As long as one bat survives, her body can be reshaped. Gradually, the two realized that something was wrong. They discovered that none of Lin Mo's soldiers had died. Lin Mo, why aren't your troops being attacked? Cahill questioned. Lin Mo followed the two from a distance, deliberately keeping his presence to himself. Upon hearing Cahill's question, he suddenly laughed. You finally figured it out. Don't you find it strange that we haven't seen the Dwarf Lord at all? Looking at Lin Mo's unrestrained smile, Sarah thought of a possibility that sent chills down her spine. You. Could it be that you killed the Dwarf Lord? You are the true master of this territory, she asked, her voice trembling. What? You're saying he's the lord of this territory? Cahill's expression changed drastically. You got it right, but there's no prize. Lin Mo sneered. Now that you all know, then prepare to die. Before he finished speaking, Lin Mo channeled his spiritual power, condensing 2 soul spikes. It pierced through the sea of consciousness of Sarah and Cahill. Ah! Sarah felt a sharp pain in her head, then everything went black as she plummeted downwards. After she split into hundreds of bats, her mental defenses were greatly weakened. At this moment, suffering from Lin Mo's mental attack, he instantly lost his ability to move. Despite his splitting headache, Cahill forced himself to endure it. Human, you're asking for death, he roared, his eyes bloodshot. An angelic phantom materialized behind him. Brush! The next moment, a golden light shot towards Lin Mo's direction. Careful! Upon seeing this, Judy immediately used a defensive barrier to envelop Lin Mo. Shurda and Shurair also stood in front of Lin Mo. Puff! The golden light instantly pierced through the bodies of Shurda and Shurair. Click! The defensive barrier lasted for less than half a second before shattering instantly. Just as the golden light struck Lin Mo, an energy shield appeared on the surface of the black wolf suit. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Mo's body was sent flying backward. Puff! In midair, Lin Mo felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his gaze remained fixed on Cahill's upper body. As Cahill launched his attack, he had already controlled the Skyhawk cannon to bombard Cahill's position. The timing was perfect, right at the very moment the angelic phantom's attack ended. Boom! With a deafening roar, Cahill was instantly engulfed by the pillar of energy. Chapter 41 Sky Eagle Cannon. Owner. Upon seeing this, the surrounding paladins rushed into the pillar of energy. After the energy beam dissipated, Cahill had been reduced to charcoal. However, his chest rose and fell slightly, indicating that he was still breathing. Professional level opponents are really hard to kill, Lin Mo said with some emotion. Judy rushed to Lin Mo's side and checked his injuries. I'm fine. Cough cough. The golden light of the angel was weakened layer by layer, and only half of its power remained when it fell on him. With the added protection of the black wolf suit, his blood and chi were only slightly disordered, and he could fully recover after resting for half an hour. Looking at the critically injured and dying Cahill, and the unconscious Sarah. Very good, now I've taken care of the 2 most difficult ones. Judy noticed the bloodstains at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Don't worry, leave the rest to us. She took the longbow from her back and said to Shurda beside her. Leave no one alive. At this time, Shurda's injuries had recovered. He led all his troops and pressed towards the paladins. Knock knock knock. Their towering 3-meter-tall figures exude an oppressive aura, like an impenetrable fortress. Kill. Avenge our master. The remaining paladins also raised their spears and charged towards Shurda. Boom. The 2 sides instantly clashed. Lin Mo was not idle either. He tied the unconscious Sarah up with ropes and left her aside. Human, release your master. Seeing this, the vampire soldiers all charged towards Lin Mo. But their attacks were all stopped by the blue-haired ghost soldiers. 20 blue-haired ghost soldiers deployed their spear formation, greatly enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities. Even when facing higher-level vampires, they could hold their own. Boom boom. The Skyhawk artillery continued its attack. However, the paladins and vampires had learned their lesson and spread out, preventing the eagle artillery from inflicting heavy casualties. Jui kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows from behind, as the paladins and vampires fell one after another. Soon, the paladins and vampires were all annihilated. During this time, Cahill also breathed his last. Wah! At this moment, Sarah finally awoke from her coma. She saw Lin Mo beside her and realized that she was tied up tightly. You despicable scoundrel, let me go! Sarah glared at Lin Mo. What's all the noise about? You're my prisoner now. I advise you to behave yourself, or else, humph. Lin Mo said with an impatient expression. He looked at the silver-haired, red-eyed vampire girl before him, pondering how to deal with her. Kill her or spare her life. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. By the way, didn't I get a soul imprint skill book before? I wonder if I'll be able to control her after learning the soul imprint technique. If he could control Sarah, he could easily take over her territory and gain another henchman. Good. Lin Mo led the group back to the dwarven territory. My lord! My lord, you're back! Upon seeing Lin Mo, all the dwarves surrounded him. Lin Mo glanced at them and noticed that there were very few dwarf slaves left. They were probably killed by Sarah and her group while they were mining. Lock her up first. Lin Mo ordered. Yes, my lord. All the dwarves looked excited. In the morning, this vampire lord was arrogant and haughty, but now he is a prisoner. This made them feel very relieved. Gradually, their gaze towards Lin Mo changed. What started as fear has now transformed into recognition and admiration. Chapter 42 Battle. Lin Mo arrived in front of the Lord's hut, preparing to upgrade the building. Do you want to consume 110 evolution points to evolve the Lord's hut? With Lin Mo's confirmation, the Lord's hut was enveloped in an evolutionary light. Immediately afterwards, the Lord's hut rapidly rose, slowly transforming into the shape of a floating tower. Ha! This time it's been upgraded to a floating tower. Lin Mo was overjoyed upon seeing this. This means he has another floating city. He planned to develop this territory into a fortified city, which would be placed next to Vientiane City. In wartime, it can serve as a mobile fortress, directly attacking the enemy's territory. Lin Mo thought for a while. Let's call this city the City of the Rat. There will be more and more defensive cities, and perhaps we can make up 12 Zodiac-themed defensive cities. Afterwards, Lin Mo took out the Soul Imprint skill book. Your mental strength has reached LV8. Do you wish to learn the Soul Imprint skill book? Just like when I studied Soul Spikes before. As Lin Mo confirmed it, a complete system of knowledge about mind control appeared in his mind. Except for a small portion of the content that overlaps with the Soul Spikes. Most of the content records how to silently plant a soul imprint and track the other person's location. And how to plant a soul imprint deep within the other person's soul and control their consciousness. Half an hour later, Lin Motsai fully absorbed the knowledge of the soul imprint. And they have gained a basic understanding of how to use the soul imprint. He then had the dwarves bring over the vampire lord, Sarah. Not long after, Sarah was brought over bound and gagged, and she glared angrily at Lin Mo. Let me go. Human, what exactly do you want? Perhaps it was because of the bindings that her figure was fully highlighted, making her look incredibly charming. Lin Mo waved for the others to leave. Sarah, I'm giving you one last chance. If you're willing to give up your lordship, I can spare your life. He wasn't sure if the soul imprint could control Sarah. If she knows what's good for her, Lin Mo wouldn't mind sparing her life, just like Balin did. Sarah sneered, kill me or torture me, give me a quick death. You want me to give up my lordship? No way. Then there's no room for discussion. Seeing Sarah's desperate desire to die, Lin Mo no longer hesitated. He used his mental power to condense several soul spikes, which he fiercely stabbed at the powerless Sarah. Ah! Sarah screamed and collapsed to the ground in agony. Her full head of silver hair was spread out on the ground, and her delicate face showed a pained expression. Lin Mo watched this scene without the slightest pity. He knew very well that if they were in different places, his fate would not be any better than hers, and might even be worse. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Looking at Sarah, who was convulsing slightly in pain and breathing weakly on the ground, Lin Mo knew that the time was ripe. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and an invisible force gathered in his sea of consciousness. Soon, a soul imprint formed from pure spiritual energy appeared before his fingertips. Lin Mo manipulated the mark, slowly hovering it above Sarah's smooth brow. As the soul imprint invaded, Lin Mo sensed a slight obstacle. That was the last mental barrier deep within Sarah's subconscious, the instinct of a living being to protect itself. Lin Mo's mind stirred slightly, and his spiritual power pierced gently like a cone. Soon, the soul imprint touched Sarah's soul essence and imprinted itself firmly on her. It was a success. Lin Mo was certain. He then took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion from the Lord's space and fed it to Sarah. This is an alchemical potion made by Beth, which can not only heal physical wounds but also has a good restorative effect on damage to the soul. Sarah, still unconscious, let out an unconscious murmur. Her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and the pain on her face eased considerably. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at Lin Mo with a confused expression. After a while, he gradually regained consciousness. Chapter 43 Rat City. What did you do to me? Her voice was hoarse from just waking up. What did you call me? Lin Mo frowned slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarah's crimson eyes suddenly lost their luster and fell into a blank, vacant state. But this process only lasted for a moment. The next moment, when she looked at Lin Mo again, her gaze had completely changed. All the previous hatred, anger, and resentment vanished, replaced by a deep-seated submission and unreserved closeness. Honor. Sarah prostrated herself on the ground in the most humble posture, her forehead lightly touching Lin Mo's shoe tip, her tone extremely respectful. That's right. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. It seems the soul imprint has taken control of Sarah's consciousness. The effects of the soul imprint were immediate, and it had completely taken control of Sarah's consciousness. He could clearly feel the connection with the soul imprint. Even if the soul imprint loosens in the future, he will notice it in advance. Get up, Lin Mo commanded. From now on, you are my battlemaid, responsible for protecting my safety. Yes, master. Sarah replied respectfully. With a thought, Lin Mo opened her attribute panel. Name, Sarah. Level, LV 9 Tier 0. Faction, Eternal Night Alliance. Territory, Dark Knight Fortress Tier 3 Village. Talent, Bat Transformation A. After enslaving Sarah, Lin Mo can use her to infiltrate the Eternal Night Alliance. The Eternal Night Alliance is composed of hundreds of dark races and is stronger than the Blue Star Alliance. It can even rival the Immortal and Demon Alliances. He can obtain more information through this channel. However, the Eternal Night Alliance will definitely take precautions and it's impossible for them to know some core secrets. Sarah, Lin Mo suddenly asked. Do you know where Cahill's territory is? Cahill is dead, and his territory is now unclaimed. If discovered by other alien lords, they only need to defeat the garrison troops to take over his territory. Reporting to Master, I don't know either. Sarah shook her head slightly. He and I only met today, and we didn't exchange territorial coordinates. However, I've scouted the area within a 100-kilometer radius and haven't found his territory. Lin Mo frowned slightly upon hearing this. Generally speaking, when lords go out on missions, they usually don't stray too far from their own territory. Moreover, today is the 4th day since their arrival, and it is even less likely that a new lord would risk traveling to an unfamiliar area 100 kilometers away from his territory. Unless... Suddenly, the image of Fenrir, whom he had previously banished, flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Could it be that Cahill was driven away by other lords? Lin Mo wondered. If this is the case, the lord who could drive Cahill away must be extremely powerful. With his current strength, he has already surpassed most lords. However, he was not confident of victory against the top lords on the power ranking and wealth ranking. Fortunately, he has floating towers, which allow him to both attack and defend. Even if you can't win, you can change your position and continue to develop. Stepping out of the Lord's hut, one finds dwarf troops and goblin miners already preparing to head out to mine. The sound of blacksmithing could also be heard from inside the 100 Refinements workshop. With no threat of war, the territory bustled with activity once again. Lin Mo left the dwarf troops behind, and then controlled the floating city of Zishu. Click. Click. Huge cracks appeared along the edge of the territory. Soon, the entire Zishu city was suspended in mid-air. This is a miracle. All the dwarves stopped what they were doing. Immediately afterwards, they all knelt down and looked at Lin Mo with adoration. They all knew that this was a miracle performed by the Lord. The dwarf slaves below were also dumbfounded by what they saw. But the moment they looked up, they were struck hard by a whip. Smack! What are you looking at? Get back to mining. Do you think you can even look up to the Lord? Chapter 44 Spring Spirit. By suspending his territory at a height of 50 meters, Lin Mo could see the large river not far away. The river is hundreds of meters wide, and its lower reaches pass through a huge canyon. That place was a large gathering place for mountain bandits. There is a high possibility of boss-level monsters inside, so you must be extremely careful. Soon, Lin Mo discovered a group of humanoid creatures formed from water elements 2 kilometers downstream of the canyon. We've found you. These aquatic creatures are the spring spirits. If we can subdue them, we won't have to worry about water in our territory. Lin Mo found the right direction and controlled the rat city to fly towards the river. In order to finish the battle quickly, he consumed thousands of soul crystals to double the speed of the floating tower. Boom! Boom! Along the way, Lin Mo controlled the turret to blast away all the monsters blocking his path. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo controlled Zishu City to arrive at the riverbank. At this moment, 2 little girl-like spirits noticed Zishu City. They looked at Lin Mo with curiosity. Ha! They didn't attack us. Lin Mo was a little curious, as this was the first time he had ever seen a wild monster that didn't attack him on its own initiative. He checked Quanling's information. Spring Spirit. Level, LV5 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Talent, pure water. When near a body of water, all skill effects are increased by 25%, and negative status effects on friendly units are purified. Synergy, when there are more than 10 water elemental units, healing effect is increased by 15%. When there are more than 50 water elemental units, healing effect is increased by 25%. Skills, Healing Fountain LV6, Purifying Mist LV6, Water Shield LV5, Tidal Surge LV5. So it's a support healing type monster. No wonder it has such low attack power. As they approached the city of Rat, some of the older spring spirits sensed danger. Driven by their instincts, the monsters immediately launched an attack. Splash! They raised their hands high, creating a towering wave 20 meters high behind them. Tidal Surge LV5. The giant wave crashed towards the location of Zishu City. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo immediately controlled the floating tower to climb at full speed, raising the rat city to a height of 30 meters. Because the floating tower's upward acceleration was limited, the crest of the giant wave ultimately crashed violently against the bottom of the territory's protective shield. Buzz! However, the shield only trembled a few times before returning to calm. Boom boom! The 6 fully charged explosive turrets fired simultaneously, blasting towards Quanling's location. The shell exploded with a deafening roar the instant it made contact with Quanling. Countless fragments of the explosion, along with flammable liquid, spread outwards, forming a sea of fire beside Quanling. As an elemental unit, the spring spirits are immune to some physical attacks, but the flammable liquid from the exploding shells causes them significant damage. Some of the spring spirits' bodies were engulfed in flames and instantly evaporated. In just one exchange, Quanling severely injured more than a dozen people. Grab them! At Lin Mo's command, all military units began to move. The explosive turret continued its bombardment. Under Lin Mo's deliberate arrangement, none of the Quanling died. All of them suffered broken arms and legs or serious injuries. The battle ended quickly. All the severely injured and powerless Quanling were taken back to their territory by sure death and sure air. Looking at these unconscious spring spirits, their bodies instinctively draw on the scarce water element in the air, slowly repairing their damaged bodies. As elemental beings, as long as their core remains intact, they can gradually recover given enough time. Just then, Juhi suddenly noticed something. Honey, look, there seems to be something in the river. Lin Mo looked in the direction she pointed. At the bottom of the clear river, a box gleaming with a bronze luster was faintly visible. Looks like I'm in luck. Not only did I capture the spring spirit, but I also got an extra bronze treasure chest. Lin Mo smiled. He used his mental power to slowly float into the air and arrive next to the bronze treasure chest. Opened the bronze treasure chest. Suddenly, 2 green crystals and a green scroll floated above. Advanced Crystal 2 Fine. Life Spring Summoning Scroll Fine. Advanced Crystal. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback at first, and then he was overjoyed. He immediately checked the information about the advanced crystal. Advanced Crystal, green, after use, there is a chance to increase the level by 1 rank from rank 0. The more you accumulate, the higher the probability of breaking through. Isn't this a breakthrough material? Using advanced crystals, you can break through to the professional level. Roar! 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 Just then, at the entrance to the canyon, 2 kilometers away, billowing smoke and dust suddenly appeared. The next moment, a large group of mountain bandits with pointed mouths and monkey-like faces rushed out from inside. Leading the group were 3 giant apes wielding long knives. They had crimson faces, protruding fangs, and were covered in rough yet heavy black metal armor. Red-faced saber. Level, LV12 Tier 1. Rank, Elite 3-star. Professional level monsters. And there are 3 of them. Lin Mo watched this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. The ferocious aura emanating from them was far greater than that of the previous spring spirits. Chapter 45 Red-Faced Sword Ape. Boom! The moment the crimson-faced blade ape appeared, it immediately triggered the protection mechanism of the explosive turret. However, the 3-headed, red-faced ape easily dodged the cannonball attack. In just a few seconds, it closed to within a kilometer of the territory. Everyone, retreat to your territory. Lin Mo acted decisively, grabbing Zhu Yi's waist and using his mental power to fly back to his territory. Knock knock knock. Below, the golem stone man strode heavily toward its territory. Trying to run away. A red-faced ape spoke in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, yet it was filled with arrogance. Kill. The red-faced sword ape slashed out with 1 strike. Swish. 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 3 5-meter-long, blood-red blades of light pierced the air in a triangular pattern, moving at an astonishing speed. Boom! The 2 golems were unable to dodge in time and were struck squarely in the back by the blade. Their hard rock bodies were blasted to pieces by this terrifying blade of light. In a single exchange, the crimson-faced saber ape killed 2 elite soldiers. Lin Mo watched this scene unfold. The restrictions on the Skyhawk cannons were immediately lifted. Buzz! With a piercing buzzing sound, a massive energy projectile coalesced in the air. Not good. The 3 red-faced sword apes below seemed to sense something, their hair stood on end, and they all fled in all directions. Boom! However, at their speed, they only managed to run 1 step before being hit by the energy projectile. When the light faded, one of the red-faced sword apes had been reduced to charcoal. The other 2 red-faced apes were also struck by the energy wave, suffering extensive burns all over their bodies. Boom! Finally, the Skyhawk cannon fired 2 consecutive shots, taking them all away. After the red-faced saber apes died, 3 egg-sized green crystals condensed next to their corpses. Lin Mo used his mental power to retrieve the 3 crystals. Feel the amazing energy hidden within. This should be a low-grade source crystal. In the trading market, a low-grade source crystal is priced at 10,000 soul crystals. Furthermore, low-grade source crystals can be used as a strategic resource, which can activate the second form of rare defense towers. Roar! Just then, a sound that shook the mountains and forests rang out. At the roar, the surrounding sounds instantly fell silent, as if in fear of the owner of the voice. Who killed my child? Lin Mo's expression changed upon hearing this. It's a boss-level monster. Without hesitation, he immediately consumed tens of thousands of soul crystals to increase the speed of the floating tower to its maximum, instantly increasing the speed tenfold. Boom! Boom! A few seconds later, a massive purple ape came charging towards them. It let out an even more ferocious roar towards the location of Zishu City. Roar! The terrifying sound was almost tangible, and large numbers of trees fell one after another, clearing out a large open space. At this moment, Lin Mo had already brought Zishu City to the edge of the dark forest. Thump! 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 As the purple giant ape drew closer, Lin Mo took out a low-grade source crystal, preparing to activate the Sky Eagle Cannon's Sky Eagle mode. But just as Zishu City entered the dark forest, the purple giant ape suddenly stopped in its tracks. Huh? What's going on? It didn't even catch up. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised as he watched the scene. The giant ape lingered at the edge of the purple giant ape forest for a moment, but ultimately did not continue the pursuit. Is it afraid of something in the dark forest? Lin Mo's heart sank. The purple giant ape dared not enter, surely because there was something far more terrifying in the dark forest. What exactly makes it so afraid? With this question in mind, Lin Mo controlled Zishu City and returned to his territory, Wanxiang City. My lord, you're back. Xiaoye and Ren Hongyan went out to greet them. They looked at Zishu City with curiosity. As expected of the lord, he left in the morning and returned with the territory by evening. Well, you've come at the right time. I have some dwarven subjects here. Please arrange for them to stay. As the number of people in the territory increased, the territory became somewhat crowded. Moreover, the fruit trees and vegetables brought by the elves require a large area to be planted. After thinking about it, Lin Mo decided to upgrade his territory first. After this period of accumulation, the number of citizens has now exceeded 100, meeting the requirements for upgrading the territory. Do you consume 10,000 soul crystals to upgrade your territory to a level 3 village? Yes. The next moment. The territory's protective shield expanded rapidly, soon covering an area with a radius of 1 kilometer. The elven chieftain, Evan, watched this scene with excitement in her eyes. Is this the kind of miracle only a chosen lord can perform? She looked at Lin Mo's resolute profile. From now on, their entire tribe would depend on this man for survival. We are still in the early stages of developing our territory, so we elves must do our best. It would be best to make a few of your clansmen your lord's women. After the territory is upgraded, Lin Mo simply divided the area into 4 zones: residential area, training ground, planting area, and activity area. The planting area is the largest, occupying almost 1/3 of the territory. After all, the dark tide will erupt in a few days. Make sure to prepare plenty of food and water. Lin Mo arrived at an open space and took out a green scroll. This is the Life Spring Summoning Scroll that he obtained when he subdued the spring spirit. Open the scroll. With a flash of light, a small fountain suddenly appeared on the open ground in front. The fountain is surrounded by a pool with a diameter of 3 meters. A stream of clear spring water flows slowly from the center of the pool, with wisps of mist floating on top. Fountain of Life excellent. When ingested, it nourishes the soul and heals most injuries, including curses, contamination, and corruption. The Fountain of Life can be taken alone or used as an alchemical ingredient to prepare alchemical potions. Lin Mo looked at the fountain, which was only 1 meter high. It seems that we still have to rely on Quanling to solve the problem of domestic water supply. Before this, Lin Mo had enslaved all the spring spirits and placed them in the planting area. When Lin Mo arrived at Quanling's living area, it had already been transformed into a huge pond. All the spring spirits stayed in the water. Cuckoo, master. Quanling sensed Lin Mo's presence and immediately swam over happily. Lin Mo enslaved them using mental imprints. In their eyes, Lin Mo was the person closest to them. Looking at the pond in front of him, Lin Mo felt reassured. In such a short period of time, Quanling has created so much water. It seems that the territory no longer needs to worry about water resources. However, for the convenience of water use, Lin Mo then took out the basic building construction book and built several water storage ponds in the planting area and residential area. After the spring spirit filled the reservoir, all the people were overjoyed. Water! So much water! After they arrived in the territory, they had very little water available each day. Aside from drinking water, they can only wash their bodies briefly. Seeing so much water, many people are so excited they're almost incoherent. Thank you, my lord. Long live the Lord. All the people cheered from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 46 Tower Spirit. Lin Mo returned to the Lord's hut. At this moment, Juyi was cultivating in the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. During this trip, he obtained 2 advancement crystals, and it's time for Juyi to break through to the professional level. Arrived at the training room. Judy, this is an advancement crystal that can help you break through to the professional level. Lin Mo took out an advancement crystal. Advanced crystal. Judy accepted the advancement crystal, a hint of longing appearing in her eyes. Level 9 and level 10 is a watershed moment. Once you break through, your strength will experience a qualitative leap. However, to break through to the professional level, you must use an advanced crystal. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to cultivate. Thank you, honey. Just like using soul crystals, advanced crystals are also used by crushing them. Juyi adjusted her breathing, bringing herself to her peak condition, and then clenched her fist tightly. Click. With a crisp sound, a burst of pure energy was released. Juyi quickly sat cross-legged, circulated her spiritual power, and completely absorbed this energy. Buzz. The moment spiritual energy came into contact with the energy, it seemed to boil over. A tremendous aura erupted from her. Lin Mo, who was standing to the side, felt a weight on his shoulder and quickly used his mental power to resist it before returning to normal. The energy fusion process lasted for about half an hour. When Judy opened her eyes again, a glint of light flashed in her eyes. Looking into her sharp eyes, Lin Mo suddenly felt as if he had been seen through. So, did it work? It's a success. Jui nodded slightly and said with a smile. From this moment forward, she becomes a professional-grade soldier. Take a look and see if there are any new changes. Lin Mo reminded him. After breaking through to the professional level, there is a certain probability of awakening a new talent. I think I can see further now. A faint golden light shone in Juyi's dark eyes. Lin Mo was taken aback upon hearing this, and subconsciously looked around at the thick walls. What's the point of seeing further in this enclosed space? Could it possibly be able to see through things? Wait, X-ray vision? Jui continued, I can see the people behind the wall, and I can see the zombies hundreds of meters away. I can see every detail clearly. Lin Mo immediately opened Juyi's information panel. Nico. Level, LV10 Tier 1. Rank, Elite 3-star. Synergy, when the number of archer units is greater than 10, the attack is increased by 15% greater than 50, the attack is increased by 25% and greater than 100, the attack is increased by 35%. Talent, Spiritual Power Amplification B, Mystic IB, can penetrate terrain limitations and observe all details within a certain range. Skills, Demon Slaying Arrow LV6, Sealing Arrow LV6, Defensive Barrier LV5, Concealing Barrier LV5, Purification Spell LV5. As expected, Juyi's information included a new talent, Spirit Eye. Archery is a profession that relies heavily on eyesight. With this talent, Juyi's strength will undoubtedly reach a new level. Lin Mo planned to use the remaining advancement crystal himself. He came to the altar on the first floor. After investing 50,000 soul crystals, Lin Mo finally experienced the feeling of breaking through. He then invested another 100,000 soul crystals, finally raising his level to the peak of level 9. It took 150,000 soul crystals to reach the peak of level 9. Lin Mo felt a pang of regret. If these soul crystals were used by elite troops for training, hundreds of troops could break through to level 9. However, using fire to cultivate is not without its advantages. At least the speed of cultivation is very fast. Lin Mo looked at the advancement crystal in his hand. Click. Lin Mo used his mental power to draw all the scattered energy back into his body. Immediately afterwards, a massive surge of energy flowed into his body. Over time, Lin Mo felt his muscles and bones improving rapidly. Even his mental strength has increased several times over. This is an all-round improvement. Buzz. Just then, he felt as if he had broken free from a restraint, and his body felt lighter than ever before. It's a success. Lin Mo stood up. When he opened his eyes again, he felt that the world around him was completely different. If what we saw before was the macroscopic world, now he can even see some microscopic things. For example, the elemental energy in the air. Not only vision, but also smell and hearing have been greatly enhanced. Besides, Lin Mo also sensed a strange energy hidden within his body. Open the Properties panel. Name, Lin Mo. Level, LV10 Tier 1. Occupation, Architect. Faction, Blue Star Alliance. Territory, Vientiane Level 3 Village. Reputation value, 5. Talent, Master Builder A. Tower Spirit S1 consumes 1 point of spiritual essence to generate a tower spirit from a designated territory building. Tower spirits possess independent consciousness and growth potential. 2. Consuming a small amount of spiritual essence allows you to designate a troop type or citizen to be transformed into a tower spirit, and the transformed individual can inherit a portion of the building's abilities. 3. For every 10 levels a lord gains, 1 point of spiritual essence is consumed to condense a tower spirit clone on a designated building within their territory. The clone's consciousness is synchronized with the lord's, and as long as the designated building remains intact, the clone can be resurrected indefinitely. Current spiritual essence, 2 refresh time 72 hours. S-rank talent. Lin Mo looked at the information above and was overjoyed. Even on the battlefield of all races, lords who can awaken S-level talents are extremely rare. Only 1 out of a million lords can awaken an S-level talent. Looking at the information from the Talent Tower Spirit. By consuming a small amount of spiritual essence, one can condense a Tower Spirit clone. The clone can inherit some of the abilities of the territory's buildings, and its power increases as its level increases. According to the talent description, the higher the compatibility between the building and the individual, the greater the success rate. A perfect fit. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The floating tower serves as his lord's hut, and they are interdependent. Is there any building that fits better? Moreover, the floating tower's ability is to manipulate gravity. If one could inherit this ability, wouldn't it be like taking off immediately? At that time, who would dare to mess with him? He went straight to the point. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice up? No more hesitation. He immediately consumed a portion of his spiritual essence to infuse the floating tower and merged it with his own soul imprint. Chapter 47 Tower Spirit Avatar. With the infusion of spiritual essence, the entire floating tower was emitting a faint glow. Soon, all the points of light converged and gradually transformed into the shape of Lin Mo. The surrounding residents watched this scene with curiosity. Over this period of time, they have gotten used to this change. At the same time, 2 images appeared in Lin Mo's field of vision, and his brain received 2 pieces of information simultaneously. Lin Mo felt a little uncomfortable at first. Even walking is a problem. However, with his current mental strength, he quickly mastered the knack of multitasking. Although my movements are still a bit stiff, I should be fine after a few days of getting used to them. Lin Mo had a thought and checked the information of his clone. Tarling Lin Mo. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Talent, Symbiosis. The tower spirit attaches itself to a designated building. As long as the building is not destroyed, the tower spirit can regenerate indefinitely. Skills, Gravity Field LV6, Energy Recharge LV5 absorbs and stores light energy ray LV5 releases light energy rays through the eyes, Energy Protection LV6, Possession LV6. Holy crap, Superman! Lin Mo looked at the information about the clone. It could control gravity to float, use rays, and use energy for protection. Isn't this just a censored version of Superman? Just then, the clone saw a group of zombies staggering towards the territory. I'll just use you guys to test my clone ability. Boom! The clone controlled the gravity field, which precisely reversed beneath his feet, lifting him like an arrow shot from a bow, hurtling towards the edge of the territory. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above the group of zombies. Buzz! The gravitational field suddenly expanded from the clone as the center, instantly covering an area with a diameter of 100 meters. Boom! The zombies that were previously baring their fangs and claws suddenly collapsed, as if they had been slammed to the ground by an invisible giant hand. The clone is only at level 1, and can only use up to 3 times the gravity, so it cannot directly crush these zombies. But that's enough. The next moment, the clone's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and 2 red rays shot out instantly. Light Energy Ray LV5. Sizzle! The ray swept across, cleaving the 3-headed zombie in half at the waist. Lin Mo controlled the beams as if wielding 2 precise lightsabers, sweeping back and forth through the horde of corpses. They quickly killed all the dozens of zombies. Looking at the severed limbs on the ground, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Then he controlled his clone to transform into a streak of light and fly back to his territory. Inside the Lord's hut, Lin Mo's main body and his clone stood face to face. Seeing yourself from the other side's perspective is, I must say, a very strange feeling. He merged his clone into his body. With its own strength, it can use a gravity field up to 10 times stronger, and can use it freely within a radius of 500 meters. The time that follows. Lin Mo consumed 200,000 soul crystals to raise his clone's level to 10 as well. With the combined energy of his clone and main body, he can now use a gravity field up to 20 times stronger. With his current strength, even Zhu is probably no match for him. Lin Mo familiarized himself with the power of his clone in the training room. Then I went to the office. Prior to this, Lin Mo had already instructed Ren Hongyan to convert the 2nd floor of Hell Tower into an office. I walked into the office. Lin Mo then saw Ren Hongyan sitting at her desk, handling affairs of the territory. Now, she is in charge of the territory's finances and personnel promotions. My lord, you've arrived. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Ren Hongyan immediately stood up. She wore a business suit today, with a white shirt on top, her full breasts making the shirt bulge. She looks capable and sexy. This must be a dress she specially commissioned from a tailor in the territory. After Lin Mo sat down, she bent down and stood to the side, explaining the territory's financial report to Lin Mo. My lord, look, this is the timber the orcs collected today. The goblins collected a total of. In addition, there are the black wolf armor set and healing potions made by Beth and Xiaolinger. Lin Mo listened to Ren Hongyan's report, which included a list of various miscellaneous expenses. The territory can now earn more than 300,000 soul crystals a day. Of course, the bulk of the profits comes from soul fruits. As the dark tide approaches, the price of soul fruits continues to rise, with 10 soul fruits fetching the price of 5 soul crystals. Chapter 48 City of Dawn. As Ren Hongyan reported, Lin Mo gradually realized that something was wrong. He noticed that he occasionally felt a soft touch on his shoulder. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately moved a little to the right. However, Ren Hongyan moved closer again. Lin Mo could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. At this moment, Ren Hongyan was focused on explaining the territory's financial situation. However, her cheeks and the area behind her ears had turned bright red. This is already a blatant hint. Even if Lin Mo was slow to understand, he understood what she meant. He leaned back, and Ren Hongyan instantly lost her balance and fell into his arms. Ah! She gasped and threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Mo lifted her chin, gazed into her eyes, slowly moved closer, and kissed her. My lord. Ren Hongyan did not resist, letting Lin Mo's hands roam over her body. 10 minutes later. Lin Mo carried her into the lounge. 2 hours later. Lin Mo held the sleeping Ren Hongyan in his arms and casually browsed the posts on the chat forum. At the very top of the forum. It's in bold red text, Dark Tide Countdown, 3 days. There are still 3 days until the Dark Tide, and I haven't even solved the problem of food and clothing yet. If the Dark Tide arrives, I'm doomed. Brother, listen to my advice. You should abandon your territory now and take all your people and troops to the nearest city. There might still be hope. Dude, you're trying to escape, why keep your people around? Just take your strongest units and run. By the way, we can keep the pretty villagers, they might fetch a good price in the city. Lin Mo looked at the information above. As the dark tide approaches, some lords have begun to look for a way out. The most common option is to travel to the city closest to the territory. There are many indigenous forces in the wildlands. Based on what I've learned over this period, the closest city to the territory is called Sunset City. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Ren Hongyan beside him. Red Smoke, do you know anything about Sunset City? Ren Hongyan lay lazily on Lin Mo's chest and said. Of course I know. I still have several properties in Sunset City, where I keep my treasures from when I was in the trading company. Oh, right, there are also some scrolls inside, similar to the scrolls you usually use. Oh? What color is the scroll? Lin Mo asked curiously. Merchants travel all over the country, they might actually be able to collect some good stuff. It looks like there are green scrolls, and some are blue and orange scrolls. Orange? Are you sure? Lin Mo sat up abruptly. Generally speaking, green scrolls are of good quality, blue scrolls are rare, and orange scrolls are of perfect quality. If it really is a perfect scroll, then it's a great find. It's important to know that in the trading market, a perfect scroll can sell for tens of thousands of source crystals. Note that it is source crystal. Soul crystals are not even eligible to purchase orange scrolls. Moreover, scrolls of this quality can only be purchased through auctions on some private channels. Yes, but whether it's the orange scroll you're thinking of is another matter. However, while I was away, those things were very likely taken away by those people in the family. Hashtag 34 family? Number 34. Chapter 49 Live Broadcast. That's right, those were the people who kicked me out of the business back then. They probably all think I'm dead now. Seeing Ren Hongyan's slightly dejected expression, Lin Mo comforted her for another hour. After spending some time with Ren Hongyan, Lin Mo took her back to the Lord's cottage. They also encountered Xiaoya and Xiaolinger on their way back. They weren't surprised to see Lin Mo and Ren Hongyan return together. It seems that this day was long anticipated. However, they still glared at Lin Mo. Xiaoya, Linger, you must be tired after a long day. Lin Mo said somewhat embarrassedly. Come on, I'll take you to the hot springs to relax and have a good rest. However, his words only earned him 2 eye rolls. The next day. Lin Mo woke up in bed and found that Zhu Yi and the others had already left. With Ren Hongyan joining last night, his evolution points reached a new high. With the remaining evolution points, he now has a total of 1,135 evolution points. After breakfast, Lin Mo then controlled his clone to lead 2 teams of blue-haired ghost soldiers to clear out the surrounding small and medium-sized monster gathering areas. He himself, accompanied by Zhu Yi, arrived at the foot of the Gale and Rain Tower. After condensing the tower spirit avatar last night, a trace of spiritual essence remained. He plans to transform Zhu Yi into a tower spirit. Honey, why did you bring me here? Zhu Yi, would you like to become a rare soldier? Lin Mo asked mysteriously. Zhu Yi rolled her eyes at him. Of course I want to. Do you have a way? Lin Mo said with a smile, if you want to, then you'll have to cooperate with me later and not resist. Good. Zhu Yi nodded obediently. As Lin Mo's thoughts stirred, he prepared to make the Gale and Rain Tower an auxiliary building for Zhu Yi. Consume 1 point of spiritual essence to transform the specified unit into a tower spirit class. Yes. The next moment, Zhu Yi's entire body was enveloped in light spots, which transformed her body. Through the transformation of its spiritual origin, the orange garment can be integrated into the architecture, thus achieving a bond with it. Soon, Zhu Yi transformed into countless points of light and merged into the Gale and Rain Tower. After the binding was completed, the light spots converged in the air. At this moment, the simple longbow behind Zhu Yi had transformed into an exquisitely crafted longbow. It's like a miniature version of the Storm Tower. It shimmered with light and was engraved with countless runes, making it look like a work of art. However, judging from the sharp aura emanating from the longbow, it is a formidable weapon. Open the information on the orange peel. Shrine Maiden Tower Spirit. Bound Building, Gale Tower. Level, LV10 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 3-star. Synergy, when there are more than 10 archer units, the attack is increased by 20% when there are more than 50 archer units, the attack is increased by 30% when there are more than 100 archer units, the attack is increased by 40%. Talent, Spiritual Power Amplification B, Mystic IB. Skills, Demon Slaying Arrow LV9, Sealing Arrow LV9, Defensive Barrier LV8, Concealed Barrier LV8, Purification Spell LV8, Arrow Tower Illusion LV9, Spirit Possession LV9. After being transformed into a tower spirit, Orange Robe has become a rare unit. All of their skills have been greatly improved. In addition, 2 new skills, Arrow Tower Phantom and Spirit Possession, have been added. Looking at the luxurious attributes of the orange-colored garment, Lin Mo had only held the title of the strongest person in the territory for 1 night, and now he had to hand it over again. Chapter 50 Grey Fog. What's that? Just then, Lin Mo noticed the anomaly through his clone's perspective. The clone uses the gravity field to fly in mid-air. He suddenly discovered that a huge cloud of grey fog had appeared deep in the dark forest. The grey fog, like ocean waves, enveloped most of the dark forest. Chirp! Roar! As the grey fog spread, a large number of wild monsters fled out of the forest, forming a massive beast tide. Everyone, gather around me. Lin Mo controlled the gravity field, surrounding all the blue-haired ghost soldiers and suspending them in mid-air. And with full firepower, it instantly covered an area with a radius of 500 meters. Any flying monster that enters the gravity field will be suppressed by 20 times the gravity. Some ordinary monsters were instantly suppressed and fell to the ground. Roar! Some professional-level monsters noticed this scene. However, they hesitated for a moment. They still didn't get close, and ran towards the edge of the dark forest. Half an hour later, the beast tide gradually subsided. Lin Mo looked at the grey mist deep in the forest, his face solemn. What exactly makes the monsters so afraid? Something unusual must be going on. Lin Mo immediately decided to go and investigate. He put down all the blue-haired demon soldiers. He then controlled his clone to fly deeper into the territory. Boom! Lin Mo flew at high speed through the dark forest. Once he encounters a flying monster, he uses a 20x gravity field to smash it down instantly. Even professional-level monsters can withstand 20 times the gravity. Their speed couldn't keep up with the clones, and they were left far behind. As the clone penetrates deeper, the surrounding forest environment grew increasingly gloomy, and a chilling cold emanated from the air. 2 hours later, the clone had flown to the edge of the grey fog. Wisps of grey mist floated in the air, and these wisps seemed to have a life of their own, drawing closer to the clone as if they wanted to invade his body. Buzz. Lin Mo used energy protection to envelop his entire body, which blocked the erosion of the gray fog. Just then, Lin Mo witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. Millions of monsters were gathered at the edge of the gray fog, including some enormous boss-level monsters. That's Fenrir? Lin Mo spotted the werewolf Lord Fenrir amidst the monster horde. At this moment, all the troops he led stood in the gray fog like walking corpses. Their eyes turned pitch black, with black threads resembling spider webs around their eye sockets. What's going on? Could they have been corrupted by darkness? Their appearance was remarkably similar to the descriptions on the forum of being corrupted by darkness. Wasn't it said that the dark tide wouldn't erupt until 3 days later? And what's with all this gray fog? He had a feeling that this gray fog was closely related to the dark tides. Could it be that the dark forest is one of the origins of the dark tide outbreak? If that's the case, once the dark tide erupts, this place will become extremely dangerous. It seems I must leave the dark forest before the dark tide erupts, Lin Mo thought to himself. Brush. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly pounced on the clone. Lin Mo turned around and saw that it was a shadow wolf of enormous size. Shadow wolf. Level, LV9 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 1 star. Court Death. He directly used a 20x gravity field to suppress the shadow wolf. Then 2 beams shot out from his eyes, instantly severing the shadow wolf's head. Roar. Hiss. At this moment, Lin Mo realized that he was surrounded by dark goblins and shadow wolves. In the air, 2 harpies swooped down rapidly. Harpy. Level, LV11 Tier 1. Rank, Elite 3 star. Chapter 51 Purification Agent. These monsters are all of the dark element and are unaffected by the gray fog. On the contrary, their strength increases significantly near the gray fog. Lin Mo dared not be careless. They quickly expanded the gravity field to its maximum extent. Then, using light energy rays, it swept across the land. Ah! At this moment, the 2 harpy women quickly approached, letting out a soul shriek as they unleashed a soul attack. With Lin Mo's current mental strength, he was only in a daze for a moment before he recovered. Without hesitation, he immediately used a beam of light to shoot at the 2 harpies. Buzz. The energy beam struck her chest precisely, and the sustained high temperature continued to widen the harpy's wound. At the same time, a gravitational field is used to limit their speed. With so many restrictions, they couldn't get close at all. He was easily killed by Lin Mo in the end. And you too. His gaze swept over the remaining ordinary monsters. Z. A laser beam swept across, instantly clearing out a large area. Soon, he was surrounded by severed limbs and remains. After killing all the monsters, Lin Mo rubbed his dry eyes. Continuous use of light energy rays can put a significant strain on the eyes. However, it really feels great to be a citizen of the motherland. With its current configuration, the clone is essentially a low-spec version of Superman. Brush. After collecting the soul crystals dropped by the monsters, Lin Mo flew towards the territory. Along the way, Lin Mo saw many wild monsters retreating out of the territory. Many of these alien lords abandoned their territories and went to the nearest city, Sunset City, seeking refuge. Only empty territories remain. Ha! There's such a good thing. After they left, only the Lord's hut and defensive towers remained in the territory. These things may be useless to other people. But Lin Mo has the talent of a master architect and can relocate buildings to his own territory. And use evolution points to upgrade the Lord's hut. With this in mind, Lin Mo decided to arrange for the Divine Eagle and the Vampire Sarah to go out and scout out the locations of those territories. Lin Mo controlled his clone to lead the blue-haired ghost soldiers back to his territory. After a morning of clearing out monsters, the clone destroyed 4 small to medium-sized monster gathering places. In total, I obtained 3 Ghost Cry Tower summoning scrolls, 2 advancement crystals, and some other materials. He handed an advanced crystal to Sarah. We're preparing to help her break through to the professional level. Thank you, Master. Sarah excitedly accepted the advancement crystal. Although she was mentally enslaved by Lin Mo, neither her personality nor her memories changed. Sarah crushed the advanced crystal in her hand and began to absorb the surrounding energy. Over time, her aura grew stronger and stronger. Buzz. Half an hour later, an astonishing aura emanated from Sarah. How are you feeling? Lin Mo asked. During the breakthrough process, Lin Mo kept observing the changes in the soul imprint. Fortunately, no significant changes were found. Master, I have awakened a new talent, Shadow Affinity, which allows me to move freely and teleport in the shadows. Sarah opened her blood-red eyes and answered obediently. Immediately afterwards, her body sank rapidly, merging into her own shadow. It reappeared. They had already arrived behind Lin Mo. Teleportation. Lin Mo was overjoyed upon seeing this. This talent is a god-tier skill for lurkers and assassins. Sarah serves as his battle-maid. He can usually hide in his shadow, but can strike unexpectedly at crucial moments. Chapter 52: The Tower of Sorrow. After lunch, Lin Mo is preparing to upgrade the floating tower. The appearance of the gray fog gave him a sense of crisis. After upgrading the floating tower, you can move your territory at any time. At that time, it will be much more convenient to attack or defend. Would you like to spend 1000 evolution points to upgrade the Tier 2 floating tower? Yes. The floating tower expanded rapidly, quickly reaching a height of 40 meters. At the same time, Lin Mo felt that the power of his clone was also rapidly increasing. After the floating tower is upgraded, the tower spirit clone will also undergo a transformation. Open the clone's information. Tarling Lin Mo. Level, LV10 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 3-star. Talent, Symbiosis. Skills, Gravity Field LV9, Energy Recharge LV8, Light Energy Ray LV9, Energy Protection LV9, Possession LV9. Once the clones reach the rare rank, their strength undergoes a qualitative leap. Lin Mo tested the gravity field's ability. He can now use up to 50 times the gravity. Besides, Light Energy Rays and Energy Protection have also been greatly improved. Looking at the 3-tiered floating tower in front of me. After the upgrade, the floating tower can now float in a radius of 1,500 meters. And its speed reached 30 kilometers per hour. Afterwards, Lin Mo used the 3 Ghost Cry Tower summoning scrolls he had obtained that morning to build a tower on the edge of Zishu City. He currently has 135 evolution points, just enough to upgrade a rare defensive tower. After thinking it over, Lin Mo decided to upgrade the Ghost Cry Tower. The Ghost Tower can unleash soul attacks, and has a double damage effect on spirit creatures. The city of Zishu only has one turret in the Sky Eagle cannon, both of which are physical attacks. The construction of the Ghost Cry Tower can make up for this shortcoming. Would you like to spend 100 evolution points to upgrade the Ghost Cry Tower? Yes. With Lin Mo's confirmation, a Ghost Cry Tower was enveloped in an evolutionary light. After the light faded, the evil stone statue on the Ghost Cry Tower turned into a stone statue of a woman covering her head and crying with her head tilted back. The Tower of Sorrow. Rank, Rare 3-star. Attack range, 1000 meters. Attack speed, launches a soul strike once per second. Attack effect, Soul Devour, every 5 stacks of damage will trigger a Soul Devour strike, dealing mental damage to the target and clearing the stacks. Usage requirements, consuming 1 source crystal can stack the soul devouring effect up to 15 layers. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Lin Mo looked at the stone statue and seemed to see tears of blood flowing from between the woman's fingers. A feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. What terrifying mental fluctuations! Although the Tower of Sorrows lacks the ability to deliver physical blows, in certain situations, it can be even more effective than physical attacks. He has 2 plans this afternoon. One mission is to travel to Sarah's territory, and the other is to explore the locations of all surrounding territories. Tomorrow, he will take over all those abandoned territories. Not today. Those alien lords haven't gone far yet. If they launch a surprise attack later, it won't be so good. Same as always. Before setting off, let the Eagle scout out the conditions along the way. From the perspective of the Condor heroes, Lin Mo saw a gathering place for monsters of all sizes. Due to the threat of the gray fog, a large number of monsters fled the dark forest. However, the forest is still teeming with wild monsters. After all, most of the monsters here are dark and undead, and they are not afraid of the gray fog's invasion. Ha! What's that? Lin Mo suddenly noticed a city ruin below. There are a large number of skeleton soldiers patrolling inside. In the center of the city stood a dilapidated city gate tower, emitting a faint glow and hinting at residual energy. There are even city ruins in the dark forest. It's important to know that no city has been built in the dark forest for over 200 years. In other words, this city has a history of at least 200 years. 200 years later, the clock tower still retains its energy. This building is definitely not simple. The Divine Eagle's investigation revealed that there were no boss-level monsters inside. Lin Mo immediately decided to attack the city ruins. Chapter 53 City Ruins. 10 minutes later. Lin Mo controlled the floating city and flew towards the vampire territory. Boom! 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 Along the way, a large number of flying monsters were blasted to death by the Screaming Tower and the Explosive Cannon Tower. Lin Mo stood in front of Zishu City. Use the gravity field to retrieve the monster's corpse. Monsters will condense soul crystals and rare items after they die, so don't waste them. When encountering professional level monsters, Lin Mo would simply use 50 times the gravity to smash them down. Immediately afterwards, Jui will use the demon slaying arrow to shoot them down one by one. With their current strength, any monster below level 15 can be easily killed. Soon, Lin Mo then saw the outline of the city ruins. Upon closer inspection, the city ruins cover an area of approximately 5 square kilometers, enough to accommodate 100,000 residents. As we approached the city of the rat, Lin Mo saw a large number of skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and skeleton mages rapidly gathering in the city. Roar! 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 Before long, tens of thousands of wild monsters gathered at the foot of the city. Behind them were dozens of skeleton mages and skeleton warriors. They moved in an orderly fashion, like a regular army, quite unlike the monsters they had encountered before. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and watched this scene. No wonder no other lord dared to covet the ruins of this city. Unfortunately, you've run into me. Lin Mo lifted the restrictions on the Sky Eagle cannon. Buzz! An energy projectile condensed in the air. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, a huge crater was blasted into the city ruins. The skeleton soldiers covered by the energy beams were instantly turned into dust by the high-temperature energy. Roar! Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers launched a charge. Buzz! Just then, 3 enormous summoning arrays appeared in the city ruins. 12 skeleton mages joined forces to summon a 3-headed, 2-winged bone dragon. The grotesque head of the bone dragon emerged from the magic circle, its eye sockets burning with green soul fire. 3 professional-level skeleton warriors flipped onto the back of the bone dragon and rode it towards Zishu City. Double-winged bone dragon. Level, LV-15 Tier 1. Rank, Elite 3-star. Skull Centurion. Level, LV-16 Tier 1. Rank, Elite 3-star. Call. The skeleton centurion, controlling a 2-winged bone dragon, dodged the attacks of the Sky Eagle cannon and charged towards Rat City. Because the Skyhawk cannon requires 1 second to charge, the winged skeletal dragon easily evaded the bombardment thanks to its speed advantage. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo immediately adjusted his tactics. Control the Skyhawk cannon to fire at the skeleton mage's location, preventing them from continuing to construct the summoning circle. Boom! An energy cannonball struck, destroying the summoning array maintained by several skeleton mages. Meanwhile, 2 professional-level skeleton mages had half their bodies shattered by the aftershocks. The twin-winged bone dragon withstood the attacks of the Ghost Cry Tower and the Explosive Cannon Tower, and bravely charged to the front of Zishu City. Roar! A breath-carrying corrosive energy sprayed towards the protective shield. Decaying Breath LV-6. Puff! 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 The moment the decaying breath made contact with the protective shield, it emitted a corrosive sound, and the energy shield began to tremble violently. The skeleton centurion also swung his inscribed bone blade, dark energy gathering at the edge, and slashed fiercely at the protective shield. Court death. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold, and the gravity field instantly erupted, with 50 times the gravity crashing down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Jui fired several arrows at the bone dragon and the skeleton centurion on its back. Buzz! The winged skeletal dragon froze under the pressure of 50 times gravity. The skull centurion on his back sank downwards, and the strike that was supposed to hit missed. At this time, Orange-Clad's arrow also struck the torso of the winged bone dragon. The arrow transformed into a storm of spiritual energy, enveloping most of the bone dragon's body. Roar! The wings let out painful howls, flapping as they fled from the range of the spiritual energy storm. Because spiritual energy has a restraining effect on dark energy, half of its body is already showing signs of melting. Phew phew. At this moment, 2 other winged bone dragons also flew over. Swish! Swish! The number of skeletons below is also increasing. Countless bone spears rain down on the protective shield, constantly draining its energy. Now! Lin Mo lifted the restrictions on the Tower of Sorrow. Buzz! An invisible ripple spread outwards from the Screaming Tower, quickly covering an area of 1,000 meters in radius. The Tower of Sorrows launches an area of effect attack. Within the attack range, all the skeletons fell into an eerie silence. However, the soul fire in their eye sockets is slowly dimming. Even the soul fire in the eyes of the winged bone dragon and the skeleton centurion was trembling violently. The Tower of Sorrow can directly strike souls and has a double damage effect on soul-type monsters. The essence of the skeleton soldier is the fire of the soul. As long as the soul fire remains, even if the body is shattered to pieces, it can slowly recover. Only the first round of soul strikes. Almost all the skeletons extinguished their soul fire and collapsed to the ground. Roar! Roar! The winged bone dragon and the skeleton centurion withstood the first wave of damage and struggled to launch another attack. Buzz! The second wave of soul strikes from the Tower of Sorrows followed immediately. After this round of attacks, all the skeletons were killed. The winged bone dragon and the skeleton centurion also froze. Chapter 54 Skeleton Warrior. 5 seconds later. The 2 winged bone dragon and the skeleton centurion were hit with 5 stacks of damage, triggering the Soul Devour effect. A soul strike several times stronger than before erupted instantly. Buzz! Lin Mo clearly saw the green soul flames in the eyes of the winged bone dragon and the skeleton centurion dissipate rapidly until they were completely extinguished. Lin Mo controlled the Rat City to fly forward. The skeleton mages behind also entered the Screaming Tower's attack range. However, their soul fire is more solid than that of the skeleton warriors. He withstood the first 2 soul strikes, but the soul fire in his eyes dimmed somewhat. Looking at the immovable Rat City in the sky, all the skeleton mages exchanged glances. Boom! The magical elements on their bodies erupted instantly, forming a huge summoning circle in the air. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, the soul fire in their eyes merged into the magic circle. The entire magic circle shone with a blinding white light. A jet-black skeletal hand emerged from the magic circle. Grab the edge of the summoning circle. Then, a 5-meter-tall skeleton warrior clad in dark red armor slowly crawled out of the summoning circle. It held a giant skeletal sword in its right hand, and its body was burning with streaks of crimson soul fire. Skeleton Warrior. Level, LV-19 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 1 star. Talent, Soul of Burning Bones, an inextinguishable crimson soul fire forever burns on the surface of the bones. Melee attacks deal continuous fire damage and inflict burn damage on melee enemies who hit the user. Synergy, when there are more than 10 Necromancer units, fire damage is increased by 20%. When there are more than 50 Necromancer units, fire damage is increased by 30%. When there are more than 100 Necromancer units, fire damage is increased by 40%. Skills, Flame/LV7, Explosive Soul Fire LV6, Scorched Bone Armor LV7, Undying Battle Spirit LV6. Tai. The crimson flames on the skeletal warrior's body burned fiercely, and his aura surged. He was summoned by a dozen skeleton mages and automatically regarded the Rat City as an enemy unit. Thump! Thump! The skeletal warriors took heavy steps and charged toward Lin Mo's position. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Roar! Skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors who came from the rear also joined the charge. Seeing this, Lin Mo dared not be careless. This was the first time he had ever faced a rare-grade wild monster. Moreover, the skeleton warrior's level has reached the peak of the professional level. Boom! Boom! Lin Mo controlled all the defensive towers and launched a concentrated attack on the skeletal warrior. Buzz! The energy projectiles fired from the Skyhawk cannon blasted toward the location of the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior swung his sword down. A 10-meter-long beam of fiery sword light pierced through the air. Flame/LV7. Boom! The flaming sword light split the energy projectile in two, sending it hurtling off to either side. Buzz! The Tower of Sorrows launched another soul attack. Although the skeletal warrior only paused for a moment after being hit by the first wave of soul strikes, he recovered. The fire of its soul still burns brightly in its eye sockets. The Screaming Domain unleashed area of effect damage in just the first round of soul strike. The skeletons were reduced to a significant number. The second and third rounds of soul strikes followed in quick succession. Soon all the skeleton soldiers fell. The buffs granted to the skeleton warriors due to unit synergy vanished instantly. When the fifth round of attacks from the Tower of Sorrows arrived, all the skeleton warriors triggered the soul-devouring effect. The remaining two professional-level skeleton warriors also fell one after another. At this point, only skeletal warriors remained on the battlefield. Boom! 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 All the defensive towers focused their fire on the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior was equipped with crimson armor, which shimmered with light and blocked most of the attacks. 2 seconds later, the skeleton warrior has broken free from the Soul Eater effect. However, as the defensive towers focused their fire, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the armor. Tai! Streams of soul fire erupted from the skeletal warrior's body. Brush! He slashed his sword towards the protective shield, unleashing a fiery sword beam tens of meters long. Explosive Soulfire LV6 plus Flame/LV7. Lin Mo and Ju Yi attacked almost simultaneously. Lin Mo used a light energy ray to block the attack of the fiery sword light. Ju Yi also drew her bow and shot an arrow. The arrow, condensed from spiritual energy, shooting towards the fiery sword light like the Aurora Borealis. Demon Slaying Arrow LV9. The spiritual arrows collided with the fiery sword light. The skeletal warrior used all his strength in this attack. Light rays and magic dispelling arrows cannot stop the flaming sword light, they can only weaken some of its energy. Click! The next moment, the fiery sword light struck the protective shield, creating a huge crack in it. We can't let him continue attacking the shield. The protective shield of Zishu City is generated by a second-tier floating tower and cannot defend against a full-force attack from a rare-level wild monster. If the two of them hadn't attacked at the same time, a single hit will shatter the shield completely. Without hesitation, Lin Mo consumed one source crystal to activate the Sky Eagle Cannon's Sky Eagle mode. Skyhawk mode allows energy projectiles to switch to lock-on mode, dealing triple damage to a single target and inflicting a 5-second burning effect upon impact. Chapter 55: The Clock Tower of Time. Buzz. As the energy projectile condensed, this time it was only half the size of the previous one. This is the form after energy compression, and the energy contained within is even more terrifying. In Skyhawk mode, the energy projectiles have a lock-on effect. Brush. The skeletal warrior attempted to repeat his previous tactic, using a fiery slash to strike the energy projectile. Bang! The cannonball, compressed with energy, shattered the sword light and continued its momentum, crashing heavily into the giant sword that the skeletal warrior was blocking in front of him. Boom! With a deafening roar, the cannonball pierced the greatsword and then went straight through the skeletal warrior's chest. It blasted a bottomless crater into the ground behind it. Although the burning effect of the energy projectiles did not affect the skeletal warrior's burning soul body. However, the immense power of the cannonball still severely injured the skeletal warrior. Lin Mo then released two more source crystals. Boom! Boom! The Skyhawk cannon fires continuously, 1 round per second. Ha! After 2 shells, the 5-meter-tall skeletal warrior was completely pulverized. The entire process, from the appearance of the skeletal warrior to his death, took only a dozen seconds. However, the sense of oppression it exuded far surpassed that of any professional-level monster Lin Mo had ever encountered. However, after this battle, Lin Mo also roughly figured out the strength of Zishu City. As long as you don't encounter boss-level monsters, or a larger number of professional-level peak monsters, he can roam freely in the dark forest. Furthermore, we will wait until Zishu City adds a few more rare-grade defensive towers. He even dares to touch boss-level monsters. After the skeleton warrior was killed, the battlefield fell silent. Lin Mo dispatched troops to collect the soul crystals and materials dropped by the skeleton soldiers, and kill the remaining skeleton soldiers. The battle just now did not wipe out all the skeleton monsters. Some skeleton soldiers and skeleton hounds are still arriving one after another. However, Lin Mo had no interest in dealing with these rabble. He looked at the dilapidated clock tower in the center of the city. Time Clock Tower, distressed. Rank, Rare 3-star. Usage range, 1,500 meters. Functional effects: time acceleration consumes soul crystals, increases the production speed and attack speed of surrounding buildings by 50%, time slowdown unlocked, fleeting moment unlocked. Usage requirements: consumes 10 low-grade source crystals to maintain time acceleration for 1 hour. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the information on the clock tower of time. This is a building that can influence time. It's a pity it's in a damaged state. Lin Mo suspended the rat city around the clock tower. Buzz. Just then, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. The original clock tower has disappeared, and has been replaced by a portal to another time and space. Tier 1 Void Realm. Number of floors, 6. Requirements, you can enter using a secret realm key. At the entrance to the secret realm, 3 secret realm keys are also floating. Tier 1 Secret Realm. Lin Mo put the 3 secret realm keys into the Lord's space. Looking at the gate to the secret realm, which resembled a black hole. According to information found on the chat forum, you won't actually die in the dungeon at most, you'll only suffer a demotion or a severe soul injury as punishment. Lin Mo had a premonition. To obtain the clock tower of time, you must first clear this void realm. There's nothing to hesitate about. He will leave the dark forest in the next day or two, and it's uncertain whether he will come back. He doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Lin Mo took out a key to the secret realm and walked towards the entrance. Stepped into the entrance to the secret realm. The surrounding scenery changed, and he appeared on a void platform. All around was darkness and a deep void. Each secret realm is a separate space carved out from the void, containing its own independent rules. At that moment, a cold notification sound rang out in the void. First wave of void creatures countdown, 1 o'clock. You can summon a common tier building or a common tier unit to defend against void creatures. Buzz. At the same time, a 10-meter high void wormhole appeared at the edge of the platform. Clearly, this is a secret realm similar to a tower defense game. 1 minute later, a large number of void creatures will emerge from the void wormhole. His mission was to kill all the void creatures. However, can it only summon buildings of common quality? Most of the buildings in his territory are of excellent quality. All units are of elite quality. It seems that sometimes, having an architecture of too high a standard can be a problem. The first level should be relatively easy, you can pass it even without using defensive towers. Before entering the secret realm, he had integrated the tower spirit clone into his body, allowing him to use the clone's full power. Lin Mo casually summoned an ordinary arrow tower. A minute passed quickly. An energy fluctuation emanated from within the void wormhole. The next moment, hundreds of worms with purple skin emerged from the void wormhole. Their mouths are filled with spiraling sharp teeth, and they are 1.5 meters long. Void Worm. Level, LV3 Tier 0. Rank, Common 3-star. Talent, Void Skin. The body is composed of unstable void energy, immune to poison effects, and reduces physical damage taken by 15%. Bonds. Skills, Devour LV3, Void Crawling LV2, Void Poison LV3. Chapter 56 Void Secret Realm. Since the range of a normal arrow tower is only 150 meters, Lin Mo directly summoned the arrow tower at the edge of the void wormhole. The arrow towers are instantly activated upon the appearance of the void worms. Whoosh! An arrow flew towards the void worm. The moment the arrow struck the void worm, its entire skin became ethereal and vanished. It reappeared, this time 2 meters away. Void Crawling LV2 rapidly move a distance of 2 meters in a very short time. The regular arrow towers continued firing at a rate of 1 arrow per second. However, a single ordinary arrow tower is simply not enough to stop hundreds of void worms. Without hesitation, Lin Mo transformed into a citizen of the motherland. Buzz. 2 beams of red light shot out from his eyes, sweeping towards the void worm. Hundreds of void worms were all cut up and broken into several pieces. First hurdle cleared, reward issued. Countdown to the second wave of void creatures, 1 o'clock. You can summon another common tier building or a common quality unit to defend against the void creatures. On the void platform, 3 void worm recruitment scrolls and 100 soul crystals suddenly appeared. Lin Mo glanced at it and casually put the soul crystal and scroll into the Lord's space. He then summoned a regular arrow tower and placed it near the void wormhole. 5 minutes passed quickly. At this point, the void wormhole expanded several times over. The void worms that appeared also reached LV9, and the distance they crawled through the void reached 10 meters. However, Lin Mo used a 50x gravity field. It can clean up large areas in an instant. The first 3 levels were not too difficult for him. Rewards have been issued upon completion of the 3rd stage. 4th wave of void creatures countdown, 1 o'clock. You can summon a high-tier building or an elite-tier unit to defend against void creatures. Phew, I can finally summon high-quality defensive towers. The reward for the third stage is 10,000 soul crystals and 100 void worm summoning scrolls. Accept the soul crystal and the scroll. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then summoned the Inferno Tower. In terms of sheer power, the Inferno Tower is the strongest of all the elite defensive towers. Tier 2 Inferno Tower. Rank, Excellent 3 stars. Attack range, 1,500 meters. Ability, Light Energy Storage, absorbs all light energy within a certain range and stores it inside the Inferno Tower. Light Energy Release, intense light energy can be released through the crystal at the top of the tower. Hell Ray, continuously releases an aurora beam that deals sustained damage to a single target. Energy Protection. Soon, energy fluctuations reappeared within the void wormhole. This time it's much stronger than ever before. What emerged from the void wormholes were no longer void worms, but void creatures that resembled jellyfish. Their bodies are translucent dark purple, with a nebula-like rotating core inside, making them incredibly beautiful. Void Spirit. Level, LV10 Tier 1. Rank, Elite 3 star. Talent, Energy Siphon. Bonds. Skills, Void Ray LV6, Space Distortion LV5, Floating Array LV6. 10 professional level void spirits floated in the void, appearing and disappearing intermittently, with tiny strands of void energy connected to their bodies. Floating Array LV6 can concentrate the energy of all void floating spirits. The moment the void appeared, it was immediately locked onto by the Inferno Tower. Buzz. Light energy condenses in the crystal at the top of the tower. The next moment, a beam of light as thick as an arm shot rapidly toward the location of a floating void spirit. Whoosh. The aurora moves very fast. The void spirit had no time to react before being struck by the aurora. Immediately afterwards, the light energy accompanying the aurora burst forth, instantly melting the core of the void spirit. The entire process took less than a second. The Inferno Tower killed a professional level void creature. Buzz. Another beam of light shot towards another ethereal spirit. In just 3 seconds, all 10 void spirits were shot down. Lin Mo stared in disbelief at the scene. This was his first time using the Inferno Tower, and he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. As expected, it lives up to its reputation as the strongest single-target attack defensive tower. Chapter 57 The Void Executioner. The reward for the fourth stage is 3 Void Spirit Recruitment Scrolls and 100,000 Soul Crystals. Lin Mo accepted the recruitment scroll. After passing the 4th level, you can summon another excellent defensive tower or unit. Lin Mo summoned a Ghost Cry Tower. The 5th wave of attacks. 100 voidlings emerged from the void wormhole. They were noticeably larger and their body color had become much deeper. Each void spirit has reached level 15. They moved quickly towards Lin Mo's location in groups of 10. Buzz. The next moment, a beam of aurora shot out from the crystal at the top of the tower and accurately hit a floating spirit in the void. A second later, the aurora melted the core of the void spirit. The Inferno Tower continued to fire at the other voidlings. The void spirits are very fast. They can reach the vicinity of the defensive towers in just a few seconds. After losing several voidlings, they came to a distance of only 450 meters from the Inferno Tower. Buzz. At this moment, a pale golden energy shield spread outwards from the Hell Tower as its center. The next moment, the Ghost Cry Tower also emitted a silent, soul-piercing shriek. Buzz. After being struck by the soul shriek, all the void spirits came to an abrupt halt, their cores trembling incessantly. Ha! Their soul defenses are so weak. Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He found the void spirit's weakness. Without hesitation, he conjured 6 soul spikes, which he then thrust toward the location of the floating spirit in the void. The void spirit was struck by the soul spike, and its core, which was originally like a nebula, immediately became somewhat dim. With Lin Mo's current mental strength, the soul spikes he has condensed are already capable of dealing with mid-stage professional level monsters. The soul defense of the void spirit is very weak. This results in them being severely damaged immediately once struck by the soul spikes. At this moment, the other void spirits regained consciousness from the first wave of attacks from the Ghost Cry Tower. They immediately launched a concentrated attack on the energy defenses. Slaw! Beams of purple laser light, each about the thickness of a finger, shot towards the energy shield. Click! The energy shield shattered instantly the next moment. The energy defenses of the Tier 2 Inferno Tower are not strong enough to withstand the attacks of the Void Spirits. Buzz. Swish. The next second, Ghost Cry Tower and Lin Mo's soul attacks came one after another. They blocked the Void Spirits that wanted to continue their advance. Slaw. Because Lin Mo was hiding behind the Ghost Cry Tower, beams of energy shot towards the location of the Ghost Cry Tower. Click click click. Soon, cracks appeared on the stone sculptures of the evil spirits in the Ghost Cry Tower, but they did not break. Soul strikes can still be launched. Buzz. Under the control of Ghost Tower and Lin Mo, the speed of the Void Spirits was greatly reduced. The Inferno Tower successfully eliminated all the Voidlings. However, the high-quality Ghost Cry Tower has been completely destroyed. Rewards have been awarded for passing the 5th level. 6th wave of Void Creatures countdown, 1 o'clock. You can summon a rare tier building or a rare quality unit to defend against Void Creatures. The last wave. Finally, we can summon a rare quality defensive tower. Lin Mo listened to the notification sound in the void. I thought about it. They still summoned the Tower of Sorrow. The Tower of Sorrow can deliver soul strikes, which may be effective against the 6th wave of Void Creatures. Lin Mo stepped forward and accepted the 30 Void Spirit recruitment scrolls and 100 Source Crystals as rewards from the 5th level. After that, they quietly waited for the last wave of Void Creatures. Soon, energy fluctuations appeared in the 2 Void wormholes. The next moment, 2 Void Insectoids slowly emerged from within. They are entirely black and resemble mantises in shape, but are even more ferocious and terrifying. What is impressive are their forelegs, which resemble black sides, and their bodies covered in tiny barbs. It was as if they were creatures born to kill. Void Executioner. Level, LV19 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 3-star. Talent, dimensional/attacks ignore 20% of the target's armor and have a chance to tear space directly, dealing 50% splash damage to units behind the target. Synergy, when there are more than 10 Void creatures, critical strike chance is increased by 20% when there are more than 50 Void creatures, critical strike chance is increased by 30% when there are more than 100 Void creatures, critical strike chance is increased by 40%. Skills, Shadow/LV9, Sidestorm LV9, Void Stealth LV9, Fatal Instant Kill LV9. Lin Mo sensed a deadly threat from them. This is an existence even more terrifying than the Skeleton Warrior. The moment the Void Executioner appeared, it triggered the defense mechanisms of the Inferno Tower and the Howling Tower. Buzz. The next moment, a beam of light shot towards one of the Void Executioners. At the same time, the Void Executioner's figure vanished abruptly. Buzz. A distorted wave emanated from the void, as if it had been sliced open by a blade. It reappeared. The Void Executioner had already arrived at another location 100 meters away. Instant Shadow/LV9 instantly teleports behind the target to unleash a slash, dealing 280% physical damage and inflicting spatial mark. What a terrifying fighting instinct! Lin Mo watched this scene with a solemn expression. On the surface, the Void Executioner only used the skill Shadow Slash to make the Inferno Tower temporarily lose its target. Thus, they avoided the Aurora's attack. However, the Aurora's attack approached the speed of light. At this speed, the Void Executioner had no time to react. Its ability to evade the Aurora attack was entirely due to its combat instincts and predictions. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread outwards from the screening tower as its center. It quickly covered an area with a radius of 1.5 kilometers. The Realm of Lamentation. When faced with domain-based attacks, the Void Executioner has no way to avoid them. They were directly hit by a soul strike, and their bodies instantly stiffened. Chance. The crystal spire of the Hell Tower emitted another aurora. It accurately hit one of the Void Executioners, and a temperature of over 5,000 C erupted instantly. Hiss. The Void Executioner let out a painful screech. The next moment, its figure vanished instantly. The aurora only locked onto the target for a very short time, and the damage it caused was not severe, leaving only a burn mark on the Void Executioner's carapace. It seems that relying solely on a Tier 2 Inferno Tower to deal with peak-level professional monsters is still a bit of a stretch. Buzz. The second soul strike from the Tower of Sorrows followed immediately. Lin Mo also used a 50x gravity field and occasionally launched 2 soul spike attacks to suppress their speed. We must not let them get close. The energy shield broke during the 5th wave of attacks. Without the protection of the shield, he would likely be instantly killed if they got close. Looking at the Void Executioner's scythe that could cleave through the void, Lin Mo had no doubt about its power. Chapter 58 Vampire Territory. Fortunately, the Void Executioner's soul defense is not high. When faced with the soul-piercing attack of the Tower of Sorrow, they will be briefly stunned. In addition, the gravitational field and the limitations of the soul spikes mean that they can only be awake for a very short time. Even so, they still manage to close the distance quickly using Shadow Slash in a very short time. 5 seconds later, they have accumulated 5 layers of damage, triggering the soul-devouring effect. A soul strike several times more powerful than before erupted instantly. Hiss! The two Void Executioners clutched their heads, letting out painful roars. Now, Lin Mo consumed 1 source crystal, allowing the soul-devouring damage of the Screaming Tower to stack up to 15 times. Furthermore, starting from the 5th layer of soul-devouring effect, each additional layer will result in a soul-devouring attack. Buzz! The 6th wave of soul strikes spread rapidly. Hiss! At this point, the two Void Executioners were no longer able to move. One after another, soul attacks came. It felt like someone was wielding a heavy hammer, striking their very souls. Boom! Until the 15th wave of attacks arrived, the soul-devouring strike, which had been stacked to the 15th layer, erupted instantly. It directly shattered the souls of the two Void Executioners. Thump! Their souls vanished, and the bodies of the two Void Executioners collapsed heavily to the ground. You have cleared the first tier Void Realm rewards have been issued. Do you wish to teleport out of the Void Realm? At the same time, the two Void wormholes collapsed instantly. In the center of the Void platform, 2 scrolls and 1,000 source crystals floated silently. Time Clock Tower Summoning Scroll Rare 3-star Fragment. Void Hunter's Lair Summoning Scroll Fine 3-star. Void Hunter. It should be a lower tier unit of the Void Executioner. Lin Mo was overjoyed. With the Void Hunter unit building, he can use evolution points to upgrade it into the Void Executioner unit building in the future. In fact, the Void Executioner only used 20% of its strength in this battle. They are all assassin units, which are not suitable for direct attacks. Moreover, they also encountered the Screaming Tower, which restrained them. Therefore, failure was inevitable. But this doesn't mean they are weak. Their strengths lie in stealth and explosive attack power. If they can take advantage of home field, then their destructive power will become extremely terrifying. This is also why Lin Mo had been suppressing them with all his might to prevent them from getting close. Lin Mo looked at another, summoning scroll of the Time Tower. This is his biggest takeaway today. A building that can influence time is undoubtedly a powerful weapon that can affect the entire course of a battle. It's a pity that it's in a damaged state now. I wonder if using evolution points can repair it. Collect all the scrolls and source crystals. Lin Mo then left the Void Secret Realm. Buzz. Lin Mo slowly walked out of the secret space. After he came out, the entrance to the secret realm behind him instantly closed and disappeared. In the ruins of the city, Ju Yi, leading 4 squads of blue-haired ghost soldiers, had already wiped out all the skeleton soldiers. Upon seeing Lin Mo emerge from the spatial secret realm, Ju Yi and Sarah immediately surrounded him. "Honey, are you alright?" Ju Yi examined Lin Mo's body from head to toe and found that he was not injured. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Owner." Sarah, standing to the side, also bowed respectfully. At this moment, Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 led 4 squads of blue-haired ghost soldiers over. They all carried bulging bags on their backs. "Master, these are all the spoils dropped by the skeleton soldiers. We've collected over 100,000 source crystals, 103 source crystals, 12 advanced crystals, and 5 green skeleton warrior summoning scrolls." The demon general reported on all the materials he had collected. The most precious of them all are undoubtedly the 12 advanced crystals. If all goes well, these advanced crystals can add more than a dozen professional level troops to the territory. Besides that, there are more than 100 source crystals. In addition to his own gains in the Void Realm. This operation was incredibly profitable. The next half hour, Lin Mo then ordered 4 teams of blue-haired ghost soldiers to clean up the entire city ruins. Check if there are any rare items that you may have missed. In the end, they actually found some good stuff. Clang! They placed a large quantity of armor, weapons, and some gold ornaments that had been eroded by time on the ground. Lin Mo looked at the armor and weapons that looked like tattered rags. These armors and weapons can be taken to the 100 Refinement Workshop for remelting. or dissolve it into rare items and give it to Beth to use as alchemical materials. After roughly searching through the city ruins, Lin Mo led the group to Sarah's territory. Half an hour later, Lin Mo stood in front of Zishu City and could already see the outline of the territory. That is Sarah's territory. At this moment, the vampire territory is being besieged by a group of dark goblins. To Lin Mo's surprise, there were still over 100 vampire soldiers fighting a bloody battle within the territory. It should be noted that the vampire troops that Sarah led out had been completely wiped out, yet there were still so many vampire troops left in the territory. Look, what's that? Some vampire units noticed the floating city in the sky. Call. At Lin Mo's command, Sarah transformed into hundreds of bats and flew towards the territory. After advancing to the professional level, her speed increased significantly. Soon, she flew over the territory. Then all the bats gathered together and transformed into a silver-haired, red-eyed girl. Sarah looked indifferent. Behind her, a pair of enormous bat wings remained, as she flew through the air. Her scarlet eyes looked down at the dark goblins below. You foolish thing, how dare you invade your master's territory? Die! Buzz. The shadows of all the goblins writhed wildly, revealing countless dark tentacles. The tentacles reached out to grab the dark goblin. What the hell is this? Upon seeing this, the dark goblin instinctively wanted to flee. But how could they possibly outrun their own shadows? Soon, all the dark goblins were completely bound by the black tentacles. The tentacles, like liquid, completely enveloped their bodies, isolating them from the air. Before long, all the dark goblins suffocated to death. This is the new ability that Sarah gained after breaking through to the professional level, shadow binding. My lord, the lord has returned. Seeing this, all the vampires cheered. However, Sarah only glanced at them indifferently. Immediately afterwards, it retracted its bat wings and waited for Lin Mo's arrival. All the vampires looked at each other in bewilderment upon witnessing this scene, and at the same time, a sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. Soon, Lin Mo led the rat city to the vampire territory. He used a gravitational field to levitate in mid-air. Owner. Sarah knelt on one knee, placed his right hand on his shoulder, and bowed respectfully. All the vampires stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Lord, how could you? The vampires exclaimed in shock. As a naturally elite military force, vampires have always fed on humans. And now, their supreme lord is actually addressing a human as master. What an absurd scene! Who are you? Get down here right now! Immediately, a vampire couldn't stand it anymore and angrily shouted in Lin Mo's direction. But before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. Immediately afterwards, his vision began to drift rapidly downwards as if out of control. As he slid down, he saw a headless corpse, and behind the corpse, Sarah with cold eyes. This was the last thing he saw before he died. Sarah looked around, still holding a black scythe made of shadow energy in her hand. Who else dares to disrespect their master? All the vampires immediately fell silent. Chapter 59 Vampire Reincarnation Pool. Lin Mo ignored the other vampires and flew straight towards the territory. Sarah followed closely behind. Upon entering the territory, Lin Mo saw a blood pool constructed of dark red crystals and bones. The pool of blood was churning with living blood that would never congeal. Vampire Reincarnation Pool. Rank, Excellent 3 stars. Usage requirements, a small amount of fresh blood needs to be added daily to maintain the activity of the blood pool. Function, 1. Vampire Reincarnation, consumes soul crystal, and vampire essence blood to transform humans or humanoid creatures into ordinary grade, blood servants, or elite grade, newborn vampires. 2. Bloodline Purification not activated, consumes a large amount of high-grade blood to promote low-grade bloodlines or blood servants to bloodline warrior, or blood mage. 3. Primordial Summoning not activated, allows the sacrifice of powerful hero units to attempt to summon ancient blood clan, or blood clan elder, from the blood pool. Lin Mo looked at the information about the Vampire Reincarnation Pool. Clearly, this is a troop building system that can be expanded. Under certain conditions, the Vampire Rebirth Pool can be upgraded to a higher tier building. Most importantly, there is no limit to the number of Vampire Reincarnation Pools. This means that as long as he provides enough soul crystals and humanoid creatures, he can endlessly amass an army. This explains why there are so many vampire soldiers in Sarah's territory. This is a divine artifact for endlessly producing troops. If used properly, It is entirely possible to gain an absolute advantage in the early stages. Lin Mo looked at Sarah with some surprise. You managed to ruin such a good hand. Since you can't handle it, then I'll have to handle it for you. Lin Mo then entered the Lord's hut. Prior to this, Sarah had already relinquished his status as Lord. At this point, the vampire territory had become unclaimed territory. Do you want to claim the territory's spark? Yes. With Lin Mo's confirmation, the flame of the territory rose once more. He currently has 35 evolution points, just enough to upgrade the Lord's hut. As his thoughts stirred slightly. The next moment, the Lord's hut was enveloped by a beam of evolutionary light. The Lord's cottage rapidly expanded, transforming into a 20-meter-high spire. Tier 1 Inferno Tower. Rank, Common 3-star. Another Hell Tower. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded slightly. He had already witnessed the power of the Hell Tower in the Void Realm. The more single-target attack defensive towers like these, the better. However, since the Lord's hut hasn't evolved into a floating tower, there's no need for this territory to exist. Lin Mo spent tens of thousands of soul crystals and materials to move all the buildings in the vampire territory to Zishu City. In front of the territory, all the vampires watched as the buildings in their territory turned into specks of light and disappeared. They have realized that their territory has been occupied by humans. Lin Mo led Sarah out. He looked around at all the vampires around him. As you all know, I have already taken over your territory. However, this does not mean that I am your enemy. Because your lord has agreed to be my woman, this territory is her dowry. Lin Mo lied. He has only one goal. That is to transform all the vampires again in the vampire reincarnation pool, making them completely loyal to him. Upon hearing this, Sarah, who was standing to the side, blushed slightly on her pale face. I am Master's woman. Immediately afterwards, she received instructions from Lin Mo through soul connection. Upon receiving the instruction, she immediately stepped forward and said, "That's right. If you still want to follow me, you need to be bathed in holy water again to show your loyalty." As soon as Sarah finished speaking, dozens of vampire soldiers stepped forward. The other citizens looked at each other in bewilderment upon seeing this. However, upon meeting Sarah's cold gaze, they immediately realized what was happening. This is not something we should discuss with them. Instead, it's about giving them a chance to live. With that in mind, they dared not hesitate any longer. We swear to follow our lord to the death. They immediately knelt down, following the vampire soldiers, to show their loyalty. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Whether they like it or not. After being transformed by the vampire transformation pool, everyone will be absolutely loyal to him. Under Sarah's arrangement, one by one, all the vampires lay down in the blood pool reincarnation pool. Each blood tank can hold one person and is filled with blood red liquid, which can be used to complete vampire transformation. There are 10 health bars like this in total. They are all vampires, so there's no need to consume vampire essence. Lin Mo consumed 5,000 soul crystals to retransform the 10 vampires. Soon, the first vampire girl completed her transformation. Because she was like that before, her appearance hasn't changed. It still features the crimson eyes that are the hallmark of vampires. It's worth mentioning that, perhaps due to species characteristics, almost all vampires are handsome men and beautiful women. Their exposed skin was pale and cool-toned, and coupled with their dark red eyes, they exuded a morbid beauty. The vampire girl stood up naked from the blood tank, then looked at Lin Mo with a fanatical gaze. Owner. She knelt on one knee. Lin Mo opened her message. Vampire Gu Yu. Level, LV7 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Talent, Bat Transformation. Bond, when the number of vampire units is greater than 10, the critical hit rate is increased by 15%. When the number of vampire units is greater than 50, the critical hit rate is increased by 25%. Skills, Crimson Blood LV6, Blood Blade / LV6, Nightbat Form LV6, Vampire Majesty LV5. After being transformed by the blood pool, she retained her previous level. Get up! Lin Mo took out a set of clothes from the Lord's space and had her put them on. Chapter 60 Void Hunter. An hour later. All the vampires have completed their transformation. They stood before Lin Mo with fervent expressions, awaiting his orders. Your mission is singular, to locate all the territories and mark their positions on the map, Lin Mo said. If you encounter other lords or high-level monsters blocking your way, don't hesitate, just run away. Yes, master, as you wish. All the vampires responded in unison. Immediately afterwards, they transformed into hundreds of bats and flew towards the horizon. All preparations are complete. Lin Mo controlled the Rat City and returned to his territory, Wanxiang City. The biggest gain today was undoubtedly the Time Clock Tower summoning scroll. Open the scroll. Soon, a dilapidated clock tower appeared next to the floating tower. At the same time, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Would you like to consume 2,000 soul crystals, 30,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, and 300 units of star steel to repair the clock tower? Your talent as a master builder has been detected. The cost of repairing buildings is halved. Star steel. What is that? Other materials are fine, but he'd never even heard of this star steel. Open the trading market and enter the information for Xingqian steel. Dozens of messages immediately appeared above. 10 units of star steel priced at 100 source crystals excluding transaction and transfer fees. They do sell star steel, but the price. He only had a little over 1,200 source crystals. Even if the cost of materials is halved, he still can't afford it. I wonder if consuming evolution points will be enough to repair the time clock tower. He doesn't have enough evolution points right now. I'll have to try it again later. After that, Lin Mo took out the Void Hunter's Nest summoning scroll and 2 Void Executioner's summoning scrolls. Place the Void Hunter's lair near the haunted house. With a flash of light, a 5-meter-high void wormhole appeared. Void Hunter's lair. Rank, excellent 3 stars. Recruitable units, Void Hunter. Recruitment quantity, 5. Refresh time, 24 hours. Recruitment requirements, each Void Hunter recruited requires 500 soul crystals. Consuming double soul crystals allows you to recruit an additional 5 Void Hunters per day. Lin Mo spent 7,000 soul crystals to recruit 10 Void Hunters. The Void Hunter emerged from the Void Nest. They are all covered with a layer of black carapace, and their sharp legs are covered with barbs, resembling a series of void mantises. Void Hunter. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3 star. Talent, Phase Claws attacks have a 15% chance to ignore armor. Synergy, when there are more than 10 void creatures, attack speed is increased by 15%. When there are more than 50 void creatures, attack speed is increased by 25%. Skills, Thrust/LV6, Stealth LV6, Combo/LV5, Alertness LV6 passive. Hiss. 10 Void Hunters stood obediently in front of Lin Mo. Through the connection of souls, Lin Mo felt their closeness. From now on, you'll be called Air Force Major and Air Force Second Class. As was customary, Lin Mo called out names from left to right. Then he opened 2 more Void Executioner summoning scrolls. Buzz. As a summoning circle appeared, 2 rare-grade Void Executioners emerged from it. The moment they appeared, they suppressed the aura of the 10 Void Hunters. This is an intimidating force emanating from the species level. Compared to Void Hunters, they are more ferocious and terrifying in appearance, as if they were born to kill. Void Executioner. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Rare 3 star. Hiss. Sensing Lin Mo's presence, the 2 Void Executioners immediately crawled towards him. They rubbed their heads, the only part of their bodies without barbs, against Lin Mo's trouser leg, expressing their affection. Lin Mo watched the scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Such terrifying void creatures have such a gentle side. We need to give you all names too. He pondered for a moment and said, how about you two be named He Kongshu and Kongji? Why do I feel a little weak? Hiss. Upon hearing this, the 2 Void Executioners immediately let out excited roars. Never mind, as long as you like it. He took out the soul crystals and let them cultivate. With a flick of its tongue, Kongshu swallowed hundreds of soul crystals into its stomach. Tug. The next moment, its aura changed, and its body instantly swelled up. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. Open the empty information. Its level has now reached LV2. It's upgraded already? He was somewhat dumbfounded. Could this be the training speed of rare units? Then, he took out several thousand more soul crystals. Emptiness and solitude rapidly increased in power. 10 minutes later. Their level was then raised to LV5. However, after reaching level 5, their cultivation speed also slowed down. At this rate, they will catch up with Sure De and his group very soon. after they had eaten and drunk their fill. Only then did the 10 Void Hunters dare to step forward and crush the soul crystal to cultivate. The speed of troop upgrades is very fast in the early stages. However, to break through to the professional level, one must accumulate experience over a long period of time or absorb advanced crystals. Chapter 61 Program. After dealing with the troop matters, Lin Mo inspected the territory again. Yesterday, he arranged for Beth to combine the Fountain of Life and the Soul Fruit to develop a new potion. I wonder how Beth's research is going. Lin Mo arrived at the Alchemy Workshop area. Before that, he also moved the 100 Refinements Workshop here. Beth can craft alchemical weapons, which require a large number of metal parts. At this time, a large number of blacksmiths and alchemy apprentices gathered here. My lord! My lord! Upon seeing Lin Mo, they immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. Beth and Xiao Linger heard the commotion outside and came over. Honey, you've come at the perfect time. The potion you asked us to research has been created. Oh! So fast. He followed the two men to the workbench inside. Beth took a red vial from among the various glass bottles. The moment Lin Mo received the potion, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Purification agent, high quality. Crafted from soul fruit and the fountain of life, this product enhances mental strength and can purify against darkness, soul corruption, and curses. It's a high-quality potion. And it can also purify the darkness that is corrupting. A single dose of such a high-quality potion can sell for 1,000 soul crystals on the trading market. With the arrival of the dark tide, prices are expected to increase several times over. Beth, you did a great job. Lin Mo was in a good mood. You've done another great service this time. What reward would you like? Hearing Lin Mo's praise, Beth's pretty face blushed slightly. No need, my lord. You've already given me more than enough. Besides, I'll ask Sister Xiaoya for anything I need. Moreover, the purification potion was researched by Linger and me together. If you wish to reward someone, you can do so to Linger. Oh? Lin Mo glanced at Xiao Linger, who was standing with her hands on her hips, looking proud. Don't worry, I'll reward her properly. Humph. Xiao Linger was about to say something boastful, but she sensed something was off about Lin Mo's words. Seeing Lin Mo's mischievous grin, he quickly shook his head and said, No. I don't want the reward either. Lin Mo then inquired about the mass production of the purification agent. Beth replied that she could make 100 a day. In total, the income is estimated to be several 100,000 soul crystals. In addition, Beth also improved the Black Wolf set, greatly increasing its defensive capabilities, allowing it to withstand the strongest attack from professional-level monsters. Although it was somewhat of a double-edged sword for Lin Mo. However, a large number of lords have not yet broken through to the professional level. For them, the Black Wolf set is a life-saving piece of equipment, so there's no shortage of buyers. He had a premonition. These two projects will be the territory's two largest sources of revenue. Lin Mo did not disturb them as they continued working. After giving a few instructions, they arrived at the planting area. This is the territory, the largest area. It is planted with a large variety of fruits and vegetables. With the help of the wood spirits, the crops can be harvested every 2 days, enough to supply the daily food and drink of thousands of people. The planting area is near the elf residential area. The place was brightly lit, as if some kind of party was taking place. At this moment, they were wearing clothes woven from vines, singing and dancing around the campfire. The atmosphere was very lively. Lin Mo stood in the shadows, admiring this exotic scene. Not long after, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed elven chieftain, Evan. Ivan quietly approached Lin Mo. Lord, have we disturbed you? Should I tell them to stop? It's all right, you guys continue, Lin Mo said, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Ivan's heart stirred. My lord, would you like to come and sit at my house for a while? Lin Mo didn't think much of it. They followed Evan to a wooden house. The furniture inside is all woven from vines, giving it a natural feel. Lin Mo really liked the environment here. Evan clapped her hands, and immediately several wood elves brought out some fresh fruit and candied fruit. My lord, these are some candied fruits I made. Please try them, Ivan said with a smile. These fruits are available at the Lord's cottage. However, he had never actually tried these candied fruits. He picked one up and took a bite. It was indeed sweet but not cloying. My lord, I have also prepared a performance for you. Immediately afterwards, 10 wood elves dressed in light gauze slowly walked out. A melodious tune began to play. 10 graceful fairies danced to the music. The semi-transparent gauze is very flowing, but it doesn't obscure the graceful dance moves inside. The dance is light and graceful, yet it doesn't lose its wild beauty. Lin Mo sipped his fruit wine and watched the dance below. The dance was beautiful, but he always felt that something was missing. At that moment, Lin Mo saw the elven chieftain, Evan, dressed in a semi-transparent veil, gracefully approaching. Then she danced lightly. Her graceful figure, visible beneath the sheer veil, was clearly visible in the candlelight, making one's blood boil. Looking at Evan's mature yet charming face and captivating figure, Lin Mo then realized that something was missing. The charm of a mature woman. 3 hours later, Lin Mo left the wooden house with a satisfied expression. The next day, Lin Mo woke up in bed. At this moment, both Xiaoya and Rin Hongyan were cultivating in the cultivation room. During this period, he obtained more than a dozen job change scrolls by killing monsters. He gave these scrolls to Xiaoya and Rin Hongyan to choose from. Finally, Xiaoya changed her class to Dawn Priest and awakened the B-level talent, Light of Dawn. Healing effectiveness is doubled, and damage to undead and dark monsters is increased by 50%. Rin Hongyan chose the Void Mage class. It can cast void spells. After this short period of training, their levels advanced rapidly, reaching LV6. I estimate that I'll reach the professional level bottleneck in a few days. Lin Mo did not disturb their cultivation. He got up and went outside. It was already morning. But the weather was unusually gloomy, as if a storm was about to break. Brush. Just then, Sarah appeared silently. She was also holding a map made of animal hide. Master, this is the map we scouted last night. It marks the territories of all the surrounding lords. Lin Mo took the map. The locations of 20 alien lords are marked on the map, 6 of which have been abandoned by the lords. These territories are his target today. Chapter 62 Ugly Ox City. After a quick breakfast, Lin Mo then began assigning tasks. He planned to take his territory, Vientiane City and Rat City, with him. As the dark tide approaches, he must be prepared to evacuate the dark forest at any time. Although Zishu City is not as fast as Wanshan City. However, it can be attached to the area around Mixi to achieve synchronized speed. In order to finish the battle quickly, Lin Mo controlled his clone to act ahead of time. Attacking abandoned territories is not difficult, it just takes a little more time. With all preparations complete, Lin Mo led several squads of blue-haired ghost soldiers and vampire troops to the nearest territory. Hiss. Soon, the group encountered a group of giant tarantulas of elite quality. They spun webs in the woods, blocking their path. Boom! Without hesitation, Lin Mo used a gravity field of 50 times and slammed it down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The vampire soldiers, who had transformed into bats, also used blood blade attacks to kill them all. Soon, Lin Mo and his group arrived at the first abandoned territory. Within the territory, only 2 excellent defensive towers and the Lord's hut remained. At this point, the energy of the territory's protective shield and defense towers was almost depleted. Ghost 1, Ghost 2, you two go together and deplete the tower's energy first. Upon hearing this, Guidi immediately led 4 teams of blue-haired ghost soldiers towards the location of the protective shield. Swish! Swish! They triggered the turret's protection mechanism, and several crossbow bolts shot out. However, the blue-haired ghost soldiers are immune to physical attacks. Crossbow bolts cannot cause damage. At the same time, Lin Mo controlled his clone to open 2 green scrolls. To prepare for today's operation, he purchased 5 Siege Run Summoning Scrolls yesterday. As the scroll opens, a beam of light appeared in front of the territory, transforming into a 5-meter tall turret. Boom! With a deafening roar, a shell half a meter in diameter slammed into the protective shield. The protective shield instantly dimmed and began to vibrate violently. Click! 20 minutes later, the territory's protective shield shattered with a crash. The abilities of the 2 defensive towers were completely depleted by Guidi and his group. Buzz! At this moment, Lin Mo's main body also controlled 2 floating cities, hovering in front of the territory. Arrive at the Lord's hut. Lin Mo used his mental power to envelop the fire seed. With his current mental strength, he completely refined the fire seed in an instant. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the dark forest, a lizard man lord's expression changed. So quickly, someone has already occupied my territory. He looked in the direction of the dark forest, his face grim. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to return to the dark forest. After occupying the territory, Lin Mo spent 10 evolution points to upgrade the Lord's hut. The next moment, the Lord's hut was completely enveloped in the light of evolution. It eventually transformed into the shape of the Tower of Inferno. Hell Tower. With this addition, the territory now has 3 Inferno Towers. Afterwards, Lin Mo used another 10% of the materials to upgrade the Inferno Tower and the defensive Arrow Tower to Zishu City. During this period, Lin Mo has already controlled his clone to continue to the next territory. Time quickly passed and it was noon. During this period, Lin Mo had already occupied 3 alien territories. We acquired 2 Inferno Towers, 1 floating tower, and several other excellent defensive towers. Looking at the floating tower in front of me. Very good, this adds another floating city to the territory. Now that we have a rat city. Lin Mo then named this floating city, Ugliok City. Lin Mo controlled his clone to continue the journey. During this time, they also encountered a werewolf lord and a kobold lord. The aura emanating from them. Lin Mo judged that they had all reached the professional level. The lords who still dare to remain in the dark forest are either reluctant to give up their lord status or are confident enough in their own strength. After exchanging glances, the two sides tacitly refrained from causing trouble for each other. Lin Mo's aim was to attack other abandoned territories. They were wary of Lin Mo's strength. Chapter 63 Dark Elf. Soon, the clone conquered another territory. In this way, only one abandoned territory remained unconquered. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow shot rapidly toward the location of the clone. The moment the arrow entered the gravity field, it was immediately detected by the clone. Who goes there? He looked toward where the arrow had come from, and at the same time used 50 times the force of gravity to suppress it. Buzz. The arrow's speed decreased visibly, but it still hurtled toward the clone's chest. The next moment, the arrow struck the energy shield in front of Lin Mo. The energy shield fluctuated violently, but ultimately managed to block the arrow's attack. Ha! A soft exclamation came from not far away, seemingly surprised that the clone could catch the arrow. I looked toward the direction from which the sound came. He then saw a female elf slowly walking towards him. She wore light black leather armor, held a black longbow, and revealed a pair of long, shapely, snow-white legs. Behind her followed dozens of elite dark elves. Dark Elf. Level, LV 9 Tier 0. Rank, Elite 3-star. Whoosh! Whoosh! They raised their longbows and fired several arrows in succession. Chain arrow LV 6. Countless arrows rained down on the clone's location. Kill them! At Lin Mo's command, 4 squads of blue-haired ghost soldiers immediately formed ranks and charged toward the position of the Dark Elves. Kill! They activated their netherworld body, and all the arrows passed through their bodies without causing any harm. Physical immunity. Dark Elf Lord Lena used her Lord's talent to see the unit information of the blue-haired ghost soldiers. Interesting. I wonder if you can withstand this attack. As she spoke, she took out her longbow and swiftly shot an arrow toward the direction of the blue-haired ghost soldier. Buzz. A series of dark elemental auras enveloped the arrows. The arrow pierced straight through the chest of a blue-haired ghost soldier. The spot where the blue-haired ghost soldier was struck was immediately eroded by darkness, and his spirit was also corrupted by darkness. Before long, the blue-haired demon soldier who had been hit completely lost his mind and began attacking his comrades around him. Lin Mo witnessed this scene through his clone's perspective. Professional level. The blue-haired demons are only immune to physical attacks, but elemental attacks can still damage them. The Elven Lord Lena just used a dark elemental attack. Moreover, her level has already broken through to the professional level. If she were allowed to make her move, all the blue-haired ghost soldiers and vampire troops combined would be no match for her. The only ones who can deal with her here are the Tower Spirit Clone and Sarah, both of whom are professional level. 2 against 1, the advantage is in my hands. Lin Mo controlled his clone to instantly transform into Homelander. Z. 2 high energy rays shot out from his eyes, hurtling towards Lena's location. Upon seeing this, Lena immediately transformed into a phantom and appeared on the other side. Shadow Dance Steps LV 6. Trying to run? Seeing this, Lin Mo swept his eyes across the area, giving her no chance to draw her bow and shoot an arrow. And so, wherever Lena appeared, her clone's laser beam swept across. The Dark Elves under Lena's command were unable to harm the blue-haired ghost soldiers. The two sides collided, resulting in heavy casualties in an instant. "Bastard, I will kill you today." Lena watched this scene with a furious expression. Buzz. Facing the energy beam shot from her clone, she transformed into a black phantom and sped toward the clone's location. Good timing. Upon witnessing this, the clone immediately used a 50x gravity field to press down on Lena. Boom. The next instant, Lena was struck by 50 times the force of gravity, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Under 50 times the force of gravity, her speed was instantly suppressed. At the same time, black tentacles emerged from her shadow, wrapping around her long, snow-white, and shapely legs. The binding of shadows. At that moment, Sarah's figure emerged from the shadow of her clone. What the hell is this? Lena's expression changed drastically. Strands of dark energy enveloped her body, eroding and melting all the black tentacles. However, many black tentacles emerged from her shadow. In addition, Lena also has to allocate some energy to resist the pressure of the gravitational field. Buzz. Under the combined suppression of the clone and Sarah, Lena was quickly and completely bound by the dark tentacles. Brush. Just as Sarah conjured a giant scythe, intending to kill Lena. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly stopped him. "I still have a use for this person. Go and bind all those dark elves." "Yes, master." Sarah sheathed the scythe in her hand. He then led the vampire troops toward the location of the dark elves, with Sarah joining. Soon, all the dark elves were completely bound by the black tentacles. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo's true form came over. Looking at Lena, who was bound, and dozens of dark elves. "Human, you can't kill me," Lena pleaded. "My father is a 4th-tier lord. If you let me go, I will definitely repay you properly." Lin Mo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. It's not surprising to encounter a 2nd-generation lord in the wilderness. When he was at the Lord's Academy, many of his classmates were 2nd-generation lords. However, most lords did not pay much attention to their offspring, since they had far too many children. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Lin Mo said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he condensed several soul spikes and pierced Lena's soul. Ah! Lena felt as if an iron rod had pierced her head, screamed in agony, and immediately lost consciousness. "Sarah, untie her." "Yes." Sarah's black tentacles. Buzz. The next moment, Lin Mo condensed a soul imprint and pointed it at Lena's brow. The soul imprint pierced through an unconscious soul bondage and was firmly imprinted on Lena's soul. 2 minutes later, Lena finally woke up. Owner. Upon seeing Lin Mo, she immediately knelt down. "Very good, from now on you will be my second battlemaid. I am willing to die for my master," Lena said respectfully. "Come on, show us your territory." At this moment, Sarah asked, "Master, what should we do with these dark elves?" "Take them to the vampire reincarnation pool and reincarnate them all into vampires," Lin Mo said calmly. "Yes." Chapter 64, The Tower of 10,000 Swords. Lena's territory is a level 3 territory. It contains 12 high-quality defensive towers. Before this, Lin Mo had already made Lena give up her status as a lord. At this moment, the entire elven territory was completely undefended. Lin Mo arrived in the territory without any hindrance. With Lena present, the dark elves in the territory did not resist and were quickly taken over by the vampire troops. "Lena, you and Sarah will transform all the dark elves into vampires. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy," Lin Mo ordered. These dark elves can become his subjects, but their loyalty must reach 80 points. The conversion rate is too slow. Not wanting to waste time, he simply transformed them all into vampires. Soon, all the dark elves were transformed into vampire soldiers. They retained the elven ears unique to the elves, but their pupils had turned crimson. Lin Mo opened the information for one of the dark elves. Name, Phil. Race, Vampire Dark Elf. Level, LV8. Talent, Bat Transformation, Shadow Stealth. Bond, when the number of vampire units is greater than 10, the critical hit rate is increased by 15%. When the number of vampire units is greater than 50, the critical hit rate is increased by 25%. Skills, Night Raid LV6, Chain Arrows LV6, Dark Perception LV5, Crimson Blood LV6, Bloodblade /LV6. Not bad, the level didn't drop too much. During this period, Lin Mo spent 10 evolution points to upgrade the Lord's hut. Buzz. After the light fades away, the Lord's hut had been transformed into an altar, upon which stood an ancient-looking iron sword. The iron sword is 20 meters tall, and only the hilt and the blade are visible. The area below the iron sword was densely covered with all sorts of iron swords. This is a new building. Tier 1 10,000 Swords Tower. Rank, Common 3-star. Attack range, within 500 meters of the Tower of 10,000 Swords. Ability, 1, Sword Intent Condensation, automatically absorbs the sharp energy between heaven and earth and the killing intent on the battlefield, storing it in the core sword tomb of the tower. 2, Sword Chi Unleashed, releases invisible sword chi to deliver high-speed slashes to multiple targets. Each slash has a chance to trigger an armor penetration effect, ignoring the opponent's defense. 3, 10,000 Swords Return to 1, this skill gathers all sword energy to unleash a devastating attack. Cooldown, 2 hours. Consuming source crystals can reduce the cooldown. 4, Sword Formation Protection, consumes sword energy to form a protective sword formation, dealing continuous damage to surrounding enemies. There's a chance it will ignore defense. Without a doubt, this is a defensive tower with tremendous destructive power. Standing at the foot of the Tower of 10,000 Swords, there was even a slight stinging sensation. This is a sign that the Tower of 10,000 Swords is rapidly absorbing the sharp and murderous aura surrounding it. Without hesitation, Lin Mo directly consumed 100 evolution points to upgrade the Tier 1 Myriad Swords Tower. He moved the Tower of 10,000 Swords and all the finest buildings to the city of the Ugly Ox. After that, he took control of the territory of Vientiane City and flew towards the last territory. In this operation, he acquired a total of 4 Hell Towers, 1 Floating Tower, 1,000 Swords Tower, and 50 excellent buildings. He moved these buildings to the cities of the Rat and the Ox respectively. 2 floating cities stood guard on either side of Vientiane City like war fortresses, making the territory's defenses impenetrable. Just then, Lin Mo saw a large horde of corpses through the clone's perspective. In the center of the horde of corpses stood a terrifying zombie king. A series of red, malevolent energies surrounded the corpse king, emanating an ominous aura. That's a boss-level monster. The aura emanating from it far surpasses that of a typical peak professional level user. Call. Just then, the red aura spread towards the location of the clone. Clearly, the corpse king had already discovered him. Roar! Roar! The horde of zombies instantly surged forward, charging towards the location of the clone. Lin Mo did not control his clone to escape, but instead steered it towards the territory of the corpse dynasty. Tonight, he will leave the dark forest. You'll inevitably encounter boss-level monsters at that time. It would be better to take this opportunity to test the territory's combat strength and see if it can handle boss-level monsters. He currently has 645 evolution points, enough to upgrade 8 rare defense towers. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately spent 600 evolution points to upgrade 3 Gale and Rain towers and 3 Sky Eagle cannons. To be on the safe side, Lin Mo only dispatched the Rat City and Ox City to carry out the operation. His true form is stationed in Wanxiang City, ready to escape at any time. There are 5 rare defensive towers on the 2 floating cities, plus a second-tier 10,000 Swords Tower. This configuration is equivalent to half of the territory's combat strength. If he still can't defeat the boss-level monster, he will quickly flee with his territory, Vientiane City. Soon, the clone returned to Zishu City with all the troops. The horde of corpses followed closely behind. Swoosh! 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 Unseen sword energies appeared around the Tower of 10,000 Swords. It shot towards the location of the horde of corpses. After the 10,000 Swords Tower is upgraded, its attack range reaches a radius of 1,500 meters, which is even farther than the range of rare defense towers. Swish! Swish! A series of whooshing sounds rang out. In an instant, dozens of ordinary zombies were torn to pieces by thousands of sword energies. Roar! A terrifying horde of nearly 10,000 corpses surged toward the cities of Zishu and Shunyi like a tidal wave. Swish! 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 Thousands of sword energies, like a meat grinder, quickly shredded hundreds of zombies. Roar! At this moment, 6 professional-grade black-haired zombies rushed over. Streaks of black malevolent energy enveloped their bodies, forming a protective barrier. Clang! 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 The sword energy struck their bodies, immediately producing a series of metallic clanging sounds. Put. Although the sword energy could not tear their bodies apart, it still left behind hideous wounds on them. Buzz. Whoosh. Whoosh. Once the black-haired zombies reached a radius of 1 kilometer, the defense mechanism of the 5 rare defensive towers was immediately triggered. In an instant, 2 cannonballs, dozens of crossbow bolts, and a soul strike were unleashed upon the black-haired zombie. Boom! The 6 black-haired zombies were hit head-on and instantly vaporized by the enormous energy, leaving only 6 source crystals lying on the ground. Roar! The Corpse King behind them let out a furious roar. A series of red, malevolent energies enveloped it, like flames. After becoming a leader, it was upgraded and was no longer as listless as a low-level monster. Having witnessed the firepower of the Rat City and the Ox City, it sensed a threat. However, it is extremely confident in its own strength. I don't believe that 2 floating cities can stop it. Knock knock knock. It marched toward the location of Zishu City. Chapter 65 Corpse King. As the Corpse King approached within 1,500 meters of Zishu City, thousands of invisible sword energies immediately shot towards it. Ding ding ding. The sword energy attacked its body, but was instantly deflected and dissipated into nothingness. Copper Skin and Iron Bones LV9. The attacks from the Tower of 10,000 Swords could not harm it in the slightest. As the Corpse King approached, 2 energy projectiles and dozens of giant crossbow bolts hurtled toward it. Roar! The Corpse King roared in fury. Streaks of malevolent energy gathered on its body and swept towards the location of the crossbow bolts and cannonballs. Thud! Thud! The 2 sides collided. Most of the crossbow bolts and energy projectiles were blocked by the evil dragon. However, 1 or 2 arrows and cannonballs still hit the Corpse King. Boom! The Corpse King was hit head-on by the energy cannonball, but only suffered a charred mark on his body and was otherwise unharmed. Watching the Corpse King approach, the clone immediately used several source crystals to activate all 5 rare defense towers. Call! Wind elements clung to the crossbow bolts, creating more than a dozen giant tornadoes. In the air, compressed energy projectiles plummeted downwards at high speed. A concentrated attack from 5 rare defensive towers. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and a shockwave spread outwards, uprooting countless trees. At this moment, the location of the Corpse King had become a pit with a diameter of 10 meters. The room was filled with smoke and dust, and there was no sound at all. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Corpse King was left with only half a body, and even half of his head had been smashed to pieces. However, the Corpse King is still not dead. It uses the ability, Immortality, with new flesh growing from its wounds. Seeing this, Lin Mo consumed 5 more source crystals and launched a second barrage of attacks. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. The Corpse King's aura did not completely dissipate until the 3rd round of bombardment ended. Around its corpse, 25 source crystals and a job change scroll were gathered. Not bad, it took 12 source crystals to kill the boss-level monster. In the end, I actually made quite a bit of money. Lin Mo did not use the rare defensive towers on the remaining ordinary monsters. Instead, he ordered Sarah to lead all the vampires and blue-haired ghost soldiers to kill all the corpses outside. After the Zombie King died, some professional-level zombies, seeing the situation was dire, led a group of their subordinates and quickly fled. Only a portion of the ordinary zombies, driven by instinct, continued to attack the Rat City. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo controlled the myriad city to fly over. The territory's elite troops now number over 400. The most numerous of them are vampire units. Their numbers have reached around 300. Facing these ordinary wild monsters, they quickly cleared away all the corpses. All that was left were soul crystals and materials scattered on the ground. All the materials dropped by the monsters were collected. This operation yielded a total of 50,000 source crystals and 30 source crystals. That's a very large income. He glanced at the sky. There is only 1 alien territory left. Once we occupy this territory, we can leave the dark forest. At this moment, the gray fog deep in the forest spread rapidly and would reach here sooner or later. Half an hour later, Lin Mo arrived at the last territory. Before that, he had already used up all his shields and defensive towers. After Lin Mo occupied the territory of Huazhong, a notification sound appeared in his mind. You have reached number 998 on the wealth ranking list in Area D486. territory reputation points plus 10. The leaderboard rewards will be distributed at midnight. Please keep your ranking unchanged. Regional wealth ranking. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. He never expected to make it onto the regional wealth list. Generally speaking, those who make it onto the wealth list are mostly second-generation lords. They have family and power backing. It can obtain a large amount of resources. I never thought I'd make it onto the wealth list. Lin Mo was in high spirits. Once you're on the regional wealth leaderboard, you'll receive daily rewards. With his current ranking, he can get 10 source crystals every day. But what excited him most was that he gained 10 territory reputation points. This means he can recruit more refugees every day. Perhaps in a few days, he can upgrade his territory to a level 1 town. At that time, he will be able to build a perfect level defensive tower. Lin Mo spent 10 evolution points to upgrade the Lord's Hut. After the light of evolution dissipated, the Lord's Hut transformed into a floating tower. Another floating tower. He already has 2 floating cities. He didn't want to build too many floating cities in the short term, otherwise it would cause resources to be scattered and reduce the combat power of the floating cities. With this in mind, Lin Mo decided to relocate the floating tower to the Vientiane city in his territory. He had previously discovered that as the number of Inferno towers increased, the hell rays they emit can actually overlap, unleashing even greater power. Perhaps building more floating towers could also enhance their capabilities. Do you wish to relinquish the territory and relocate the Tier 1 floating tower to the designated location? Yes. As Lin Mo confirmed, the floating tower turned into specks of light and vanished instantly. It reappeared, this time in Mixi Mall. Buzz. The moment the floating tower appeared, the 2 defensive towers instantly connected. The territory's defensive shield was instantly enhanced. Even the light seemed to intensify. It really works. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He controlled Vientiane City to move forward. He soon discovered that the movement speed had reached 40 km per hour, which was equivalent to the combined speed of the 2 floating towers. In this way, only 1 level of floating tower needs to be built to increase the speed of the territory. Chapter 66 Wealth Ranking. After conquering all 6 territories, Lin Mo prepared to leave the Dark Forest. He thought about it. They planned to move their territory to the vicinity of Sunset City. Sunset City has existed in the wilderness for hundreds of years. There are many powerful individuals inside, so dealing with the Dark Tide shouldn't be a problem. If he is unable to stop the Dark Tide in the future, he can take Judy and the others to seek the protection of Sunset City. Moreover, Run Hongyan has stored a treasure that appears to be a perfect scroll in Sunset City. He certainly wouldn't let such a good thing slip by. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo controlled Wanshan City to fly out of the forest. Soon, the territory arrived at the location of the former Dwarven territory. He had previously left behind a portion of Dwarven troops and Dwarven slaves to mine here. At this time, some wooden houses and warehouses were built near the iron ore mine. My lord! My lord! Some of the dwarf soldiers saw Lin Mo and immediately came forward, kneeling on one knee. Get up! Lin Mo looked at the mountains of iron ore piled up in the warehouse. If these iron ores are listed on the trading market, they are estimated to sell for hundreds of thousands of soul crystals. You did a great job. Lin Mo looked down at the dwarf troops and goblin miners. Although they submitted to us, their true allegiance was still to Balin, the former dwarven lord. This is indeed a potential problem. Since Balin arrived in the territory, he has been cutting down trees and collecting soul fruits with the orc lumberjacks. During this time, he was looking for an opportunity to escape. Having once been a lord, how could he be content to be just a lowly lumberjack? However, all of this naturally did not escape Lin Mo's notice. The reason they didn't deal with Bahrain was naturally because he had access to the Dwarven Alliance. Prices in the trading market vary depending on race. He could easily act as a middleman, earning the difference in price and making a profit. Thinking about this, Lin Mo immediately instructed Sarah to convert all dwarf and Balin units into vampire units. After dealing with the dwarf troops, Lin Mo controlled Wanshan City and brought it to a canyon, a gathering place for tens of thousands of mountain bandits. He hadn't forgotten being chased by the purple giant ape. Now that we have the ability to kill boss-level monsters, we naturally want to get our revenge. Thump! Thump! As Lin Mo approached, he was immediately spotted by the monkey demon in the canyon. Immediately, 3 red-faced sword apes led thousands of monkey demons in a charge. "Who are you, daring to trespass into our Yenshan stronghold?" the red-faced ape leader shouted fiercely. "Those who will kill you." Lin Mo, too lazy to waste words, immediately lifted the restrictions on the 4 gale and rain towers. Swoosh! 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 The next second, dozens of crossbow bolts shot towards the red-faced ape. "Human, it's you again." Just then, a roar came from the canyon. Immediately afterwards, a giant ape, 15 meters tall, charged forward, attempting to block the attack from the gale and rain tower. But it was still a step too late. A dozen or so crossbow bolts transformed into small tornadoes, striking the 3 leading red-faced sword apes. They brandished their massive swords in an attempt to parry. However, the crossbow bolts instantly tore through the crimson blade light they unleashed, piercing straight through the heads of the 3 red-faced sword apes. Instant kill. The ordinary monkey demons around them were also torn to pieces by the wind element attached to the crossbow bolts. "Human, you're asking for death." The purple giant ape witnessed this scene and its eyes widened in fury. At the same time, tens of thousands of monkey demons poured out of the canyon. Kill. The roars rose and fell, a scene no less than a large-scale war. Chapter 67: Attacking the Mountain Stronghold and Climbing the Regional Power Ranking. Good timing. Lin Mo used up his source crystals to activate all 4 gale and rain towers and all 4 sky eagle cannons. Compared to killing the Corpse King, there are also 4 rare defensive towers. Lin Mo ignored the other monsters. Instead, they focused their fire on the purple giant ape. Buzz. 4 highly compressed energy projectiles and dozens of crossbow bolts whistled through the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple giant ape was hit head-on. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards. Countless monkey demons were struck by the shockwave and instantly turned into minced meat. Roar! The purple giant ape let out a painful roar. Its fur was charred black, and its arms were blown off at the root. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. When we attacked the Corpse King before, the first round of concentrated fire shattered half of its body. But now all that's been blown up are the giant ape's arms. It seems that it is even stronger than the Corpse King. Without hesitation, Lin Mo consumed several more source crystals and launched a concentrated attack on the purple giant ape. Buzz. 4 highly compressed energy projectiles condensed in the air. The purple giant ape's eyes flashed with fear upon seeing this. With its intelligence, it naturally understood that it was no match for Lin Mo. He immediately turned around and tried to run away. But the attacks from the Skyhawk cannon and the Gale Tower had already locked onto him. 4 energy projectiles traced graceful arcs in the air as they hurtled toward the back of the purple giant ape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of hurricane crossbow bolts followed closely behind. The purple giant ape was hit by concentrated fire again, and this time its injuries were more severe, with dozens of deep wounds exposing the bone on its back. Lin Mo continued his attack, maneuvering the rare defensive tower. Finally, under the 3rd round of concentrated fire, the purple giant ape collapsed to the ground. Finally dead. Looking at the corpse of the purple giant ape, Lin Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It took more than 20 source crystals to kill it. Hopefully this won't be a losing proposition. Lin Mo manipulated Wanxiang City to move towards the location of the mountain stronghold. Upon seeing their leader killed, some professional-level crimson-faced apes scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. However, a large number of wild monsters are still flocking to the territory. To save materials, Lin Mo sent all his troops into the battlefield. Among them, the levels of Sheeta and Shire have reached LV9. They are larger than other Goron stone men, reaching a height of 5 meters. Perhaps it's because there haven't been any battles recently. Armed with iron bars, they charged wildly towards the monster. Boom! Sure Dead and Sure Air charged into the monster horde like tigers among sheep, sweeping down a whole group with a single blow of their clubs. The iron rods they wield are forged from refined steel and iron, capable of withstanding forces of up to 10 tons. These are weapons that the dwarves specifically crafted for them. However, in terms of sheer destructive power, the 2 Void Executioners are the most astonishing void in Desolation. After a day of training, they have reached level 7. It has the potential to surpass others. They wield their scythes and with a single, gentle slash, can cut elite-level monsters in 2. Each time an elite monster is killed, another one appears behind it in the next second. Silent and stealthy, like an assassin lurking in the night. Rear. Jui held a runic longbow, continuously drawing the bow and shooting arrows. It created storms of spiritual energy on the battlefield. After being promoted to the Tower Spirit of Gale Tower, all her attacks are imbued with wind elemental damage. The battle lasted for 2 hours before tens of thousands of bandits were wiped out. The battlefield was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with severed limbs and remains scattered everywhere. During this time, Lin Mo had collected all the materials for the purple giant ape. In total, more than 50 source crystals were obtained. Just then, a notification sound appeared in Lin Mo's mind. You have climbed to the top of the power rankings in Region 486, ranking 936th, territory reputation plus 10. Ranking rewards will be distributed at midnight. The Lord who was watching the rankings immediately noticed the scene. It topped 2 leaderboards in a single day. This made many lords remember the name Lin Mo. Chapter 68 Ape God Set. Lin Mo was unaware of this. After wiping out all the bandits, he controlled Wanshan City to fly towards the canyon. A large gathering place of wild monsters like this is very likely to contain resource chests. Upon entering the mountain stronghold, Lin Mo discovered a large expanse of farmland. The land here is very fertile, and even without much care, it can still produce a large amount of grain. Fertile land excellent. Can be planted with any type of plant, increasing plant growth rate 5-fold. No wonder he can support so many bandits and wild monsters. Lin Mo looked at the information about fertile land. Unlike the wood elf's ability to induce birth, wood elves can only nurture ordinary level plants, and they sacrifice the plant's growth potential. Fertile soil increases the growth rate of any plant without any side effects. Strictly speaking, fertile land should be classified as a special type of building. I don't know if it's possible to relocate. Lin Mo's mind stirred slightly. The next moment, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Do you want to consume 500 soul crystals to move 1 acre of fertile land to the designated location? It can work. Lin Mo was overjoyed. The territory was limited in size, so he could only move a small portion of the land. However, these fertile lands are enough to support several thousand people, and with the wood elves' ability to accelerate growth, supporting tens of thousands of people is not a problem. After moving the fertile land, Lin Mo then ordered all troops to collect everything useful from the mountain stronghold. Of course, the most crucial thing is to get them to find the location of the treasure chest. Treasure chests have no fixed location and can appear in any inconspicuous corner of the village. Soon, a vampire unit has located the treasure chest. Lin Mo approached and saw that it was actually a silver treasure chest. Silver treasure chest. Opening this item may yield rare quality resources. Ignoring the dust on the treasure chest, Lin Mo opened it directly. The next moment, 2 blueprints and 10 advanced crystals floated above the silver treasure chest. Ape God Set Crafting Blueprint Rare 3-star. Wind Arrow Crafting Blueprint Rare 1-star. Tier 1 Advancement Crystal 10. Lin Mo opened the drawing information. As can be seen from the blueprints, the Ape God Set and the Black Wolf Set are somewhat similar. Both can help enhance strength and defense. As a rare set, the Ape God Set undoubtedly has superior performance, and can even withstand the strongest attack from a boss-level monster. This is a life-saving piece of equipment. If it can be developed, it could definitely be sold for tens of thousands of source crystals, a sky-high price. Thinking about this, Lin Mo had someone call Beth over. Soon, Beth was brought over by Sarah. Beth, take a look at these 2 blueprints. Do you think we can build it? Beth took the blueprints and was immediately drawn to their contents. What an ingenious design. I never knew a power unit could be built like this. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that she realized Lin Mo had been watching her the whole time. My lord, I apologize. I was just too engrossed in what I was watching. It's alright, you've already looked at both of these drawings. So, can you make it? Beth said confidently, of course, but I need more materials and better equipment. Lin Mo nodded slightly upon hearing this. Really? Both the Alchemy Workshop and the 100 Refinement Workshop are high-quality buildings that can only craft high-quality equipment. To craft rare equipment, you must upgrade your workshop. He doesn't have enough evolution points right now. The workshop can only be upgraded in a few days. Chapter 69 Sunset City. By this time, Sherdet and his team had finished cleaning up the battlefield. In total, they obtained over 100,000 soul crystals, 10 source crystals, and several other materials. the total loot is less than half of what the purple giant ape dropped. It seems that if we want to obtain more source crystals, we still need to kill high-level monsters. He obtained a total of 10 evolution crystals during this operation. It can allow 10 different troop types to break through to the professional level. With the increase in the number of troop types, it's impossible for him to make all of them break through to the professional level. A merit-based military system must be established. Only by accumulating enough military merits can one receive the advanced crystal. Lin Mo plans to entrust this matter to Ren Hongyan. Arrange for the local people to compile statistics on the combat achievements of each branch of the military. However, Lin Mo would not be stingy with troops like Divine Eagle and Stone Giant, who had made great contributions to the territory in the early days. He will take out 10 advanced crystals and send them back to upgrade. It was already evening. Traveling at night is too dangerous, so Lin Mo plans to set off tomorrow. Moreover, tomorrow is the day the dark tide erupts, so we must conserve our energy. Of course, daily entertainment is essential. After all, this is related to obtaining evolution points. Return to the Lord's hut. Lin Mo lay in the bathtub, enjoying the intimate services of 12 vampire girls. These vampire girls were carefully selected by Sarah and Lena. Both in terms of talent and appearance, they are among the best of the hundreds of vampire soldiers. Their daily task was to take care of Lin Mo's daily life and protect his safety. Lin Mo browsed the messages on the chat forum. He never expected that today's trending topics would be about him appearing on 2 lists consecutively. The following comments were from other lords. Lin Mo? I've never heard of such a person before. Is he probably some hidden second-generation lord who built this up with resources? Lin Mo looked at the comments above, but his expression remained unchanged. It seems I've really become famous this time. However, people fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Previously, there were reports that the rival Demon Alliance and the Dark Knight Alliance had offered a large reward for the position of a human genius lord and had sent people to assassinate him. However, with the help of the floating tower, he doesn't need to worry about revealing the location of his territory. Beep beep. Just then, someone tagged him in a private message. Upon opening it, I found it was a message from the class group chat. This is a group chat that was automatically added after using a faction token. In addition, there are community groups and college groups. Lin Mo rarely checks group messages. However, judging from the usual chats, most people in the group are not doing well. It's either a lack of food, or the soldiers and civilians under my command have been killed by wild monsters. Of course, there were also a few lords who did very well. This included class monitor Zhang Yan, sports committee member Shen Wan, and some second-generation lords. At this time, they are discussing today's trending topics. One of the second-generation lords, Sugu, suddenly tagged Lin Mo. I didn't see the list before. How did you, a crafting profession, end up in the wilderness? And to have survived until now, that's truly remarkable. Wait, your name is the same as the one trending on social media. Could that person be you? Class monitor Jiang Yan, ha! The name is indeed the same. Maybe it really is Lin Mo. Sports committee member Shen Wan, class monitor, don't be ridiculous. He has a simple job, he can barely even get onto a heated brick bed, and he's on the list. Lin Mo looked at the messages in the class group chat but didn't offer any explanation. Even if he explained, they wouldn't believe him. The chat forum has been shut down. Lin Mo pulled the vampire girl beside him into his arms. It's more important to get down to business. The next day, Lin Mo got up early. As the dark tide approached, the weather grew increasingly gloomy. At this moment, the dark forest was completely enveloped by gray fog. With his strength, he could even see the millions of monsters at the edge of the gray fog. It seems we must set off as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo controlled the myriad city and flew towards the location of Sunset City. Along the way, Lin Mo saw numerous gathering places of wild monsters through the eagle's vision. The number is even greater than that of the dark forest. It flew for 5 hours straight. Through the eagle's vision, Lin Mo could already see Sunset City 100 miles away. This is a truly massive city. The walls are as high as mountains, covering an area of 50 square kilometers, enough to accommodate tens of millions of people. According to Ren Hongyan, the city lord of Sunset City is a 4th-tier extraordinary expert. It is now hundreds of years old. He has served as the city lord since the founding of Sunset City and has lived to this day. However, the Lord of Sunset City has not appeared in Sunset City for 10 years. Today, the entire Sunset City is managed by the three main family heads. The three major families, the City Lord who hasn't appeared in 10 years. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. It seems that Sunset City is not a shallow place after all. Chapter 70 Restoring the Time Clock Tower. 4 hours later. Lin Mo bypassed Sunset City and stopped behind it. In this way, even if a riot breaks out in the Dark Forest, Sunset City will be the first to be attacked by the Dark Forest. This will buy him time to retreat. Roar! Roar! As soon as Lin Mo set up camp in his territory, ordinary wild monsters, drawn by the scent, rushed over. Before that, the eagle had already surveyed the surrounding area. Although the monsters here are not as numerous as in the Dark Forest, their levels are much higher. With only a cursory exploration, the Divine Eagle discovered 3 large gathering places of wild monsters. In addition, there are 6 other alien territories. However, the more territories a race has, the more dispersed the monsters' targets become. Once the dark tide erupts, these alien territories will be able to share some of the pressure. After settling the territory, Lin Mo went to the Clock Tower of Time. After working hard last night, he earned a total of 1,165 evolution points. With a slight thought in his mind. Try using evolution points to repair the time clock tower. Would you like to spend 500 evolution points to repair the time clock tower? It really works. Lin Mo was overjoyed. Although the architect's talents can be used to repair the clock tower of time. However, it requires 150 units of star steel. Using evolution points is undoubtedly much more convenient. Buzz. As Lin Mo confirmed, the clock tower of time was completely enveloped in the light of evolution. After the light faded, a complete clock tower of time appeared in the center of the territory. Time Clock Tower. Rank, Rare 3-star. Usage range, 1,500 meters. Functional effect, time acceleration consumes soul crystals, increases the production speed and attack speed of surrounding buildings by 50%. Time slowdown unlocked. A fleeting moment of eternity unlocked. Usage requirements, consumes 10 low-grade source crystals to maintain time acceleration for 1 hour. The clock tower is an auxiliary building. Although only the ability to accelerate time has been unlocked, its effect is definitely no less than that of several rare defensive towers. However, correspondingly, the time clock tower is also a major consumer of source crystals. Therefore, it's best not to use the time clock tower unless it's absolutely necessary. After that, Lin Mo went to the 100 Refinements Workshop. I'm preparing to upgrade the 100 Refinements Workshop and Alchemy Workshop. Lin Mo let Beth clear out the 2 workshops. Would you like to upgrade the Alchemy Workshop by consuming 200 evolution points? Upgrading both workshops requires 400 evolution points. With Lin Mo's confirmation, the 2 workshops were instantly enveloped in the light of evolution. The 2 workshops expanded rapidly, soon becoming large buildings 10 meters high with a floor area of 100 meters by 100 meters. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Mo led Beth inside. All the equipment inside has been upgraded, including high-precision CNC machine tools, multi-axis machining centers, laser engraving machines. Beth looked at the instruments with great interest. My lord, with these devices, I will soon be able to develop the Ape God set. Moreover, once we become familiar with these devices, the production speed of the Black God suit and purification agents can be increased several times over. Very good, then I'll wait for your good news, Lin Mo said with satisfaction. After leaving the Dark Forest, the territory's biggest source of income right now is the sale of Black Wolf sets and purification potions. With the workshop now upgraded, it is estimated that it can generate a profit of 1 million soul crystals per day. In addition, since he made it onto the wealth list, several large chambers of commerce have invited him to join. Joining a guild allows you to participate in regular auctions and purchase rare materials and equipment. They can also consign their own goods at auctions. As long as the product is unique enough, it generally won't result in a loss. The most recent auction was a large-scale auction held by the Giant Stone Chamber of Commerce in 7 days. At that time, many new lords will go there. He could use these 2 days to stockpile more purification potions and Black Wolf sets, hoping to sell them for a good price. Chapter 71 Dark Tide Eruption. Lin Mo opened the chat forum. The forum homepage features a striking red countdown. Dark Tide countdown, 2 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. With only 2 hours left until the dark tide, most lords were extremely anxious. However, some lords were very confident. They even started live streaming. They constructed numerous defensive towers within their territory and recruited thousands of elite troops, ready to make a big splash. It is worth mentioning that Lin Mo topped both the regional wealth list and the power ranking yesterday. But he was quickly ousted by other lords. Looks like there are still a lot of wealthy second-generation lords. I've built so many rare buildings, yet I still haven't been able to consistently rank high on the regional wealth list. However, he did not underestimate himself. In order to climb the regional resource rankings, those lords built a large number of sophisticated defensive towers. Their actual combat strength may not be comparable to his. Time passed by, second by second. At a certain moment, the entire world instantly darkened, as if plunged into a deathly silence. Faced with the boundless darkness, everyone felt an extreme sense of oppression. A bird's eye view. Only a few scattered territorial shields remained, emitting a faint glow. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by roars that seemed to come from the abyss. With the help of the protective shield's faint light, Lin Mo saw that all the monster's eyes had turned completely black. His eye sockets were covered with black, vein-like lines that spread across his entire face. Is this what darkness corrupts? Lin Mo witnessed this scene and felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, the surrounding inhabitants also began to be infected by the darkness. Strands of black, vein-like threads appeared in their eyes. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo quickly activated the territory's protective shield. Buzz! The protective shield emitted a faint glow. However, monsters corrupted by darkness will attack anything with light. The moment the protective shield was activated, it immediately attracted a large number of wild monsters. Roar! 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 Countless zombies, wolf demons, wild beasts, goblins, cyclops, and even tree people roared and charged towards the city of myriad forms. As the monsters drew closer, they soon came within range of the chain crossbow towers. Swoosh! 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 Countless crossbow bolts, cannonballs, flames, and ice spikes rained down on the horde of monsters. In just 1 minute, the area in front of the territory became a battlefield. Blood stained the earth red, and severed limbs and broken bones were scattered everywhere. However, the monsters corrupted by darkness have lost all sense of fear. Their consciousness is filled only with destruction and slaughter. The same scene played out in every territory. However, most lords only have a few well-equipped defensive towers. Faced with a constant stream of monsters, they could only rely on their troops to defend against the monsters' attacks. The dark tide will last for a month. During this period, countless territories will be destroyed. It is unknown how many soldiers and civilians have died in the monster massacre. Lin Mo had previously placed his territory at the foot of the mountain. Now we only need to face attacks from 3 sides of monsters. The Rat City and Ox City stopped on either side of the territory to deal with the monsters on both sides. Vientiane City, on the other hand, only needs to face the direct attacks of the wild monsters. During this period, Sarah led dozens of vampire soldiers. Go out and collect soul crystals and materials dropped by wild monsters. They are all dark units, capable of ignoring dark tides, and their strength will be enhanced. As expected, the monsters became more violent after being corrupted by darkness. In just half an hour, he collected tens of thousands of soul crystals and dozens of resource crystals. Click! Lin Mo crushed all the resource crystals, and a large amount of materials were immediately collected into the Lord's space. This is just a rough estimate. These materials not only replenish the supplies needed for high-quality defensive towers, but also leave a large surplus. Chapter 72 Lord-level beings appearing in the Dark Forest. This is only the initial stage of the Dark Tide eruption. Only ordinary monsters are corrupted by darkness. The real test will be over the next 7 days, during which even some professional-level monsters and boss-level monsters will be corrupted by darkness. That will be the nightmare for most lords. The chat forum was filled with cries of despair. After their territory was breached, they frantically pleaded for help on the forum, as if grasping at a last straw. But they knew all too well that no one would come to their rescue. It's just self-deception. Perhaps this is the true, cruel reality of the wilderness. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Just then, a live stream caught his attention. The live stream footage showed the interior of the dark forest. It can't be wrong. The trees inside are exactly the same as those in the dark forest. At this moment, the host is introducing his territory. Hey guys, watch closely. Today I'm going to show you the power of a rare defensive tower. Within the territory, two rare quality, lava towers, stand prominently. The tower is crimson red and radiates intense heat. Under the firepower of two rare defensive towers, most of the monsters were melted by the lava fireballs and could not advance. Gradually, Lin Mo realized something was wrong. No, the monsters are too high level. He even spotted several professional level monsters. Huh? What's that? Just then, Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. A well-organized army appeared deep in the forest. It was an undead legion composed of skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors. Their steps were synchronized, their eyes burning with the fire of their souls, radiating a chilling aura of death. And this is just the tip of the iceberg for the entire army. Just then, an incredibly luxurious and enormous carriage appeared. The chariot was pulled by 8 enormous skeletal dragons with retracted bony wings, exuding a powerful dragon aura. Holy crap! What kind of spectacle is this? 8 rare skeletal dragons are being used as haulers? The live stream chat exploded instantly. The streamer is in trouble. Judging from this, the person sitting in the carriage is definitely a big boss at the Lord level or above. In the live stream, the streamer, who is showing off, suddenly lost all color in his face. He originally wanted to show off his rare defensive tower to gain popularity and tips. Who would have thought that they would encounter a terrifying being at the Lord level? We're doomed this time. His voice trembled noticeably, and he had almost given up resisting. However, to everyone's surprise, the Legion of Death nearly passed through his territory, showing no intention of making a move. Of course, it could also be out of disdain. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when the last skeleton warrior's figure was about to disappear into the shadows of the forest. The live chat was filled with comments like, "The streamer is so lucky," and "May the ancestors bless him." But at that moment, something unexpected happened. On the open ground directly in front of the territory, space seemed to distort slightly, and a figure appeared without warning. She was a woman with silver hair and red eyes. She was wearing a gothic dress and holding a red and black lace parasol. Her demeanor was as elegant as if she were preparing to attend a noble tea party. If she weren't standing amidst a horde of howling monsters, anyone would mistake her for a beautiful, harmless young woman. However, strangely enough, the crazed and violent zombies and monsters around her seemed to sense some kind of fear originating from their life instincts. They all lowered their bodies, whimpering and retreating, creating an eerie vacuum around her. What is that? What a beautiful woman. I have never seen such a beautiful woman before. Don't you find it strange that a woman appeared in a group of monsters and was completely unharmed? Silver hair and red eyes, these features suggest she's a high-ranking vampire. The comments started scrolling wildly again. However, the anchors at the scene were already feeling a chill run down their spines. Only by being there in person can you feel the terrifying aura emanating from the woman. Danger! 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 He sensed from the woman a deep-seated fear, a fear of a higher predator, originating from the depths of his soul. Without hesitation, he consumed several source crystals to activate the second form of the lava tower. Buzz! The lava tower emitted a deep rumble, its body shone brightly, and scorching waves of heat swept outwards. The next moment, 4 giant lava fireballs, each over 2 meters in diameter and filled with dark red magma, rapidly coalesced around the tower. Whoosh! 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 With a piercing whooshing sound, 4 lava fireballs shot towards the silver-haired vampire woman. It was about to completely devour her. However, the woman neither dodged nor avoided the situation. She merely raised her crimson eyes slightly, her gaze calm and utterly undisturbed. The next moment, twisted, dark tentacles surged wildly from the shadows beneath her feet. Like an octopus, it faced the 4 lava fireballs. The moment the shadow tentacles touched the lava fireballs, they completely enveloped the 4 fireballs like liquid. As the shadow tentacles writhed, the lava fireball vanished instantly, as if it had been devoured by them. Immediately afterwards, 8 shadowy tentacles lashed out rapidly, extending hundreds of meters in length, and slammed into the protective shield. Crack! The Tier 4 territory shield, capable of withstanding continuous attacks from professional-level monsters, was as fragile as paper in front of the shadow whip, shattering instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 lava towers continued their attack. However, it was still easily neutralized by the 8 shadow tentacles. All the monsters rushed into the territory and began slaughtering the surrounding inhabitants and troops. The live stream began to shake violently, filled with the screams of the people, the roars of the troops, and the howls of the monsters. The final shot shows the woman's stunningly beautiful yet icy face, with an eerie red glow emanating from her pupils. Is this the power of a Lord-level being? Lin Mo looked at the screen where the live stream had been shut down, feeling heavy-hearted. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I left the dark forest beforehand. Given the territory's current strength, he wasn't confident he could escape unscathed even if he encountered a Lord-level monster. I'm so far away from the dark forest now, those Lord-level monsters shouldn't come after me, right? Lin Mo felt somewhat anxious and uncertain. It would be best to wait a while and then move the territory to an even more distant location. However, the most urgent task right now is to get through the dark tide. Chapter 73: The Void Executioner Leveraging Home Field Advantage. Lin Mo looked out of the territory. As time went on, more and more monsters gathered outside the territory. And they have advanced to within 100 meters of the edge of the territory. Those monsters corrupted by darkness will quickly rot after death, turning into wisps of dark energy that continue to erode everything around them. At this moment, the dark energy outside the territory had materialized, and the gray mist formed by the dark energy completely enveloped the territory. If it weren't for the protective shield, all the citizens would have been instantly eroded. As the monsters drew closer and closer to the territory, Lin Mo directly activated the Screaming Tower, launching a soul strike. Buzz. An invisible wave emanated from the Screaming Tower, spreading rapidly outwards like ripples on water. All monsters within range, regardless of their strength, suffered a soul-piercing, indiscriminate attack almost simultaneously. Thump! 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 It was as if an invisible force had simultaneously extinguished their life force. Large numbers of ordinary monsters at the forefront fell like wheat being harvested, instantly clearing out a large area. But gradually, Lin Mo noticed something was wrong. Some elite-level monsters were hit by the Screaming Tower, but only paused for a moment before continuing to approach the territory. Wrong. Given the normal power of the Screaming Tower, elite-level monsters could never recover so quickly. He immediately realized the key point. Could it be the reason for the darkness's corruption? The monsters corrupted by darkness are left only with the instinct to kill and destroy. This state, ironically, makes them immune to the impact of the soul. Fortunately, the attacks from the Tower of Sorrows were not entirely ineffective. At least ordinary monsters cannot resist the soul shock. Their brains will be instantly turned into mush. At this moment, only a few hundred elite-grade monsters and a small number of professional-grade monsters remained in the domain of lamentation. Just as Lin Mo was preparing to deploy several other rare-grade defensive towers for a precise kill, Judy volunteered for the mission. Honey, leave the rest to us. Sure-Det and Sure-Air were also eager to try. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before making a decision. All right. But don't stray too far from the territory. Yes, Master. All military units responded in unison. Kill. At Judy's command, all units charged toward the horde of wild monsters outside the territory. Hiss. The most excited feelings were those of emptiness and desolation. The two squads of void hunters they led were void creatures born for slaughter. Seeing so much prey, their sickles were already itching to strike. Whoosh. Whoosh. Emptiness and silence used their skills to travel quickly, arriving at the monster horde in just a few blinks. Swish, swish, swish. The cold, sharp blade drew a deadly arc, leaving behind afterimages. Sidestorm. The surrounding monsters didn't even have time to see their movements before they were sliced into pieces by the sidestorm. Roar. Several professional-level monsters nearby turned their attention to the void and emptiness, their ferocious auras driving them towards it. Hiss. Emptiness and desolation, far from being afraid, instead emitted an even more excited hiss. The empty figure transformed into a phantom once more, appearing without warning behind a professional-level wolf demon as if it had undergone a spatial jump. With a swing of its arm, the scythe, carrying a ripple that distorted space, precisely struck the wolf demon's nape. Puff. With a soft sound, a subtle spatial fluctuation appeared at the wolf demon's neck. Roar. The howling moon wolf demon was in pain. It swung its giant claws, which were strong enough to tear through steel, and swung them violently behind it. But the next moment, its movements came to an abrupt halt. Ha, ha. The wolf demon made a gurgling sound that was difficult to understand. Before anyone knew it, a thin line of blood, as fine as a hair, quietly appeared on its thick neck. Immediately afterwards, its head and body shifted slightly, and then, under the influence of gravity, it silently slid down. Sold out instantly. After succeeding, Khonshu didn't even glance at it and immediately set his sights on the next target. An elite giant ape is pounding its chest. Lin Mo nodded slightly as he watched the scene. This is the Void Executioner taking advantage of home field. The mere LV7 Void was enough to instantly kill a professional-level wolf demon. This is thanks to its innate ability, Dimensional Slash, which ignores 20% of the opponent's armor. Furthermore, they can use the skill Void Stealth, appearing and disappearing like ghosts on the battlefield. As their adversary, one must always be wary of them suddenly appearing behind one's back and launching a fatal attack. In addition, there are vampire units. Some of them were vampires transformed from dark elves and dwarves. Possessing the abilities of two races, they are more flexible and versatile in their fighting style. Among them is Villet, a vampire transformed from a dark elf. She used the unique power of blood, a power unique to vampires, to condense crimson arrows and continuously drew her bow to shoot them. Because the arrows are formed from the power of blood, she can continuously adjust their direction in mid-air to ensure that every case is accurate. There are also vampires who are transformed from dwarves. They also used the power of blood to condense it into a crimson hammer. Under their control, the crimson hammer was sometimes as hard as steel, and sometimes as soft as liquid. With the addition of hundreds of troops, the battle situation stabilized again. Under Lin Mo's arrangement, all types of troops took turns to participate. Try to avoid unnecessary casualties. During this time, the familiar notification sound rang in Lin Mo's mind again. He has once again made it onto the regional power rankings, and his ranking has risen further to 153rd. Open the regional combat power rankings. First place, A.O. Bing. Dragon Clan. Second place, Yang Xiener. Three-Eyed God Clan. Third place, Zhengbu. Demon Clan. Fourth place, Yang Yi. Three-Eyed God Clan. The rankings of the top lords remained almost unchanged. However, the list of those ranked below 100 changes constantly, like a revolving lantern. At this point, studying the rankings is no longer very meaningful. Unless some unknown lord suddenly rises to prominence and ranks in the top 100, it is unlikely to attract widespread attention again. After 10 hours of fierce fighting, the number of wild monsters outside the territory has not decreased at all. On the contrary, they have become more numerous and stronger. Among the monsters, Lin Mo had already spotted some professional-level peak monsters with levels as high as LV18 and LV19. Their auras are far stronger than those of ordinary professional-level beings. Only Juyi could barely handle such a being. Lin Mo told them to return to their territory. The next moment, he removed the restrictions on all rare defensive towers. Chapter 74 Tower Spirit Transformation, Awakening Bloodline. Boom. 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 In an instant, arrows, cannonballs, and sword energy were unleashed simultaneously. Under the saturation attack of 9 rare defensive towers, the monsters around the territory were quickly cleared out. Just then, Lin Mo seemed to sense something. He opened the Properties panel. Name, Lin Mo. Level, LV13 Tier 1. Occupation, Architect. Faction, Blue Star Alliance. Territory, Vientiane Level 3 Village. Talents, Master Builder A, Tower Spirit S. Current Spiritual Essence, 2 refresh time, 72 hours. The spiritual origin has been refreshed once again. This means that he can transform 2 more unit types into Tower Spirits. He thought about it. The Divine Condor will definitely be transformed. Let's give the other spot to Shida University. As one of the original founders, his power has gradually diminished, and it's time to give him a chance to shine. With a slight thought, he issued a summons through Soul Connection. Soon, the eagle flapped its wings and landed, affectionately nuzzling Lin Mo with its head. Shirda also came running over with heavy steps, thump thump thump. The transformation of a spirit tower is not done arbitrarily. It requires selecting a building that is compatible with it. Otherwise, the conversion is very likely to fail. He chose the rare grade Sky Eagle cannon for the Divine Condor. The statue on the Skyhawk cannon is a soaring eagle, which has some connection to the mythical eagle. The chances of conversion are slightly higher compared to other buildings. As for the affiliated buildings of China University of Petroleum, is there anything more fitting than the Golan Stone People tribe? Although the Golan tribe is only a fine quality building, he will soon use evolution points to upgrade it. Arrange their ancillary buildings. Lin Mo immediately consumed 2 points of spiritual essence and merged them into their bodies. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of Shin Dio and Shi De were enveloped by countless points of light, which transformed their physiques. Over time, their bodies transformed into specks of light, merging into the Sky Eagle Cannon and the Golden Stone People tribe, respectively. Immediately afterwards, both buildings were enveloped in points of light. The light spots gathered above the building, eventually transforming into 2 enormous beams of light and shadow. After the light dissipated, the Divine Eagle and Shi De had completely changed their appearance. The giant eagle's size suddenly increased to 5 meters tall. Its head had transformed into the shape of a giant dragon, and its feathers had turned into dark gold scales. What's going on? Even the species have changed. Lin Mo opened the information about the Divine Condor. Dragon Eagle Tower Spirit. Level, LV10 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 3-star. Talent, Shared Vision. Dragonborn might possesses the strength of a dragon and the agility of an eagle, increasing damage dealt to ground units by 25%. Spirit Possession can be integrated into the Sky Eagle Cannon, enhancing its power and attack range. Synergy, when there are more than 10 flying units, speed is increased by 20%. When there are more than 50 flying units, speed is increased by 30%. When there are more than 100 flying units, speed is increased by 40%. Skills, Dragon Breath LV9, Skyclot LV8, Hurricane Barrier LV9, Eagle Eye Mark LV9. Looking at the almost amazing stats of the Divine Condor, Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. It actually evolved into a dragon eagle. Could it be that the Tower Spirit transformation can also activate the hidden bloodline within the body? Lin Mo speculated. After its evolution, the Divine Eagle experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Looking at Shi De's side, his transformation was even more exaggerated. He has transformed into a giant creature 6 meters tall. The original stone-like skin cracked, and a dazzling white light shone through the cracks, just like molten lava. Lava Colossus Towering. Level, LV10 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 1-star. Talent, Lava Core immune to fire and magma damage, receives 50% more water and ice damage. Body is composed of slowly flowing lava and obsidian, providing extremely high physical defense. Dharma form heaven and earth. After being actively activated, it can freely expand or shrink its volume by 3 times. Synergy, when the number of earth and fire elemental units is greater than 10, defense is increased by 15%. When the number of earth and fire elemental units is greater than 50, defense is increased by 25%. When the number of earth and fire elemental units is greater than 100, defense is increased by 35%. Skills, Elemental Body LV7, Lava Nova LV7, Throwing LV6, Rock Barrier LV7. It's actually reached the rare level. Lin Mo looked at Shi De's information. The Golem Stoneman tribe was only of excellent quality. He had assumed that Stone Giant would remain an elite level unit after its transformation. Unexpectedly, it was upgraded to a rare rank. This is absolutely a pleasant surprise. Looking at the obsidian-like rock layers covering Shi De's body. Defense maxed out. Once Shi De breaks through to the leader level, even rare defensive towers will probably not be able to break through his defenses easily. 2 days passed quickly. That day, Lin Mo woke up in a treehouse filled with the scent of nature. He looked around. All 10 elves who had stayed overnight the previous night had left. Only the elven chieftain, Evan, remained, still curled up naked beside him. Her fair skin contrasted sharply with the bed sheets, highlighting her exquisite curves. "My lord, you're awake." Sensing the movement, Yiwen immediately opened her bright green eyes. How long have I been asleep?" Lin Mo yawned, looking out through the treehouse window. It was still pitch black outside, with the occasional roar of wild monsters and the booming of energy cannons. It is now the 3rd day since the dark tide erupted, and the beast tide still shows no signs of abating. "My lord, it's already 8 o'clock in the morning. You've slept for 10 hours. Evan said, her pretty face slightly flushed. The thought of last night's madness made her legs feel weak and powerless. Lin Mo opened the chat forum. During the 3 days of the dark tide outbreak, at least 1/5 of the new players' territories were destroyed by wild monsters. However, what's more dangerous than the monsters are the dwindling resources and the increasingly dense dark energy outside the territory. Now, once ordinary soldiers step outside the territory's protective shield, they are almost instantly corrupted by darkness and lose their minds. Even elite troops, after operating outside for a period of time, must return to their territory to suppress the dark pollution accumulated in their bodies, otherwise they risk being corrupted by the darkness. The trading market has seen potions and materials that suppress the dark corruption cause prices to multiply several times over. The purification potions in Lin Mo's possession were in short supply. As soon as they're put on the shelves, no matter how many are listed, they're almost always sold out within seconds. Because the purifying potion is remarkably effective in treating the dark corruption. This has even spawned a group of professional scalpers and staking out individuals. As soon as they see Lin Mo put up purification potions, they immediately consume them all and then resell them at exorbitant prices, making huge profits. Some people even send Lin Mo private messages, wanting to buy large quantities of purification agents. However, Lin Mo rejected them all. After the two workshops were upgraded and evolved, the production of both purification potions and black wolf suits has increased significantly. Currently, we can produce 2,000 purification potions and 100 sets of black wolf armor every day. In addition, there are the monsters killed every day. He earns at least 10 million soul crystals every day. Chapter 75. The Third Order 10,000 Swords Tower sweeps the entire field. Just then, Sarah's voice came from outside the door. Master, Lord Jui sent me to warn you that 2 boss-level monsters have appeared outside the territory. Lin Mo nodded slightly upon hearing this. No. With Ivy's help, he got dressed and went outside. Sarah and Lena were already waiting quietly outside the door, one on each side. However, when their gazes fell upon Yuan standing next to Lin Mo, their previously respectful eyes instantly turned sharp. His undisguised hostility and intense jealousy were palpable. What merits has this woman possessed to deserve the master's favor? Sarah pursed her lips, while Lena turned her head slightly away, letting out a barely audible hum through her nose. Let's go take a look. Lin Mo, oblivious to their expressions, gave the instructions. My lord, boss-level monsters are no ordinary creatures. Please be extremely careful. Shi Yuan gave her instructions. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Mo waved his hand and strode towards the city wall without looking back. After 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop fighting, the area outside the territory was already littered with corpses. But the monsters driven by darkness still surged in like a tide, their numbers dense and seemingly endless. At this moment, gathered outside the territory was a pack of wolf demons that stretched as far as the eye could see. They bared their fangs and let out low growls, and their levels were generally LV8 or LV9. Leading the pack were 2 giant wolves, each the size of a tank. They can reach 10 meters in length and have silver-gray fur that looks like steel needles on their bodies. Their eyes were pitch black, with black lines like spider webs spreading out from around their eye sockets, exuding a strong aura of decadence and misfortune. It's only been 3 days, and even a leader-level creature has been corrupted to this extent? Lin Mo looked solemn. As the dark tide progresses to this stage, the real test has only just begun. A territory with dozens of high-quality defensive towers might be able to hold out for a while. However, with the arrival of leader-level combat forces, if there are no rare-level defensive towers or units of the same level to guard the territory, it will be torn apart in an instant. As the 2 boss-level monsters rapidly approached, Lin Mo immediately consumed dozens of source crystals to activate all the rare defensive towers in his territory into their second form. Buzz! With a piercing buzzing sound, all the rare defensive towers focused their fire on one of the leader-level giant wolves. Boom! Boom! After 2 rounds of concentrated fire, one of the leader-level giant wolves was killed instantly. The other giant wolf, even larger in size, charged toward the territory. But they still couldn't escape being targeted and killed by concentrated fire. After the 2 giant wolves died, they dropped more than 80 source crystals. The remaining tens of thousands of wolves were also mostly killed or wounded under the concentrated fire of the rare defensive towers. The remaining wolf pack was wiped out by the troops led by Jui. That's it? I thought there was going to be a fierce battle. With the territory's current firepower, dealing with 5 or 6 boss-level monsters at the same time is not a problem. Of course, this is under the condition of using the Clock Tower of Time. Using the Clock Tower of Time increases the attack speed of all buildings by 50%. Combat power is directly doubled. Maybe I can use the Inferno Tower to increase the strength of some of the neutral monsters. Lin Mo looked at the wild monsters being slaughtered outside his territory and pondered for a while. Although there is some risk involved, he is quite confident. After accumulating these past few days, he has accumulated more than 2,000 evolution points. If it weren't for the limitations of his territory, he could upgrade the defensive towers to perfect quality right now. With his current reputation, his territory sees over 100 new refugees every day. However, almost all the refugees were infected by the Dark Tide. Some severe cases cannot be saved even with purification medication. However, compared to other territories, his survival rate is relatively high. According to this schedule, it is estimated that in another 3 days, enough people will be accumulated to upgrade the territory to a level 1 town. Only by upgrading to a tier 1 town can rare buildings be constructed. He possesses the talent of a master architect, capable of constructing buildings of perfect quality that transcend a level. At that time, even if he faces a lord-level monster, he is confident that he can kill it. However, the goal now is to increase combat power. The only options are to upgrade the Tower of Swords and the Tower of Hell. Both of these buildings are upgraded from the Lord's Hut and are rarer than other buildings. The evolution points required to upgrade them are enough to upgrade 10 rare defense towers. I hope it won't disappoint me. Lin Mo arrived at the bottom of the second tier 10,000 Swords Tower. Do you wish to consume 1,000 evolution points to evolve the tier 2 Myriad Swords Tower? Yes. As Lin Mo confirmed, the 10,000 Swords Tower rapidly rose in height. Soon, it reached a height of 40 meters. After the light faded, the number of iron swords on the altar increased several times over. Sharp, invisible sword energies swirled around the tower, emitting a soft hum. Tier 3 10,000 Swords Tower. Rank, Rare 3-star. Attack range, 3 kilometers. Ability, 1, Sword Intent Condensation, automatically absorbs the sharp energy between heaven and earth and the killing intent on the battlefield, storing it in the core sword tomb of the tower. 2. Sword Chi Unleashed, releases invisible sword chi to deliver high-speed slashes to multiple targets. Each slash has a chance to trigger an armor penetration effect, ignoring the opponent's defense. 3. 10,000 Swords Return to 1, this skill gathers all sword energy to unleash a devastating attack. Cooldown, 2 hours. Consuming source crystals can reduce the cooldown. 4. Sword Formation Protection, consumes sword energy to form a protective sword formation, dealing continuous damage to surrounding enemies. A range of 3 kilometers. Lin Mo was overjoyed upon seeing this. Although he was prepared, the 3-kilometer range still surprised him greatly. Compared to other rare defensive towers, the 1,000 Swords Tower has a range 3 times longer. Lin Mo consumed tens of thousands of soul crystals to recharge the Myriad Swords Tower. Swoosh! 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 The next moment, countless sword energy shot out from the Tower of 10,000 Swords, forming a torrent of sword energy. Brush! The torrent of tens of thousands of sword energies was like a meat grinder. Whether it's a tough bear demon or an agile shadow leopard, as long as it's grazed by the sword energy, a deep, bone-revealing bloodstain will immediately appear. The torrent of sword energy moved and swept rapidly along the outer perimeter of the territory. Unstoppable. In just over 10 minutes, the previously dense and roaring horde of wild monsters was completely wiped out. All that remained were the mangled remains of the body, cut into pieces, and blood that stained the earth. It's just a regular sword aura attack, yet it's this powerful. I wonder what the effect will be if I use 10,000 Swords Return to 1. Chapter 76 Luring the Monster X 10,000 Swords Return to 1. With all preparations complete, Lin Mo immediately prepared to lure the monster. If other lords knew of his idea, they would be astonished. After all, Lin Mo actually felt that the beast tide they were trying to avoid was not strong enough and wanted to actively lure the monsters. Of course, Lin Mo wasn't the only one doing this kind of thing. Those lords who wanted to climb the regional power rankings and achieve higher positions were all using their unique skills and methods to lure wild monsters into attacking. The most common and effective method is to create a strong light source. Monsters corrupted by darkness are extremely sensitive to any source of light and will destroy it at any cost. To be on the safe side, let's test the monster luring strength with a Tier 1 Inferno Tower first. As Lin Mo's thoughts stirred, the crystal at the top of a Hell Tower suddenly lit up. Buzz! Like a small sun, it illuminated a radius of 1 kilometer as bright as day. As the light energy was released, it was like dropping a drop of water into a pan of oil, completely igniting all the monsters within a radius of 30 kilometers. Roar! Roar! They roared wildly, like sharks that had smelled blood, and rushed toward Mixi from all directions. Even the monsters that were attacking other territories abandoned their targets. Those alien lords who were originally struggling suddenly found that the pressure had eased. The beast tide outside the territory receded as if the tide were going out. Then, they also saw the pillar of light that pierced through the sky. Lin Mo watched as wild monsters continuously poured out of the forest, valley, and wasteland. The endless stream of monsters surrounded the territory like a zombie siege, leaving no gaps. Lin Mo activated all the defensive towers. As the monster horde approached, the Tier 3 10,000 Swords Tower was the first to attack. Tens of thousands of sword energies, imbued with unparalleled spiritual power, crisscrossed and slashed towards the monster. The monsters charging at the forefront were instantly cut and torn apart, turning into a rain of blood and flesh. However, the remaining monsters continued to rush towards the territory. The number of sword energies is limited and cannot stop all the monsters. They quickly reached a 0.1 kilometer from the territory, entering the firing range of all the rare defensive towers. Boom boom. Countless arrows and energy projectiles were unleashed upon them. The Screaming Tower had the highest number of kills. Although they were just ordinary level monsters, they still saved some combat power for the other defensive towers. Under such intense artillery fire, the monsters were unable to break through a kilometer from their territory. Time passed second by second. Every second that passes on the battlefield, thousands upon thousands of monsters die. Roar! Awah! Suddenly, a roar containing immense pressure came from behind the beast hide, causing the earth to tremble slightly. A dozen or so leader-level Howling Moon Wolf Kings, Black-Haired Corpse Kings, and Flaming Lions smashed through the low-level monsters blocking their way and rapidly approached at an astonishing speed. Wherever they passed, even the air seemed to become thick and oppressive. Finally, something decent has arrived. Seeing this, Lin Mo knew that the main event was about to begin. Even though they are corrupted by darkness, these boss-level monsters retain a certain level of intelligence and the ability to utilize energy. This is enough to pose a substantial threat to the territory. Sensing the terrifying aura of the boss-level monster, all the troops in the territory gripped their weapons tightly. As Lin Mo's thoughts stirred slightly, he softly uttered, 10,000 swords return to one. In an instant. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of sword energies seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, abandoning their individual targets and converging madly towards the central point like rivers flowing into the sea. It eventually transformed into a magnificent giant sword, hundreds of meters long and almost tangible. The giant's sword hung high in the sky, exuding a chillingly sharp aura. It slightly adjusted its angle and locked onto the black-haired zombie king that was charging the most fiercely. The next moment, the giant's sword tore through the air, slashing down with overwhelming force. Chapter 77 10,000 Swords Return to 1, the Fragile Leader Level. Brush. Under Lin Mo's control, the 100-meter-long sword slashed towards the black-haired zombie king. Roar. The black-haired zombie king roared, and streams of pale green corpse fire spewed from its mouth, colliding with the 100-meter-long sword. Boom. With a deafening roar, the 100-meter-long sword pierced through the corpse fire attack and continued flying towards the corpse king. Puff! The black-haired zombie king had no time to dodge and was pierced through the chest by the long sword. The sword, several meters long, cleaved the corpse king in two. Even where the long sword struck, lingering traces of killing intent remained, continuously eroding the life force within the corpse king. Interfere with its ability to recover using the skill, Undying Body. Inside the territory's protective shield, Judy and Sheeta stared in disbelief at the scene. So strong. At the same time, they were calculating in their minds whether they could escape the attack of the longsword. The final conclusion was that the probability was negligible, almost zero. It was an absolute crushing force, leaving no room for any thought of resistance. However, the thought that the attack came from the territory's defensive towers brought them a moment of relief. After slaying the black-haired zombie king with its 100-meter-long sword, it turned and thrust its blade towards another boss-level monster. Dreadclaw Bear. Level, LV13 Tier 1. Rank, Elite 3-star. Faced with the attack of the 100-meter-long sword, several boss-level monsters used various methods to weaken the sword's energy. Sword energy crisscrossed. Each flash was accompanied by the fall of a boss-level monster. Finally, after slaying the 4th leader-level armored ape, the longsword's energy was completely exhausted and dissipated into the world. The power of a single sword strike was enough to kill 4 boss-level monsters. Looking at the information about the Myriad Swords Tower, Lin Mo learned that after using the Myriad Swords Return to 1 technique, it required a 24-hour cooldown period before it could be used again. However, consuming 3 source crystals can reduce the cooldown time by 1 hour. In other words, it only takes 72 source crystals to use the power of 10,000 swords return to 1 again. Generally speaking, killing a boss-level monster will drop 10 100 source crystals. All things considered, you can still make a considerable profit. Lin Mo immediately consumed 72 source crystals to refresh the 10,000 swords return to 1 skill again. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the remaining 7 boss-level monsters had rushed to a position 1 kilometer away from the territory. They all reached supersonic speeds. It only takes a few seconds to cross several kilometers. Given the territory's current firepower, these boss-level monsters could very well reach the edge of the territory. Lin Mo frowned slightly as he watched the scene. Without hesitation, he immediately used 300,000 soul crystals to inject into the time clock tower in the center of his territory. Clang! A melodious bell, seemingly capable of freezing time and space, resounded throughout the entire battlefield. The next moment, a semi-transparent force field, visible to the naked eye, rapidly expanded outwards from the time clock tower. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area with a radius of 1 kilometer. The next moment, the attack speed of all defensive towers within the territory instantly increased by 50%. Soon, a leader-level Howling Moon Wolf King stepped into the attack range of the rare defensive tower. Boom 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 boom. Various attacks poured down on the Howling Moon Wolf King. With a continuous supply of source crystals, all the defensive towers can complete a salvo in just half a second. Only 3 rounds of concentrated fire. The Howling Moon Wolf King didn't even get to let out a proper howl before it was instantly killed. Buzz. At this moment, the Tower of 10,000 Swords also completed its second recharge. Lin Mo controlled the Tower of 10,000 Swords and used the ability of 10,000 Swords returning to 1 once again. Brush. The 100-meter-long sword reappeared, shooting towards the remaining boss-level monsters. As time went on, Lin Mo's ranking on the regional combat power list soared. 150, 150. His ranking quickly rose to 49th. This change has attracted a great deal of attention. Blue Star Alliance Forum. Lin Mo, I know this name. He was trending on the forum a few days ago. Unexpectedly, he made a stunning debut today, entering the top 50 of the regional combat power rankings. Alien Alliance. A human? Where did this human named Lin Mo come from? Check, I need to know all his information. Inside a castle thousands of kilometers away from Sunset City, a man dressed in black armor had a gloomy face. I, Carlos the Flame Demon, have actually been pushed out of the top 50 by a human. In front of Mix C. The fierce battle continues. The monsters attracted by the Inferno Tower seem endless. Lin Mo estimated that even wild monsters from 100 kilometers away had been attracted here. The most dangerous moment of this battle was when 20 boss-level monsters appeared simultaneously. The leader was a Howling Moon Wolf King at the peak of its leader level. Even the combined attacks of Wan Jiangui could only severely injure him, not kill him in one blow. In order to stop its attack, Lin Mo used his last 1000 evolution points to upgrade a Hell Tower to a rare tier. The Aurora attack from a Tier 3 Inferno Tower can kill a boss-level monster in just 3 seconds. However, it took Inferno Tower half a minute to kill the Howling Moon Wolf King, which was at the peak of the boss level. However, after the test of this battle, Lin Mo was certain that as long as no Lord-level monsters appeared, Wanshan City would be completely safe. After the battle, Lin Mo shut down the Hell Tower's energy release. Collect all the materials dropped by the monsters. Under Ren Hongyan's analysis, the results came out quickly. In this battle, a total of 10 million soul crystals and more than 2,000 low-grade source crystals were obtained. In addition, there are a large number of troop summoning scrolls, building blueprints, and resource crystals. Although killing these monsters consumed a large amount of source crystals and materials. But overall, they still made a lot of money. To Lin Mo's surprise, after killing the peak leader level Howling Moon Wolf King, a rare skill book actually dropped. The Eye of Annihilation skill book rare can be learned when your spirit power reaches LV 19. This is a book on eye techniques, divided into 3 parts. The first level can force the target to change from a state of existence to a state of nothingness. The second level requires reaching the leader level to use, and it can disable and disintegrate energy structures within a specific range, thus neutralizing energy. The third level can only be used when the user reaches level 25 or above. Its ability allows the user to ignore physical and energy defenses to a certain extent and directly attack the target's soul essence. What a powerful eye technique! Lin Mo's eyes shone with astonishment. Once you learn this skill, even without relying on his clone ability, his main body possesses the ability to directly confront and even defeat rare military units. It's time to level up. Lin Mo stroked the skill book in his hand. On the book's cover, there is an eye pattern with intricate designs. He is currently only level 13, which does not meet the requirements for learning skill books. After accumulating these past few days, he now has 80 million soul crystals and more than 10,000 low-grade source crystals. Such wealth is comparable to, and may even surpass, that of many senior second-tier lords. Based on the information he has gathered during this period, the previous batch of lords from various races who were teleported to this desolate land were mostly distributed in the Ding 300-400 region. Those who fared the worst were at least at the level of second-tier lords. From the moment a new lord is teleported to the wildlands, there is a 3-month, new player protection period. During this period, there is an invisible boundary between each region, preventing the invasion of high-level monsters and veteran lords. However, this protective barrier will disappear once the 3-month period is up. At that time, their area will become a fat lamb in the eyes of those covetous veteran alien lords. Resources, territory, population. Everything will face brutal plunder and war. Only then could they truly step into the battlefield of all races. Chapter 78: The Eye of Annihilation X Tier 1 Multiplayer Dungeon. Lin Mo arrived at the Fireseed altar, preparing to invest soul crystals to upgrade his level. With increased strength, the energy gained from casting soul crystals is now negligible. With his current strength, the best course of action would be to directly release the lower grade source crystals. Although he had a lot of source crystals, he was consuming them even faster. Whether it's rare defensive towers or the cultivation of Ju-E and Shurda, both require a large amount of source crystals. So we should save money wherever possible. As time went by, a stream of energy flowed into his body, and his mental strength and physical power were slowly increasing. Until the last bit of energy is absorbed. This upgrade cost him a whopping 60 million soul crystals to stabilize both his main body and his clone at LV-19. Converted into source crystals, that's 6,000 low-grade source crystals. If these soul crystals are used for cultivation, it would be enough to bring hundreds of troops to level 19. The only advantage of using fire for cultivation is that it speeds up the process. However, breaking through to level 6 in such a short time still caused some swelling and pain in his meridians. Immediately afterwards, he took out the Eye of Annihilation skill book from the Lord's space. Ding! Your mental strength has reached LV-19. Do you wish to learn the Eye of Annihilation skill book? Yes. As Lin Mo confirmed it, an extremely large memory overwhelmed him. In his memory, he became an old man from the Three-Eyed clan. He researched day and night how to fuse the power of annihilation with his innate talent, the Heavenly Eye. After decades of exploration, he finally created a pupil technique called Eye of Annihilation. If used by the Three-Eyed clan, the effect of the Eye of Annihilation can be increased several times, and its power can even reach the level of a supernatural power. However, if used by other races, its power will be greatly reduced. It can only be considered a rare skill. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Mo finally fully digested this memory. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned into a deathly gray. Swish! An invisible and intangible wave emanated from it. A wooden chair in front of him vanished instantly, as if erased by an eraser. Is this the power of annihilation? Lin Mo muttered to himself. Through the old man's memories, he knew that this was a higher level of rule power. The power of rules. Only 4th-tier extraordinary powerhouses are qualified to come into contact with and comprehend it. With his current strength, he can only use the fixed pupil technique created by the old man. Knowing what happened, but not why it happened. Even so, the Eye of Annihilation remains his strongest killing move to date. Through the old man's experiences, Lin Mo witnessed a higher level of power and developed even greater awe for those veteran lords. This made him somewhat less complacent due to his rapid improvement in strength. For the next 4 days, Lin Mo would activate the light release skill of the Tier 1 Inferno Tower every day to attract a large number of monsters. Perhaps it's because he killed most of the monsters around his territory. The number of wild monsters attracted in the past few days has been decreasing, and now only tens of thousands of ordinary wild monsters are attacking the outer perimeter of the territory. As time went on, his ranking on the regional combat power list continued to rise, and he had now entered the top 6. During this period, Lin Mo's name is frequently mentioned in all the Alliance's chat forums. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. According to intelligence from Bahrain, Lena, and Sarah, people have already offered a bounty on the Dwarf Alliance and the Night Alliance forums for his territory location. Within the Eternal Night Alliance, some even put his name on the bounty list. Whoever kills him can claim a bounty of 1 million source crystals. Inside the Lord's hut, Lin Mo sat on the sofa, a sense of pressure rising in his heart. 1,000,000 source crystals. Damn, even I'm tempted. I never imagined my life was worth so much. However, what comforted him somewhat was that he had the floating tower as a backup plan, so he could relocate immediately even if the location of his territory was exposed. This is also why he hasn't upgraded his territory even after accumulating 1,000 followers yesterday. He plans to first upgrade the floating tower to level 4, and then upgrade the territory to a level 1 town. Almost there. In 2 more days, I'll have accumulated 10,000 evolution points. Tonight is the day of the auction. It is said that second-level advanced crystals have appeared in previous auctions. As long as I can obtain the level 2 advancement crystal, I can advance to the boss level. Beep beep. Just then, Lin Mo received a private message. Upon opening it, I saw that it was a message sent by Jiang Yan in the class group. In the past few days, classmates have frequently asked for help with supplies in the class group chat. At first, some people were willing to help, providing food and weapons. Eventually, no one responded anymore. Only Jiang Yan occasionally provides financial assistance to her classmates in the group. At this moment, Jiang Yan suddenly tagged everyone, "Classmates, I previously obtained 5 Tier 1 secret realm keys. This is a multiplayer dungeon that requires 5 lords to enter simultaneously. Anyone interested in signing up?" This message was like a bomb dropped into water. The class group chat exploded with activity as students rushed to sign up. Student A, class monitor, I'm signing up. Student B, count me in. Sugo, class monitor, I've reached level 15. Count me in if you're signing up. Furthermore, I advise those who haven't yet broken through to the professional level not to come here and embarrass themselves. The highest level of monsters that can appear in the first tier secret realm is the peak professional grade monsters. If you can't reach the professional grade level, you're not even cannon fodder. Sports committee member Shinwan, Sugu is right. If there aren't enough class leaders, I can arrange 2 more. A first tier secret realm? Lin Mo's heart stirred. He had previously cleared the first tier void realm. In the secret realm, they obtained a rare building, the Clock Tower of Time, and 2 rare unit summoning scrolls. The rewards from multiplayer dungeons are usually more valuable than those from single-player dungeons. Moreover, there is no danger to life in the secret realm at most, one may suffer damage to the soul. Such an opportunity shouldn't be missed. He immediately signed up, at class monitor Jiang Yan, count me in. Upon seeing Lin Mo's message, the entire class group instantly fell silent. Before Jiang Yan could reply, Shinwan, the sports committee member, said directly, Lin Mo, what are you doing here, someone with a casual job, getting involved in this mess? Sugu, that's right, Lin Mo, it's one thing to brag all the time. This is important business, don't come here and take up a spot. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and retorted directly, you 2 idiots, shut up. Are you choosing the people, or is the class monitor choosing them? He's been putting up with those 2 idiots for a long time. Every time he speaks in the group, these 2 always jump out to cause trouble. After Lin Mo finished speaking, the group fell into an eerie silence. Shinwan and Sugo are both second-generation lords. He was the school bully at the Lord's Academy, nobody dared to mess with him. After arriving in the wilderness, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and his territory has been upgraded to a level 1 town. The classmates in the group are usually too busy trying to curry favor with them. Who dares to speak to them like that? Chapter 79 Auction. Meanwhile, in a vast desert. Shinwan's face flushed red as he looked at Lin Mo's message. Lin Mo, you dare to insult me? Do you want to die? Just then. Class monitor Jiang Yan typed, alright, we're all classmates, listen to me and stop arguing. As the only person in the group who has ever been on the regional power rankings, Jiang Yan's words carry considerable weight. In addition, she was willing to give up the first-tier secret realm key unconditionally. At this moment, no one wanted to offend her. However, Shinwan became angrier the more he thought about it. Lin Mo, didn't you say before that you were the one who trended on social media? In that case, you must have received an invitation to the megalith auction tonight. After the auction, there will be a duel. Do you dare to come up to the arena with me then? Lin Mo looked at the screen and sneered. I couldn't ask for more. Tonight's auction will be held in a void realm. At that time, all second-generation lords and rising stars will be invited by the Giant Stone Merchant Guild to participate in the auction. Prior to this, Lin Mo had already received a token from the Giant Stone Merchant Guild. At 6 p.m., he only needs to activate the token to enter the void realm. As for the first-tier secret realm that Zhang Yan mentioned, the list will be finalized tomorrow. Close the chat forum. Lin Mo's mood was not affected in the slightest. Wait until 6 p.m. Lin Mo planned to take Zhu Yi and Ren Hongyan to the auction together. 2 additional people are allowed to enter the auction. Ren Hongyan, as his personal secretary, was taken out to broaden her horizons so that he could better arrange her work in the future. Zhu Yi was the only lord's wife he was certain of, so there was no need to elaborate. Honey, this is 1,000 sets of black wolf suits and 10,000 purification potions that Beth prepared. Ren Hongyan said. Lin Mo looked at the 10 neatly arranged metal boxes and nodded slightly. He plans to consign these items at an auction. If he's lucky, he estimates he can sell it for 10,000 source crystals after deducting transaction fees. His goal today is to buy a Tier 2 advanced crystal. The second-tier advancement crystal can only be obtained from secret realms or silver treasure chests. There are almost no Tier 2 advanced crystals for sale in the trading market. Even if they exist, they will be snatched up instantly by other lords. I wonder if there will be any Tier 2 advancement crystals up for auction. Thinking like that, Lin Mo took out the token of the Giant Stone Merchant Guild. This is a palm-sized token, entirely black, with its material unknown. With his current strength, he can sense a faint spatial aura from the token. It is said that this auction will be held in a 4th-tier secret realm. The 4th-tier secret realm is constructed from the power of laws and can exist for a long time. The Giant Stone Merchant Guild built restaurants, taverns, amusement parks, and even casinos and brothels in this secret realm. All kinds of entertainment venues are available. Anyone who is a member of the Giant Stone Merchant Guild can go to the secret realm at any time. Over the years, the Giant Stone Chamber of Commerce has also made a fortune from this secret place. Lin Mo used his mental power to activate the token. Buzz. The next moment, the token emitted a silvery white light. A 2-meter-high spatial portal appeared in front of Lin Mo. Ji, Hongyan, let's go. Like other secret realms, there is no danger to life when entering a 4th-tier secret realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone in so readily. However, the penalties for dying in a 4th-tier secret realm are correspondingly heavier. If you die in a 4th-tier secret realm, you must be prepared to be in a coma for a week. At this critical moment, being in a coma for a week is undoubtedly a very severe punishment. Therefore, the security of the Giant Stone Chamber of Commerce is also very strict. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the secret realm, otherwise, you will be expelled immediately. Upon entering the spatial gate, Lin Mo's vision went black for the first time, followed by a feeling of weightlessness. However, this feeling was only fleeting. The next moment, he arrived at a huge square. The square was surrounded by tall buildings, and he could even see some familiar billboards. Looking at the modern city before him, Lin Mo suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. It felt like I was back in Dragon City. Sir, are you here to attend the auction? At that moment, a cat-eared girl in a black uniform walked over. Judging from her clothes, Lin Mo guessed that she must be a staff member here. That's right. Lin Mo replied. Okay, please follow me, the cat-eared girl said skillfully. Led by the cat-eared girl, Lin Mo and his 2 companions arrived at a venue large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the middle of the venue was a huge display stand. This must be the scene of the auction. Sir, your seat is in a private room on the 2nd floor. Prior to this, the cat-eared girl had already confirmed Lin Mo's identity through the token. Led by her, Lin Mo arrived at the 2nd floor corridor. Inside the corridor, all the lords were dressed in suits or extremely luxurious evening gowns. However, he and Zhu Yi were wearing upgraded versions of the black wolf suits, which made them look somewhat out of place. Only Ren Hongyan was wearing a cheongsam meticulously made by a tailor. Combined with her mature and voluptuous figure, she is stunningly beautiful. Ever since she learned that Lin Mo liked how she looked in cheongsams, she arranged for a tailor to prepare different styles of cheongsams. Wait a moment. Just then, a blond man dressed in fine clothes walked towards us, accompanied by 2 alluring women. The blond man had a sallow complexion and sunken eyes, looking like he had indulged in excessive sexual activity. The 2 women beside him had delicate features, with almond-shaped eyes and oval faces. They were clearly twins. Who are you? Lin Mo asked, frowning. Hello, let's get to know each other. The blond man smiled and extended his right hand. My name is Li Yan. You may not know me, but you must have heard of my father, Lord Jinyue's city, Li Guangyao. If I'm not mistaken, this beautiful lady must be one of your subjects. He glanced at Ren Hongyan beside him, a slight smile flashing in his eyes. I wonder if you'd be willing to part with them, brother? I'll trade you both for one of them. What do you think? As he spoke, he pulled his arm away from the twin beauties and pushed them in front of Lin Mo. Ah! The twin beauties gasped and fell into Lin Mo's arms. Lin Mo's face darkened upon seeing this. He immediately used his mental power to push the twins aside. Chapter 80 Interlude. In the corridor, the other lords watched this scene with great interest. In their view, giving beautiful women to their subjects is a very common thing. After all, in their eyes, their subjects are their private property. If sending a beautiful woman could lead to befriending a second-generation lord of a top-tier family, they would be more than happy. Moreover, Li Yan proposed an exchange. Thinking of this, they all smiled knowingly. Lin Mo looked at Li Yan with a hostile expression. What did you just say? Hearing Lin Mo's forceful words, Li Yan frowned slightly. However, he didn't believe Lin Mo would dare to touch him here. I said, I'll trade you both for them. However, before he could finish speaking, a tremendous force struck him. Boom! The concrete slab beneath his feet shattered instantly, like a spider web. Caught off guard, his legs twisted and deformed instantly, and he lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Ah! Li Yan's legs were crippled, and a piercing pain almost made him faint. The commotion here attracted the attention of security. What are you doing? At that moment, a man dressed in armor walked over. An astonishing aura emanated from him, instantly disintegrating the gravity field around Li Yan. Chief level. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this. Only a leader-level being could so easily dismantle his gravity field. As expected of an established powerhouse, anyone who comes out is a leader-level expert. According to the rules of the Giant Stone Merchant Guild, anyone who makes a move in public will be immediately expelled from the secret realm. Just as he was preparing to expel Lin Mo, a deep, resonant voice rang in his ears. His expression immediately turned serious, and he said to Lin Mo, fighting is prohibited inside the auction. However, since this is your first offense, you will only receive a verbal warning. If you repeat this offense, you will be expelled from the secret realm. At this point, Li Yan became unhappy. Warn? He injured me so badly, and all he did was issue a warning? Do you know who I am? I order you to kill him right now, he said with a venomous look on his face. However, the armored man ignored Li Yan and simply said, this is a rule of our Giant Stone Chamber of Commerce. If you have any objections, you can complain to the higher-ups of the chamber. After saying that, he ignored Li Yan. He didn't even discuss compensation with Lin Mo before leaving. Meanwhile, in the luxurious private room on the 5th floor, an elderly man with gray hair and a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair are playing chess and drinking tea. Behind them stood several imposing soldiers. The old man put down his teacup and looked at the middle-aged man opposite him with a smile. Boss Yen, do you know that young man down there? The middle-aged man placed a piece, shook his head, and said, I don't know him. Mr. Zhuang, I wonder if you have ever heard of Lin Mo? He is the only new lord in our Blue Star Alliance in the past 10 years to enter the top 10 of the regional combat power rankings. It's said that he has already caught the eye of the league's top brass, and his future achievements are limitless. Upon hearing this, the old man said with slight interest, Oh. I've heard a little about him. Could he be Lin Mo? However, I think his strength is nothing special, far inferior to the top geniuses of other races. The middle-aged man picked up his teacup and said softly, whether he lives up to his reputation or not, I was just doing a small favor today. Let's just consider it as making a good connection. After the armored man left, Lin Mo did not linger. He ignored Li Yan's harsh words. Just take it as dog barking. So what if his father is the city lord? The new lord area is currently under protection, so veteran lords can't get in at all. Give him another 3 months to develop. By then, it's uncertain who will kill whom. Led by the cat-eared girl, Lin Mo arrived at a private room. On the other side of the private box is a huge glass panel, offering a view of the stage in the center of the venue. The front features a huge screen displaying previews of the auction items. There is 1 hour left before the auction begins. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said to the cat-eared girl, What's the procedure for consigning items with you? Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girl answered skillfully. Mr. Lin, if you wish to consign your items, they must first be appraised by our experts. If your product meets the requirements, we can set a base price and sign a contract. Alright, then please invite the appraiser over. Soon, the cat girl came over with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Mo and said calmly, "Take out whatever you want to be appraised." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo took out 10 metal boxes from his lord's space. Inside were 1,000 sets of black wolf armor and 10,000 purification potions. The middle-aged man opened the box and, upon seeing the black wolf suit inside, let out a soft exclamation. It's a complete set of high-tech equipment. Wearing it can enhance defense, assist movement, and even allow for attacks with the included wolf claws. Unfortunately, it's only of excellent quality and can't fetch a high price. However, it still meets the standards for an auction. Lin Mo saw that the middle-aged man had grasped most of the black wolf suit's performance simply by touching it. They immediately guessed that the middle-aged man was a lord. Only the lord's appraisal skill can identify the equipment's performance so quickly. Having the lord act as the appraiser is indeed quite convenient. Chapter 81 Auction begins. X Level 2 Advanced Crystal. These black wolf sets can be auctioned in 2 separate auctions. The first auction will have 300 sets, and the second auction will have 700 sets. As for the base price, let's set it at 3 million soul crystals and 7 million soul crystals, with each bid increasing by no less than 100,000 soul crystals. What do you think? Can't we price it using source crystals? Lin Mo asked. The middle-aged man explained, "No, these sets are too low level and can only be traded for soul crystals." The middle-aged man continued to examine the remaining boxes. When he saw the purification potion, he was somewhat surprised and said, "A potion that can purify the corruption of darkness. This is a valuable item." Especially at this point in time, selling one potion for 5,000 soul crystals shouldn't be a problem. In this way, the purification agent will still be auctioned in 2 batches, with 3,000 vials sold in the first batch and 7,000 vials sold in the second batch. As for the base price, let's set it at 1,200 and 2,800 low-grade source crystals each time, with an increment of no less than 50 source crystals each time. What do you think? Lin Mo nodded slightly upon hearing this. The price of the purification agent was about what he had estimated. He immediately replied, "Okay. Very good." The middle-aged man immediately drafted the contract. This is a soul contract, and both parties must abide by its contents, or they will suffer severe damage to their souls. Of course, there are even more precious law contracts, which will be subject to law attacks if violated. However, the law contract is too valuable, and almost no merchant guild uses it. The contract stipulates that a 10% handling fee must be paid to the Chamber of Commerce after the auction is completed. The agreement has been signed by both parties. With a wave of his right hand, the middle-aged man retrieved all the boxes into his lord's space. After the middle-aged man left, Lin Mo and the other 2 waited in the private room for the auction to begin. This 4th-tier secret realm, meticulously crafted by the Giant Stone Merchant Guild, is indeed a den of iniquity. Although he was invited by the Giant Stone Chamber of Commerce and could enter the private room for free. However, all services inside the private room require payment in soul crystals. During this time, Lin Mo ordered several servings of fruit and desserts for Ju Yi and Ren Hongyan, which cost tens of thousands of soul crystals. Although it wouldn't make Lin Mo feel the pinch, but it gave him an understanding of the prices here. If you want to live here long term, it would be difficult to afford without several 100 million soul crystals. "Honey, the auction has started," Ju Yi reminded him from the side. Snap! At that moment, all the lights in the venue went out instantly. With a soft sound, a beam of light instantly focused on the auction stage. Under the lights, a woman wearing a tight red dress that perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure walked out. Beside her was a display stand covered by a red cloth. "Hello everyone, welcome to our Giant Stone Chamber of Commerce auction. My name is Caroline, and I am the host of this auction." After an opening introduction, the host, Corolla, began to unveil the first item to be auctioned. Generally speaking, the first item auctioned is usually a good one. To liven up the atmosphere, everyone held their breath, waiting for the host to reveal the secret. As the host unveiled the red cloth, an orange scroll was revealed on the display stand. The perfect scroll. Upon seeing that it was an orange scroll, the lords below whispered among themselves. The perfect scroll is a treasure that even a 4th-tier lord would covet, and it sells for at least tens of thousands of source crystals. Some top-tier scrolls can even fetch astronomical prices, reaching millions of source crystals. Unexpectedly, the very first product turned out to be an exceptional one. This is a troop summoning scroll. At the same time, it is also the scroll with the lowest value among the perfect grade. However, after hearing the host's introduction, their interest grew even stronger. They might not be able to afford other scrolls, but if they can recruit the perfect unit, they might be able to climb the regional power rankings. Finally, Caroline's starting price was 20,000 low-grade source crystals, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 low-grade source crystals. Upon hearing the starting price, Lin Mo immediately abandoned the idea of bidding. He only has a little over 10,000 source crystals in his hand, which is far from enough to buy them. Then look at the numbers jumping wildly on the auction stage. These second-generation lords are really rich. Soon, the perfect scroll was auctioned off to a second-generation lord for 150,000 low-grade source crystals. Let's congratulate Mr. 250. On the auction stage, the host, Caroline, spoke with a beaming smile. Clearly, this price exceeded her expectations. Next, let's look at the second product. After the first item was auctioned off, the subsequent items were relatively less impressive, mostly consisting of rare materials and weapons. When Caroline introduced product number 73, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. On the display stand was a sky blue crystal the size of an egg, which shimmered brilliantly under the lights. If crystals were simply sold as gemstones, they would attract a large number of female lords. This crystal is his goal for today, a level 2 advanced crystal. The host set a starting price of 300 low-grade source crystals, with each bid increasing by at least 10 low-grade source crystals. To his surprise, as soon as the host finished speaking, the numbers on the auction screen began to jump wildly, indicating fierce competition. So many lords actually want the level 2 advancement crystal. Soon, the price on the screen changed to 520 low-grade source crystals. Lin Mo immediately pressed the button, raising the price to 1,000 source crystals. Generally speaking, the official price of a level 2 advanced crystal is around 500 source crystals. However, during the initial period when new lords were being transferred, every new lord wanted to be one step ahead and upgrade to Tier 2 first. This price will definitely be adjusted upwards. Due to the huge price fluctuation, the price on the screen instantly froze at 1,000 low-grade source crystals. Chapter 82 Bidding. Host Caroline began by saying, following the established procedure. Customer number 9527 has bid 1,000 low-grade source crystals. Is there anyone else bidding? She repeated it several times, but no one raised the price. Clang. A crisp tapping sound rang out. 1,000 low-grade source crystals, for the first time. 1,000 low-grade source crystals, second time. I'll offer 1,010 low-grade source crystals. At that moment, Lin Mo heard a familiar voice. It's Li Yan. His expression was rather unpleasant. The duck that was almost in our mouth just flew away? But how did he know it was me who took the picture? He just pressed the button for the private room to raise the price. The others shouldn't know it was him. Could it be because of the number the host just read out? Lin Mo wondered. Meanwhile, in another private room, Li Yan looked at the numbers on the screen with a smug expression. He had specifically arranged for his men to check the private room where Lin Mo was, which led to the current situation. I may not be able to deal with you right now, but I can still annoy you, he said gleefully. Lin Mo raised the price again. However, Li Yan always had 10 more source crystals than him. Lin Mo stopped raising the price when the price on the screen reached 2,910 source crystals. Lin Mo's expression was rather unpleasant. This Li Yan is clearly disgusting him. However, he couldn't possibly be taken advantage of. Based on the previous pattern of the auction, there should be a second-level advanced crystal auction next. He had previously consigned the Black Wolf set and Purification Potion for auction, and the appraiser also suggested that he auction them in several batches. Honey, I have a way to deal with him. Ran Hongyan suddenly said from the side. Oh, what method? Lin Mo asked. Ren Hongyan was once the owner of a large trading company. I've seen a lot of things, and I'm definitely much better than him. It's not some special method, Ran Hongyan said with a smile. Isn't that guy Li Yan targeting you? You can make a bid at a crucial moment and trick him. Let's see if he falls for it. Once he has spent most of his source crystals, he will naturally be unable to compete with us for advancement crystals. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then smiled. This plan is brilliant. The following auction. Following Ren Hongyan's advice, Lin Mo suddenly raised the price at a crucial moment. Li Yan indeed fell for the trick. He would immediately raise the price as soon as Lin Mo made a move. Of course, Lin Mo only raised prices occasionally and didn't do it very obviously. To express his anger and embarrassment, he even confronted Li Yan several times. Not long after, the Black Wolf set, which Lin Mo consigned, appeared at the auction. As he had previously agreed, the starting price for the 300 sets of Black Wolf armor was 3 million soul crystals, with each bid increasing by no less than 10,000 soul crystals. The Black Wolf set is only considered a lower middle class item among all the auction items. However, since the set does not require the purchase of source crystals and its performance is comprehensive enough, some Lord 2 players have made offers. Soon, the price of 300 sets of Black Wolf armor was raised to 5.32 million soul crystals. At this point, the host began the countdown. 5.32 million soul crystals, the first time. 5.32 million soul crystals, the second time. 5.5 million soul crystals. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly raised the price. Bidder number 9527 has offered 5.5 million soul crystals. Are there any higher bids? The host, Carlo, immediately announced. The countdown is repeating again. As expected, after the second countdown, Li Yan raised the bid to 5.51 million soul crystals. He just wanted to mess with Lin Mo's mentality. Interesting. Some lords noticed the tension between the two. Then, a familiar scene unfolded. Lin Mo raised the price, but Li Yan still managed to offer 10,000 more soul crystals than him. After doing this several times, Lin Mo stopped bidding. In the end, the auction price for 50 sets of Black Wolf armor was a staggering 7.01 million soul crystals. In this way, we can earn more than 1 million soul crystals, Ran Hongyan said with a smile. However, he should have realized something was wrong. Lin Mo held the water glass in his hand. He didn't know if there would be any more level 2 advanced crystals up for auction. However, if Li Yan continues to confront him, he will not be able to successfully purchase the advanced crystal. The auction continues. This auction features purification potions consigned by Lin Mo. It's a purification potion. Seeing that the item up for auction was a purification potion, some lords were eager to try their luck. During this period, the purification agent became very famous, and its price was driven very high in the trading market. This is because the purifying potion is remarkably effective against the corruption of darkness. As long as the troops and people are not completely corrupted, taking purifying medication can generally cure most diseases. This has led to a persistent shortage of purification agents, which can only be purchased at high prices from scalpers. Now that they see purification potions being auctioned, they naturally can't let it pass them by. Soon, the price of 3,000 purification agents was raised to 2,460 low-grade source crystals. The purification agent is so popular. Ran Hongyan was pleasantly surprised. Lin Mo and Jui also had smiles on their faces. Judging by this momentum, they are definitely going to make a fortune. On the auction screen, the final price was 3,015 source crystals. This price has far exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. He thought about it and ultimately decided not to raise the price. If Li Yan doesn't follow, wouldn't he be at a huge loss? As time went on, Li Yan's source crystals became increasingly scarce. At the same time, he finally realized that Lin Mo was deliberately setting him up. It made him spend a lot of money on some impractical things. Snap! He slammed the cup in his hand to the ground and said with a gloomy expression, "That bastard, he dared to play me." The twins standing nearby exchanged a glance, neither daring to approach and provoke him. Soon, Lin Mo noticed that Li Yan had stopped bidding against him. It seems he's realized we're setting him up, or that he doesn't have many source crystals left. Regardless of the circumstances, this is good news for Lin Mo. It went through several more auctions. The auction for Tier 2 advanced crystals has finally reappeared. This time, 5 advanced crystals will be auctioned together, with a starting price of 1,500 low-grade source crystals and each bid increment of no less than 10 low-grade source crystals. This time, many lords still want to buy it. However, Lin Mo was determined to get it. When the price on the screen reached 5680 source crystals, Lin Mo immediately raised the price to 6,000 source crystals. At this point, only a few lords were participating in the bidding. After Lin Mo suddenly raised the price, they all chose to give up. When the host counted down for the second time, Li Yan raised the price again. 6,010 source crystals. Lin Mo frowned slightly upon seeing this. Since the start of the auction, Li Yan has already spent 40,000 source crystals, and he didn't expect that he would still have source crystals to auction. Left with no other option, Lin Mo had to continue bidding. Until the price was raised to 6,500 for the source crystal. Li Yan then gave up on raising the price. Lin Mo ultimately purchased 5 level 2 advanced crystals for 6,500 source crystals. Asshole. In another private room, Li Yan gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 83 Heroes Proof X Arena. Not long after, the auction staff arrived at Lin Mo's private room with the wooden box. Hello sir, this is the second level upgrade crystal you purchased. Please take a look. Lin Mo had auctioned some metal materials before and knew the specific procedures of the auction. He took the wooden box, opened it, and saw 5 blue crystals neatly arranged inside. As Lin Mo touched it, a message appeared in his mind. Advanced crystal, blue, there is a chance to increase the level by 1 after use. The more you accumulate, the higher the probability of breakthrough. No problem. He then took out 6,500 source crystals and handed them over to the auction staff. After the staff left, Lin Mo gave a blue crystal to Jui. Jui, you've already reached LV 17. In 2 more days, you can use the advancement crystal to break through to the boss level. At the same time, he took out a green advanced crystal from the Lord's space and handed it to Ren Hongyan. After this period of training, Ren Hongyan's level has reached LV 9. With just a little practice, you can break through to the professional level. Thank you, honey. Ren Hongyan and Jui didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the upgrade crystal with smiles. Lin Mo's attention returned to the auction. After 2 hours of bidding, the auction was nearing its end. During this period, all the black wolf suits and purification potions he consigned were sold. After deducting the 10% handling fee for the auction, a total of 4.48 million soul crystals and 8,670 low-grade source crystals were obtained. At this moment, the host, Caroline, is introducing the second-to-last product. It was a simple-looking medal with a sword and shield design. According to Caroline, this is a special item, the Proof of Heroes. After use, it can transform your troops or civilians into hero units. Hero. All the lords below were in an uproar. Even Lin Mo looked at the badge with burning eyes. Once you become a hero, you can use some of the lord's powers. For example, occupying enemy territory or opening treasure chests in areas where wild monsters gather. More importantly, heroes are commanders. Whenever a hero appears on the battlefield, the troops he leads will receive a buff. The overall combat power instantly increased by several levels. But when Caroline revealed the price of the hero's proof, Lin Mo's interest vanished instantly. The starting price for the hero's proof is 1 million source crystals, and each bid must be at least 100,000 source crystals higher. With such a high price, only a few senior lords present could afford it. To Lin Mo's surprise, despite the high price, the numbers on the screen were still jumping wildly. This indicates that the competition in this auction was extremely fierce, with at least several hundred people participating. I didn't expect there to be so many rich people here. Compared to them, my assets are simply insignificant. Lin Mo said with a slight sigh. Finally, the hero's proof was sold for 2.1 million source crystals. After the hero's certificate was carried away, the staff brought out the last and most important item. As Caroline unveiled the exhibit, a perfectly crafted blue scroll appeared on the display stand. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last item up for auction today. I think you are all familiar with this scroll. Because this product has failed to sell at auction several times, I will still explain it to you today as usual. As Caroline introduced, Lin Mo learned that this was a tattered scroll for summoning heroic spirits at an altar. The function of the building is to bind 5 types of troops or citizens, including the Lord himself. Furthermore, after the 5 bound individuals die, they have 1 chance for a perfect resurrection. In other words, having this building is like having a second life. However, repairing the heroic spirit altar requires consuming 1 life crystal. Life source crystal is a high-grade source crystal, containing a trace of life rules, and can only be obtained by killing 4th-tier extraordinary wild monsters. Those capable of killing extraordinary monsters are basically 4th-tier lords. However, the heroic spirit altar can only be bound to units or lords of tier 4 or below. In addition, the high prices set by the Giant Stone Merchant Guild led to the Altar of Heroes failing to sell at auction several times. As expected, Caroline's starting price was 500,000 source crystals, with each bid increasing by no less than 100,000 source crystals. As soon as she finished speaking, some senior lords were already preparing to leave. Lin Mo was somewhat interested in this. With the help of evolution points, he could repair the heroic spirit altar even without using life source crystals. Unfortunately, the price was too high, and he couldn't afford it. 2 minutes later, still no one made a bid. The host, Caroline, then announced the end of the auction. At this moment, the cat-eared girl walked over with her staff, who were carrying 2 metal boxes. Mr. Lin, this is the 4.48 million soul crystals and 8,675 low-grade source crystals you obtained from consigning the Black Wolf set and purification potion. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Moching checked the source crystals and found no discrepancies, then put the metal box into the Lord's space. Although there were some minor hiccups during the auction, he was generally very satisfied with it. He not only obtained the 5 second-tier advancement crystals he wanted, but also acquired a large number of source crystals. After the auction ended, all the lords left one after another. Some were preparing to leave the secret realm, while others were heading to the next entertainment venue. Mr. Lin, our Giant Stone Merchant Guild also has entertainment venues such as taverns, arenas, and hot springs. If you'd like, I can take you there. The cat-eared girl made her recommendation as usual. Arena. Lin Mo suddenly remembered that he and Xinhuan had agreed to go up to the arena together after the auction. At this moment, he should be waiting for me in the arena. Lin Mo was furious whenever he thought about what he said in the class group chat. He immediately said, "Take us to the arena." Okay, please follow me. Soon, the group arrived in front of a huge building. This place is filled with human soldiers and soldiers of other races. They were all fully armed, exuding a powerful aura. Chapter 84 Crushing. Even with just a cursory observation, it appears that the lowest ranking troops here have all reached the professional level. The sounds of battle could still be heard from time to time inside the arena. Based on the information sent by Xinhuan and the group, Lin Mo and the other two arrived at club number 8. The hall is very large, with 4 arenas in the middle, each 100 meters in diameter. Boom! 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 At this moment, all types of soldiers on the arena were engaged in fierce combat, and the sounds of energy colliding were incessant. Since there is no real death in the secret realm, none of them held back. The arena was surrounded by the second generation of lords. This is a place they rented to let their troops engage in combat and have fun. Just then, an extremely muscular man with a massive build stepped onto the ring. He looked around and said loudly, "Lin Mo, whether you're here or not, I'll wait for you for just 1 minute. That's all." He stood quietly on the arena, waiting for Lin Mo to appear. Lin Mo? Upon hearing the burly man's words, the surrounding second-generation lords immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that he was calling out to Lin Mo, who has recently risen to fame? That's a ruthless person who climbed into the top 10 of the regional combat power rankings in just a few days. This is going to be good. However, the regional combat power ranking looks at the combat power of the entire territory, so perhaps Lin Mo's strength is not that great. Lin Mo looked at the muscular man's face and immediately recognized him as Xinhuan. Boom! He used the gravity field to instantly rise into the air and appear above the arena. Such speed! It must be Lin Mo. The surrounding lords speculated. Xinhuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lin Mo's unique entrance. Lin Mo. What, weren't you waiting for me? Now that I'm here, let's begin. Lin Mo said, hovering in mid-air, looking down at the sky. In the audience, a cute girl with a pure and innocent appearance and a bit of baby fat stared wide-eyed when she saw Lin Mo appear. She is class monitor Jiang Yan. Lin Mo wasn't lying, it really is him who's trending on social media. Now that Lin Mo has appeared here, his identity is basically confirmed. Otherwise, how could someone with a livelihood like him be here? Interesting. Below, a boy with short black hair and a cool expression had a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Master, should I test his strength? Beside him, a burly man with black dragon scales on his face spoke. It's pointless. Think long term. Our target is the genius lords of those top races, the cool-faced youth said calmly. Yes. Long Lin said respectfully. On the stage, Xinhuan also realized what Lin Mo said in the class group was true. However, at this point, he couldn't simply back down. Lin Mo, I admit there might be some misunderstanding between us, but you can't insult me in the class group chat. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. We're all classmates, so we should stick together. Lin Mo sneered, so, I should thank you then. Xinhuan sensed the sarcasm in Lin Mo's tone and his face immediately darkened. Lin Mo, I'm giving you face, but you can't be ungrateful. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Boom! The next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from his body. With a flick of his right hand, a massive iron hammer appeared in his grasp and slammed towards Lin Mo's position. Brush! Just as he launched his attack, he suddenly saw Lin Mo's eyes turn completely gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, the hairs on his body stood on end. Not good. He sensed a deadly threat from Lin Mo. He immediately realized that Lin Mo was preparing an extremely terrifying attack. Go to hell. As the saying goes, attack where the enemy must defend. He raised the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it down on Lin Mo's head. But then, his hand felt lighter. Looking up, he saw that the giant hammer in his hand had disappeared. Where's my hammer? He cried out in surprise and quickly backed away. As a result, he missed a step, and his right leg seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing instantly. Ah! My leg! My hand! My hand is gone! What did you do to me? Shenwan, who had lost an arm and a leg, looked at Lin Mo with a horrified expression. He writhed frantically on the ground, trying to get away from Lin Mo. No! No, you can't kill me. Lin Mo. I was wrong, please don't kill me. Too late. Seeing Shenwan, who had already suffered a mental breakdown, Lin Mo did not hesitate. After using soul spikes several times in succession, Shenwan died in agony. This is a way of dying with a severe blow to the soul. It would definitely keep Shenwan in a coma for 10 days before he could wake up. Having lost those precious 10 days, Shenwan's chances of developing his business will undoubtedly increase several times over. No sooner said than done. The fight between the two lasted only a few seconds before ending in Shenwan's crushing defeat. An eerie silence fell over the audience. They didn't even know what skill Lin Mo used. This is the power of rules. The cool-headed young man watched the battle on the stage, and for the first time, the expression on his face changed, no longer showing his previous nonchalant attitude. After killing Shenwan, Lin Mo looked at Su Gu in the audience. And you too. Like Shenwan, he also often made himself feel disgusted in the class group chat. No. I didn't go into the ring, you can't kill me. Su Gu said with a look of horror. Lin Mo, of course, ignored it. Even if a fight breaks out in the arena, the giant stone merchants will turn a blind eye. After all, there are just too many fights happening here, they simply can't manage them all. So they didn't even set up any staff. Lin Mo didn't even need to use the Eye of Annihilation to deal with Su Gu, who was only level 15. ZZZ. 2 laser beams shot out from his eyes, slicing Su Gu, who was trying to escape, in half at the waist. Streams of blood gushed out instantly. Stop. Swoosh. 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 Just then, 4 phantoms approached in an instant. 2 men and 2 women suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mo. Master. Lin Mo immediately realized that they were all experts, far superior to the likes of Shenwan. You're making a move here so casually, you're really not taking us seriously. They glared at Lin Mo with hostility. Like Lin Mo, they were all lords who had been listed on the regional combat power rankings. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiang Yan walked over. They're all classmates, just joking around. How about this, I'll cover the venue rental fee for today as an apology. What do you think? The 4 people opposite clearly knew Jiang Yan. As the most talented lords of this generation, they all knew each other in private. In addition, there was the strength that Lin Mo had demonstrated. If they really start fighting, they might not necessarily have the upper hand. Jiang Yan's words gave them a way out. They looked at Lin Mo and said calmly, in that case, let's not do it again. Chapter 85 Resource Secret Realm X Breakthrough to Second Tier. After the 4 left, Jiang Yan looked at Lin Mo with a curious expression. Lin Mo, I didn't expect that you would actually be the one trending on social media. Aren't you in a casual profession? How did you become so skilled? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled and said, that's a long story. Let's find a place and have a good talk. He had a very deep impression of Jiang Yan. The two were deskmates for a semester. From his previous memories, he also had a crush on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan is the school beauty of the academy. She has a very lively personality. Although she is also a second-generation lord, she is not arrogant. Never mind, Maybe next time. Jiang Yan shook her head, her tone tinged with helplessness. Thanks to you, Xinhuan and the others can't form a team. I'll have to find other people to make up a team to enter the secret realm later. As she spoke, she took out a crescent-shaped key. Here is the key to the secret realm. Take it carefully, she said in a low voice. The secret realm will open at 9 a.m. tomorrow. This is a resource-rich secret realm that will be open for a limited time, and many alien lords will go there at that time. Once we enter the secret realm, we'd better reunite as soon as possible. A hidden treasure trove of resources. Lin Mo took the key to the secret realm and was slightly taken aback. Unlike the Void Realm, the Resource Realm is the largest and most resource-rich of all the realms. Furthermore, the Resource Dungeon can accommodate hundreds of lords simultaneously to compete for resources. In his words, it was like a massive PUBG battle royale. Don't worry, squad leader, I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow, Lin Mo said solemnly. Okay, then see you tomorrow. As Jiang Yan spoke, her gaze swept towards Zhu Yi and Ren Hongyan behind her. Based on her woman's intuition, she felt that the two women had an unusual relationship with Lin Mo, and that they were likely his partners or very close confidants. For some reason, a strange feeling quietly arose in her heart. With a flash of light, the slight distortion in space disappeared, and Lin Mo and his two companions reappeared in the Lord's hut. Just as when they left, the territory was still shrouded in a dark tide. Owner. Master, you're back. Sarah and Lena, who had been waiting there, immediately came to greet them. How has the territory fared during my absence? Has anything unusual happened? Sarah reported, everything is normal in the territory. Only 2 boss-level monsters attempted to invade, but they were quickly killed by the sword energy unleashed by the Tower of 10,000 Swords. Lin Mo nodded slightly. He glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m. Knowing that he would be entering the resource dungeon tomorrow, he planned to break through to level 20 tonight. Once inside the secret realm, the greatest danger is not the wild monsters within, but the alien lords that may appear at any time. Tier 1 dungeons allow Tier 2 lords and troops to enter. This means that the enemies they will encounter are likely to be chieftains of alien races and their elite troops. He should take advantage of this time to improve his strength as much as possible. They arrived at the private training room on the 2nd floor. Before breaking through, Lin Mo first crushed a low-grade source crystal to adjust his state to its peak. He then took out the level 2 advanced crystal. Click! A crisp sound rang out. The level 2 advanced crystal shattered instantly. At the same time, an extremely pure energy was released. Lin Mo quickly used his mental power to integrate all the energy into his body. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later, Lin Mo felt that the energy in his body had reached a critical point, which was the bottleneck that prevented him from entering the second stage. Despite repeated impacts from the body's energy, only a few cracks were left on it, and it was still a long way from being completely broken through. This is normal. Breaking through to the second tier is inherently more difficult than the first tier, and even with a level 2 advancement crystal, there is still a risk of failure. Lin Mo guessed that this situation was because his accumulated knowledge was not deep enough. He recently upgraded from LV14 to LV19. The process of accumulating knowledge and experience before making a breakthrough is missing. Forcing a breakthrough to the second tier bottleneck in such a short time is indeed a sign of an unstable foundation and is too much of a stretch. He thought about it. He took out the second advancement crystal from the Lord's space, preparing to forcibly upgrade. Doing this will damage his meridians. But it can save a lot of time. Click. Another crisp cracking sound. The second advanced crystal turned to dust in his hand, and pure energy reappeared. At the same time, massive energies surged and crashed within his body. He had previously absorbed a level 2 advanced crystal, but because he hadn't broken through, energy accumulated in his body. With the integration of new energy, the meridians in his body instantly expanded. Ah! Lin Mo felt a sharp pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, guiding his energy throughout his body to break through the bottleneck. Seeing Lin Mo's pained and contorted expression, Zhu Yi, who was protecting him from the side, immediately used her spiritual power to relieve Lin Mo's pain. Another half hour passed. Boom! A sound that only Lin Mo could hear rang out, and the bottleneck to the second stage was finally completely broken after hundreds of impacts. An aura several times stronger than that of the first rank erupted instantly. Ren Hongyan, Xiaoya, and Xiaolinger, who were staying in the Lord's hut, felt as if a huge rock had been pressed on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before returning to normal. What happened? That feeling just now, it was the training room. Thinking something had happened, they all put down what they were doing and ran towards the cultivation room. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the training room, where Sarah and Lena stood like two guardian deities, blocking their way. "Ladies, please wait a moment." Sarah stepped forward and spoke respectfully but with an unquestionable air. "The master is undergoing a crucial breakthrough inside and has instructed that no one is allowed to disturb him. Please wait outside for a moment, ladies." Just then, they heard Lin Mo's words transmitted through his mental imprint. Sarah's cheeks involuntarily flushed. "My master asked me to tell all the ladies that he has successfully broken through, so please don't worry." In addition, the master also said. "What did you say?" "Sarah, hurry up and tell us." The lively Xiao Linger couldn't help but urge her. Master also said, "You all take a bath and wait for him in bed." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoya, Run Hongyan, and Xiao Linger's pretty faces instantly flushed red. Pa! This frivolous guy, thinking about these things right after breaking through. Chapter 86, Condensing the Second Tower Spirit Avatar. Inside the meditation room, Lin Mo familiarized himself with the surge of energy within his body. It's just that his meridians have been damaged because he forced his way through the barrier. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to use source crystals to continue upgrading in the short term. But it doesn't matter, as he is a lord, he doesn't have many opportunities to take action personally." After advancing to a higher realm, Lin Mo also felt that the innate energy within his body had been enhanced to a certain extent. I wonder if he has awakened any new talents this time he broke through to the second tier. He eagerly opened the properties panel. Name, Lin Mo. Level, LV20 Tier 2. Occupation, Architect. Faction, Blue Star Alliance. Territory, Vientiane Level 3 Village. Talent, Master Builder S. 1. You can build buildings that are one level higher than the previous level. 2. The amount of materials used in manufacturing buildings is reduced by 50%. 3. Moving buildings requires an additional 10% of building materials. 4. You can build structures outside your territory. 5. The building can be disassembled, and the architectural drawings and 80% of the building materials will be returned after disassembly. Tower Spirit S, current spiritual essence, 2 refresh time 35 hours 26 minutes and 3 seconds. Lin Mo looked at the attribute panel and found that no new talents had been awakened. However, his original A-level talent, Master Architect, was upgraded to S-level. You can build structures outside your territory, and you can also dismantle and return the materials. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he looked at the talent descriptions on the panel. Although the description was simple, he quickly understood the terrifying nature of this talent. This means that he can build a large number of defensive towers to attack enemies no matter where he appears. As his enemies, those who want to attack him must break through the defensive tower's firepower. Looks like I'll have to go on a buying spree for defense tower blueprints. Lin Mo immediately thought of the positional warfare strategy. Wherever he appears, that becomes his territory. However, this strategy requires a large number of building blueprints and resources to quickly replenish the defensive towers. Unfortunately, the rare defense tower blueprints on the trading market are too expensive, costing 70 or 80,000 source crystals each, which he simply cannot afford. No wonder he was able to rank high on the regional resource leaderboard after only upgrading a dozen or so rare defensive towers. I wonder if evolution points can be recovered when buildings are reclaimed. This is very important. If he can be recovered, the combat tactics he can use will have a much greater range of possibilities. It's getting late, and I have to participate in the Tier 1 resource dungeon tomorrow, so I'll have to try them one by one later. Today, let's first condense the Tower Spirit's avatar. He has now broken through to the second tier and can condense another Tower Spirit clone. This time, he plans to choose a building with strong offensive capabilities. His gaze was fixed on the Tier 3 Hell Tower and the Tier 3 Myriad Swords Tower. While the Tower of Swords is capable of both offense and defense, and can attack single targets as well as multiple targets, it is not as purely offensive as the Inferno Tower. The Inferno Tower only has Aurora attack, but its damage gradually increases over time. In theory, given enough time and energy, the Inferno Tower could even kill a god. This is a defensive tower full of wonders. With that thought in mind, Lin Mo stopped worrying. You're the one. Lin Mo consumed a bit of spiritual essence and injected it into the third tier Hell Tower. Soon, specks of white light appeared on the Inferno Tower. Buzz. White light gathered at the top of the tower, gradually forming a human shape. As time went by, the light spots gradually solidified into the shape of Lin Mo. But at that moment, the light suddenly dissipated, and the Inferno Tower returned to its original state. It failed. The fact that he was only one step away from dissipating after condensing his clone shows that he and the Tower of Hell are quite compatible. Without hesitation, Lin Mo continued to infuse a bit of his spiritual essence into the third-tier Hell Tower. As the light spots coalesced again, this time they finally managed to take shape. At the same time, Lin Mo sensed the presence of another perspective once again. With his control, the Inferno Tower clone was like a miniature sun, its entire body enveloped in a powerful light. Brush. Immediately afterwards, the Hell Tower clone transformed into a beam of aurora, and after a few turns, appeared in front of the main body. Such speed! Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he witnessed this scene. With a thought, he accessed the information of the Hell Tower clone. Tarling Lin Mo. Level, LV1 Tier 0. Rank, Rare 3-star. Talent, Spirit Symbiosis. The tower spirit attaches itself to a designated building. As long as the building is not destroyed, the tower spirit can regenerate indefinitely. Skills, Charge LV9, Hellray LV9, Lightspeed LV8 can partially elementalize the body, increasing speed, Energy Protection LV8, Possession LV6. Light Speed. Lin Mo stared wide-eyed at the clone skill. He originally thought that after binding with the Inferno Tower, he could only inherit the ability of the Inferno Ray, but he didn't expect to also gain the Light Speed skill. Although the speed of the clone just now did not reach the true speed of light, it still reached the level of supersonic speed. And this is only the speed of level 1. If you upgrade the Inferno Tower clones to the boss level, their speed will definitely reach several times the speed of sound. It far surpasses ordinary boss level monsters and can even rival Lord level monsters. With the Light Speed skill, Lin Mo's survivability has been enhanced once again. He merged the Inferno Tower clone into his body. I went downstairs to upgrade the levels of my 2 clones. He just broke through to level 20, which means that his 2 clones will not encounter any bottlenecks before reaching level 20. With the investment of soul crystals, Lin Mo consumed a total of 30 million soul crystals to upgrade his Hell Tower clone to LV19. But gradually, Lin Mo discovered that the 2 clones were like bottomless pits. No matter how many soul crystals he invested, he could not raise them to LV20. It seems that level 20 is a watershed moment, requiring a higher level of energy. Lin Mo took out 10 low-grade source crystals and put them into the altar. The next moment, a familiar warm current flowed into my body. Chapter 87. The power of clone fusion is revealed. The secret realm is about to open. Just as I thought. Lin Mo continued to release the next batch of source crystals. As the source crystal was melted by the flame, it took 1,000 source crystals to raise the level of the 2 clones to LV20. Just to upgrade one level, it actually consumed so many source crystals. Lin Mo felt a pang of regret. It seems I'll have to use my free time to cultivate from now on. Every little bit helps. Using fire to level up is very fast, but the consumption is still too high. No wonder most of the lords on the combat power ranking are still at the leader level. In the bedroom, Ju Yi and the other 3 were quietly cultivating. With their current physical condition, they could go without sleep for several days and nights without any problems. Seeing Lin Mo return to the bedroom, they all stopped cultivating and asked him how he felt about breaking through to the leader level. Don't rush, ask them one by one. The next day, Lin Mo woke up on the big bed. After breaking through last night, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. Ju Yi and the others were no match for him at all. He subdued them so thoroughly that they couldn't even get out of bed. After accumulating these past few days, he has a total of over 9,000 evolution points. Soon, the territory can be upgraded after tomorrow. Beep beep. Just then, Lin Mo received a private message from class monitor Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, Lin Mo, get ready, the resource dungeon will open in an hour. At that time, you can bring 5 soldiers with you at the same time. After entering the secret realm, we will be teleported to different locations. You can use the secret realm key to sense the location of nearby teammates. Wait a moment, I'll send you their information. Also, be extremely careful of those alien lords. If you sense anything amiss, don't hesitate, activate the secret realm key and exit the secret realm. Looking at the long string of instructions Jiang Yan sent, Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. Don't worry, I'll be there for you soon. Soon, Lin Mo received the teammate information sent by Jiang Yan. I opened it and took a look. These three were all prominent figures at the Lord's Academy back then. This includes two school beauties who are on par with Jiang Yin, Song Yu, and Yen Ku. The document also included photos of the two people. Song Yu is a girl with long, ice blue hair. In the photo, she is serious and keeps people at arm's length. Yen Ku is a stunningly beautiful and mature woman with a great figure. She smiles broadly in the photos, exuding the charm of a friendly older sister next door. The last teammate was Su Yan, the former captain of the school basketball team. According to the information, he has a sunny appearance and a tall and upright figure, which makes him seem very reliable. They have all reached the leader level. Yen Ku and Su Yan, like him, had all forced their way to a breakthrough last night. Under normal circumstances, lords will not personally take risks, so some lords do not pay attention to leveling up. Yen Ku and Su Yan forcibly broke through last night, clearly showing how much they value this trip to the secret realm. Lin Mo put on his clothes and walked out of the lord's hut. After several attempts to lure monsters out, the monsters outside the territory are now mostly of ordinary quality, which can be easily dealt with by the troops within the territory. At this moment, both Shin Dio and Shi De were frantically killing wild monsters outside their territory. The divine eagle, now transformed into a tower spirit, spread its wings and gently flapped them. Call. Several hurricanes formed by wind blades howled past and swept towards the monster horde below. Where the wind blades passed, those ordinary monsters didn't even have time to scream before they were cut and torn apart, turning into a rain of blood and remains, leaving no trace of their bodies. Shi De's fighting style became even more ferocious. After using its innate ability, Dharma body of heaven and earth, it transformed into a lava giant standing 18 meters tall. It exudes terrifyingly high temperatures and a suffocating sense of oppression. Boom! When he stomped down, it was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and streams of lava gushed out from the fissures. It instantly melted the surrounding monsters. Chapter 88, The Journey to the Secret Realm begins. First battle a success. For this mission, he plans to bring Juyi, Sarah, Lena, Divine Eagle, and Shi De alone. In the air, the eagle sensed Lin Mo's call and immediately broke away from the battlefield, returning to its territory with a few flaps of its wings. Chirp! It flew to Lin Mo's side and nuzzled affectionately against his arm. Owner! Shi De compressed his body to 2 meters and came in front of Lin Mo, bowing in a deep voice. Sarah and Lena also emerged from the shadows. In the following time, Lin Mo purchased some excellent defense tower blueprints from the trading market. After his talent is upgraded, he can build and dismantle defensive towers anywhere. With these blueprints, he could build defensive towers at any time. It can be said that wherever he appears, that becomes his territory. Soon, an hour had passed. The secret realm key is now activated. You can enter the secret realm at any time. As Lin Mo's thoughts stirred, the crescent-shaped key to the secret realm in his hand emitted a dazzling light. The next moment, a 5-meter-high void entrance appeared in front of the territory. Let's go! Shin Dio and Shi De were the vanguard, and were the first to enter the light gate. As their figures were instantly swallowed by the light, Lin Mo and the other two followed closely behind. The next second, I felt my feet firmly on the ground. A ray of warm sunlight immediately caught his eye, filtering through the leaves and falling on his face. This place is full of green mountains and clear waters, like a fairyland on earth. However, the occasional roars of beasts around them reminded them that this place was not safe. What is that? Lin Mo saw a curtain of sky on the horizon. Like an inverted bowl, it envelopes the entire secret realm. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Welcome to the Tier 1 Resource Realm. This realm will last for 7 days. Every 24 hours, the boundaries of the secret realm will shrink. During this period, the Lord can travel to and from the secret realm once a day. If you die in the secret realm, you will be permanently banned and will not be able to re-enter. Countdown to next boundary contraction, 23 hours 59 minutes and 46 seconds. It actually lasted for 7 days. Lin Mo looked around. The secret realm was vast. It certainly requires a lot of time to explore. But the most important thing right now is to rejoin the rest of the team. He was invited by Jiang Yan this time, so he owed her a favor and should do his best to cooperate. Lin Mo took out the key to the secret realm, which was emitting a faint glow. The light emanating from the key can give a rough idea of a teammate's location and direction. At this time, the light shines longest from the southeast. This means that his nearest teammate is in the southeast direction. As usual, we'll have the Eagle scout the area from the air before we take action. With Divine Eagle's current strength, as long as it doesn't encounter any professional level peak monsters or alien lords in the secret realm, it will basically be safe from danger. Chirp! The Divine Eagle spread its dragon wings and soared into the sky. At the same time, another overhead view appeared in Lin Mo's mind, taking in the scenery within a 2-kilometer radius. Soon, flying monsters noticed the Divine Eagle and flew towards its location. Roar! The Divine Eagle let out a dragon's roar, and the flying monsters were instantly intimidated by the dragon's might emanating from it, hesitating to move forward. The eagle seized the opportunity and flapped its dragon wings. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish! 2 hurricanes, composed of wind blades, swept away. The surrounding monsters were instantly wiped out. It was clear that the Divine Condor had already gained initial control of the airspace. Lin Mo then turned around and gestured to Ju Yi and the others, "Let's go." The group maintained a vigilant formation. Shurda led the way, with Sarah and Lena protecting the flanks. Soon, through the eagle's vision, Lin Mo saw a pillar of light rising up to his side. This is a resource beam. Lin Mo led his team stealthily toward the location of the pillar of light. After passing through a thicket of bushes, the view suddenly opened up before me. There were more than a dozen giant spiders, each as big as a calf and covered with a hard, dark brown shell, perched on the open ground. Ground spider. Rank, Elite 1 star. Level, LV 11. 3 spheres of light were suspended on the earthen slope behind them. Lin Mo had seen the pillars of light earlier, which were emitted by them. These ground spiders are basically all at the professional level. However, with the combined efforts of Shurda and his group, they were killed before they could even put up a decent resistance. Shurda transformed into a lava giant, each punch and kick carrying immense force, and charged fiercely into the spider swarm. Sarah and Lena moved like phantoms through the shadows, their every appearance accompanied by the mournful howl of a ground spider. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. Lin Mo stepped forward and touched the resource orb. The moment the fingertips touched it, the ball of light vanished like a bubble, turning into a pile of resources and treasures. Obtained 3 earth spider summoning scrolls fine. 300 low-grade source crystals. Star steel 200 units. As expected of a resource-rich secret realm. More than 200 source crystals. You would have to kill 2 or 3 boss-level monsters to gather that much outside. Chapter 89 Hero Saves the Beauty. The group continued on their way. Whenever they encountered a pillar of resource light along the way, Lin Mo would lead the group there. With their current strength, they pose virtually no threat unless they encounter a foreign lord. In just 1 hour, they had collected more than 1,000 low-grade source crystals. Just then. Through the eagle's vision, Lin Mo suddenly saw a huge pillar of resource light 10 kilometers away. That pillar of light was 10 times stronger than any other pillar of light he had ever encountered. There must be some good stuff there, it's just too far away. Wait a minute, the direction the secret realm key is pointing to seems to be near the pillar of light. Could my teammates be there? With the Divine Eagle's current eyesight, it is more than capable of seeing the environment around the pillar of light clearly. At this moment, smoke and dust filled the area around the pillar of light, as if 3 forces were fighting each other. After the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Mo then realized that one of them was a mature woman with an extremely voluptuous figure. She is being besieged by a 3-eyed lord and a kobold lord. Due to the intense battle, the mature woman's clothes were almost completely torn, revealing large areas of her snow-white skin. Lin Mo recognized the person as Yenko, his teammate on this trip. 3 of the troops she brought were killed by hellhounds and earth lizards, leaving only 2 succubi surrounding her. "Master, could you please grant me them?" The kobold lord said with a mocking expression. "This human lord is no good. I recently learned a soul control skill that allows me to mentally enslave her." "Those 2 succubi are yours to keep," the 3-eyed clan member said calmly. Yenka said resolutely, "You're dreaming. I'd rather die than let you succeed." Even after being mentally enslaved, she could not escape the other party's control, no matter how far she left the mental realm. Whoosh! Just as Yenka was about to commit suicide, a grayish-white light enveloped her entire body. The next moment, Yenka seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. "Want to die? It's not that easy. Become my slave obediently." The 3-eyed clan member sneered. He looked at Yenka's near-perfect physique with burning desire. Owner. The 2 succubi wanted to save Yenku. The next moment, the kobold lord flashed and appeared beside the 2. Bang! Bang! After two muffled thuds, the two succubi were sent flying backward at an even faster speed. Brush! Just then, a beam of aurora shot in from afar. In a few turns, he caught the two succubi. Who are you? The sudden change set off alarm bells in the Kobold Lord's mind. The one who'll take your life. Lin Mo glanced at Yen Ke, who was almost completely naked, and his eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he used a gravity field 200 times stronger to smash it directly. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground around the Three-Eyed Clan and the Kobolds instantly sank, forming a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. The Three-Eyed Clan and the Kobolds felt a powerful force assail them, as if a mountain were pressing down on them. Puff! Their internal organs were also damaged by the immense pressure, and they gushed out a mouthful of blood. It is clear that he has suffered internal injuries. The hellhounds and rock lizards behind them exploded and died almost instantly. With a single strike, he instantly suppressed the two lords. Yen Ke stared in disbelief at the scene. She also recognized Lin Mo as her teammate. Looking at Lin Mo's tall and handsome appearance, she couldn't help but blush slightly. I'll help you, Yen Ke shouted. The metal whip in her hand crackled with electricity as it lashed out at the head of the three-eyed creature. Snap! Just as the metal whip was about to strike the Three-Eyed Clan, a grayish-white light appeared, freezing the metal whip in mid-air. Brush! Seeing that the situation was not good, Yen Ke quickly withdrew his whip. However, a section of the whip mysteriously disappeared. The power of annihilation. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened slightly as he watched this scene. At this moment, the power of annihilation surrounded the Three-Eyed Clan, neutralizing the gravitational field. Human, you deserve to die. Buzz! The next moment, a beam of annihilation light shot out from his third eye, hurtling towards Lin Mo's location. Seeing this, Lin Mo dared not be careless. Two laser beams shot out from his eyes. Buzz! The two rays collided. Light energy ray plus hell ray. The two skills combined instantly suppressed the gray-white light. Impossible! The three-eyed beings stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. However, his surprise did not last long. The next moment, his head was pierced directly by two laser beams. Chapter 90: Successive Breakthroughs. Upon seeing this, the Kobold Lord immediately channeled all his energy, preparing to flee. Even his master has been defeated. For him to stay here is tantamount to suicide. You want to leave? Lin Mo's laser beam swept across, instantly severing the Kobold Lord in half. Thump! Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground, and a strong stench of blood immediately filled the air. No sooner said than done. It only took a few seconds from the moment Lin Mo appeared to the moment he killed the two leader-level lords. So strong. Yen Ke even forgot to put on her clothes, just staring blankly at Lin Mo. Cough cough. Lin Mo took out a set of clothes and handed them to Yen Ke. Are you alright? Yen Ke then realized what was happening and took the clothes. I'm fine, thank you for saving me. Rustle. Just then, a faint sound of wind breaking came from behind. It was Judy and the others who caught up with them. Just now, because he was in a hurry to get somewhere, Lin Mo used his lightspeed skill. Alright, these are the two energy essences I just obtained, and a blueprint for the lightning tower. You just saved my life, so please accept these things as my way of thanking you. As he spoke, Yen Ke took out two blue crystals the size of goose eggs and a scroll from his lord's space. This is what you got, how can I accept it? Lin Mo was about to refuse, but Yen Ke forcibly stopped him. The moment his fingers touched the blue crystal, a message appeared in his mind. Energy Essence, Rare. For users below level 20, this will perfectly boost their level by 3. Lin Mo looked at the information about the Energy Essence. After this period of training, Judy's level has reached LV 18. In other words, she can break through to the leader level by using the Essence of Energy. This Energy Essence is equally important to Yen Ke. At Lin Mo's insistence, only one Energy Essence was ultimately collected. Now that they had the Energy Essence, Lin Mo simply let Ju break through here. Yen Ke also gave another Energy Essence to a succubus. Over time, the aura emanating from the two of them rapidly increased. Soon, the holy succubus reached the second-tier bottleneck. She absorbs the energy around her, constantly pushing her limits. Boom! An astonishing aura erupted from her. Buzz! Lin Mo used his mental power to block the airwave that Ju was sending forward. Another half-hour passed before Jui showed signs of a breakthrough. Bang! Soon, the spiritual energy within her body spread rapidly throughout her entire being, like a flood unleashed. It's a success. Lin Mo was overjoyed. Open the attribute panel of the orange-colored garment. Race, Priestess Tower Spirit. Bound building, Gale Tower. Level, LV20 Tier 2. Rank, Rare 3-star. Bonds. Talent, Spiritual Power Amplification A, Mysterious IB. Skills, Demon Slaying Arrow LV9, Sealing Arrow LV9, Defense Barrier LV8, Hidden Barrier LV8, Purification Spell LV8, Arrow Tower Illusion LV9, Spirit Possession LV9. After reaching the second tier, Judy's talent, Spiritual Power Amplification, also rose from rank B to rank A. This means that she can use more spiritual power than other soldiers of the same level. Once Judy and the succubus have consolidated their realms. Following the guidance of the secret realm key, Lin Mo and the others headed towards their teammates' location. Same old rules. The eagle is scouting from the air. Whenever they encounter a pillar of resource light, everyone will head there immediately. During this period, Lin Mo discovered a full squad of 5 alien lords walking together. They have at least 6 leaders who are top-tier experts. There's no need for a head-on confrontation. Lin Mo chose to take a detour. Look! Just then, Juyi suddenly noticed a strong beam of light. The beam of light was very close to them, only a few hundred meters away. Lin Mo immediately led everyone there. This is the Hope Canyon area, where hundreds of professional great armored bulls have spawned around the Pillar of Light. Moo! Upon seeing Lin Mo and the others, they immediately rushed over. I'll do it. Juyi stepped forward and drew the rune longbow to its full extent. 3 arrows formed from spiritual energy appeared and shot rapidly toward the position of the armored bull. Swish! 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 The arrows pierced through the bodies of several armored bulls the moment they touched them. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, the 3 arrows transformed into a storm of spiritual energy, engulfing dozens of armored bulls. After the spiritual energy storm dissipated, only pieces of flesh remained on the ground. Their bodies were torn apart by the spiritual energy storm. Orange Clad continued her attack. Soon, all the armored bulls were shot dead. Once she reached the Lord level, dealing with these professional level monsters was like a game changer. Open the resource sphere. Obtain Twin Winged Tiger Summoning Scroll Rare 1. Gained Energy Essence Rare 2. Lin Mo and Yen Ku exchanged a glance. Which one do you choose? Yen Ku said, give me a troop summoning scroll. In terms of value, the 2 energy essences are definitely worth more than the troop scrolls. However, Lin Mo did not refuse, as there were plenty of resources here. He gave the 2 source crystals to Sarah and Lena respectively. They have now reached level 18 as well. The conditions for a breakthrough have been met. An hour later, Sarah and Lena both made breakthroughs. Lena gained a new talent, Arcane Affinity, granting her powerful magical abilities. Sarah, on the other hand, increased her Dark Affinity talent level, gaining the ability to command dark creatures. There are currently 6 leader-level members in the team. We've almost reached full strength. Chapter 91 Territory Upgrade. 2 hours later, Lin Mo saw Jiang Yan not far away through the eagle's vision. At this moment, she was with Su Yan. The only troops they brought were 3 giant wolves and 2 skeleton warriors. Clearly, they had previously encountered a foreign lord and clashed with him. A few minutes later. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yan and Su Yan passed through the dense bushes and appeared in Lin Mo and Yen Ku's field of vision. Lin Mo, Yen Ku. Jiang Yan walked over quickly. Su Yan became much quieter. Yen Ku, why do you only have 2 types of soldiers left? Jiang Yan asked. In the secret realm, the penalty for the death of a unit is even heavier than that for the Lord. Basically, if you die once, you will drop 4 to 5 levels. It will also be accompanied by the aftereffects of severe soul damage. Thanks to Lin Mo this time, otherwise I might have been mentally controlled. Mind control. Jiang Yan's expression was serious. She was well aware of the dangers involved. She immediately pressed for details about what had happened. Yen Ku also recounted in detail how Lin Mo had saved her. Su Yan, standing nearby, watched Yen Ku talk about Lin Mo with an expression of pure admiration. A barely perceptible shadow crossed his eyes. Back in college, he had pursued Yen Ku, but she rejected him. He came to the secret realm this time. Half of the purpose was to attract attention. Seeing her speak so highly of Lin Mo, he naturally felt displeased. Chirp! Just then, an ice bird flew by in the sky. It's Xiaoya's unit, Ice Phoenix. Knock knock knock. Heavy footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. A frost giant walked over. Beside it followed a girl with long, icy blue hair, and 3 elite-level snow maidens. As the girl approached, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. The person who arrived was none other than the last member of their team, Song Yu. Xiao Ye. Zhang Yan went to greet her. They brought her here. Hello, nice to meet you. Her icy blue eyes looked at Lin Mo. Hello? Meaning the girl's cool gaze, Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Previously at Lord's Academy. The name Song Yu is widely known. This is because she awakened an SS-level talent, Absolute Territory, making her an extremely rare double S-level ability user in the Academy's records. After becoming a lord, her strength will only become more terrifying. Now that we're all here, let us explore along the edge of the secret realm. Jiang Yan suggested. Today is the first day the secret realm has opened. That's when the resource beams refresh the most, so you won't have to worry about not getting resources. The 5 lords combined have a total of 12 leader-level combatants. They are considered a very strong force. Over the next 3 hours, Lin Mo obtained 3 energy essences, over 5,000 source crystals, and several other rare materials. According to the team's rules, the treasures obtained in the secret realm depend on everyone's own abilities. Even treasures obtained through joint efforts will be distributed according to contributions, to avoid a falling out and damaging the relationship. During this period, they also encountered other alien lords. With their strengths roughly equal, both sides exercised restraint and refrained from making direct moves. After all, it's the first day of the dungeon's opening, and nobody wants to be eliminated. 3 days passed quickly. During this period, Lin Mo was able to obtain tens of thousands of source crystals and materials every day, making a fortune. However, this is because we need to acquire evolution points. He returns to his territory every night. And on the second day after returning to his territory, he upgraded it to a level 1 town. After the territory is upgraded, he can construct perfect level buildings. Their strength has increased more than several times. Today is the 4th day since the secret realm opened. After 3 boundary contractions, the area of the secret realm is now only a radius of 100 kilometers. Furthermore, the frequency of light beams appearing has been greatly reduced. But now, every time a large resource beam appears, the probability of finding rare materials is several times higher than before. Because the resource light beams refresh randomly. All the lords realized that instead of spending time searching, it was better to stay together in the same area and wait for the rabbit to run into their trap. As a result, many lords have been fighting each other to seize territory and resource pillars. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly saw a giant pillar of light, tens of meters in diameter, appear not far away. Look, what a huge pillar of resource light! Yanko reminded them. What are we waiting for? This beam of light is on our territory, we can't let other lords take it away, Su Yan said excitedly. Zhang Yan hesitated. Such a large resource beam. It is estimated that lords within a radius of tens of kilometers can see it. Going there rashly would likely result in being besieged by the alien lords. However, seeing that everyone else was eager to try, she didn't want to stop them. Let's go. Remember to act quickly and leave as soon as you get the resources and treasures. Chapter 92 Chase and Counterattack. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the base of the Pillar of Light. At this moment, thousands of professional-level monsters have spawned near the Pillar of Light. However, after this period of training, all the soldiers under their command have used energy essence to break through to the leader level. Under the combined attack of all the boss-level monsters, these monsters were powerless to fight back. They didn't even last 10 minutes before they were all killed. Below the resource light pillar, 6 light spheres floated. Quickly, get the treasure and leave immediately. Zhang Yan reminded him. At this moment, a large number of alien lords were already heading this way. They sensed powerful auras coming from all directions. Lin Mo collected the resource orbs. Retreat immediately. Halt. Leave the treasure behind. Just then, a group of angel lords suddenly flew in from the horizon and blocked Lin Mo's path. Behind them followed more than 20 commanders. You arrived so quickly. Zhang Yan's expression changed drastically. We can't get entangled with them. We must break out from the south. Good. Lin Mo and the other three echoed this sentiment. Before this, they had agreed to follow Jiang Yan's instructions to avoid losing their composure later. The five ignored the angels and ran south. Chase. The angel lord immediately led his men in pursuit. They fly in the air, and at a faster speed. The distance between the two sides continued to shrink. At this moment, the Frost Bear, Stone Giant, and the two skeletal warriors all entered the Angel Lord's attack range. They used their innate abilities to condense 5 illusory angels. The next moment, the angelic phantom clasped its hands together, and several golden shockwaves blasted towards Shurda and the others. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud bang, Shurda and the others were all struck by the golden light. A hole the size of a head was blasted into Shurda's chest. However, it uses an elemental body to recover quickly. Skeleton warriors, as undead units, are inherently countered by light attribute units. After being hit by the golden light, they will also be eroded by the light attribute. No, they will all die if this continues. Su Yan's face looked rather unpleasant. He only had 2 skeletons left to ignore if they were killed. He would have no soldiers left to use. Jiang Yan, let's defeat them first before we leave. Su Yan suggested. No, if we get bogged down by the angel lords and the other lords catch up, it'll be troublesome. Jiang Yan refused outright. She couldn't possibly put everyone in danger just because of 2 skeleton warriors. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. You guys go first, I'll hold them off. Before anyone could react, he immediately unleashed a 200x gravity field, hurling it at the angel lord behind him. Boom! The angel lord was struck by the gravitational field and immediately fell downwards. Buzz! The next moment, they reacted as a golden light enveloped them, protecting them from the gravitational field attack. Lin Mo, let's go quickly, Jiang Yan said anxiously. At this moment, a large number of alien lords rushed towards this place. However, Lin Mo stood still, his expression calm. He can build perfect defensive towers at any time now, so why should he be afraid of these leader-level lords? Forget it, it's too late to run now. The resource secret realm is only so big, and we are already surrounded by them. Jiang Yan sighed, it's all my fault. Although this decision was made with everyone's consent. But as the team leader, she has an inescapable responsibility. Since we can't avoid it, we might as well take a gamble, Lin Mo said with a smile. Su Yan sneered, with just the people here, what do we have to fight with? Although Lin Mo just repelled the Angel Clan. However, his skeletal warriors still couldn't withstand the erosion of the light attribute. This made him very unhappy, and he was holding back a lot of anger. However, Lin Mo said with a smile, just because of this. He took out 3 rare blueprints from the Lord's space. In the past few days, he has acquired a number of rare blueprints. This is exactly the kind of opportunity that comes in handy. Construct a lightning tower using 3,000 units of star steel, 600 units of lightning wood, and 2,000 source crystals. Ding! Your talent has been detected as Master Builder. All building materials will be reduced by 50%. With Lin Mo's confirmation, 3 lightning towers instantly rose from the ground. After obtaining the blueprints, he stockpiled a large amount of materials in the trading market. The purpose is to build defensive towers at any time. This is a rare defensive tower. Jiang Yan stared in disbelief at the scene. She never expected that Lin Mo would be able to build structures outside his territory. At this point, someone had already entered the lightning tower's attack range. Lin Mo used dozens of source crystals to activate the lightning tower. Buzz! Lightning crackled and sparked atop the lightning tower, with countless lightning bolts darting about at its apex, creating a series of crackling sounds. The next moment, all 3 lightning towers opened fire simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. Several bolts of lightning, as thick as an arm, tore through the air, pointing directly at the alien troops in the distance. Zzz. Several bolts of lightning instantly pierced through the leading unit. Chapter 93 Snatching Food from a Tiger's Mouth. Quick, get out of the turret's attack range. Upon witnessing this scene, all the alien lords retreated to a distance of 1 kilometer. How could there be a defensive tower here? A troll lord said in a deep voice. With his strength, although he wouldn't be instantly killed by the lightning tower, he would still be injured and his defenses would be breached. If we get focused on by multiple enemy firefights, we might just die here. This must be the innate ability of one of them, said a sea spirit with sky blue skin. The person who can build so many buildings outside the territory is very likely to have an S-level talent. Are we just going to let them go like this? No rush, the resource secret realm can still exist for 3 more days, and resource pillars like the one just now should appear again. Each of the alien lords had their own calculations. They didn't trust the other lords, nor did they want to be the first to attack Lin Mo and his group. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. They're really gone. Zhang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Even the usually aloof Song Yu looked at Lin Mo with a surprised expression. With her strength, she was not afraid of these alien lords. But if a real fight breaks out, she definitely won't be able to protect the others. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo resolved the crisis with such ease. Lin Mo did not dismantle the defensive tower, but instead built several wooden houses under it as a new camp for the group. Soon, the group gathered in front of the cabin and redistributed the resources. This is the rule they agreed upon beforehand. Resources are allocated based on contributions. Lin Mo made the biggest contribution to this operation, so he should get 50% of the resources. You all have no objections, right? Yan Ku and Song Yu expressed no objection. Only Su Yan looked rather unpleasant. He lost all his troops in this operation and could only get 10% of the resources? However, under the gaze of everyone, he could only grit his teeth and agree. In the end, Lin Mo received 3 rare-grade defense tower blueprints, 10 energy essences, and 1 mid-grade wine-type source crystal. The most precious of them is undoubtedly the mid-grade wind-type source crystal. Medium-grade source crystals can only be obtained by killing boss-level peak-stage wild monsters. It contains a large amount of elemental energy, which can be used for cultivation or to quickly recharge perfect buildings. Generally speaking, the price of 1 mid-grade source crystal is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade source crystals. Return all resources to the Lord's space. Same as before. The group assigned one person to keep watch at night, while the others stayed in the wooden hut to cultivate, waiting for the resource beams to reappear. After a period of recuperation, Lin Mo's meridians, which were damaged due to his forced breakthrough, have now basically recovered. You can adapt to the source crystal and continue your cultivation. He stayed in the cabin and released the Hell Tower clone. The two identical Lin Mo looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, the clone transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the camp. Brush. Lin Mo controlled his clone to act alone. If he encounters a pillar of resource light, he will immediately head there and wait for the right opportunity. With the speed of his clones, once he succeeds, almost no one can catch up with him. Moreover, even if the clone dies, it can be resurrected. It simply means consuming some source crystals to start cultivating again. The moment the clone left the camp, Song Yu, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction the clone had left. However, seeing that the aura came from Lin Mo's wooden house, she didn't say anything more. Lin Mo controlled his clone to wander around the secret realm. However, all the alien lords are scattered in resource secret realms, and they will go there immediately as soon as a resource pillar appears. The first few times, Lin Mo came up empty-handed. By the time he arrived, the alien lords had already collected the resources and treasures. Just then, a large beam of light suddenly appeared on the plain only 3 kilometers away from him. Based on his previous experience, this beam of light contained at least 4 rare treasures. Whoosh! Lin Mo controlled his clone to immediately go there. When he arrived, he found 2 groups of alien lords facing off. One side was a Minotaur lord, and the other was a siren race with deep blue skin. Chance! While they were locked in a standoff, Lin Mo controlled his clone to unleash the light speed skill, transforming it into a streak of light and grabbing at the resource orb. Who is it? The moment the clone appeared, it was immediately sensed by the group. They never expected that someone would dare to steal things right under their noses. Court death. The next moment, dozens of streams of energy blasted towards the clone. Lin Mo had anticipated this. He controlled his clone to grab 2 resource orbs and immediately used his light speed skill to escape. Used the speed of clones to wait until they launched their attack. The clone had already transformed into a streak of light and appeared 100 meters away. Then, it disappeared from their sight. Such speed. The Minotaur Lord stared wide-eyed at the sight. Such speed is probably only something a Lord-level expert could catch up with, the siren said. When such a person appeared in the secret realm, their expressions turned somewhat grim. The clone had already traveled several kilometers away. He took out the treasure he had just snatched. It is a rare defense tower blueprint and an energy essence. Converted to source crystals, it's roughly equivalent to the price of several thousand source crystals. Not bad, this order is equivalent to half a day's earnings. Over time. Before we knew it, it was the last day of the secret realm. During this time, news of Lin Mo seizing the resource pillars had already spread, and most lords were on alert. It's becoming increasingly difficult for Lin Mo to make a move. Until yesterday. The clone was captured and killed by a trap set by the Serpent Clan Lord. However, the materials collected by the clones will be stored in the Lord's space, and they cannot obtain them even if they are killed. Over this period of time, he accumulated treasures worth approximately 100,000 source crystals. After the clone died, Lin Mo used a small amount of spiritual essence and 10,000 source crystals to revive his clone. Chapter 94: The Battle for the Treasure. Today is the last day that the resource realm exists. At this point, the area of the secret realm was reduced to a radius of 10 kilometers. The competition in the secret realm has become increasingly fierce in the past few days, and many lords have died fighting for the resource pillars. According to the intelligence gathered by the clone, the teams in the secret realm at this time are basically all led by peak-level experts. That's strange, no resource beams appeared this morning, Zhang Yan said, puzzled. Wasn't it said that a great treasure would appear on the last day? Time quickly passed and it was afternoon. Just as everyone was getting impatient, 3 giant beams of light shot into the sky. It's here. This should be the last pillar of resource light. Almost simultaneously, all the lords rushed towards the center of the secret realm. With a slight thought, Lin Mo dismantled the 3 lightning towers. Buzz! The 3 defensive towers were enveloped in light and quickly transformed into defensive tower blueprints and some materials. Let's go too, or the treasure will be taken if we're too late. Under the astonished gazes of Zhang Yan and the other 3, Lin Mo stepped forward and put all the materials back into his lord's space. Let's hurry up and leave, or they'll have taken all the treasures. By the time Lin Mo and his group arrived, hundreds of lords had already killed all the monsters in the surrounding area. It's you! Soon, a lord recognized Lin Mo. These humans can build defensive towers, let us kill them first, suggested a Snake Man lord. That's right, with him around, we'll all be attacked by the turrets. The other lords echoed this sentiment. They all knew that Lin Mo had the ability to build defensive towers. Once a chaotic battle breaks out, their advantage will be too great. The best way is to join forces and kill them first. Kill the humans first. With a loud shout from the troll lord, several alien lords immediately attacked Lin Mo. Good timing. Seeing this, Lin Mo sneered. He took out 10 rare defense tower blueprints and quickly unfolded them. Soon, 10 rare defensive towers, each tens of meters tall, appeared around him. Buzz! Lin Mo used hundreds of source crystals and a large amount of materials to focus fire on all the defense towers. In a short time, dozens of arrows, cannonballs, thunder, and lightning. They all hurled their attacks at the surrounding alien troops. However, because the alien troops were too numerous, even 10 defensive towers could not stop them from approaching. They quickly reached a range of 500 meters. Let's do it! Zhang Yan and her 2 companions led their troops to prepare to block the attack of the alien race. Among them, San Yu undoubtedly stood out the most. She used her SS-level talent Absolute Zero to instantly freeze more than a dozen leader-level units. Immediately afterwards, the ice block, along with all the troops inside, turned into fragments. With a single strike, he instantly killed more than a dozen leader-level troops. Despite being only at the early stage of the leader level, she was able to unleash the combat power of the peak leader level. Brush! Just then, something unexpected happened. Su Yan, who had been silent until now, suddenly appeared behind Lin Mo and launched a surprise attack. Lin Mo, blame yourself for being too much of an eyesore. He swiftly thrust his sword towards Lin Mo's heart. Owner! At the same time, Sarah, who had been hiding in Lin Mo's shadow, suddenly appeared and blocked the sword for Lin Mo. Put! The longsword pierced Sarah's chest. Thanks to Sarah's cushioning, Lin Mo reacted in time, and the longsword only pierced his shoulder. You're asking for it. 2 laser beams shot out from his eyes. Chance! At the same time, a troll lord's eyes lit up, realizing this was an opportunity. Knock knock knock! He strode heavily toward Lin Mo. Meanwhile, the Murlocs, Tauron, and Gargoyles, who were at the peak of their professional level, also seized the opportunity to fight. They rushed towards Lin Mo's location. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Mo sneered. He selected a rare lightning tower. Do you want to consume 1000 evolution points to evolve the lightning tower? As Lin Mo confirmed, the original 30-meter high lightning tower instantly grew taller, becoming a 40-meter high lightning tower wrapped in lightning. Lightning Tower. Rank, Perfect 3 stars. Attack range, 2 kilometers. Attack speed, can unleash 4 lightning strikes per second. Attack effect, Thunderfield, all enemy units within the field take lightning damage equal to 30% of the tower's attack power every second, and have a 15% chance to enter the paralyzed state. Thor's Wrath, enters a charging state, summoning a massive bolt of lightning to strike a designated area, dealing devastating damage to all enemies within the area and inflicting a 100% chance of stunning for 3 seconds. Usage requirements, consuming 10,000 low-grade source crystals allows you to unleash 1,000 lightning strikes. Consuming 1 mid-grade source crystal allows you to unleash a lightning field. Consuming 10 mid-grade source crystals allows you to unleash the wrath of the Thunder God. This is the perfect defensive tower. The Troll Lord at the forefront was terrified. He didn't have time to deal with his soldiers and quickly turned around and fled. Since you're here, don't leave. Lin Mo consumed 10,000 source crystals to activate the lightning tower. Buzz. Bolts of lightning, like pythons, converged at the top of the tower and blasted towards the Troll Lord's back. Boom! A loud bang was heard. The Troll Lord's chest was instantly pierced, leaving a bloody hole the size of a basketball. Chapter 95 Separation. Run! When the other lords saw this, they scrambled and ran back. Buzz! Just then, Lin Mo suddenly used a gravity field to instantly suppress an area of 500 meters in radius. Slow them down. Jiang Yan and the others also commanded their troops to try their best to keep the alien lords behind. Boom! Boom! The lightning tower fired wildly at a rate of 4 shots per second. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket swept across the entire area. Any lord struck by it would instantly turn to ashes. We can't escape now, let's kill those humans first. The continuous shooting ignited the ferocity of the alien lord. They were powerful lords who dominated their regions. When had they ever been so disheveled? Anyway, you won't really die in the secret realm at worst, you'll just be weak for a while after you get out. Very good. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo was not surprised but rather pleased. I'm not afraid of them fighting to the death, I'm afraid of them running away at all costs. Otherwise, even with the firepower of a perfect defensive tower, it wouldn't be enough to wipe them all out. Without hesitation, he consumed a source crystal to activate the Thunder Tower's Thunder Field. Buzz! The next moment, a semi-transparent field spread outwards from the lightning tower as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area with a radius of 2 kilometers. Within the Thunder Field, countless arcs of electricity, each as thick as a hair, appeared. As long as someone touches the electric arc, a bolt of lightning will strike. Boom! Within the area of effect, each lightning arc has 30% of the power of a direct attack from a lightning tower, and also inflicts a stun effect. A lord struck by a lightning arc will immediately develop a terrifying wound and be frozen in place for 2 seconds. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in lightning arcs. The thunder field lasted for a total of 1 minute. Almost all the lords and troops within the area were killed. At this time, some lords had not yet entered the arena. Having witnessed the power of the lightning tower, they dared not approach it. And in Lin Mo's calculations, all 3 resource beams are within the attack range of the lightning tower. Human, I'll remember you. Seeing that they couldn't obtain the treasures from the secret realm, they all left the resource realm. After all the lords left, Jiang Yan looked at Lin Mo's shoulder injury with a hint of apology. Lin Mo, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. It's alright, squad leader, it's not your fault. If you have to blame someone, blame Su Yan for being too stupid. But this is also a good thing, at least we don't have to share any resources or treasures with him, Lin Mo said with a smile. However, he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. However, they did not know the location of Su Yan's territory, so they could only give up for the time being. Let's go see what's inside the resource orb. Lin Mo used the gravity field to fly downwards towards the resource light pillar. Zhu Yi and the others followed closely behind. After opening the resource sphere, 7 scrolls were seen, with 1,000 mid-grade source crystals floating in mid-air. The most precious of them all is undoubtedly the Heroic Spirit Altar Summoning Scroll. The Altar of Heroes is a special building. It can resurrect 5 lords or subjects bound to it. Its value is immeasurable. He had seen the heroic spirit altar summoning scroll at the auction house before. At the time, even a tattered scroll of the heroic spirit altar was selling for 500,000 source crystals. This perfectly intact scroll could definitely fetch a price of millions of source crystals. At this moment, Jiang Yan suddenly spoke. Lin Mo, we've discussed it, and we've decided not to divide these last treasures among ourselves. Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have been eliminated long ago, Yan Ku echoed. Even Song Yu, who was usually taciturn, did not object. However, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite? Do you think I'm a stingy person? And I was able to enter the resource secret realm because of the secret realm key you gave me." At Lin Mo's insistence, they all took away some rare scrolls and mid-grade source crystals. Wait until the resource beam disappears. The entire secret realm suddenly changed color. The surrounding sunlight has been replaced by emptiness. It seems this secret realm won't last much longer. Jiang Yan said. Yes, 7 days have passed without us even realizing it. It's time to say goodbye. Why are you all so sentimental? Maybe we'll see each other soon, Lin Mo said with a smile. During this time, the group had already added each other as friends. He also told the other party the location of his territory. Of the group, only Song Yu's territory was relatively far away. Jiang Yan and Yan Ke's territories were in the adjacent region, thousands of kilometers away from him. He could reach that distance in a month from the Mixi shopping mall he controlled. He was just about to leave the dark forest, so perhaps he could consider developing in other areas. Chapter 96 Heroic Spirit Altar. A few minutes later, Lin Mo led Zhu Yi and the others back to the territory. At this time, the area outside the territory was still shrouded in darkness. Based on the timeline, the dark tide will continue for another half-month. My lord! My lord! When the surrounding people saw Lin Mo, they all stopped and bowed. Unlike their sickly appearance a few days ago, all the residents had rosy complexions. Under Lin Mo's control, the Tier 1 Inferno Tower maintained a constant state of emitting light energy. The light emanating from the crystal at the top of the tower has replaced the sunlight, illuminating the entire territory as bright as day. Some refugees corrupted by darkness. Once inside the territory, there's no need to even take purification potions. The dark aura within the body is instantly suppressed. This caused their loyalty level to skyrocket. Lin Mo arrived near the Lord's hut. Take out the heroic spirit altar summoning scroll, obtained from the secret realm. Accompanied by a blue light, a giant building with a diameter of 50 meters suddenly appeared on the open ground in front. Altar of Heroes. Rank, Perfect 3 stars. Function, can merge with the soul essence of 5 people and revive them after their death by consuming a large amount of source crystals. Can only revive up to a Tier 3 Lord or Troop type. Although I already knew the function of the heroic spirit altar, but seeing it with his own eyes still made him very excited. This means he has a second life. He planned to use the 5 spots first, for himself and Judy. Lin Mo arrived at the altar inside the building. A soul imprint is formed and integrated into the altar. The soul imprint contains the essence of his soul. As the soul imprint merged, a mechanical voice soon rang in his mind. Ding! Soul origin identified and stored in the heroic spirit database. Please contribute 1,000 low-grade source crystals as energy for resurrection. The hero will be resurrected within 1 hour of death. It's quite convenient. Lin Mo nodded slightly. However, the moment his soul essence merged into the heroic spirit altar, he suddenly saw blurry figures emanating a terrifying aura. Could those figures be servants from the servant database? This is a miraculous building, just like the clock tower of time, possessing extraordinary power. This power is something that only extraordinary lords can glimpse. With his current strength, he is not qualified to make contact. Compared to those extraordinary lords, my current strength is still weak. Lin Mo always maintained a sense of awe. After completing the construction of the heroic spirit altar, Lin Mo began to organize his gains from the secret realm. During this trip to the secret realm, he obtained a total of 100,000 source crystals and more than 100 mid-grade source crystals. He intends to use these source crystals as strategic resources. In addition to providing energy for the daily training of Judy and the others, it also serves as a backup energy source for all the defensive towers. In addition, there are over 100 energy essences, 40 rare defense tower blueprints, and a large quantity of rare materials. It is worth mentioning. When he left the secret realm, he dismantled the lightning tower and surprisingly returned all the evolution points and 80% of the building materials. This means that he can upgrade buildings at will without worrying about losing evolution points. Lin Mo then arrived at the Lord's hut. After accumulating these 2 weeks, he now has a total of 15,860 evolution points. It's time to upgrade the floating tower. Do you want to consume 10,000 evolution points to upgrade the Tier 3 floating tower? Yes. Soon, the floating tower was enveloped in the light of evolution. Along with the floating tower, his first tower spirit clone was upgraded. After the light faded, the clone completed its transformation. Open the information about the floating tower clone. Tarling Lin Mo. Level, LV24 Tier 0. Rank, Excellent 3 stars. Talent, Symbiosis. The tower spirit attaches itself to a designated building. As long as the building is not destroyed, the tower spirit can regenerate indefinitely. Skills, Gravity Field LV12, Energy Recharge LV11, Light Energy Ray LV12, Energy Protection LV12, Possession LV12. At this point, the clone had already reached the excellent grade. All of their skills have undergone a transformation. Lin Mo controlled his clone to familiarize himself with his current power. He can now unleash a gravity field up to 500 times stronger, allowing him to instantly suppress even mid-stage boss-level monsters. And the ability to use light energy rays. Even if he were to face a peak-level boss monster now, he would be confident of victory. After Lin Mo then arrived at the area where the troop buildings were located. With a slight thought, he prepared to upgrade the 3 troop buildings. Do you want to spend 500 evolution points to upgrade the Golem tribe? Chapter 97 Building Upgrade. After Lin Mo confirmed it, the Golem Stone People tribe collapsed rapidly. Boom! The ground cracked open, and scorching lava gushed out from the earth, turning the area into a hellish lava landscape. At the same time, dozens of haunted houses merged and recombined in the light, eventually transforming into a magnificent building. Only the Void Hunter unit's lair remains largely unchanged. It has simply expanded from a 5-meter-high void nest to a height of over 10 meters. Lin Mo checked the information of the 3 buildings in turn. Lava Nest. Rank, Rare 3 star. Recruitable units, Lava Golem. Recruitment quantity, 5 refresh time, 24 hours. Recruitment requirements, each Lava Rock Golem recruited requires 5 source crystals. You can recruit 5 Lava Rock Golems per day by consuming double the source crystals. City God Temple. Rank, Rare 3 star. Recruitable troops, Soul Hooking Ghosts. Void Executioner's Lair. Rank, Rare 3 star. Recruitable units, Void Executioner. After upgrading the 3 troop buildings, roughly half of the troops in the territory can be transformed into rare tiers. Through a soul connection, Lin Mo gathered all the troop types together. The territory has a total of 1,135 troops of all types. Among them, 526 were vampire soldiers. In the following time, Lin Mo consumed more than 3,000 low-grade source crystals to transform all troops except for the vampire troops into rare-grade troops. At this point, most units had reached LV9. Once transformed into a rare unit, it can immediately form combat power. Soon, Sher and his companions emerged from the lava nest. As you can see, their entire bodies are made of reddish-brown rock, and they are up to 5 meters tall. Their appearance is similar to that of Sherda, except that their bodies do not have the flowing lava patterns. At the same time, Guede and Guaer also emerged from the City God Temple. Their entire bodies were covered in jet-black armor, and their eye sockets flickered with a ghastly green soul fire. He was also holding a dark iron chain as thick as a baby's arm, which made him look extremely mysterious. Lin Mo checked their information. Lava Rock Man. Level, LV17 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 3 star. Talent, Undying Forge. The body is made of burning rock and is immune to fire damage. Earth Resonance, when standing on the ground, restores 0.5% of maximum health per second. Synergy, when the number of Earth Elemental units is greater than 10, defense increases by 15% greater than 50, defense increases by 25% greater than 100, defense increases by 35%. Skills, Elemental Body LV9, Lava Fist LV9, Rock Armor LV9, Earth Shatter LV8. The Soul Hooking Ghost. Level, LV16 Tier 1. Rank, Rare 3 star. Talent, Netherworld Body, immune to instant death, poison and physical attacks. Enter stealth mode and can increase movement speed by 30%. Synergy: when the number of undead units is greater than 10, defense is increased by 15% greater than 50, defense is increased by 25% greater than 100, defense is increased by 35%. Skills: Soul Capturing Lantern LV9, Soul Hooking Chain LV9, Soul Striking Whip LV8. Lin Mo looked at the hundreds of rare soldiers in front of him. These troops alone could crush the vast majority of alien territories. He still has 100 energy essences in his possession. This is an even more precious treasure than a second-tier advanced crystal. With these energy essences, he can add more than 100 leader-level units. The matters concerning the territory have been settled. Lin Mo then returned to the Lord's hut to rest. He lay in the bath, enjoying the service of a dozen or so vampire girls. After upgrading the floating tower, the bathroom area was also expanded several times, so even if dozens of people were there at the same time, it would not feel crowded. Lin Mo opened the chat forum to check on the other lords. The dark tide had been going on for half a month by this time. Most of the surviving lords were out of ammunition and food, and all they had left were soul crystals. Furthermore, the prices of various resources on the trading market have skyrocketed. Lin Mo inspected the territory's granaries. Thanks to the Wood Elves' help in ripening the crops and the fertile land he had previously acquired, his territory now has a large amount of food stored up, far more than he can possibly consume. He thought for a moment and then put all the excess grain on the trading market. In less than a minute, the grain in both warehouses was looted. Because he sold so much grain, it even sparked a wave of discussion. Lin Mo did not pay attention to these discussions. Instead, they searched for information about the Dark Forest on forums. Since seeing the army of undead in the livestream, he hasn't seen any news about the Dark Forest. This gave him a bad feeling. Never mind, the monsters around the territory have been almost all killed by now. We can move the territory to another location tomorrow. Chapter 98: The Undead Legion. The next day, Lin Mo woke up from his blissful state. Just then, he seemed to sense something. With a slight thought, another perspective appeared in his mind. This is the image transmitted back by the condor through vision sharing. Although the scene was completely black, Lin Mo still managed to spot a large army of undead thanks to the eagle's keen eyesight. This is an army of the undead. Lin Mo suddenly woke up. An army of countless undead almost covered the entire plain. There are also many wild monsters corrupted by darkness inside. They all seem to be coming from the dark forest in that direction. So, they really couldn't hold back any longer and are preparing to expand outwards? Through the same lens as the divine eagles of various countries, Lin Mo saw several imposing vampires, succubi, and demons. The leader was a skeleton mage dressed in a magnificent robe. He held a staff inlaid with several gems. This is definitely an extraordinary expert. Lin Mo felt the aura emanating from him, as deep and unfathomable as a prison, and his heart pounded wildly. At this time, the army of the undead was still more than 100 kilometers away from him. However, Sunset City is in between. Many alien lords are preparing to flee and seek refuge in Sunset City. The scene that occurred in the dark forest before is happening again. It was because of the appearance of a strange gray fog. The situation is now even more serious. After all, the army of the undead is a real threat. This time, even more lords are giving up their territories. Ha! Through the eagle's perspective, Lin Mo saw abandoned territories one after another. He immediately realized this was an opportunity. Previously, due to the appearance of the gray fog, he occupied 6 alien territories. Now, if we use the same trick again, we might be able to get even more lords' lodges. Upgrading the lord's hut to a floating tower will increase the speed of your territory's development. Sharpening your axe won't delay your woodcutting. He could occupy all the surrounding territory before preparing to escape. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He quickly got dressed and went to the lord's hut. At the same time, he used his soul connection to notify everyone to prepare for battle. 10 minutes later, all military units assembled in the square. Everything is ready. With a slight thought, Lin Mo controlled the floating tower to quickly rise into the air. Click. 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 Centered on the floating tower, numerous cracks suddenly appeared in the ground surrounding the territory. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a massive city with a diameter of 5 kilometers rose from the ground, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. The Rat City and the Ox City are located around the city of myriad phenomena, like satellite cities, moving around it. Set off! Under Lin Mo's control, Vientiane City sped along the ground at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Lin Mo also shut down the Hell Tower's energy release to minimize the disturbance, while sending dozens of vampire soldiers out to scout. Once abandoned territory is discovered, it will be reported. Soon, Lin Mo found a territory belonging to a different race. The lord of this territory has just left, and the defensive towers and shields are fully charged. However, all of them are high-quality defensive towers. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately took control of Wanshan City and headed there. He kept the territory out of range while controlling the Tower of 10,000 Swords to attack the territory's protective shield. Boom! Boom! Click! Under the attack of the Thousand Blades Tower, the protective shield only lasted for 5 seconds before shattering instantly. The sword energy didn't stop, instead, it attacked the defensive tower. Meanwhile, in front of Sunset City, a Minotaur Lord's expression changed slightly. He felt his connection to his territory being instantly severed. This means that his territory has been occupied by others. However, remembering that he had seen the Undead Legion that morning, he had no intention of going back. "Let's go in," he said to his soldiers. After destroying the territory's defensive towers, Lin Mo went down to the Lord's hut. Looking at the flames burning fiercely on the altar, Lin Mo used his mental power to refine the territory's fire seed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he spent 10 evolution points to upgrade the Lord's hut. The Lord's hut rapidly rose, eventually transforming into the shape of a floating tower. Floating towers, excellent. This will speed up the expansion of our territory even further. The next few hours, Lin Mo controlled the area surrounding Sunset City, occupying all the abandoned territories. At the same time, he commanded the Eagles to scout the rear of the territory and observe the movements of the Undead Legion. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. He has already conquered 21 foreign territories. Among them are 6 Tier 1 floating towers, 11 Tier 1 Hell Towers, and 4 Towers of 1,000 Swords. Lin Mo moved all of these defensive towers to Wanshan City, Zishu City, and Chunia City. Like the floating towers, as the number of Inferno Towers and Thousand Swords Towers increases, their range and power are also gradually increasing. Especially the Inferno Tower. Currently, there are 16 Inferno Towers in Zishu City. The combined Aurora attacks of all the defensive towers increased their power by at least 3 times. Chirp! The Eagle sent a warning through a soul connection. At this time, the army of the undead was only 20 kilometers away from Sunset City. We will soon arrive at Sunset City. I wonder if Sunset City can withstand the attack of the Undead Legion. In the scene, an army of millions of undead expands outwards in several columns. At this pace, we will soon arrive at Sunset City. Hopefully, Sunset City can withstand the attack of the Undead Legion. Lin Mo looked at the Undead Legion below and muttered to himself. Alright, now that I've collected so many lords' huts, it's time to leave. Just then, something unexpected happened. A silver-haired girl suddenly appeared not far from the territory. She was wearing a gothic red dress and holding a red and black parasol. It's her. Lin Mo recognized the other party as the Lord-level vampire from the previous livestream. Prepare for battle. At Lin Mo's command, all the soldiers raised their weapons and prepared to attack. However, to everyone's surprise, the vampire girl merely glanced at Wanshan City and did not launch an attack immediately. Buzz. She pointed towards the location of Mixi. A faint burst of energy struck the territory's protective shield and then vanished. This is an energy marker. He had previously learned the skill of soul marking, which allows him to remotely mark targets and sense their location at any time. The vampire girl just used a skill similar to Shadow Mark. Whoosh! After marking the location, the vampire girl transformed into a phantom and flew towards Sunset City. After the vampire girl left, Lin Mo used his mental power to examine the area carefully, but found nothing. This is troublesome. He originally planned to leave immediately after collecting enough floating towers. I never expected to be marked by the other party. Honey, should I still take my treasure from Sunset City? Ran Hongyan reminded him. Lin Mo paused for a moment before speaking. Let's stick to the original plan and let the territory leave here first. However, I can send a clone to Sunset City to gather intelligence on the Undead Legion. The situation is now quite clear. A battle between the Undead Legion and Sunset City is inevitable. He could then blend in among them and gather intelligence on the Undead Legion. I'll go with you. Those treasures are kept in a secret vault, accessible only to me. Lin Mo nodded slightly upon hearing this. However, just in case, Lin Mo still planned to have Ren Hongyan leave her soul essence in the heroic spirit altar. Even if something unexpected happens, you can revive once by consuming soul crystals. Chapter 99, Occupying Unclaimed Territory. An hour later, Lin Mo controlled the floating tower clone and brought Ren Hongyan to the city gate of Sunset City. At this time, a large number of fleeing alien lords and troops have gathered here. Line up one by one. These are special times. Everyone must hand over 10,000 soul crystals to enter the city, said a heavily armored guard. Of course, you can also choose to join the city defense army and fight together against those damned undead. Lin Mo and Ren Hongyan followed behind the group and soon arrived at the city gate. Large numbers of guards stood on both sides of the city gate. Judging from the aura emanating from them, they have all reached the professional level. As expected of a city that has existed for hundreds of years, its cultural heritage is indeed profound. Even the city gate guards are professional level experts. Just then, a soldier with a scar on his face suddenly looked at Ren Hongyan. "Miss, you're still alive," he said with a look of surprise. Ren Hongyan looked over upon hearing the sound. "Ren who?" She looked equally surprised. "Why are you here as a guard? Weren't you always with the family caravan?" "Alas! You don't know, but ever since you left the trading company, its business has plummeted. Now, the family's caravan is down to half its original size," Renhu said. At that moment, a half-orc with a thick beard walked over. Judging from his clothing, he should be the captain of the city's defense force. He glanced at the young soldier and asked calmly, "What, you two know each other?" Immediately afterwards, he was attracted by Ren Hongyan's beauty. Despite Ren Hongyan's attempts at disguise, the experienced orc still saw through her disguise. Renhu quickly smiled and said, "Captain, she's from our Ren family." "Oh? It's the Ren family, the ones who run a trading company." The orc narrowed his eyes, a half-smile playing on his lips, and said, "I've heard the Ren family hasn't been having much luck lately. They've had several caravans robbed recently." The next moment, he suddenly felt a sense of palpitation, as if he were being locked onto by a fierce tiger. He looked at Lin Mo beside him and immediately felt an immense pressure emanating from him. Mid-stage leader level. His heart skipped a beat, and the flippant expression on his face vanished instantly. As commanders of the city's defense forces, they naturally possessed keen eyesight. Reaching the mid-stage of the leader level already makes one a big shot in the entire Sunset City. Such a person is definitely not someone that the city's garrison commander can afford to offend. Since it is Miss Rin and this gentleman, the entrance fee will naturally be waived. "I apologize for my earlier offense." He took the initiative to make way for him. Seeing this, Renhu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, it's so good to know you're all right. The family has been..." Ren Hongyan interrupted him. "Ever since the Ren family kicked me out, their business has been none of my concern." Then, she looked at Lin Mo and said, "Let's go in." The two walked into the city. The chaos inside and outside the city formed a stark contrast. Although the streets were filled with a large number of refugees and mobilized troops, the overall order was well maintained. The soldiers patrolling the streets were in perfect formation, exuding a chilling aura. On the nearly 100-meter-high city wall, a ferocious dragon-headed giant cannon stands every few hundred meters. The entire city seemed like a war beast awakening, sharpening its claws. "Husband, let me take you to my secret vault first," Ren Hongyan said softly. The two walked into the city and soon arrived at a very ordinary-looking house. This is one of Ren Hongyan's properties in Sunset City. This is it. She used this place as a secret vault, and the housing contract was also purchased out of her own pocket, without even being recorded in the family ledger. Chapter 100, Siege Warfare. At this moment, the front door of the house was locked. "Let me." She stepped forward, took a deep breath, and the air around her rippled slightly. A void energy formed a void entrance leading into the house at the front door. This is the skill she learned after changing her class to Void Mage, Void Gate. The two stepped into the Void Gate one after the other, and a musty smell hit them. Ren Hongyan was very familiar with this place and walked straight to an ordinary-looking wall inside. Click. She tapped her fingers on the wall a few times, and with a slight click of a mechanism, a hidden door slid open silently. "No one took the things," she said with some surprise. The secret room was not large. Two heavy sandalwood shelves were placed on either side. On one side of the shelf, there were gold and silver jewelry, jade, and antiques. These items are all antiques from the Sun and Moon Empire, and each one is extremely valuable. Their current location. It is the edge where the Sun and Moon Empire and the Dark Forest meet. Sunset City is also a border city of the Sun-Moon Empire. Lin Mo ignored the antiques and instead looked at a pile of seemingly messy scrolls in the corner of the secret room. He strode forward, brushed away the dust, and picked up a green scroll. The moment his fingertips touched it, a notification sound appeared in his mind. Siege Cannon Summoning Scroll Find. It really is a summoning scroll. Lin Mo perked up and quickly began to search through the documents. Most of these scrolls are high-quality green scrolls. There are only 2 Dragon Head Cannon Summoning Scrolls of rare quality. To Lin Mo's surprise, there was indeed a blue scroll of perfect quality among them. Arena Summoning Scroll Perfect. The Arena. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Judging from the name, it should be a building that can be used for actual combat training. Of course, this is just his speculation. We'll only know its specific functions once it's built. Without further delay, Lin Mo had an idea. Return everything in the secret vault to the Lord's space. In this way, the main body can also take out these scrolls. By collecting all the treasures from the secret vault, they would have accomplished half of their purpose in coming to Sunset City. Next, we await the great battle between the Undead Legion and Sunset City. As they stepped out of the house, Lin Mo paused slightly. He sensed a group of people rushing towards him menacingly. It seems our whereabouts have been exposed. Ren Hongyan's expression hardened, and she looked towards the corner of the alley. Almost simultaneously, 4 people suddenly emerged from around the corner. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister face, dressed in a mage's robe. 2 composed and steady guardians followed behind him. "My niece Hongyan, how have you been?" the middle-aged man said with a forced smile. Their attention, however, was mainly focused on Lin Mo. "I heard you formed a new caravan after leaving the family. What, is it because things are not peaceful outside the city now, and you want to come back?" Ron Hongyan's face turned cold. "Third Elder, you don't need to worry about my affairs. I came back this time just to get my things back." "Your things?" The man called the Third Elder chuckled. "Everything in the Ren family belongs to the family, how can it be yours? Hongyan, you left the family without permission, causing the Chamber of Commerce to decline. We Haven Tea settled the score with you yet. If you obediently come back with us now and apologize to the clan chief, you might get a lighter sentence." As he spoke, a figure appeared behind Lin Mo. A sense of encirclement is subtly forming. Clearly, the other party was well prepared. Lin Mo glanced around and saw that there was a third elder at the mid-stage of the leader level and 4 guards at the early stage of the leader level on the opposite side. There seemed to be several other presences lurking in the shadows. This lineup is considered a formidable force in Sunset City. "The Ren family is quite efficient," Lin Mo said calmly. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. He had only been in Sunset City for a dozen minutes, and the other side had already gathered so many people. "However, I have limited time right now and don't have time to watch you handle family affairs. Besides, Hongyan is mine now. You dare to touch her?" The third elder looked sharply at Lin Mo. "My friend, this is a family matter of the Ren family. I advise you not to interfere. Although you are quite strong, this is Sunset City, our territory." Lin Mo sneered and said nothing more. Buzz. The 300-fold gravity field, like an invisible giant mountain, crashed down on the people opposite them. Boom. Thump. The 2 guards, who were at the early stage of the leader level, were the first to be hit, and their faces turned pale instantly, as if they were bearing a tremendous pressure. He was instantly pinned to the ground. The third elder's expression also changed drastically, and he took 2 steps back before he could barely stand. Such terrifying power. "Just who are you?" His voice trembled slightly. Despite both being at the mid-stage of the leader level, he was completely suppressed by Lin Mo in a single exchange. At the same time, Lin Mo's eyes had turned bloodshot. The destructive energy contained within is poised to be unleashed. "Either get out of the way, or die here. The Undead Legion will be attacking the city soon, and I don't mind finishing you off here." Lin Mo did not make a move immediately. After all, this is Sunset City. Killing someone in the street would inevitably attract the attention of the law enforcement team. Sensing the chilling killing intent emanating from Lin Mo, the third elder's expression shifted between light and dark. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's go." The 2 suppressed guards were granted a pardon. They scrambled to their feet in a disheveled state and followed the third elder as they slunk away from the alleyway. Let's go. The crimson in Lin Mo's eyes quickly faded. Go see where the Undead Legion is. The two arrived at a restaurant in the city, which had the best view. You can even see scenes outside the city. At this moment, the restaurant was completely empty. Guest, there's about to be a fight outside, our restaurant is preparing to close. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mo casually tossed out a gold coin and said, we'll sit for a while and then leave. The restaurant owner was just an ordinary person. In Sunset City, gold, silver, and copper coins remain the main currencies in circulation. The restaurant owner took the gold coins, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded, saying, all right, but all the chefs and waiters have gone home, so there's no one to serve you. It's nothing. Lin Mo waved his hand. The two climbed to the rooftop observation deck, where they could clearly see the view outside the city. The walls of Sunset City are towering, covered with rare-grade dragon head cannons. With his current eyesight, he could see a massive, dark army pressing in from the dark tide. The scale is larger than I imagined. Sunset City, can it be defended? Ron Hongyan asked solemnly. Lin Mo did not answer. His mission here was to gather intelligence on the Undead Legion. Let's also learn about the Sun and Moon Empire. At this moment, three figures appeared on the city wall. They were dressed in fine clothes and looked to be in their 40s or 50s. They are the heads of the three major families of Sunset City, the Yi family, the Chu family, and the He family. Ron Hongyan introduced in a low voice. It is said that they have all reached the peak of the third tier, and are only one step away from the fourth tier of transcendence. Whoosh buzz. Soon, a deep, long bugle call sounded, announcing the start of the war. The vanguard of the Undead Legion, those skeleton warriors and zombies, have already entered the range of the dragon head cannon. Boom! 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 Hundreds of dragon head cannons on the city wall began to roar. Shells rained down on the Undead Legion. Violent explosions rang out one after another, and flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed a large area. The skeleton warriors charging at the forefront were all blasted to death. With hundreds of dragon head cannons present, even boss-level monsters cannot easily break through. Call out. Just then. Suddenly, a dark figure rose into the air from behind the undead army, moving at an astonishing speed. That was a demon with a toad's head. Behind him were a pair of black, membrane-like wings, several meters wide. Boom! Boom! As soon as it left the pass, several cannonballs flew towards it. However, the Lord-level demon let out a strange laugh. Buzz! A complex magic circle was formed. As soon as the cannonballs come into contact with the magic circle, they will be immediately swallowed up by the magic circle. Immediately afterwards, the magic circle flashed. Buzz! All the shells returned along the same path and hurtled towards the dragon head cannon. Boom! 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 A series of booming sounds rang out. The entire Sunset City was enveloped in a pale golden light, blocking all the cannon fire. Territory shield? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the familiar scene. The protective shield in front of us looks remarkably similar to the territory's protective shield. If it weren't for the fact that this Sunset City had existed for hundreds of years, Lin Mo would have even suspected that it was a territory. The entire Sunset City covers an area of 50 kilometers in radius, which corresponds exactly to the size of a first-level city. Could this place have been a level 7 territory hundreds of years ago? Lin Mo analyzed. Are the other Dawn cities also the territories of other lords? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, a lord's life is not infinite. Only by reaching a higher level can one gain a longer lifespan. Generally speaking, a level 1 city can build a perfect level defensive tower. Sunset City should have perfect level defensive towers. At this moment, hundreds of magic circles condensed in the air from the Lord-level demons. Countless fireballs, ice spikes, and boulders coalesced within the magic circle. It blasted towards the protective shield. On the city wall, the three family heads exchanged a glance. Immediately afterwards, they consumed tens of thousands of source crystals to activate the city lord's mansion. Buzz! Soon, a beam of light shot out from the prismatic crystal at the top of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing this, the Lord-level demon immediately used a magic circle to block. Swish! 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 9 defensive magic arrays appeared in front of him. Boom! The aurora collided with the magic circle, and the magic circle shattered instantly. It wasn't until the 8th defensive magic array that the aurora attack was barely stopped. Heh, the perfect great aurora tower is nothing special. The Lord-level demon's grating laughter echoed throughout Sunset City. Upon hearing this voice, everyone in the city's expression changed slightly. Upon hearing this, the three family heads sneered. "Oomph, you're asking for death." Immediately afterwards, the head of the Yi family waved his hand, and a crystal that emitted a faint light appeared in his hand. This is a mid-grade light-type source crystal. Medium-grade source crystals can only be obtained by defeating Lord-level monsters. There aren't many mid-grade source crystals like these in the entire Sunset City. He reluctantly placed the source crystal into the Aurora Tower of the City Lord's mansion. Buzz. The next moment, the crystal at the top of the Aurora Tower shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, an aurora several times stronger than before attacked the Lord-level demon. Not good. Upon seeing this, the Lord-level demon felt a chill run down his spine. He reassembled 9 giant magic arrays and placed them in front of him. Click. 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 However, this time, the 9 magic arrays failed to hold them off and shattered almost instantly. Just as the aurora was about to strike the Lord-level demon, a sudden energy fluctuation came from behind him. A sudden burst of dark energy engulfed the Lord-level demon. The aurora instantly pierced the demon lord's arm. However, in the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. By the time the Lord-level demons reappeared, they had already retreated to the rear of the Undead Legion. Beside him stood a vampire girl. She just used shadow teleportation to save the Lord-level demon. At this moment, the Lord-level demon's right arm was severed, and the wound was burned by the high temperature, turning into charcoal. However, as he used healing magic, a new arm quickly grew back. "Lord Ains, I am incompetent and have failed to take Sunset City." The Lord-level demon looked at the skeleton mage and said respectfully, "Lord Ains, I am willing to take Sunset City for you." At that moment, a succubus wearing heavy armor stepped out. "Don't be impatient, let my undead army wear them down first. It's not too late for you to make your move after Sunset City's protective shield is broken," the skeleton mage said in a deep voice. "And you have all just woken up and have not yet recovered your full strength. Remember, our goal is the Sun and Moon Empire." "Yes, Lord Ains." Upon hearing this, everyone bowed respectfully. Chapter 101 Team Formation. After the Lord-level demon was defeated, the million-strong skeleton army continued to relentlessly attack Sunset City's defenses. On the city wall, the dragon head cannons continued to roar. However, there are still many boss-level monsters corrupted by darkness within the Undead Legion. They were hit by the dragon head cannon, they were injured but not fatally. As time went on, the battle line rapidly approached Sunset City. Soon, boss-level monsters arrived near the protective shield. Boom! Boom! They attacked the protective shield relentlessly. Although their destructive power is so great, their impact on the protective shield is negligible. But little by little, the energy of the protective shield trembled violently under the bombardment of tens of thousands of legions, and its color faded somewhat. "This can't go on." Upon seeing this, Yi Xiong, the head of the Yi family, said with a grave expression, "We must take the initiative to weaken their strength." Shuzhen, the head of the Chu family, crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "Have the city guards and the guards of each family go out of the city to meet the enemy and defend using the edge of the protective shield." He Wanqing, the head of the Yi family, is a woman who still retains her charm. At this moment, her face was frosty. Relying solely on defense and passive attrition is not a solution. To catch the thief, first catch the king. That skeleton mage is the key. As long as we take him down, these death legions will collapse on their own. Order the city guards 1st and 2nd regiments, as well as the guards of the 3 major families, to leave the city immediately. Yi Xiong took out several tokens from his pocket and handed them to his subordinates behind him. Prepare to form a defensive line outside the protective shield to block the Undead Legion. Furthermore, he paused, then gave an order. Prepare to gather adventurers and top mercenaries from within the city for a decapitation strike. The orders from the 3 heads of the family quickly spread throughout Sunset City. Buzz. Soon, the heavy city gates slowly opened under the action of the mechanism. Kill. Squads of well-equipped soldiers marched out of the city and clashed with the army of the undead. Everyone in the army possesses professional-level skills, with captains reaching the pinnacle of professional-level abilities. With the addition of a large number of troops and the support of hundreds of dragon head cannons, the battle situation stabilized again. At the same time, the three major families began recruiting skilled fighters from the city, preparing to carry out a decapitation strike against the army of the undead. For this operation, you only need to deal with the undead legions around you. After the deed is done, you can choose a treasure from the treasuries of the three major families based on your contribution. The family treasure trove. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to discuss it. The three major families have existed in Sunset City for a century. Their treasure troves must contain many valuable items. In no time, many adventurers, high-ranking mercenaries, and even alien lords in the city were attracted by the generous rewards and showed up one after another. Up in the restaurant, Lin Mo took in everything. As mercenaries, adventurers, and even lords and troop types appeared one by one. They are of different races, but each of them exudes a powerful aura. Even the weakest among them have reached the early stage of the leader level. After all, they were going out of the city to deal with the army of the undead, and they wouldn't dare to get involved in this mess without some real skills. Of course, some people are also planning to take advantage of the situation. After all, the three major families promised that as long as they returned from the battlefield, they could receive the treasure. Lin Mo's purpose in this trip was to investigate the strength of the Undead Legion, especially information about its high-ranking members. Currently, he has only explored a portion of the strength of the Lord-level demon and the vampire girl. Staying in the city and observing will yield limited information. It's better to take the initiative. Anyway, this body is just a clone of the tower spirit. Even if the clone dies, it can be resurrected. Hong Yan, you stay in the city and act according to the situation. Lin Mo put down his teacup and said to Ren Hongyan. Don't worry. Ren Hongyan nodded slightly. She knew that Lin Mo's true form wasn't here, and she wasn't worried about Lin Mo's safety. Seeing this, Lin Mo no longer hesitated. He flashed and leaped down from the restaurant. In a few leaps and bounds, he appeared in the assembled team. Count me in. The three major families naturally wouldn't refuse Lin Mo's offer to join. They took out a token and handed it to Lin Mo as proof. At this time, the team has already gathered more than 40 people. Among them were burly human men carrying giant axes, elven archers wielding exquisite short bows, orc shamans, and even necromancers. A scarred orc glanced at Lin Mo. He then looked away and continued wiping the longsword in his hand. Lin Mo's appearance went unnoticed by the others. After all, with his mid-stage leader-level strength, he could only be considered a mid to lower-tier player in the team. Swoosh! 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 Not long after, three powerful auras descended from the city wall. These three are Yi Xiong, Zhu Jin, and Yuan Qing, the three heads of the family. The moment they appeared, the group fell silent. Yi Xiong's gaze swept over the crowd like lightning. His strength had reached the third-tier lord level, and he exuded immense pressure with every move he made. Everyone, enough with the small talk. Your task is simply to hold off the surrounding undead legions. We'll deal with the rest. To avoid chaos, you will work in groups of 3 or 2, Yuan Qing added. After this is done, you will receive every single treasure I promised. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Chapter 102 Cat-Eared Clan. 10 minutes later. The group quickly formed teams. Hey, human, stop standing there like an idiot, want to team up with us? At that moment, a clear yet somewhat domineering voice rang out. Lin Mo turned his head and saw that the speaker was a petite orc cat girl. She has short orange hair, a pair of cat ears that twitch nimbly, and a tail that wags restlessly behind her. Most striking was the enormous warhammer she carried on her shoulder, its head larger than her entire body, yet she wielded it with effortless ease. My name is Miao Xiaoman, a high-level leader, and I'm good at smashing anything hard. The cat-eared girl patted her large hammer, making a dull sound. Beside her was a woman wearing a black and blue robe. She had fair skin, faint gill-like lines behind her ears, and eyes like a deep ocean. My name is Shilan, a late-stage leader-level expert, skilled in water and tidal magic. The woman bowed slightly, her voice as gentle as water. All right, then the three of us will be in a group. My name is Lin Mo, mid-stage leader-level, Lin Mo said with a smile. Check their information. Cat Ear Tribe. Rank, Rare 1 star. Level, LV 27 Tier 2. C Spirit Clan. Rank, Rare 1 star. Level, LV 28 Tier 2. The natives of the wilderness continent have no concept of hierarchy in their eyes. Levels 27-29 are considered late-stage leader level. After everyone was divided into groups, the three family heads exchanged glances. Ready to go. At Yi Xiong's command, 7 or 8 groups leaped down from the city wall like arrows released from a bow. Like dozens of sharp knives, they pierced into the army of the undead. "Stay close to me," Miao Xiaoman shouted excitedly. With immense strength disproportionate to her size, she wielded a massive metal hammer and swept across the battlefield. Call! Bang! The giant hammer swung, creating a whistling sound. A powerful and heavy blow. Any undead creature that touches the hammer is instantly reduced to dust. Some wild monsters corrupted by darkness will also turn into mincemeat when struck by the hammer. Buzz! Then, the surface of the giant hammer emitted a faint glow as it cleaned away the bloodstains. This must be a rare piece of equipment, Lin Mo guessed. Sweeping away all obstacles, Miao Xiaoman spun around, and the giant hammer danced like a windmill. It swept away and smashed any approaching zombies and skeletons. They forcefully carved out a small vacuum zone from the army of the undead. Shilan followed closely behind, tapping her staff lightly, and water elements in the air quickly gathered. Tidal currents. A torrent of water shot out like a high-pressure water cannon, not only knocking dozens of skeleton warriors to the side off course, but also killing some ordinary undead creatures with its powerful water pressure. Her spells have a very large range, effectively clearing the flanks and rear. Buzz! Lin Mo was at the rear of the group. He used a gravity field 300 times stronger to instantly suppress some of the approaching boss-level monsters. The rest of the team also used their unique skills, with the 3 family heads at the core, and quickly approached the core location of the Undead Legion. At this moment, some leader-level undead creatures noticed the scene. They roared and rapidly approached. Roar! A massive black shadow smashed through the surrounding skeleton soldiers and charged towards Lin Mo and his companions. This is a giant bear corrupted by darkness. Its eyes had turned completely black, and there were black blood vessels around its eye sockets. A peak-level boss-level monster. "Leave this big guy to me," Mao Xiaoman said excitedly. She swung her giant hammer and charged forward. Laugh! A scorching aura emerged from the giant metal hammer, transforming into flames that enveloped it. Cat Xiaoman swung her hammer at the giant bear's head. Roar! The giant bear was not to be outdone. It raised its paw and slapped at Xiaoman the cat in return. Bang! With a muffled thud, the moment the giant hammer made contact with the bear's paw, an astonishing aura emanated from the 2 of them and spread outwards. Immediately afterwards, Mao Xiaoman flew backward at an even faster speed. She steadied herself in mid-air, the giant hammer she held carving a furrow dozens of meters long into the ground. "Those bear paws are so hard," she spat. "Water dragon bind." Shilan raised her staff high. A giant dragon made of flowing water appeared out of nowhere, coiled around the giant bear, and restricted its movements. Wow! With a single slap, the giant bear shattered the water dragon, turning it into a shower of water droplets. Just then, Lin Mo moved. Buzz! An even more terrifying gravity field descended instantly. A gravity field 500 times stronger. Boom! The ground around it instantly caved in, and even the early-stage leader-level skeleton warriors were instantly dismembered by the immense pressure. Within the area, the giant bear's movements instantly came to a standstill. This gravity is terrifying. Cat Xiaoman felt the power of the gravitational field and looked at Lin Mo in shock. This guy is really a mid-stage leader. Sizzle! 2 laser beams shot out from Lin Mo's eyes, and as the lasers swept across, the giant bear's head was quickly severed. Bang! The giant bear's massive body crashed to the ground, unable to move any further. Lin Mo, you've been hiding your strength well. Mao Xiaoman walked over, carrying a giant hammer. A peak-level leader bear, and you just killed it like that. Shilan also cast a curious glance at her. Just lucky. Lin Mo said dismissively, let's go, let's catch up with the group. The procession continued forward. They quickly passed through the army of the undead and arrived at the core area. At this moment, the skeleton mage held his staff and floated silently in mid-air. Beside him were a lord-level demon, a silver-haired girl, and a succubus wearing heavy armor. They were radiating the aura unique to lords. Attack! Yi Xiong roared, launching the first attack. He took out a longsword burning with flames and unleashed a fiery sword aura dozens of meters long as he slashed at the lord-level demon. Chuzhen put on a pair of boxing gloves and transformed into a streak of lightning as he charged toward the succubus. He Wanqing then summoned the ice crystal mirror, its surface gleaming brightly, and countless ice spikes rained down on the silver-haired vampire. A great battle erupted instantly. Boom boom boom. Flames, lightning, ice, dark magic, and powerful physical attacks collided violently, creating a deafening explosion. Lin Mo and his companions were also surrounded by boss-level monsters that outnumbered them several times over. Chapter 103 Annihilation. Most of these monsters are at the early to mid-stage of the boss level, and there are many of them. Boom! 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 Miao Xiaoman and Shilan were fighting against several boss-level monsters, and the sound of giant hammers pounding the ground was deafening. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was in the rear, using a 500x gravity field to suppress the enemy. Buzz! All the leader-level undead unleashed their full energy to resist the oppressive gravity field. They distributed the gravity, thus regaining their mobility. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Mo roamed the battlefield, occasionally using energy rays to cut early-stage boss-level monsters in half. In just 10 minutes, he had killed no fewer than 20 leaders. The battle between the three family heads in the air was even more astonishing. Yi Xiong's fiery sword energy collided with elemental magic. Shujin used the thunder gauntlets to engage in close combat with the succubus, and each collision produced a deafening sound. He Wanqing used ice elements, which clashed with the shadow energy used by the silver-haired vampire. The three family heads, using weapons of perfect quality, gained the upper hand in the battle. Now, taking advantage of the gap in the Lord-level demon spellcasting, Yi Xiong's flaming longsword shone brightly, and a giant sword burning with flames slashed towards the Lord-level demon. He Wanqing activated the perfect grey treasure mirror in her hand, and a pale, cold aura shot towards the silver-haired vampire, freezing the air in its path. Die! Shujin roared, and lightning condensed on his gauntlets into a huge ball of lightning. The three heads of the family attacked simultaneously, and it seemed they were about to severely injure the three of them. Enough! Just then, a calm yet supremely majestic voice rang out. The skeleton mage, who had been standing still, finally moved. He raised the bone staff in his hand. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, an invisible wave spread outwards from him. Yi Xiong's fiery sword energy shattered and dissipated instantly. He Wanqing's pale, chilling aura also vanished without a trace. Shujin's entire body and the lightning ball in his hand were split in two, instantly cut in half at the waist. One move. With a single move, he easily neutralized the attacks of the two family heads and instantly killed the Chu family head. Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief at the skeleton mage. The game is over. The skeleton mage raised his staff, and an even more terrifying magical power began to gather. Buzz! The radiance of super-level magic enveloped the entire core of the battlefield. Within the magic circle's range, all enemy units are forcibly imprisoned and sealed by energy. Yi Xiong and He Wanqing were horrified to discover that the perfect grade equipment in their hands had instantly dimmed. Their bodies were firmly locked in place by invisible shackles, making them unable to move. Below, everyone, including Lin Mo, was frozen in place. Only those with extraordinary strength can use super-powerful magic. No. Impossible. Yi Xiong managed to utter a few words, his face ashen. Insignificant ants, it is your honor to die under Lord Ain's super-tier magic. The Lord-level demon said with a cold laugh. Ains looked down at the people he had completely controlled, preparing to order their execution. Sudden snort. A cold snort exploded like thunder, instantly diluting some of the suppressive power of the super-level magic. A golden figure soared into the sky from the city lord's mansion, carrying an immense pressure that reached the battlefield in an instant. He was an old man dressed in a golden robe with a simple and ancient face. It was none other than Jinhe, the Lord of Sunset City. He's finally out of quarantine. He exuded a terrifying aura of being at the pinnacle of the extraordinary. The power of the domain unfolded instantly, colliding with and neutralizing the skeleton mage's super-level magical power. This greatly reduced the binding force on Yi Xiong and the others. Although he still has difficulty moving around, he has at least regained some of his mobility and speaking abilities. Lord City Lord. The City Lord has emerged from seclusion. The three heads of the family and the remaining garrison were immediately filled with hope. Jinhe stared coldly at Ains, transcendent realm? No, you relied on some kind of external force, but whatever you are, you'll stay here today. He stretched out his right hand and pressed it forward. Domain sunset glow. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to darken. Only behind Jinhe appeared a huge, slowly sinking phantom of a setting sun. Golden light swept towards Ains like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, even space itself began to decay and collapse. This is a full-force attack from an extraordinary powerhouse. Its power far surpasses the combined attack of the three family heads. Despite this terrifying attack, the soul fire in Ain's eyes remained calm. He even put away his staff. Transcendent level is indeed a bit troublesome. But that's all. He slowly took out a crown emanating from the void and put it on his head. Then came rings, each shimmering with a different divine light, covering his finger bones. A shield engraved with the patterns of the world tree appeared in his left hand, and a longsword wrapped in black lightning appeared in his right hand. Epic equipment. And it's not just one. The fluctuations emanating from each piece of equipment caused Jinha's domain to tremble. What level of equipment is this? Jinha's expression changed drastically, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He had never felt such terrifying pressure from weapons before, as if each one contained the rules of the world. Ain's wields a black long sword. He gently waved his hand at the sweeping, sunset glow domain. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The sunset domain, which contained the rules of annihilation, was neatly cut in the middle as if erased by an eraser, and then quickly collapsed and dissipated. Puff! With his domain forcibly broken, Jinha was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly weakening. Impossible. He stared incredulously at the dazzling array of epic-level equipment on Ain's body. Ain's didn't give him any chance. The black longsword was raised again, pointing at Jinha. Instant death magic, heart grasp. Ignore level, ignore defense, instant death judgment at the rule level. Jinha's body stiffened abruptly, and the light in his eyes quickly faded. He looked down with difficulty at his chest, where there was no wound. But his heart had already been controlled at the rule level and stopped beating. I am not reconciled. Before the words were finished, Jinhe, the only extraordinary expert in Sunset City and the City Lord, spoke up. His body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, completely lifeless. Quiet. A deathly silence. The City Lord is dead? Was he instantly killed? Everyone was stunned despair, like an icy tide, completely overwhelmed their hearts. Lord City Lord! Yi Xiong and He Wanqing roared in grief and anger, but they were powerless to change the situation. Ain's looked down at the crowd, who had completely lost the will to resist, including the adventurers who were frozen in place. Clean up the battlefield and throw all the survivors into the Great Tomb to transform them into undead soldiers. Yes, Lord Ain's. The Lord-level demon, the silver-haired vampire, and the succubus responded in unison. Chapter 10 for the Magic Kingdom. Jinha's fall was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, crushing the last remaining hope in everyone's hearts. Yi Xiong stared at Ain's in the air with eyes wide open. You filthy undead creatures, the Sun and Moon Empire will not let you go. The Empire's army will surely raise your lair and avenge us. Ain's didn't even glance at him, simply waving his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, noisy. The Lord-level demon grinned as it stepped forward, looking at Yi Xiong, who lay there like a dead dog. Old man, don't worry, you'll soon become one of my kind. Lin Mo and his companions were suppressed by super-level magic and surrounded by several boss-level monsters. Take them all down and bring them back to Sunset City, Ain's coldly commanded. Convert valuable units into undead units, and convert worthless units into the lowest-level skeleton units. Lin Mo, Mao Xiaoman, and the other two were bound by a boss-level monster and headed towards Sunset City. Without its high-end combat capabilities, Sunset City was quickly captured. Instead of massacring the city, these undead legions gathered everyone together. Lin Mo searched for Ren Hongyan's figure in the crowd. Before taking action, she had already bound herself to the heroic spirit altar, so that even if she died, she could be resurrected. The problem was being captured alive. Based on Ain's dialogue, it can be determined that they have a structure similar to a vampire rebirth pool. If Ren Hongyan is transformed into an undead unit, then things will get complicated. At the same time, Lin Mo's main body is currently controlling Wanxiang City, far away from Sunset City. At that moment, he sensed that the altar of the fallen heroes was emitting a faint light. Upon entering the interior of the heroic spirit altar, the heroic spirit representing Ren Hongyan is now in a state where it can be resurrected. Very good. Lin Mo was overjoyed upon seeing this. Before this, he hadn't expected the Undead Legion to breach Sunset City so easily. It's obvious. Ren Hongyan must have sensed something was wrong and committed suicide before she could be controlled. Without hesitation, Lin Mo used 1,000 source crystals to revive Ren Hongyan. With a flash of light, Ren Hongyan appeared naked in front of the altar. Husband, am I back alive? Ran Hongyan looked at the scene with some confusion. When she saw Lin Mo clearly, she was overjoyed and rushed into his arms. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Mo took out a piece of clothing and draped it over her shoulders. Now that Hongyan has been resurrected, he has nothing to worry about. As for his clone, he didn't give up either, wanting to find out more about the Undead Legion. Ideally, one should be able to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. After the skeleton Meijanes occupied Sunset City, he built a huge black archway in the city. The archway is like a passageway to another world. Everyone in Sunset City was led through the archway and then vanished instantly. Escorted by the vampire girl Shadi, Lin Mo and the other adventurers were led into the archway. Buzz. With a slight feeling of dizziness, Lin Mo found himself in a huge space. This must be a secret realm. The secret realm is vast, and undead creatures patrol everywhere. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, liches. The hierarchy was clear and the order was well maintained. This place is what they call the Great Tomb. Most of the inhabitants of Sunset City were transformed into skeletons, demons, and rotting corpses. A small number of people also became slaves. At this moment, the vampire girl Shadi walked over with several people dressed in red and black uniforms. The vampire girl, Shadi, looked at Lin Mo and the other leaders. "Your physiques and energy are quite good, you have the potential to become superior." She looked at Lin Mo and the crowd, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Have I seen you somewhere before?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart tightened. However, she didn't delve any further. "Never mind, who you are is no longer important. However, it would be a pity to convert all of you into soldiers. Perhaps you could become members of my bloodline clan. As she spoke, she selected 13 top-level experts from among them. Blood descendants are lower-ranking relatives bestowed with bloodlines through the initial embrace of a vampire. They hold a higher status than ordinary blood servants and possess greater autonomy, but are also subject to absolute control by the superior vampires. Lin Mo was among them. It's unclear whether the vampire girl Shadi did it intentionally or unintentionally. The people she selected were all very beautiful, and 10 of them were women. "Bring them here," the vampire girl Shadi ordered. The dozen or so blood servants immediately took action. Lin Mo, Ma Xiaoman, and Shilan exchanged a glance. They are more accepting of being transformed into bloodline beings than into skeletons or demons. Amidst the envious gazes of others, Lin Mo and the others were led to a secret room. 13 people stood in a row. Apart from Lin Mo, they were all basically at the late stage of the leader level. The vampire girl, Shadi, approached Lin Mo, cut her wrist with her finger, and held the finger to Lin Mo's mouth. "Drink it, and you will be my bloodline. From now on, you only need to be loyal to me and Lord Ains." Without hesitation, Lin Mo drank the blood from Xia Ti's wrist. The next moment, Lin Mo felt a cold energy invading the clone's body and soul, and transforming the clone's lifeform. Because it is the avatar that receives the embrace, the impact on the soul is negligible. With Lin Mo's current mental strength, he can easily block the soul erosion. On the other side, Cat Xiaoman and Shilan also went through a similar process. Their resistance intensified, but eventually subsided under the power of the vampires, and their eyes began to turn blood red. Half an hour later, Lin Mo completed the transformation into a vampire. His body underwent significant changes. His teeth became sharp, his skin turned slightly pale, and the blood flowing through his body was no longer pure blood but contained blood energy, a dark energy. At the same time, Lin Mo felt that his body and soul were also bound by a faint connection with Xia Ti. However, compared to the constraints on the body, the constraints on the soul are minimal. If Shadi attacks him, his clone will immediately collapse. However, the soul will only be shaken and can fully recover after a period of rest. Soon, all 13 people had completed the transformation. Everyone's demeanor had changed. Lin Mo noticed that Ma Xiaoman and Shilan had both become extremely cold and dangerous. Very good. Shidi was very satisfied with this scene. After being transformed into blood descendants, Lin Mo and the others retained their previous levels and skills. In addition, there is the support of the blood energy in the body. Their combat strength has increased significantly. From this day forward, you are my blood relatives. Remember your identity, obey my will, and pledge allegiance to Lord Ains. Yes, Lord Shadi, everyone echoed. Afterwards, Xia took out sets of black clothing for Lin Mo and the others to change into. The styles were similar to those of vampire nobles, but with obvious vampire markings. Afterwards, Xia Ti had blood servant take Lin Mo and the others back to their residence to consolidate their strength. Over the next few days, Lin Mo, as a blood relative, gradually learned more information. All the undead legions were originally subjects of the Sorcerer Kingdom. However, it was defeated by the Sun and Moon Empire hundreds of years ago and sealed deep in the Dark Forest. The skeleton mage and Sheltai, having just awakened, had not yet fully recovered their power. Their next plan was to use Sunset City as an outpost, and the Great Tomb would begin to expand its influence outward, plunder resources, and capture slaves. At the same time, they are also actively preparing for the competition. Because everyone knows that the Sun Moon Empire will not stand idly by and watch a border town fall. A counterattack is inevitable. The Great Tomb is preparing for this, with a steady stream of undead creatures being awakened from its depths. Lin Mo saw some alien lords or leaders of native cities being persuaded or converted into soldiers, and they also began to serve Ains.